The sudden upheaval of the Zerg, long dormant, has thrown the galaxy into disarray. The spacecraft of Xunyi, caught in the chaos, had yet to land when it was engulfed by the subsequent explosion. By the time Bai Ci and his team located him, his soul had already shattered, drifting aimlessly, devoid of any chance for revival. In a desperate bid to restore Xunyi, Bai Ci resolutely chose to traverse various realms to gather the fragments of Xunyi's soul. Chapter 0, Prologue. General Bai Ci, please remain calm. The doctor attempted to restrain the ashen-faced Bai Ci. Mr. Xunyi's body is unharmed, but his soul is irreparably fractured. It is likely he will never awaken. Please do not. At that moment, Bai Ci was oblivious to the doctor's words. Last night, the long-silent Zerg had inexplicably erupted into violence. As a general of the interstellar forces, Bai Ci had charged fearlessly into the fray, unaware that the Zerg, after their defeat, would resort to a massive self-detonation, resulting in widespread devastation. What he hadn't anticipated was that Xunyi, on a business trip, would inadvertently pass through the very epicenter of their conflict. Although their ship had turned back at the first sign of danger, they could not evade the ensuing catastrophe. His deputy, Xunyi, who had accompanied Bai Ci for many years, understood the depth of affection the general held for Xunyi and realized that now was not the time for counsel. Years ago, Bai Ci's pursuit of Xunyi was well known, utilizing his position to draw closer to the research institute, showering Xunyi with flowers and attention for nearly 6 years, ultimately dispelling countless rivals before finally winning the heart of this aloof beauty before their marriage. Bai Ci had been utterly devoted to Xunyi, and it was assumed that after their union, he would temper his affections. To everyone's astonishment, his doting only intensified. Bai Ci never touched food that Xunyi disdained, fearing that if he did, he would be unworthy of Xunyi's affection due to unpleasant tastes. In times of stress, Bai Ci might have resorted to smoking, but upon meeting Xunyi, he had given it up entirely, as Xunyi abhorred the scent of smoke.X. Xunyi's work demanded a clear mind, leading him to abstain from alcohol, prompting Bai Ci to forego even fruit wine in order to be able to embrace Xunyi at any moment. As far as Bai Ci's companions knew, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his devotion. At home, one could only imagine how he lavished affection upon Xunyi. After 6 years of pursuit and 13 years together, no one had ever heard of discord between them. Even when Bai Ci expressed frustration at the military, his demeanor would soften the instant he laid eyes on Xunyi. Such a seemingly idyllic couple, suddenly faced with calamity, left their acquaintances in disbelief, let alone Bai Ci himself. He interrupted the doctor walking beside him. "You may continue your duties. The general has us here." Though he could offer no other assistance, at least his presence would prevent any thoughtless individuals from intruding at such a sensitive time. The following day, Bai Ci still awaited Xunyi's awakening, but instead encountered Xunyi's supervisor, Duo, who brought forth their research findings. "General Bai Ci, I am deeply sorry for Xunyi's predicament. I understand you may not wish to hear anything else, so I shall be direct. I may have a way to awaken Xunyi." Finally, Bai Ci allowed a fraction of his attention to drift from Xunyi. Duo explained, "This is the direction of our ongoing research. Xunyi was on this business trip for this very purpose. If all had gone well, upon his return, he would have become a distinguished researcher, worthy of being included in textbooks." Bai Ci, with his captivating eyes, fixed his gaze upon Duo, yet remained silent. He had nothing to say. Xunyi was gone. The mission had failed. Duo's words fell hollow. The only flicker of hope was Duo's mention of potentially awakening Xunyi. However, since the establishment of the Interstellar Federation, the fragmentation of souls had remained an unresolved enigma. Despite centuries of research, no one had successfully revived a shattered soul. Bai Ci had witnessed countless battles and encountered many such individuals. He fully understood Xunyi's plight. Duo continued, "You may find it hard to believe, but we have devised a method to collect soul fragments. Initially, we intended to use machines for this collection, but due to Xunyi's accident, that process must be temporarily halted." Understanding Bai Ci's urgency, Duo pressed on. "Although the machines are inoperative, our main program remains functional. The method for collecting souls has merely shifted. Instead of relying on machines, we must now depend on human involvement. Duo's explanation was clear enough, and as a member of the military, Bai Ci had heard of this research, though he was unaware of its current progress. Finally, he spoke, his voice hoarse, elaborate. Duo responded, though our research has not been formally implemented. After countless experiments, we have ensured that this endeavor poses no risk and yields significant results. According to his words, with machines out of commission, a human must enter the small worlds to collect the fragments. However, as the fractured soul is intrinsically linked to its original body, the individual chosen for this task must be someone intimately connected to Xunyi, thus maximizing the probability of success. This was precisely why Duo had sought Bai Ci, rather than someone from the research institute. After a soul fractures, its fragments scatter across various small worlds. If we can retrieve these fragments, we may awaken the one who sleeps. Of course, the souls within these small worlds must remain intact. Otherwise, the original body will face corresponding consequences. However, you need not worry. Traversing these small worlds is far safer than dealing with the shattered soul directly. As long as the consciousness does not become trapped within a small world, it will not adversely affect the original body. General Bai Ci, I am aware of your bond with Xunyi, yet my presence here is not merely to offer comfort. I come as Xunyi's superior. He is an indispensable member of our research team, and his presence significantly impacts our work. I implore you, please, undertake this mission to save Xunyi. Only you can ensure his safe return. Duo's earnestness was palpable. He genuinely hoped for Xunyi's recovery. Bai Ci's gaze fell upon the documents in Duo's hands. Is this regarding the traversal of small worlds? Yes, Duo affirmed. Bai Ci rose, approached Duo, and took the documents without even glancing at them. You may begin your preparations. We will commence the traversal in 1 hour. I shall bring Xunyi home. Chapter 1. The eccentric young master and his boundless butler. As Bai Ci opened his eyes, a sudden ache in his head rendered him momentarily disoriented. He took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. System, are you there? Present. System 0001 at your service. Without further ado, Bai Ci commanded, provide me with details about this world, and inform me of Xunyi's whereabouts along with his specific condition. The system responded swiftly, transmitting the world's information accurately to Bai Ci's mind within mere seconds, accompanied by a thoughtful reminder. Mission objective: Xunyi, whose true identity is the legal partner of the host in the real world. Due to the turmoil caused by the insect race, an unexpected incident has led to the fragmentation of his soul. With our current capabilities, we can only assess his situation in this world. Here, Xunyi's physical constitution is rated A, while his psychological resilience is rated D. To summarize, an absent father, a neurotic mother, and a boundless family fortune have rendered him quite peculiar. Bai Ci. System. The mission target is currently in the hospital. Please expedite the rescue of your beloved. It is crucial to note that should the target perish, the soul fragments of this world will completely dissipate, inflicting harm upon the real world's Xunyi as well. The exact nature of the issues will only become clear once he awakens. A gentle reminder: if the soul fragments shatter excessively, the real world's Xunyi will also suffer a more profound disintegration. Please exercise caution. Having perused the documents previously, Bai Ci understood that stabilizing Xunyi's soul would constitute a successful collection. He exhaled slowly. Is there anything else I should be aware of? System. None for the time being. You may proceed as you typically would. Should your actions pose excessive danger, the system will issue a warning in advance. With the system's reassurance, Bai Ci felt a sense of relief. His sole focus was to meet Xunyi. Everything else was of secondary importance for now. Following the system's guidance, Bai Ci made his way to the hospital. Upon arrival, he barely had time to inquire about Xunyi's location when he spotted him sitting alone beside a flower bed downstairs. The esteemed General Bai Ci, who had faced the insect race with unwavering composure even when pierced in the shoulder by their sharp horns, found his eyes reddening at the sight of Xunyi. He understood that the figure before him was merely a fragment of Xunyi's soul. Nonetheless, it was indeed Xunyi, his beloved, who lay outside, potentially never to awaken again. Host, if you find it difficult to control your emotions, we can return later, the system suggested. Bai Ci inhaled deeply, no need. He composed himself and approached Xunyi, crouching before him. In a voice soft as a whisper, he inquired, "What happened to you?" A bandage stained with crimson adorned the right side of Xunyi's forehead, and his left arm was encased in a cast. Upon seeing Bai Ci, he leaned back slightly, propping himself up with his uninjured hand against the edge of the flower bed. "What does it have to do with you?" Bai Ci had never encountered such a version of Xunyi, nor had he ever heard him speak in such a manner. He paused for a moment, scanning Xunyi's body for any additional injuries. Xunyi interjected with a mocking tone, "Come now, you're laying on a bit thick, aren't you? Do not forget your position, an overseer dispatched by my mother to keep an eye on me. Isn't that somewhat overstepping the bounds?" "Indeed, I have overstepped," Bai Ci replied, extending his hand to assist Xunyi, only to have it swatted aside. "If you're aware of your transgressions, then keep your distance." Xunyi rose unaided, narrowing his eyes at Bai Ci. "Remember, today marks my 18th birthday. I have come of age." Bai Ci was genuinely at a loss regarding the significance of this coming of age. The system merely conveyed the overarching narrative to him, leaving the intricate details to be unraveled as he experienced them firsthand. What is the significance of his 18th birthday? System, before his father vanished. He left a declaration stating that once the target turns 18, they can inherit the entirety of the family fortune. This implies that from this day forth, your wife will possess absolute autonomy, free from her mother's control. Bai Ci was indifferent to the matter of control. His sole concern was that Xunyi would no longer endure hardship while he was present. What happened to his father? System. In this world, his disappearance is a predetermined aspect. 0001 has no knowledge of his whereabouts. Bai Ci, initially believing the system to be an omniscient entity, was taken aback by its limitations. Receiving the system's response, Bai Ci dismissed Xunyi's disdainful glare and approached him, feigning ignorance. "What of your coming of age? I can terminate your employment." Xunyi did not rebuff Bai Ci's proximity this time. Rather, he leaned in closer, yet his words were starkly contrary to his actions. "You are my mother's agent, having surveilled me for years. Do you truly believe I would retain you?" Bai Ci merely responded with a casual, "Oh," questioning, "Why not?" Xunyi locked eyes with him, and Bai Ci did not flinch. He was intimately familiar with every facet of Xunyi, and even though the warmth in those eyes was absent now, he found himself inexplicably drawn to them. He began to ponder if perhaps he harbored some peculiar proclivities in this realm. "Before you came of age, your mother compensated me to monitor you. Now that you are of age, you could pay me, and I would heed your commands. What do you think of that?" "That sounds rather plausible," Xunyi replied, widening the gap between them. "But why would you think I possess the means to employ someone who served my mother? It is not difficult to find an honest, compliant individual with a clean background, provided the compensation is sufficient. Do you consider yourself such a person?" With that, he turned and departed. Although he refrained from elaborating further, Bai Ci grasped the implication. At that moment, he had effectively been dismissed. Bai Ci could not help but chuckle. Was he truly so easily dissuaded? The once aloof flower of yesteryears had proven to be a formidable pursuit, and he had remained steadfast in his efforts for nearly 6 years. In comparison, these few insipid exchanges held little weight. He quickened his pace to catch up with Xunyi. "If you need anything, I can help. So, could you perhaps reconsider? After all, I have taken care of you for so many years. If it were someone else, you would have to start over with them. Furthermore, having money does not mean one should spend it recklessly. How about this? You hire me, and I shall offer you a discount." Before Bai Ci could finish his sentence, Xunyi suddenly turned around and swung his fist towards him. This was unexpected for Bai Ci. In the past, Xunyi would never resort to violence. No matter how angry he got, he would merely maintain a stoic silence, never uttering harsh words. Instinctively, Bai Ci grasped the wrist of Xunyi's swinging hand, but in that fleeting moment, he remembered that the one attacking him was indeed his Xunyi. The grip he had unconsciously softened slightly. "You can give me a discount, but not break my bones. Suddenly resorting to violence is rather unseemly, isn't it?" Xunyi cast a fleeting glance at Bai Ci. Bai Ci released Xunyi, and upon being freed, Xunyi tacitly accepted Bai Ci's continued presence. Bai Ci had driven over, and he managed to open the car door for Xunyi before he could hail a taxi. Surprisingly, Xunyi did not refuse. However, once inside the car, he fell into a complete silence. Chapter 2. The perverse young master and his unyielding steward. The journey had been smooth, yet unexpectedly, they encountered a traffic jam on their return. An accident must have occurred ahead. Otherwise, this road would not be so congested at this hour, with the vehicles ahead immobile. It was too late to take an alternative route. Bai Ci seized the opportunity to glance at Xunyi. He used to pick Xunyi up from work frequently, and in the interstellar realm, they never faced such time-wasting traffic. In this situation, he found it oddly meaningful to have Xunyi beside him, even amidst this delay. "Could you explain why you were fighting?" Bai Ci inquired. Xunyi gazed out of the window, his head not turning. "Who told you my injuries were from fight?" Bai Ci paused at the question. Who indeed? He recalled that during their journey, when he had inquired about Xunyi's condition, the system had informed him of it. However, Bai Ci had no intention of revealing the system's involvement. "It's evident to anyone with eyes that your injuries are from a fight. Is it necessary for someone else to say it? Could it not have been an accident?" Xunyi chuckled lightly. In his childhood, after his father inexplicably vanished, he often faced ridicule from his peers, who claimed that his father left due to his mother's alleged insanity. At that tender age, he lacked the understanding to forgive such unfounded malice. In a fit of rage, he picked up a stone and charged at his tormentors, disregarding their numbers. That confrontation ended in his utter defeat. The opponents were older and outnumbered him, and armed merely with a stone. He could do little but swing it weakly while they retaliated with punches and kicks. Upon returning home, battered and bruised, he had intended to seek solace from his mother, hoping to share the events of the day. However, as soon as he entered, before he could utter a word, his mother rushed towards him, gripping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. "Who told you to fight? Why were you fighting? Your father's disappearance is a consequence of your lack of understanding. If you were to be more obedient and sensible, he would not have chosen to abandon his home. Xunyi is already burdened with pain, and being shaken only intensifies his suffering. Yet, the pain he articulates seems to fall on deaf ears. I do not concern myself with whether you engage in a brawl, but upon your return, you must not claim that your injuries were the result of fighting." Subsequently, Xunyi witnessed his mother forcibly guiding him towards the staircase, warning him that if he were to get hurt, he must assert that he accidentally tumbled down the stairs. "Do you understand? Otherwise, I will personally push you down from there." As Xunyi observed the increasingly deranged expression on his mother's face and glanced at the long staircase, tears continued to stream down his cheeks. The pain he initially intended to voice ultimately morphed into a reluctant affirmation of "I'm fine." Bai Ci had gleaned sufficient insight into Xunyi's family circumstances from the system. Xunyi's plight is inextricably linked to his mother, who torments him whenever her illness flares up. "Bai Ci, you fell? Fine, if you say you fell, then you fell." Xunyi allowed a soft scoff. Bai Ci paid no heed to the implications of that laughter. With the traffic still stagnant, he took the opportunity to shift his position, resting an arm on the steering wheel. "I want to tell you that if you indeed fell, I can help you with your injuries upon your return. But if you were fighting, remember to call for me next time, as I am more capable in a fight than you. With your level, I should easily handle 5 of you." In truth, his assertion was modest. Not even a group of Xunyi and his peers had ever managed to subdue him. Upon hearing Bai Ci's words, Xunyi finally shifted his gaze. "You?" Bai Ci nodded, affirming, "Yes, me." He spoke with sincerity. To him, Xunyi was not merely a task, but something beyond that. The system had indicated that every fractured soul possesses its own personality, a trait that may be deeply embedded within Xunyi's subconscious, perhaps even unbeknownst to him. Bai Ci remained silent for a moment before Xunyi suddenly smiled. "Do you wish to keep an eye on me because you have a fondness for my mother, that lunatic?" Bai Ci's previously composed demeanor faltered. "What?" Xunyi reclined comfortably, questioning, "Isn't your elaborate effort to win me over-rooted in something more than just duty?" Bai Ci found amusement in Xunyi's words, replying, "Could it not be for you?" Xunyi retorted, "If you claim it's for my money, I might entertain the thought." Bai Ci was momentarily a loss for words. He found himself reflecting on whether Xunyi had ever been this infuriating during their initial encounters. "So, why did you engage in a fight?" Eager to avoid any further absurdities, Bai Ci redirected the conversation back to the question Xunyi had evaded. Indeed, Xunyi regarded him for a moment before turning away. The traffic was slow but not entirely immobilized. After a brief pause, Xunyi finally spoke, because I like them. Bai Ci turned to face him, understanding that Xunyi was finally addressing his earlier inquiry. Some individuals cannot restrain their tongues, so I shall assist in managing theirs. Have you ever experienced the sensation of delivering a punch that lands squarely? Especially when aimed at someone's head. A single blow can cause blood to trickle from their lips. A visual feast that is utterly satisfying to behold. Perhaps next time, you might consider delivering a kick to their ribs. Bai Ci naturally interjected, what? Expecting to see a look of disgust on his face, Xunyi was instead met with an unexpected remark, allowing a flicker of youthful bewilderment to cross his features. Bai Ci, catching a glimpse of a momentary stiffness in the figure beside him, decided to feign ignorance and continued, if you wish to immobilize your opponent, simply break their ribs. Alternatively, with a bit of finesse, you could dislocate their arm. After speaking, he thoughtfully inquired, can you do that? If not, I can teach you. His statement was devoid of ulterior motives. He genuinely wished to impart knowledge to Xunyi. However, to Xunyi, the meaning was distorted. Their prior relationship was hardly unfavorable. It was certainly not amicable. They seldom exchanged words, and now, the sudden proposition of teaching him to fight left Xunyi, questioning whether Bai Ci had some new strategy in mind against him. Their conversation in the car had quietly unraveled, leaving no trace of its demise. Xunyi remained silent, and Bai Ci understood that, given Xunyi's personal experiences, acceptance would not come swiftly. Fortunately, he could remain by his own accord. Chapter 3. The perverse young master and his unbounded steward. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Ci followed Xunyi to his room, intending to see if there was any assistance he could offer, perhaps in changing clothes or applying medicine. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, Xunyi pushed him, causing him to stumble and sit at the edge of the bed. Bai Ci hesitated, asking, what does this mean? Xunyi closed the door, wearing an expression that left Bai Ci perplexed. What do you mean? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He approached Bai Ci, looking down at him. The transformation today was so significant that it was hard to believe there was no ulterior motive. Yet, he was genuinely curious. If he truly had intentions, why not conceal them properly? Was it because he knew it was my birthday and that I would return to expel everyone? Are you anxious? Will you? He challenged. Take a guess. Do you think I will? Bai Ci tilted his head back slightly. I suspect you will. With that, he swiftly reached out to Xunyi, avoiding his injured left arm, and pulled the young man closer. I have no fondness for your mother, nor can I recall her appearance distinctly. You assert that I have motives, which is not entirely inaccurate. Bai Ci did not intend to hide his feelings from Xunyi. Xunyi was perceptive enough to discern the truth. The soul before him was astute, even if he wished to evade the topic. It was unlikely he could do so for long. He had never been able to conceal his affections from Xunyi. I know you genuinely wish to rid the villa of those inhabitants, as they are all brought in by your mother. However, there is no need for you to take action. Just say the word, and I shall handle it for you. A recently turned 18 youth stood with his butler, who held him around the waist, the expression on his face remaining utterly unchanged. Bai Ci had come to genuinely believe that the soul, known for its capricious nature as described by the system, was indeed the very person before him. Injured as he was, he must have sustained numerous wounds. Therefore, he suggested, why not take a quick shower and change into some fresh clothes? I shall handle the guests by the time you finish. I will be ready to tend to your injuries. Xunyi had initially intended to clear the villa of its occupants entirely, but unexpectedly, Bai Ci had come to life in front of him, making it difficult to part ways with them now. He raised his uninjured hand to caress Bai Ci's face, saying, that would trouble our esteemed butler. With that, he freed himself from the grasp around his waist, nonchalantly selecting a piece of loungewear from the wardrobe before entering the bathroom without looking back. Bai Ci watched him enter and followed to the bathroom door, knocking lightly. Don't lock the door, and be careful not to slip. If your hands are cumbersome, just call for me. There was no response from Xunyi within the bathroom. Bai Ci knocked again. Do you hear me? If you remain silent, I shall come in and assist you with your wash. After a moment of silence, the youth's clear voice emerged from the bathroom. Get lost. Bai Ci chuckled. Indeed, still quite the rascal. System. Do you believe Xunyi's mother would blame me if I sent her to a mental institution? Although she had not committed any heinous acts, she remained Xunyi's only family in this world. His indifference did not imply that Xunyi would feel the same. Perhaps there is no need for you to intervene. Host. Bai Ci inquired, what do you mean? The system replied, your wife has been researching mental institutions for several years now, identifying those locations that are sufficiently remote and easy to acquire. According to 0001's conjecture, within 2 days, you shall witness the outcome you just contemplated. Bai Ci pondered deeply. He was fully dedicated to adapting to this world, yet his mind continued to drift back to his previous thought patterns regarding Xunyi. It appeared he had been overthinking. Even as merely a fragment of soul, his wife proved to be quite formidable. Abandoning those thoughts, he descended the stairs and unexpectedly encountered Aunt Ding, the cook, who typically showed care towards Xunyi. Aunt Ding, he called. She turned upon hearing his voice. Mr. Bai, you have returned. Bai Ci nodded. Xunyi has sustained some injuries, hence my early return. Aunt Ding was somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding Xunyi's household. She had a child of a similar age. Although she was employed by Madame Su to care for Xunyi, she could not help but feel sympathy for him, noticing he was often neglected. Thus, she had refrained from reporting to Madame Su and had taken extra care with Xunyi. In such a vast estate, besides Uncle Jiang, who managed the garden, she was the only one genuinely concerned for Xunyi. Mr. Sun is injured? Aunt Ding asked with a hint of urgency, stepping forward with the groceries in hand. Is it serious? Has he been to the hospital? Bai Ci replied, yes, he has. Aunt Ding sighed in relief. That is good to hear. I shall prepare him something to eat. How severe are his injuries? Is there anything he should avoid? Bai Ci revealed a smile that was neither too distant nor too close. There's no need to rush to cook. Please summon the others in the villa. I have something to discuss. I apologize for the inconvenience. The villa belonged to Xunyi, yet everyone here understood that the true authority lay with Bai Ci, a situation stemming from that increasingly deranged woman in the legends. Xunyi's lack of opposition, or perhaps his indifference towards these individuals, had elevated Bai Ci's status even above that of Xunyi himself. Aunt Ding replied, all right, I will set the dishes down and gather everyone. In no time, a throng of people congregated in the hall. Bai Ci sat upright on the sofa, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word of anger. Let's get straight to the point. Apart from Aunt Ding and Uncle Jiang, the rest of you need not return. With this single statement, the crowd was rendered speechless. Although everyone except Aunt Ding and Uncle Jiang had little affection for Xunyi, the generous pay and easy work, devoid of scrutiny, along with the occasional opportunity to take a share from the villa, made it hard for anyone to accept the abrupt termination of their employment. Why are we being dismissed so suddenly? Someone in the crowd dared to inquire. Bai Ci responded, I advise you not to seek justification from me. To speak of the private benefits you may have received from Madame Sun is one matter, but should we investigate the items you have taken from the villa, it would be sufficient grounds for legal repercussions. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, with several individuals too intimidated to even glance at Bai Ci, fearing that making eye contact might implicate them. I understand that some of you who have refrained from taking anything may feel aggrieved. However, this house ultimately belongs to Xunyi. He continued, his gaze settling on a girl at the forefront. Those disturbed by Xunyi's unsettling smile surely would not wish to remain, would they? The girl trembled. Bai Ci's eyes shifted to a man beside Uncle Jiang. Xunyi is disinclined to converse with you. Such impolite youngsters deserve their solitude. Surely, those who utter such words would prefer to leave this place as well. His laughter sent the two individuals at the front retreating in fear. I shall refrain from further comments. Hearing unpleasant words can be quite distressing, Bai Ci stated, adjusting his posture. The wealth of the Sun family is all Xunyi's, including the wages previously disbursed to you. Those who have taken his money while secretly criticizing him have long deserved to depart. Would you agree? He added, furthermore, once you leave here, be mindful of what can and cannot be said. You should understand the principle that words can bring misfortune. I trust that does not require further elaboration. No one dared to utter a word. Bai Ci had previously resembled a cold, unfeeling automaton. Now, however, he seemed to have come alive. Yet his intimidating presence had only intensified. Chapter 4. The perverse young master and his boundless steward, a group of inconsequential individuals, was easily dealt with. Fearing potential repercussions from the Sun family for their previous actions, they hastily fled when Bai Ci gestured for them to leave. Aunt Ding and Uncle Jiang were initially taken aback, but soon returned to their respective tasks. Bai Ci hurriedly ushered people away, his thoughts preoccupied with the individual in the bathroom. Had it not been for his unfamiliarity with Xunyi, he would never have allowed the injured Xunyi to bathe alone. Upon reaching the upper floor, just as he turned the corner of the staircase, he spotted someone leaning against the wall. Bai Ci paused momentarily, then inquired, "Why haven't you gone to shower? Is there something inconvenient?" His prolonged acquaintance with Xunyi rendered this question devoid of intimacy, at least in the context of their current relationship. Had this scene occurred in the past, he would have merely asked, "What are you doing here?" Xunyi sensed the shift in Bai Ci's demeanor, but refrained from probing further. With a slight smile, he moved his arm, which was encased in a cast. The sleeve was too tight for him to remove. Thus, he had not bathed, instead choosing to remain there and observe how Bai Ci managed the group below. Bai Ci's gaze fell upon the cuff of Xunyi's sleeve. The garment was relatively loose. Had it been someone less accustomed to self-sufficiency, they might have struggled to remove it. But Xunyi was different. His attempt at deception was rather transparent, and he appeared unbothered by the prospect of being discovered. Bai Ci, understanding the unspoken, offered, "I'll help you. The scissors are downstairs." Xunyi tilted his chin towards the floor below, his mood seemingly bright. A few days prior, Bai Ci had mentioned he had matters to attend to. But upon his return, Xunyi felt that Bai Ci's demeanor had transformed not only in character, but also in emotional intelligence. In the past, had Xunyi claimed he couldn't remove the sleeve, Bai Ci likely would have retorted, "Of course you can." It was intriguing. As Bai Ci descended the stairs, Xunyi's gaze followed him, and upon retrieving the scissors, Bai Ci waved them playfully. "Shall we go to the bedroom?" Thus, Bai Ci decided to stay. His room had always been downstairs, and he wondered what Xunyi was thinking, having let him switch rooms after bathing, now residing next to Xunyi. When Bai Ci was moving his belongings, Xunyi stood at the doorway of his own room, watching. Bai Ci, unceremoniously, suggested, "Care to lend a hand?" Xunyi, leaning against the door, smiled softly, but remained silent. Bai Ci made the remark casually. Even without Xunyi's injury, he had never required his assistance with such strenuous tasks. Having resided in this place for several years, Bai Ci possessed few belongings, rendering outside help unnecessary. While organizing his room, Xunyi returned. He stood at the entrance, appearing merely to glance around, yet Bai Ci recognized that Xunyi had something to say. "What is the matter?" Xunyi replied, "Nothing. Just wanted to ask one last time. Are you sure you're not leaving?" At first glance, it sounded like an inquiry, but upon reflection, it bore the weight of a warning. Bai Ci, still holding a stack of clothes, carelessly tossed them onto the bed and approached Xunyi, lowering his gaze to meet his. The 18-year-old Xunyi appeared remarkably youthful. The smile Xunyi was so adept at wielding faltered momentarily. After teasing him, Bai Ci's tone grew resolute. "Perhaps you didn't believe me before, so I shall reiterate. My purpose is you. Thus, leaving is simply out of the question." Their eyes locked, and in the end, it was Bai Ci's earnestness that prevailed. Xunyi's lips curled once more as he raised his hand to touch Bai Ci's collar, stating, "I have given you a chance, yet you chose to remain. If you do not leave now, your desire to depart in the future may no longer be in your hands." Bai Ci grasped Xunyi's wrist, which was gradually drifting away. Xunyi raised an eyebrow. Bai Ci intended to suggest, "Let me have the chance to bathe you tonight." However, upon recalling that Xunyi had just turned 18, he hesitated, feeling rather beastly for even contemplating it. "Today is your birthday. May I take you out for a meal?" Xunyi replied with a smile. "But it is not my birthday, an existence unanticipated by anyone." He pondered, what joy could there be in celebrating his birthday? That was in the past. Bai Ci ruffled Xunyi's freshly dried hair in a manner reminiscent of soothing a child, leaving it tousled and soft. Afterward, he felt compelled to comment. Sun, he did not shy away. Have you ever heard a certain saying? Bai Ci inquired. Do tell, Sun, he prompted. Some say that before a soul reincarnates, it glimpses its future, aware of all the tribulations and sorrows it will face, yet still chooses this world. This suggests that there must be something or someone here deemed worthy. Xunyi's expression remained unchanged as he fell silent for a moment. Are you implying that you are that worthy person? Not all, Bai Ci denied. I merely wish to convey that while I may not be a pivotal factor in your choice of this narrative, you are certainly pivotal to me. Thus, your birthday holds significance. In this world, there will always be those who rejoice at your arrival. Xunyi lapsed into silence once more before suddenly lowering his head and laughing joyfully. Soon after, he raised his gaze and remarked, You should use that line to charm young girls. It would surely yield better results than with me. He patted Bai Ci on the shoulder, then grasped the collar where he had just touched, pulling him closer with a laugh. Having grown up alone, I have encountered many who flattered, pleased, struck, scolded, and betrayed me. How much do you think I have endured? Some people, one moment, cannot live without me, and the next, they wish for my demise. I have seen many such individuals. Your approach is rather juvenile. Bai Ci met Xunyi's eyes as he asked, devoid of emotion. Do you wish to guess what became of the last person who said something similar to me? Before Bai Ci could respond, Xunyi continued the day before. He claimed I was his best friend in this world. The following day, he transferred stolen design drafts from other classmates onto my computer. He recounted tales of past betrayals. There are many more stories. Would you like to hear them? Bai Ci's expression darkened. Xunyi, seemingly unperturbed, leaned closer to Bai Ci's ear and softly murmured, Bai de Guanjia, the human heart is exceedingly difficult to fathom. If you wish to remain and play with me, I will accompany you, as long as you do not come to regret it. After speaking, Xunyi turned and walked away, leaving Bai Ci standing alone. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, affirming, The host feels heartache. Bai Ci did not respond, but instead asked, Do all shattered fragments of the soul endure such suffering? The system remarked, generally speaking, this is the case, for fragments often remain incomplete, which is the primary reason why no one awakens. The already tragic fragments disintegrate even further in the small world. At this moment, Bai Ci felt as if his heart were a toppled spice rack, a cacophony of mixed emotions overwhelming him. Fear, relief, and profound heartache intertwined. He was not an emotional person. However, when it came to Xunyi, he found it impossible to maintain complete composure, especially after having recently experienced loss. It was still too early to speak of regaining what was lost. He glanced back at the disordered room, his desire to tidy up dissipating. Taking a few steps, he arrived at Xunyi's door, raising his hand to knock, yet uncertain of what to say. Are you not going to knock? The system inquired. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Bai Ci replied, No, I won't. His current emotional state was amiss. Knocking might disturb Xunyi's mood. He decided to take a turn, soothe himself, and return to comfort Xunyi later. Chapter 5. The perverse young master and his boundless butler abandoning the still, untidy room. Bai Ci descended the stairs, where Aunt Ding was in the kitchen, preparing to wash vegetables and cook. Upon seeing Bai Ci, she greeted him warmly, Mr. Bai. He nodded in acknowledgement, responding, I'll prepare lunch. You may head back now. Mr. Bai is going to cook? He can cook? This thought crossed Aunt Ding's mind, causing her to momentarily forget to respond until she noticed Bai Ci rolling up his sleeves, realizing he was indeed serious about cooking. Is Mr. Bai capable of that? In this villa, she had always been the one to cook, and for a moment, she found it hard to trust Bai Ci. As he stepped into the kitchen, Bai Ci reassured her, I can manage. I used to cook quite often. You need not worry. Since Mr. Bai had said so, Aunt Ding did not ask further, confirming that she would not need to assist before tidying up briefly and handing the kitchen over to Bai Ci. Aunt Ding had brought back quite a number of ingredients today. In addition to some simple greens, she had also purchased a prepared fish. Bai Ci instinctively picked up the bag containing the fish and tossed it into the garbage. In his memory, Xunyi did not like fish. In fact, he abhorred all marine creatures, including kelp. Once the fish was in the trash, Bai Ci paused momentarily while reaching for the vegetables. System, has Xunyi's taste changed here? No, the system replied. Even if the soul fragments are shattered, they are still part of the target. However, there remains a possibility that the target was merely controlling himself, rather than genuinely disliking something. Bai Ci understood. Xunyi disliked fish, thus the soul did too. Yet, Xunyi abstained from alcohol due to work reasons, indicating that the soul he encountered might very well enjoy drinking. Bai Ci pondered, did he eat fish in this world before? He found the question trivial, yet felt compelled to ask. Aunt Ding was elderly. If Xunyi did not consume fish, she would not have purchased it knowingly. The system responded. The task target dislikes fish. His mother disagreed. Knowing he disliked fish, she once prepared it for half a month, insisting that one must eat what they dislike more often to grow accustomed to it. Bai Ci had grown weary of listening. He began to grasp why Aunt Ding was oblivious to the fact that Xunyi no longer consumed fish, perhaps from the very beginning. Xunyi had never divulged his preferences to anyone. After nurturing such an aloof individual for 19 years, coaxing him to occasionally display tenderness before him, it was rather disheartening that Xunyi wouldn't even communicate what he liked or disliked. A sense of frustration welled within Bai Ci as he resolutely prepared a lavish feast exclusively composed of Xunyi's favorite dishes using the ingredients from the refrigerator. Once he completed the meal, his emotions had settled somewhat. Ascending the stairs, he found himself once again standing before Xunyi's door, where he knocked. The first knock elicited no response. After waiting half a minute, he knocked again, yet still no sound emerged from within. Anxiety gripped Bai Ci immediately. Given Xunyi's injuries, was he perhaps unable to move and had accidentally fallen? Or had he sustained further injuries that went unnoticed, lying unconscious in his room? He grasped the doorknob, disregarding any notions of politeness, but before he could press down, the door swung open from the inside. Xunyi stood there without a shirt, revealing bruises scattered across his body, with remnants of unabsorbed white ointment still visible. Bai Ci furrowed his brow slightly. Xunyi, however, wore a smile that was as bright as ever, teasingly remarking that since he was still alive, Bai Ci had no reason to worry. Bai Ci felt momentarily speechless, reluctant to utter harsh words. His discomfort simmered within him without an outlet. After staring at Xunyi for a couple of seconds, he stepped forward and grasped his wrist. "What are you doing?" Xunyi inquired. Bai Ci gently pulled him inside, saying, "Aren't you supposed to apply medicine? I'll help you since one of your arms is incapacitated." It was evident that Xunyi was striving diligently to protect himself in a world that had not been kind to him, as evidenced by the 6 well-defined abdominal muscles he had developed. Once inside the room, Xunyi sat at the edge of the bed, following Bai Ci's lead, while simultaneously issuing commands. The tissues are on the wash basin in the bathroom, and the ointment is there too. There are clean towels nearby. Just take any one of them. Oh, and since you're here, you might as well fetch me a shirt from the wardrobe. Anyone will do. Actually, forget the towel. There are wet wipes in the cabinet beneath the wash basin. Just bring me a pack of those. Xunyi continued to direct him, and Bai Ci dutifully complied, maintaining a composed demeanor without displaying any signs of impatience. Xunyi, much like his true self in this world, had fair skin that bruised easily. Bai Ci glanced at him briefly before reluctantly retrieving the tube of ointment from the side. It was a soothing balm, advertised to invigorate the senses and alleviate itching. Feeling a pang of disbelief, Bai Ci remarked, "Is this what you're using?" Xunyi raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and replied, "Yes." Bai Ci gritted his teeth, questioning, "Does this actually work?" "It's cooling and alleviates pain," Xunyi answered. Bai Ci then pulled out his phone and promptly ordered a bottle of medicine specifically for treating bruises and sprains, diverting his gaze away from Xunyi. "Is there anywhere else that hurts? Do you need any other medicine?" Xunyi replied, "I think that should be all." The pharmacy was quite distant from the villa, and outsiders were not permitted entry. After placing the order and adding a tip, Bai Ci found himself growing increasingly impatient as no one had yet responded. He could hardly bear the sight of Xunyi's injuries before him. The order was canceled. After washing the towels, I removed the useless baby cream from Xunyi's body, carefully avoiding his arms as I dressed him, patiently advising him to wait quietly while I fetched some medicine. "If you need anything, don't move around. I shall return shortly." Xunyi smiled as he observed Bai Ci, busy preparations. Just before leaving, Bai Ci could not resist lightly flicking Xunyi's forehead, a warning to remember. He departed swiftly, anxious that Xunyi, being a bit disobedient, might create further trouble, and thus returned quickly. Upon opening the door, he found Xunyi standing on the highest step of the staircase, looking down at him. "What are you doing up there?" Bai Ci inquired. "My wound has reopened." Xunyi indicated towards his forehead. Bai Ci removed his shoes and entered, tossing the plastic bag he carried onto the coffee table. "Stay there. I will go up and tend to it." "There are no medicines at home," Xunyi replied. Bai Ci paused, realizing that upon Xunyi's injury, he had immediately checked the medicine cabinet. Inside was a tube of expired Yunnan Baiyao spray, which he had discarded, yet hydrogen peroxide, iodine, and gauze were all present. How could Xunyi claim there was nothing? Bai Ci, with reasonably good eyesight, could clearly see from below that the gauze on Xunyi's forehead was significantly redder than before he had left. "The hydrogen peroxide and iodine were flushed down the toilet by your wife, and the gauze was cut by him. The remnants are in the trash." The system abruptly interjected. "As for the wound, it indeed has reopened, and your wife did it herself without batting an eye." Chapter 6. The Perverse Young Master and His Unbounded Steward. The system vanished after delivering its message. Even without the system's input, Bai Ci could deduce what had transpired. Xunyi stood there, showing no desire to conceal anything, as the disposed remnants lay brazenly beside the sofa, making it difficult to pretend they were unseen. The drive out and back would take at least 20 minutes. It was the height of summer, and the sun was blazing overhead. Outside, the heat was unbearable, while the air conditioning in the villa chilled to the bone. Xunyi remained silent, shifting his position midway, as if to signal his indifference, evidently waiting for Bai Ci to speak first. Bai Ci sighed inwardly, conceding defeat, and turned toward the door. Upon reaching it, he donned his shoes and looked up, thinking that next time, if he wished to trouble someone, it need not be so complicated. Simply state that repeated tearing of the wound is inadvisable. Xunyi must have had his reasons for acting thus. He merely sought confirmation of something from Bai Ci. This was understandable. Without Xunyi uttering a word, Bai Ci had already crafted an excuse for him. "Are you worried about me?" Xunyi leaned against the staircase railing. Bai Ci opened the door, leaving a parting remark. "Scars will be unsightly." Xunyi's smile faltered as he watched Bai Ci depart. After another trip, upon his return, he found Xunyi had moved from the staircase to the sofa, where he was consuming the fruit Bai Ci had washed earlier. "Have you washed your hands?" Bai Ci inquired. Xunyi did not expect that the first words Bai Ci would utter upon his return would be such a question. His hand, which held a cherry, paused momentarily as his eyes turned towards Bai Ci, his face clearly reflecting his perplexity. "Are you unwell?" Bai Ci feigned ignorance, mixing hydrogen peroxide with iodine, seemingly untroubled by any residual effects. Xunyi retorted, "I've washed it. It won't kill me," as he tossed a cherry into his mouth. Initially, he had intended to wait for Bai Ci to return before engaging in further antics, but this sudden development dampened his enthusiasm. After Bai Ci dressed Xunyi's wounds, the meal he had prepared earlier had cooled considerably, and reheating it dulled its original flavor. Bai Ci settled onto the coffee table, proposing to Xunyi, who was seated on the sofa, whether they should dine out. "I already said it's not my birthday," Xunyi replied. Bai Ci nodded in acknowledgement, suggesting, "Shall we go?" Their conversation took on the form of a playful exchange, each speaking their own mind. Xunyi questioned, "Can you not comprehend human speech?" Bai Ci advised, "After an injury, one should eat light. How about Linjiang Pavilion?" Xunyi responded with a puzzled expression. Bai Ci continued, "We could also go to Baishui Wharf." "It's your choice." Amused yet exasperated, Xunyi retorted, "When did I say I wanted to go anywhere?" Bai Ci, reclining on the coffee table with one long leg extended, remarked, "If you're not hungry now, we can go later. It's scorching outside." After much internal deliberation, Xunyi finally voiced the three words, "Are you unwell?" Bai Ci shook his head, assuring him, "No, I'm quite healthy." Despite his newfound sense of freedom, Xunyi ultimately succumbed to Bai Ci's coaxing and stepped out as the sun began to set. Just before they departed, Bai Ci lamented the waste of a grand feast he had prepared. Xunyi, reluctant to leave, and now, without a smile, snapped back, You only made 2 dishes. Bai Ci insisted. They're all your favorites. It's a feast. Why should 2 dishes not be deemed a grand meal? Moreover, he could hardly be blamed. Aunt Ding always procured fresh ingredients daily, leaving little in the fridge, aside from some shrimp and fish that Xunyi did not favor. After much contemplation, he had settled on just 2 dishes, planning to visit the supermarket later that evening to procure more of Xunyi's preferred items, thus ensuring he could coax him out without worrying about dinner. The intention was noble, yet he underestimated the potential malice that fragments of the soul could encounter. Upon arriving at Bai Ci wharf, just as the car settled into the underground parking, Bai Ci was caught off guard by Xunyi's sudden, cold laughter from the passenger seat. Following Xunyi's gaze outside, he noticed a group of young men gathered around a red sports car, one of whom sported green hair and was gesturing towards their vehicle. Given Xunyi's expression, Bai Ci had no difficulty grasping the situation. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, contemplating whether to switch venues or disembark. Xunyi, in a low and playful tone, replied, "Change places?" "No." He tapped his finger on his arm, encased in plaster. "Are you not going to take revenge for me? I'm quite curious to see how you break someone's ribs." "Here?" Bai Ci scanned the parking lot. "Is there a problem?" "Of course not," Bai Ci responded, slightly leaning forward. "But you can't expect me to act without some incentive, can you? After being led in circles by you today, I should at least gain something in return." Xunyi inquired, "What do you have in mind?" Bai Ci tentatively suggested, "Shall I help you bathe tonight?" Xunyi paused for a moment, but not for long. "If you are unafraid of not seeing tomorrow's sun, then why not?" Bai Ci, was he afraid? Indeed. That would be preposterous. What being 18? Even if Xunyi were but 8, he was destined to be nothing but his wife. If his wife was injured, was it improper for him to assist her in bathing? A smile broke across his face, and he teased, "So, how many ribs do you wish to have?" His charming peach blossom eyes brimmed with affection. It was Xunyi's first time witnessing him smile so warmly. For reasons unknown, his heart fluttered unexpectedly, and he promptly opened the car door and exited. Outside, a group of young men appeared to be waiting for Xunyi. Upon seeing him, they erupted into laughter. "Oh, even in such condition, he still ventures out. It seems his injuries aren't too severe." "What are you saying?" "Our young master Sun embodies resilience despite adversity. If you dare to break his other arm, I assure you, he will still be seen tomorrow." "Why break an arm? Next time, let us break his legs. Then he surely won't be able to rise. That would turn him into a grotesque creature. Ha ha ha. You've angered our brother Do. Becoming a grotesque is too lenient a fate for him." Amidst their chattering, 2 of the boys were embracing women clad in revealing attire. Their voices echoed in the underground parking lot, which had a karaoke-like ambience. As Bai Ci exited the car, he immediately heard their raucous banter. Initially, he contemplated merely reprimanding them, but upon learning they had intentionally broken Xunyi's arm, he swiftly altered his approach. Seeing Bai Ci step out, the group grew even more animated. "Oh, young Master Sun has brought company. He is quite the handsome fellow. How much did it cost to keep him?" Bai Ci closed the car door and retorted, "I assure you, my price is quite steep. It's not that I look down upon you." But He hesitated, seemingly deliberating how best to describe the individuals before him, glancing back and forth, observing their garish appearances, realizing none could afford him. The group, already at odds with Xunyi, felt their tempers flare upon hearing such disrespectful words directed at them. How absurd. Xunyi can afford him. Can our brother you? This is the first time I've heard of brother you wanting someone he cannot have. The green-haired one leaned over into a red sports car, murmuring something. Before long, the convertible roof was raised, revealing a young man in a white t-shirt seated in the passenger seat. "Brother you." The green-haired man nodded toward Bai Ci, indicating, "It's him." The man called brother you appeared to be on a call. Upon noticing Bai Ci, he shifted his gaze to Xunyi behind him and said into the phone, "Something has come up. I'll hang up." After ending the call, he stepped out of the sports car and addressed Bai Ci. "Who are you?" Compared to the garish individuals surrounding him, brother you is far more pleasing to the eye. With black hair and understated designer attire, he spoke in a tone much quieter than that of the flamboyant crowd. Setting aside his character, he at least possessed a semblance of sophistication. In this world, Bai Ci was not particularly old himself. As a butler, he was merely 22. Yuzhan approached the sports car, facing Bai Ci directly, and scrutinized him from head to toe. Are you his butler? A question posed with an air of certainty. Yet Bai Ci offered no reply. Even if he presented a semblance of humanity, he was resolute in not easily conceding to such trivialities, regarding them as mere squander of time. Yuzhan, deprived of Bai Ci's response, shifted his gaze toward the languid figure of Xunyi, who reclined against the car door, his arm encased in plaster. Yet this did little to diminish the young master's aura. Yuzhan's attention returned to Bai Ci. He remained silent, but the green-haired individual behind him took a few steps forward, his tone dripping with malice. Over 6 years, he has replaced 19 stewards until 3 years ago, when someone finally caught his eye. If I am not mistaken, that person is you. I assent it. It is well known that he favors men. Do you suppose his interest in you stems from anything noble? Moreover, his mother is mentally unstable. It is likely he has inherited her afflictions. Anyone with eyes can see that your willingness to risk your life for money may not be prudent, especially considering what he can offer you. Our Yugu can provide just as well. How about a choice? Find someone else to accompany you. Find someone else? Bai Ci replied, his tone measured. That seems rather implausible. You see, I am rather particular about appearances. I only associate with those I find appealing. Having encountered the less attractive too often, I am prone to nightmares, particularly of unsightly colors reminiscent of cucumber strips mingled with carrots. It would indeed ruin my appetite. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. The green-haired individual, incensed, shoved aside the woman he had been embracing. Try saying that again. I dare you. His companions closed in, determined not to relent. Bai Ci stood there, his demeanor unperturbed, the chilling calmness in his voice laced with irony as he queried, Are you deaf? How dare you seek death? The green-haired man cursed, launching himself forward, his friends following suit. Bai Ci remained unmoved, leisurely contemplating the notion of a collective confrontation, which would save him the trouble of dealing with each one individually. In mere moments, 5 adversaries lay sprawled on the ground. Bai Ci stepped forward, crouching before the green-haired man. Little Cucumber, may I ask you something? Was it you who stepped on Xunyi's arm? Of course. It was your grandfather who stepped on it. What of it? The defiance in Little Cucumber's voice was evident, still cursing as he attempted to rise. What was that? Bai Ci stood, leisurely reiterating his question, and in the next moment delivered a swift kick that sent Little Cucumber sliding nearly 5 meters across the ground, crashing directly into the rear wheel of Yuzhan's sports car. He turned back, casting a glance at the fallen figures around him, before inquiring of Xunyi. Did they all lay hands on you? The scene before Xunyi was beyond his expectations. He had anticipated Bai Ci's prowess, yet he was astonished by the extent of it. Except for him, he glanced toward Yuzhan. Witnessing the bloodshed nearly betrayed Xunyi's excitement, though he maintained a facade of composure. Bai Ci nodded, indicating his understanding. In the ensuing 2 minutes, a cacophony of wails erupted within the parking lot. The 5 individuals who dared to confront Xunyi were left incapacitated, some with severed limbs, others with shattered legs, and not a single one was able to rise. Utterly defeated, once the situation was handled, a heart-wrenching commentary ensued. As for the little green-haired provocateur who reveled in cursing Xunyi, aside from a dislocated arm, Bai Ci estimated at least 2 broken ribs. The entire ordeal, from provocation to resolution, spanned no more than 10 minutes. And even the security personnel outside the parking lot remained oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Bai Ci nonchalantly approached Xunyi after dealing with the assailants, as if nothing had occurred, and asked if he wished to dine. The atmosphere was thick with malevolence, yet Xunyi discreetly licked his lower lip, a hint of delight gracing his features. The two departed the parking lot side by side, and as they passed by Yuzhan, Bai Ci heard Xunyi casually utter, "Let us go." Bai Ci had reserved a table prior to their arrival, and the waiter escorted them to a spot with an excellent view. Given Xunyi's limited mobility, Bai Ci refrained from handing him the menu, instead ordering a plethora of dishes that catered to Xunyi's preferences. As the food arrived, it was a delightful array of flavors that pleased Xunyi's palate. Propping his chin on his hand, Xunyi teased, observing, "You certainly conducted a thorough investigation." To investigate, One must have a source, Bai Ci retorted, choosing to ignore the jest. His silence, coupled with an unwillingness to express his dislikes, rendered the investigation challenging. Were it not for their prolonged cohabitation, even a systematic approach would hardly reveal such intimate knowledge of Xunyi. They are different from us, Xunyi suddenly remarked. Bai Ci, while ladling soup for Xunyi, glanced at him in acknowledgement before resuming his task. Is that so? Are you not curious? Xunyi inquired. Bai Ci placed the small bowl of soup before Xunyi, pondering what he found intriguing, namely, how Xunyi could be at odds with those surrounding Yuzhan, yet maintain a reasonably amicable relationship with him. How do you deduce that my relationship with him is amicable? He does wish to lure you away from me. Xunyi countered it. Bai Ci simply responded with an "oh," stating, because I understand you. He withheld the specifics of his understanding, and Xunyi chose not to press further. Having lived for 18 years since his father's disappearance, this meal was one of the few that brought Xunyi genuine comfort. Midway through their dining experience, the waiter presented a bottle of red wine. We did not order any wine, Bai Ci remarked. The waiter, with respect, replied, It has been sent by a gentleman named Yuzhan. Bai Ci mused, inspecting the wine bottle. Should we accept it? Xunyi idiot. Why not? Bai Ci waved his hand to the waiter, gesturing to uncork the bottle. Xunyi scoffed in amusement, questioning, Aren't you concerned he harbors ulterior motives? What is there to fear? There is no need to dread common flattery. Should there be poison, hospitals exist, Bai Ci assured, pouring a glass for Xunyi. I'm driving. You drink. Xunyi cast a sidelong glance, accepting the glass and taking a small sip. So, when you mention poison and hospitals, are you implying that refers to me? Bai Ci clarified, that is not his intention. He merely perceives Yuzhan as less malicious than the others and does not genuinely believe he would resort to poisoning. Moreover, knowing the wine was indeed a gift from Yuzhan, Xunyi chose to partake, indicating Bai Ci's assessment was likely correct. Yet, Xunyi's next remark halted Bai Ci's movements entirely. Do you know, Yuzhan harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. He practically wishes for my demise. Bai Ci was taken aback by Xunyi's words. At least from the earlier confrontation, he could not discern such animosity from Yuzhan. Xunyi remarked, however, if there exists but one person in this world who would express gratitude to me, that person would undoubtedly be Yuzhan. Bai Ci found himself bewildered by his statements, instinctively sensing that something significant had transpired between the two. Xunyi chuckled. Imagine if I were to secretly add some substance to his drink and then claim it was a gift from him. What expression would he bear? Bai Ci responded candidly. If you wish to deal with him, feel free to tell me directly, or you could simply drug him. Xunyi, having developed a fondness for red wine, smiled and said, Oh, Bai Ci retorted, engaging in self-harm is best avoided. After a moment, he amended, do not partake in such actions at all. Even if you were to administer the substance to yourself, it remains inadvisable. Xunyi traced the rim of his wine glass with his fingers. The wine had been poured by Bai Ci, who, mindful of the wound on Xunyi's forehead, cautioned him, You may drink, but just finish that sip in your glass. He added, Should your injury worsen, the next time, I shall merely let you savor the aroma. Xunyi scoffed dismissively. What a luxury, a bottle worth tens of thousands. Merely to sniff, Bai Guanjia truly possesses wealth. Bai Ci refrained from mentioning that the Bai Shui wharf belonged to him, and that such a vast enterprise was solely registered under his name. The wharf had been a birthday gift from a Bai family, and aside from that, his brother had granted him stakes in numerous ventures. Even if he were to do nothing, he could spend a lifetime counting money in the comfort of his home. The wound on Xunyi's forehead was trivial, so Bai Ci felt no significant concern. He gazed at the wine bottles on the table, contemplated, and ordered a more expensive bottle to send to Yuzhan. Xunyi, seated across from him, observed him intently until the waiter departed, and then drained the last remnants of wine from his glass, his tone ambiguous, yet showing an understanding of social niceties. Having accepted a gesture of goodwill, he reciprocated, and the next step would be to exchange contact information and forge a friendship. I must clear my name of any suspicion, Bai Ci interjected, feigning seriousness. I am merely returning the favor from your perspective. He gifted a substantial present, and we are thus even. ensuring we maintain our dignity and preventing Xiao Huanghua from distorting the facts. This marked the third occasion Sun Yi had heard Bai Ci refer to Du Han in such a manner. Indeed, it is quite fitting, he remarked. The Du family will not let this matter slide easily. Sun Yi smiled as he spoke. He had not intended to remind Bai Ci, having already prepared to observe the unfolding drama when he witnessed Bai Ci take action in the parking lot. After enjoying a delightful meal and wine, Bai Ci's words had brought him comfort, prompting him to offer a benevolent reminder. He indeed wished to keep score. Bai Ci leaned back slightly, remarking, for someone like him, a couple of broken ribs will hardly serve as a lesson. They will simply feel humiliated and resort to petty tactics to reclaim their lost honor. Such childish behavior is far easier to manage compared to certain obstinate politicians within the Galactic Alliance. Moreover, Bai Ci had no intention of allowing them to escape unscathed. A toad perched upon one's instep, neither biting nor causing harm, yet provoking discomfort. Failing to impart a proper lesson would only result in its incessant appearances before him and Sun Yi, a matter most distasteful. Bai Ci harbored his own thoughts. Unprepared to voice them to Sun Yi. Might I inquire about your relationship with the surname Yu? He contemplated confronting that group, inevitably clashing with the individual of the Yu lineage. How he approached this person would hinge on whether Sun Yi regarded him as foe or ally. Upon posing the question, he noticed the smile on Sun Yi's face fade. Sun Yi, who had maintained a constant smile since the moment Bai Ci witnessed his injury in the hospital, joyful in laughter, or even smiling through sorrow, would occasionally let his expression falter, only to quickly reclaim it. The staff at the villa remarked that such a Sun Yi was unsettling. Yet Bai Ci could only feel a pang of sympathy. If given the choice, who wouldn't desire support after suffering? To venture to the hospital alone, return after being bandaged, only to confront such a crowd. No wonder he had wished to send everyone away. My brother is fond of me, Sun Yi suddenly declared. Bai Ci was taken aback. He had pondered the matters of loyalty and patriotism, yet had not envisaged that his wife was coveted. What of him? He inquired. Sun Yi's lips curved slightly as he calmly replied, he is deceased. His tone was as serene as one discussing the flavor of a dish. My deranged mother took his life with 36 stabs. When discovered, there wasn't a single intact piece of flesh upon him. Sun Yi's gaze locked onto Bai Ci's, reiterating, 36 stabs. Bai Ci responded with a nonchalant, 36 stabs, it seemed, was a reasonable toll, compared to the devastation wrought by their interstellar missiles, which could scarcely amount to 2 tails of flesh. This was indeed an improvement. Yet, while Sun Yi appeared to answer his inquiry, it felt as though nothing was truly revealed. The nature of the Yu individual remained uncertain, friend or foe. Host. Yuli was inflicted with 35 stabs by Sun Yi's mother at the time. Bai Ci pondered, what the remaining stab? Surely it was not the work of Sun Yi. The first stab was delivered by Yu Zhan, and your wife witnessed the entire ordeal. Moreover, Yu Li's provocation of Sun Yi's mother was orchestrated by your wife herself. Bai Ci, without hesitation, thought, Sun Yi is not one to harm others without cause. What did Yu Li do? He abused his privileged lineage to transgress against many, both male and female. Among his targets, only Sun Yi and his less favored younger brother, Yu Zhan, remained untouched. Had Yu Li survived that day, it would have been the two of them facing calamity that very night. Bai Ci resolved to retract his earlier thought that 36 stabs were adequate. He now perceived it as woefully insufficient. Such a person, to perish from a mere 36 stabs, was far too lenient. A victim should endure 36 stabs, followed by physical mutilation, culminating in execution. In the end, Sun Yi helped Yu Zhan prove his innocence. Yet Yu Zhan understood that his timely appearance before Yu Li was also orchestrated by Sun Yi. The ruling regarding Sun Yi's mother mandated by the government led to her forced medical treatment. Ultimately, Yu Zhan discreetly sought assistance, leveraging the Yu family's influence to allow her to pursue treatment independently. The system's explanations were far more meticulous than those of Sun Yi, and Bai Ci finally grasped the meaning behind Sun Yi's initial words. With this newfound understanding, Bai Ci felt a sense of clarity. All right, I comprehend now. I know what to do. What else would you like to eat? We can order more. in just half a day. Through the insights provided by both the system and Xunyi, Bai Ci gained a substantial understanding of Xunyi's character. Some individuals are inherently wicked, but Bai Ci recognized that Xunyi was not one of them. On the way back, should he stop by the cake shop to buy a cake? Bai Ci believed they had discussed this topic sufficiently and deftly steered the conversation back into the light, emphasizing, "It's primarily because I want to eat." This time, Xunyi did not refuse. He regarded Bai Ci with a meaningful glance and replied, "If you wish to eat, then buy one. There are no rules in the villa against enjoying cake. Do you want a hat?" Bai Ci inquired further. He referred to the kind of hat typically worn at birthday parties, which Xunyi had always placed on his head during previous celebrations, followed by singing and making wishes, often leading to a mischievous atmosphere. While the prospect of mischief was now out of the question, other festivities could still be pursued. Xunyi did not agree this time. "A hat? Do I look like someone who wears hats?" Bai Ci sincerely shook his head, indicating that he did not. Xunyi warned him, "I asked you to stay. I did not instruct you to engage in superfluous activities. Just focus on your responsibilities." While he verbally urged Bai Ci to attend to his own matters, he held out a plate, offering him some meat. Having one arm incapacitated, he was too lazy to serve himself. At that moment, Xunyi had not yet realized that this minor indulgence in laziness would lead to regret later that evening. Bai Ci stood at the bathroom door with a change of clothes for Xunyi. "We agreed on this in the afternoon. Are you having second thoughts?" Xunyi sat on the edge of the bed, gritting his teeth. "Who agreed to anything with you?" Bai Ci, undeterred, stepped forward. "You did. You truly are fearless. When you did it, fearful or not, I must experience it to know, right?" Bai Ci grasped Xunyi's arm, urging him to wash up quickly so they could eat cake afterward. Xunyi struggled to break free, but could not. "Let go," he said impatiently. Bai Ci took a step back, conceding, "All right, fine, no cake, just a bath then." In the end, he was quite petulant. Chapter 8. The unhinged young master and his unyielding steward Xunyi, lacking in strength and audacity, even if he harbored thoughts. Bai Ci understood that Xunyi could not resist him at this moment. He forcibly dragged Xunyi into the bathroom, stripping him down to commence the bathing process, all while chattering incessantly. "You're so thin, yet you eat so little. The cake was bought entirely for you to enjoy as a snack, and yet you haven't touched it at all. If you want to eat cake, then I shall prepare some noodles for you to try later. You're still growing, and it's essential to have dinner." After washing Xunyi's back, Bai Ci carefully turned to face him and asked, "Shall I add a soft-boiled egg for you? How's that sound?" Xunyi closed his eyes, unable to endure any longer, and lifted his foot to kick Bai Ci's calf. "If you utter another word, I will have you thrown out." With a carefree smile, Bai Ci nodded without a hint of regret. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he caught sight of Xunyi suppressing his anger and promptly closed his lips, instead giving Xunyi a gentle pat on the shoulder. Xunyi opened his eyes. Bai Ci raised his hand, displaying 3 fingers before him. "Okay." Xunyi remarked that Bai Ci had sufficiently amused himself. To put it plainly, Bai Ci was being deliberately mischievous. He sought to swiftly cultivate a rapport with Xunyi, and forcing a closer connection was the expedient method. Fortunately, Xunyi did not find him entirely insufferable, which made his progress appear considerably quicker. Single-mindedly, he assisted his wife with her bath and then hurried downstairs to prepare a bowl of noodles, only to find himself unable to knock on Xunyi's door upon his return. Holding the bowl in his hands, Bai Ci stood at the entrance. His premature joy was momentarily interrupted. Xunyi had school the following day, and Bai Ci was reluctant to let him go alone. Hence, he appeared punctually every day to escort Xunyi. Over the course of several days, nearly everyone became aware of the handsome and attentive boyfriend accompanying Xunyi. How such news spread was a mystery that Bai Ci himself had initiated. On the 3rd day of waiting at Xunyi's door, a girl approached him with flushed cheeks, inquiring if she could acquire his contact information. Bai Ci was typically forthright in his refusals to others. "I'm here to pick up my boyfriend." Everyone had seen who Bai Ci was waiting for, so there was no need for further questions regarding this boyfriend's identity. Upon learning this, Xunyi said nothing more, merely casting a glance at Bai Ci. Perhaps Xunyi simply had no time to concern himself with such matters. Bai Ci noticed that in recent days, Xunyi seemed overwhelmingly busy. In addition to his daily classes, he received numerous phone calls and spent increasingly long hours away from home. Driven by a desire to protect Xunyi, Bai Ci insisted on accompanying him wherever he went, only to be unceremoniously kicked out of the car by Xunyi just before departure a few days later. "Stay home and wait, otherwise, you won't be needed for tonight's bath." The blatant threat lacked force but proved effective. Bai Ci leaned against the car window, reminding Xunyi to call if anything arose and not to overexert himself. "When have I ever overexerted myself?" Xunyi replied. Bai Ci pointed to his arm, prompting Xunyi to rest his hand on the window and beckon him closer with a curl of his finger. Bai Ci leaned in a little more. Xunyi then grasped Bai Ci's chin, gently stroking it with his thumb. "Your arm was caught by them. Now, in the Sun household, I am in charge. They dare not repeat such actions. As for you, I advise you to behave yourself and not entertain any inappropriate thoughts." He playfully patted Bai Ci's cheek, offering a low warning, "Boyfriend." Even after Xunyi's car had exited the villa gates, Bai Ci remained standing there, watching. Uncle Jiang, who was tidying the garden, approached, concerned that they might have quarreled. "Mr. Bai, Mr. Sun has that temperament. If he says something unpleasant, please don't take it to heart. You may not mean it that way." Bai Ci shook his head. Xunyi had not spoken unkindly. He had just acknowledged his identity as Bai Ci's boyfriend. Uncle Jiang held a potted flower in his hands, and upon seeing Bai Ci shake his head, he mistakenly believed he had guessed correctly. I could discern that although Mr. Sun had not smiled as much these past few days, he seemed more genuine, which was a positive development. In this vast villa, only a handful of us remained, and we ought to give Mr. Sun some space. Uncle Jiang referred to himself and Xunyi as Mr., yet his words subtly favored Xunyi. Bai Ci smiled at Uncle Jiang, who felt reassured. Our relationship remained harmonious, devoid of any discord. Xunyi had left on his own, leaving Bai Ci with a lingering sense of unease. "Uncle Jiang, I must step out shortly as I suddenly have some matters to attend to. I ordered a few items online, and they should arrive soon. Please remember to help me receive them," Bai Ci said. "Go ahead, attend to your affairs. If you need anything, just give me a call," Uncle Jiang replied. After conveying his instructions, Bai Ci proceeded to the parking lot. The driver accompanying Xunyi would not be traveling in excessive speed, making it feasible for Bai Ci to catch up. He speculated that Xunyi was heading to the law firm. The documents left by Xunyi's father had already taken effect, and numerous tasks awaited. Xunyi was still too young. The family business could not yet be entrusted to him, remaining under the control of a man named Jiangdu. It was perplexing why Xunyi's father placed such trust in Jiangdu, relinquishing the entire company to an outsider for nearly a decade. By the time Xunyi was capable of taking over, it was uncertain how many individuals within the company would be genuinely loyal to him. Upon arriving at the law firm, Bai Ci had not yet exited the car when he spotted Xunyi's lawyer standing at the entrance. "Lawyer Zhao, what brings you here?" Bai Ci asked as he stepped out. "Are you waiting for Xunyi?" Given that Xunyi had arrived before him, even if Bai Ci were to act swiftly, Xunyi should have reached there first. "Mr. Bai, what a surprise to see you here." Zhao Heng smiled. "I am here to meet my apprentice." "Ah, he has arrived. Let me introduce you." He gestured towards someone behind Bai Ci. "Xiao Duo, over here." Bai Ci turned to see a familiar face reflected in his vision. "Allow me to introduce this individual. He is my student, Fong Duo, an exceptionally skilled lawyer. I will gradually entrust Mr. Sun's affairs to him, and they have met previously." Zhao Heng continued. He then introduced Bai Ci. "This is Mr. Bai Ci, a friend of Mr. Sun, who oversees his daily life. From now on, you can directly reach out to him regarding any matters concerning Mr. Sun." As Bai Ci gazed upon Fong Duo, whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Duo, he nearly doubted his own ability to recognize faces. Fong Duo extended his hand first. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Bai Ci shook his hand in return, likewise, although he had intended to remain uninvolved in the Sun family's affairs, trusting that Sun had his own plans. The striking similarity to Ji Duo compelled him to hesitate. "Ah, Mr. Bai, you mentioned you were looking for Mr. Sun, correct?" Zhao Heng inquired. "I do not have an appointment with Mr. Sun today. Did you not call to check where he might be?" Bai Ci withdrew his gaze from Fong Duo's face. No, he mentioned he would be out today. I assumed he was coming to see you, so I thought it best to come directly. My unannounced arrival may have been an intrusion. Zhao Heng smiled, expressing that Mr. I need not be so courteous. Let me call him and inquire about his whereabouts, so as not to disturb you further. As Bai Ci spoke, he took out his phone and nodded slightly to Fong Duo before departing. Once in the car, he accessed the system. What is happening? Why is G Duo here as well? The system clarified that individual is not our boss. We merely assigned a supportive role to each target to facilitate our assistance, utilizing our boss's image due to its admirable nature. Bai Ci found this explanation unsatisfactory. Is my son Yi's image not commendable? Host, are you seeking trouble? Enough chatter. First, inform me of Sun Yi's location. The system responded with a perplexed expression. The address provided was in a rather secluded area, and upon arrival, Bai Ci noticed numerous vehicles parked there. This did not seem like a suitable place for serious discussions, leading him to fear that Xiao Huanghua and his associates might be causing trouble for Sun Yi once more. Alarmed, he rushed inside, only to find Sun Yi unharmed, instead discovering an unfamiliar individual beneath his foot. Sun Yi, seemingly unfazed, playfully nudged the person while smiling. Duhan instructed you to follow me, did he? What did he advise you to do about me? The individual on the ground, whose head was being stepped on, stammered, I don't know. If you wish to disappear without a trace, I advise you to speak the truth. It is unnecessary to sacrifice yourself for Duhan. Appearing anything but threatening. In fact, he seemed to be in good spirits. Bai Ci quickly grasped the situation. It was likely that his wife had sensed she was being followed and had taken time during these busy days to deal with the matter. The person on the ground was evidently only seeking monetary compensation, with no intention of risking their life. Hearing the seriousness in Sun Yi's tone, the individual hastily revealed everything Duhan had instructed him to do. Duhan, nursing 2 broken ribs from a kick delivered by Bai Ci, felt frustrated after finally finding an opportunity to ambush Sun Yi, only to be beaten by Sun Yi's butler. He just wanted me to follow you, looking for a moment, especially when your butler is alone. And then what? Sun Yi's tone remained indifferent as he applied more pressure with his foot. The person underfoot gasped. Then he wanted us to ambush him, crippling his limbs so that he could never stand again. Once successful, he would pay us 5 million. Bai Ci was taken aback. It turned out the tale was not following Sun Yi, but rather him. I won't harm you. Return and inform him to prepare adequately, ideally with 10 or 8 bodyguards by side. If possible, he should consider purchasing insurance in advance. Securing a burial plot in one go wouldn't be out of the question. Sun Yi lifted his foot, touching his casted left arm, contemplating Du Han and the Du family. After a moment, he remarked, not bad, quite good. Bai Ci echoed in agreement, indeed, quite good. Suddenly, Sun Yi turned sharply. Bai Ci, unfazed by Sun Yi's inquiry about his presence, approached him directly, resting his hands on Sun Yi's shoulders and inspecting him thoroughly, before remarking that he appeared to be in excellent condition, and scathed. Chapter 9. The eccentric young master and his boundless steward. How did you end up here? Sun Yi brushed off the hands on his shoulders and inquired coolly, Are you following me? You accuse me unjustly, Bai Ci responded, glancing at the figure still sprawled on the ground. I went to Lawyer Zhao to find you, but upon realizing you were not there, I grew concerned for your safety and sought information about your whereabouts. How did you inquire? Whom did you ask? Sun Yi narrowed his eyes, persistently probing. That's a secret. I cannot disclose it, Bai Ci replied succinctly. If he remained tight-lipped, Sun Yi had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Had he overheard their previous conversation? I did. Bai Ci confirmed. Since you did, perhaps you should handle it yourself? Sun Yi suggested. Bai Ci opened his mouth to respond. What is there for me to resolve? You seem to have your own thoughts on the matter. Sun Yi retorted directly, my thoughts are my own, but they are here to follow you. Are you not the least bit concerned? Not necessary. Bai Ci bent down, bringing his face closer to Sun Yi's. I have my young master to handle these troubles for me. There's no need for me to intervene. He cast a fleeting glance at the individual on the ground, expressing gratitude. Thank you, young master, for addressing my issues. I hope you will join me for a meal at Bai Shui Dock next time. Xunyi similait mysteriously. Dining at your family's restaurant incurs no expense. He quickly dismissed his own thought, acknowledging that even if he paid, the money would ultimately return to his own pocket, an exchange of funds without loss. Bai Ci realized that Xunyi must be aware of his connection to the Bai family and likely recognized by Shui-doc as his establishment. When did he come to this realization? I hadn't intended for you to know about today's events, but since you have discovered the truth, I shall not conceal it any longer, Xunyi admitted, pointing to the person on the ground. He began tailing me 3 days ago, and although he has not made a direct move against me, it is evident that his intentions do not target me. Du Han, the foolish one, still perceived him as the pitiful boy who had once been suppressed by his mother in a mental institution, thus employing the same inept individuals as before. It took him less than 2 hours to uncover Du Han's vulnerabilities with minimal effort. Bai Ci cast an inquiring glance. Xunyi brushed off the dust from his shoes, stating, "As my steward, I shall ensure your safety, but since you are of the Bai family, you cannot simply ignore the fact that he has set his sights on you. Did you not promise to protect me?" Bai Ci protested. Xunyi turned to leave, unconcerned about the mess he was leaving behind. Bai Ci glanced at those he had left, all unfamiliar faces, likely individuals cultivated by Xunyi himself, now finally stepping into the light. Since Xunyi felt at ease, Bai Ci had little to worry about, even if complications arose with the system in place. Resolution was still within reach. Bai Ci trailed behind Xunyi, contemplating the implications of his identity being revealed. "Now that you know I'm a member of the Bai family, you wouldn't consider expelling me, would you?" Xunyi remained silent. Bai Ci continued, "I must remind you, the last time you sought me out, you asked me one final time if I would leave. A settled matter should not be altered simply because of my identity." He stepped boldly in front of Xunyi, obstructing his path. It was inconsiderate to retract one's words after only a few days. Bai Ci stooped down, gazing down at Xunyi, whose expression was unreadable, a mixture of delight and derision. "As long as you are willing to accept that the young master of the Bai family is now your steward, I shall not cast you aside." He advanced a step closer, his voice low. "However, Bai Ci, do refrain from engaging in activities I find distasteful, such as trailing my movements. Once or twice may be permissible, but should it become frequent, do not blame me for being unkind." Bai Ci's brows flickered, signaling his understanding. His quick response left uncertainty as to whether it was genuine comprehension or mere pretense. Regarding Du Han's decision to follow him, Bai Ci truly did not take it to heart. After all, they were mere lackeys, incapable of stirring any significant trouble. He could dispatch 1 or 2 with ease. Furthermore, their prior aggression towards Xunyi had yet to be reckoned with. To claim he would protect Xunyi was merely a playful jest. He had no intention of allowing them to escape unscathed. 2 broken ribs felt rather lenient. Outwardly, Bai Ci feigned indifference, yet it was Xunyi who appeared more concerned. Once he learned of the situation, he openly stationed 2 individuals by Bai Ci's side, candidly stating they were there to monitor him, thus preempting any further investigations into his affairs. However, Bai Ci understood that Xunyi feared an ambush from the Du family, especially considering that Xunyi's arm had been fractured due to a surprise attack. In the sweltering heat of summer, under the relentless midday sun, Xunyi had to attend school, while Bai Ci, feeling bored at home, decided to seize the opportunity to reach out to the members of the Bai family. The family ethos of the Bai clan mirrored that of his own household, characterized by a laissez-faire approach toward the younger generation, allowing them to pursue their desires freely. As an esteemed general of the interstellar realm, those unfamiliar with him often presumed he was cold and unfeeling. Yet, those who took the time to understand him realized that his character was far more complex than surface appearances suggested. In Xunyi's words, their leader was akin to a military rogue, occasionally playful, yet able to maintain composure in front of Xunyi. It was said that eventually his true nature would be revealed, yet he had managed to maintain his facade for nearly 20 years, which was quite remarkable. Xunyi was currently in need of assistance, and Bai Ci was prepared to take action. He placed a call to his grandfather in the Bai family, leading with a bombshell of a statement. "Grandfather, I have found another grandson for you. If you prefer, I can call him a granddaughter-in-law. Shall I bring him to meet you soon?" Grandfather Bai, without hesitation, ended the call abruptly. With that avenue closed, Bai Ci dialed his brother from this world, employing the same line of reasoning, once again dropping a metaphorical bombshell. Brother, I have found you yet another sibling. You could also refer to them as a brother-in-law. Perhaps you could visit sometime when you are free? Bai Ci, compared to the old man, as an elder brother just slightly older than Bai Ci, his capacity for acceptance is evidently commendable. After a brief pause, have you managed to win them over? This time, it was Bai Ci who was taken aback. He shifted his position on the sofa. Do you know? Bai Ci, I was unaware until you brought it to my attention. Instead of embracing your role as the second young master of the Bai family, you chose to become a steward. Initially, I thought you sought this for experience, but now I comprehend your motivations. Bai Ci, unreservedly, responded, Oh, since you're aware. That simplifies matters. Xunyi is still quite young, and the affairs of the Sun family will surely give him enough to ponder for a while. Perhaps you could lend him a hand? Bai Ci, when I called you back to the company to assist me, why did you not help? Bai Ci, I believed you possessed the capability. Bai Ci had nearly developed immunity to Bai Ci's flattery. Spare me. I do possess some knowledge about the Sun family circumstances. I can assist with certain peripheral matters, but beyond that, I am at a loss. Jiangdu's capabilities are formidable, unless we seek collaboration. I cannot guarantee my ability to handle the Sun family's affairs without him. Bai Ci was not fully aware of who Jiangdu was. The system primarily dealt with calculations and could not fully comprehend certain inherent settings within the small world. However, since Bai Ci had expressed this, it could be considered an agreement, as having an additional ally would provide Bai Ci with greater reassurance. System prompt. Task objective soul stability increased by 5%. Bai Ci hung up the phone, lost in thoughts regarding Jiangdu, when the system's sudden notification jolted him back to reality. Increased by 5%? Why? He inquired. System. The specifics are unclear. A splendid lack of clarity. Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly turned around to find the individual sent by Xunyi to protect him, calmly putting away their phone. Bai Ci, the report is so blatant. At least attempt to disguise it. System. However, understanding the task objective will not affect stability. The reason for the 5% increase is likely related to the host's actions. Under such scrutiny from Xunyi, Bai Ci felt no discomfort. Rather, the recent system notification regarding the increase in soul stability inspired a new idea. That afternoon, he casually summoned 2 individuals to the Du family, not in the capacity of a steward, but as the second young master of the Bai family. While the Bai family's enterprise may not dominate, a mere Du family is not one to be trifled with lightly. On this visit, Bai Ci brought 2 gifts. The first gift comprised the 2 individuals whom Du Han had summoned to harm him. After Xunyi had released them, Bai Ci discreetly had them recaptured, administering a sound beating and thorough guidance. Now, upon arriving at the Du family, before anyone could inquire, these 2 cowards eagerly divulged everything. Chapter 10. The eccentric young master and the unprincipled butler stop. Please, we swear it was all Du Han's orders. He promised us 5 million as long as we incapacitated the person. We are not lying. We beg you to spare us. We shall never dare again. Their cries grew increasingly frantic. Bai Ci observed the pallor spreading across the elder Du's face and raised his hand, signaling for the 2 men to be taken away. Hold on, old master. I have a gift for you, Bai Ci remarked, opening his phone to reveal a surveillance video. The footage unmistakably depicted the events from that day in the underground parking lot at Bai Shui dock. Although Bai Ci had unilaterally dealt out punishment, Du Han had instigated the conflict and initiated the first blow alongside his 4 accomplices, which was sufficient to silence the elder Du. Truth be told, I did not come merely to provoke, Bai Ci stated, lounging on the sofa with his hands casually crossed over his knees. Du Han is still in the hospital, and thus far, apart from sending 2 thugs to confront me again, no one from the Du family has sought me out. It suggests you must have investigated the origins of this matter. The elder Du was keen to avoid entanglements with the Bai family, particularly with the newly empowered Xunyi. We have indeed looked into the matter. It was Du Han's excessive actions that brought this upon us. Our intention was to wait until he was well enough to personally apologize to the Sun family, but we did not foresee him committing such a transgression. Bai Ci made his mind in silence. The elder Du assured him, "Rest assured, we will not let Du Han off lightly for this. If the second young master has any requests, please speak freely. As for the Sun family," he paused, "I have heard that Mr. Sun has recently taken charge of the Sun family's enterprises. To express our goodwill, we will entrust the Baidu mining project to both the Sun and Bai families." "What do you think, Mr. Bai?" Bai Ci had little interest in their enterprises. He was unaware of the true value of the Baidu mine. He had already dispatched someone to deal with Du Han, and everything the elder Du offered was merely a windfall for him and Xunyi. He feared no repercussions from the Du family. "Well then, I shall express my gratitude," Bai Ci replied. Upon exiting the Du residence, he proceeded directly to the Sun family's company to prevent any change of heart. After being here for such a while, he was eager to discern the true nature of this Jiang Du, whether genuine or deceptive. He could easily tell the difference. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Sun company, someone came down to escort him upstairs. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Bai?" Bai Ci stood below, gazing up at the towering building, uncertain of which floor Jiang Du occupied, yet inexplicably aware that Jiang Du might be observing him from above. "I am," he replied. The secretary said, "Please follow me. Our general manager Jiang is expecting you." Bai Ci was not surprised. A company of such magnitude could not survive without some means of securing loyalty. It was hardly implausible that they had anticipated his visit to the Du family and subsequently knew of his arrival at the company. Merely paying close attention to Xunyi's associates would not be a formidable challenge. Ascending the stairs with the little secretary, Bai Ci originally anticipated a private conversation with Jiang Du. However, upon opening the office door, he was taken aback to find Xunyi leisurely flipping through documents on the sofa. Bai Ci inquired, "What brings you here?" Xunyi raised his eyelids and glanced at him. "It's my company. Is it not normal for me to be here?" He leaned back against the sofa, adding, "Perhaps I should ask you why you are appearing at my company's entrance." Bai Ci was momentarily stunned upon seeing Xunyi, but his reaction was swift. This company belonged to Xunyi. If Jiang Du harbored no ulterior motives, it was indeed reasonable for him to cultivate Xunyi after he came of age. Nevertheless, Bai Ci had never considered this before, which led him to assume that Jiang Du and Xunyi were not familiar with one another. Ironically, to outsiders, his sudden proximity to Xunyi might suggest hidden intentions. Without selfish motives, Bai Ci was unconcerned about others' perceptions or investigations. He sat down beside Xunyi without reservation and, meeting Jiang Du's gaze from behind the desk, spoke casually as though conversing with an old friend. The Du family mentioned that the Baidu mine project can be handed over. Since both were present, Bai Ci found it fitting to discuss at once, sparing him the need to repeat himself to Xunyi later that evening. "The contract hasn't been signed yet. I came to let you assess the project. If it proves beneficial, we should proceed and have someone finalize the contract promptly. System notification, task objective, soul stability, 20. Bai Ci. Naturally, there are benefits." Jiang Du replied in a manner that suggested he did not regard Bai Ci as an outsider. "I have long coveted the Baidu mine project. It merely required some effort. Now, with the Bai family's support, the Du family is inclined to avoid antagonizing both of us, thus willingly relinquishing the project, which certainly alleviates some complications." Observing Jiang Du's attitude, Bai Ci realized that his goodwill had been accepted, making matters more straightforward. "My brother has already been informed. For future collaborations, you may approach him directly. However, he is a businessman and may not entertain a deal that incurs significant losses. He definitely will not accept a losing proposition," Jiang Du remarked regarding Bai Ci, as if discussing an acquaintance, prompting Bai Ci to reflect on whether he had mentioned his relationship with Jiang Du during their phone conversation. Bai Ci's inquisitive gaze was too evident, leading Jiang Du to chuckle and clarify, "I am an old friend of your brother. When you were chosen by Madame Sun to be sent to the villa, I was already aware of your identity. Madame Sun had remained in a sanatorium since that incident years ago, a facility arranged by Yuzhan. Aside from her confinement, Yuzhan granted her absolute freedom in all other respects. However, the most critical issue lies in the fact that if she were to remain in her delusional state, Xunyi's life might not have been as arduous. Yet, She oscillates between madness and lucidity. During her moments of clarity, she reaches out to external individuals to oversee her son, resulting in Xunyi being perpetually under her surveillance, despite having ostensibly escaped her control. Before turning 18, Xunyi possessed neither power nor wealth, rendering him impotent. The only hope he clung to was that his mother would remain in her madness indefinitely, or better yet, he wished for her demise in that sanatorium, so he would not have to wait until he turned 18 to claim what rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 11. The perverse young master and his unbounded steward Bai Ci was aware that Xunyi had found a more suitable place for Madame Sun to reside, and he had already begun arranging for her relocation a few days prior. At that moment, Jiangdu directly revealed that he had been assigned by Madame Sun, prompting Bai Ci to instinctively glance at Xunyi. Xunyi appeared oblivious, diligently perusing the documents in his hands, showing no interest in the news Bai Ci had brought nor in Bai Ci's identity. You already knew? Xunyi did not inquire. Yet Bai Ci took the initiative to respond. Without lifting his head, Xunyi replied, "No, I only learned about it 2 days ago." Bai Ci raised an eyebrow. Turning to Jiangdu, "You knew who I was all along, and didn't he mention it to him?" Jiangdu appeared unfazed by Bai Ci's identity, stating that it was irrelevant whether Xunyi was aware. The individuals he would ultimately confront would be far more formidable than a mere steward. If he could not handle Bai Ci, then entrusting such a vast corporation to him would be a cause for concern. "Even I can't handle it," Bai Ci chuckled softly, contemplating that Xunyi could likely manage anyone, except perhaps him. It was destined that Bai Ci would be a bane to Xunyi. There was no escaping that. Nevertheless, he deemed it unnecessary to share such sentiments with someone he had just met. He shifted the conversation, urging to seize any advantages from the Du family without hesitation, and to not show mercy with the remaining families. After all, once he exacted his revenge one by one, it would not be as easy to obtain what he desired. "You may target others, but do not touch the Yu family," Xunyi interjected after Bai Ci finished speaking. "The Yu family is involved in politics. It would be best not to provoke them." Bai Ci turned, smilingly inquired, "Are you worried about my safety?" "Xunyi replied, "I am concerned that you might cause me trouble." "Stubborn," he retorted, earning a disdainful glance from Xunyi. "If you two have nothing more to discuss, you may return." "I have a meeting shortly," Jiangdu interjected, his gaze shifting between the two. "And remember to notify me in advance next time you come. Do not just barge in unannounced as you did today, as if this were an amusement park." Bai Ci remained silent. Although he was not well acquainted with Jiangdu, he felt an inexplicable sense of being reprimanded by an older brother. To his surprise, the usually unruly Xunyi did not rebut. Instead, he stood when Jiangdu did, saying, "You continue with your work, I shall take my leave." With that, Xunyi departed, and with Jiangdu heading off to his meeting, Bai Ci found himself alone. His presence no longer necessary. He rose to follow, but was halted by Jiangdu's voice. "Young Master Bai." Bai Ci paused and turned back. Jiangdu strode towards him, and only after Xunyi had exited did he speak with a measured tone. "I have a rough idea of your intentions. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Until you have thoroughly contemplated your motives, it would be wise not to provoke Xunyi. Even with the backing of the Bai family, he is not someone you can afford to challenge." Jiangdu, accustomed to navigating such environments, exuded an innate authority that elevated him above Bai Ci in this realm. Faced with Jiangdu's presence, Bai Ci held his ground. "Since you have broached the subject, I shall be forthright as well. My primary purpose for this visit is to meet you. As for the reasons behind it, you, being an astute individual, should already have an inkling." He stepped forward, affirming, "Your earlier statement holds true. Xunyi is indeed not someone to be trifled with. Though this is our first encounter, given the current circumstances, it appears we are not destined to be adversaries, correct?" Bai Ci was not one to resort to threats, and considering this was their inaugural meeting, his words were already somewhat blunt. The topic had been initiated by Jiangdu, and he merely followed suit. With his current capabilities, if Jiangdu had ulterior motives, Bai Ci was uncertain of his ability to contend with him. However, the Bai family behind him was no trifling matter. If it came to a confrontation, even if victory was not guaranteed, they could certainly ensure mutual destruction. "If that is your concern, you need not fret." Jiangdu glanced towards the door. Though I am unaware of your motives, our objectives align. To speak candidly on my own, I lack the assurance to protect him adequately until he formally takes over the Sun family business. Yet with your Bai family support, the dynamic shifts considerably. Even without direct action, your mere presence could alleviate numerous complications for him. Bai Ci. Regarding Xunyi, feel free to reach out to me at any time. I'm always at your service. This statement served as both an affirmation and the most tangible promise he could offer at that moment. Remember your words, Jiangdu remarked, patting Bai Ci on the shoulder before walking away. System notification, target's soul stability, 35. When Bai Ci emerged, Xunyi was already gone. He contemplated calling Xunyi to inquire about his whereabouts, but deemed it unnecessary. Xunyi had expressed a dislike for him investigating his affairs. He had a system, and merely asking a question should not constitute an investigation. The system provided Bai Ci with an address to a bar. Upon hearing the location, he recalled that Xunyi's friend had chosen this venue for a birthday celebration. Given that it was a birthday celebration, Bai Ci felt it inappropriate to intrude. Noticing the ominous weather that hinted at rain, he considered that Xunyi, unable to drive due to his injury and disinclined to have a chauffeur, might be caught in a downpour if the festivities extended too late. Bai Ci had never allowed Xunyi to get caught in the rain before, and he had no intention of doing so now. He drove to the bar, purchased a cup of coffee, and settled in his car to wait. Celebrating a birthday typically required several hours, and Bai Ci prepared himself for a lengthy vigil in the vehicle, knowing even if Xunyi were to emerge early, it would likely be several hours hence. However, it was not too troubling. It was merely a matter of waiting for Xunyi, a common occurrence to which I had long since grown accustomed. As the sky gradually darkened, Bai Ci remained at the venue, anticipating Xunyi's emergence, only to encounter someone he had not expected at all, Yuzhan. In Bai Ci's perception, given Yuzhan's stature, he was a figure who would typically be surrounded by numerous followers. Yet today, he stood alone, seemingly beset by unwanted attention. Bai Ci was acutely aware that whatever transpired with Yuzhan was of no concern to him. However, the thought of Xunyi's regard for Yuzhan stirred an unease within him. He alighted from his vehicle, positioning himself by the door, ready to assess the situation. Yet, Yuzhan did not afford him that opportunity. As soon as Yuzhan exited his car, their gazes locked, and Bai Ci watched as Yuzhan hesitated before altering his course to approach him. Yuzhan appeared to be inebriated, and judging by his condition, he had likely consumed a considerable amount. Once he stood before Bai Ci, the latter cast a glance at the two individuals who had been trailing Yuzhan. Raising his voice slightly, he inquired, "Why are you out so late?" "I lost track of time after drinking too much," Yuzhan replied, his words slightly slurred, and he stumbled momentarily, only to be steadied by Bai Ci's grip on his arm. While he offered assistance, Bai Ci was still mindful of boundaries. He held Yuzhan's arm firmly, yet exerted just enough force to push him away slightly. His tone laced with disdain, "Just don't fall over. Keep your distance." The scent is overwhelming. The intoxication clung to Yuzhan, and Bai Ci pondered how he would explain this to Xunyi later. His voice was not overly loud, and the two men who had been following Yuzhan hesitated to advance. In response to Bai Ci's words, Yuzhan chuckled lightly. "What? Are you afraid of being unable to explain yourself?" Bai Ci dismissed the lack of provocation in Yuzhan's taunt and directly asked, "Do you know these two who were following you?" "I do not," Yuzhan replied, shaking his head. "They must have drugged me. They are likely hoping to scavenge my remains." Bai Ci's brow furrowed at the mention of drugs, setting aside the audacity of anyone daring to drug Yuzhan. The latter's status typically ensured he was never without company. "Do you require assistance in getting to a hospital?" he inquired, scrutinizing Yuzhan's complexion with concern. "There's no need. It's not the sort of despicable drug you might imagine. It's just a little something that leaves one dazed and lacking in energy," Yuzhan clarified. "Besides, if I requested to go to the hospital, would you actually take me?" "Unlikely. You would only help me call someone to pick me up at best." Bai Ci glanced toward the bar, waiting for Xunyi, and remarked, "I am rather occupied." Yuzhan chuckled again. During their exchange, the two individuals who had been following Yuzhan, sensing their opportunity had slipped away, murmured a few words among themselves before departing. Bai Ci had no intention of pursuing the matter of their identities. Once they were gone, he released his grip on Yuzhan's arm. Yuzhan swayed slightly, but managed to steady himself against the car. Call someone you trust to come and pick you up, Bai Ci urged, unwilling to waste too much time on Yuzhan. Recognizing that Yuzhan was now safe, he contemplated hastening his departure. He possesses a certain awareness. Yet it seems that Yuzhan does not share this sentiment. Yuzhan must be feeling quite distressed himself, leaning against the car door, his tone devoid of enthusiasm yet tinged with envy. Xunyi is truly fortunate. Despite being a flawed individual, he has someone like you who centers everything around him. Bai sighed. Oh, let's not speak in such a manner, Bai Ci interrupted. I cannot ascertain whether you are indeed a flawed individual, but Xunyi certainly is not. I advise you to refrain from speaking ill of Xunyi in my presence. Otherwise, I could just as easily return you to those two individuals from whom I just rescued you. I merely spoke offhandedly. Must you react so vehemently? I am not reacting strongly. I simply dislike such remarks. Bai Ci, growing somewhat impatient, stated, I have no time for idle chit-chat with you. If you do not summon someone to fetch you immediately, I shall unceremoniously hail a taxi and send you on your way. Bai Ci genuinely preferred not to engage in conversation with Yuzhan. Their relationship was not one that warranted such dialogue, and he would rather wait in the car for Xunyi, doing nothing, than squander time attending to others. Bai Ci's lack of enthusiasm did not imply that Yuzhan felt the same, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol. Yuzhan was far more loquacious than when Bai Ci first encountered him. Has Xunyi ever mentioned our relationship to you? Bai Ci remained silent, not even sparing Yuzhan a second glance. At this moment, Yuzhan seemed unconcerned with Bai Ci's demeanor as he drifted into reminiscence. Recounting tales of his past with Xunyi, Yuli graduated from a prestigious institution, possessing both capability and cunning, all while feigning obedience before our elders. Compared to him, my less striking personality renders me unworthy to be a member of the Yu family. Bai Ci interrupted again. Nostalgia? Have you come to the wrong person in search of such sentiments? Yuzhan shook his head. This isn't nostalgia. I wish to discuss Xunyi with you. Upon the mention of Xunyi, Bai Ci finally displayed a modicum of interest, albeit limited, as he cautioned Yuzhan. I have no intention of learning about Xunyi through another's account, so there is no need for you to expend your breath. After several rejections of his desire to converse, Yuzhan grew somewhat irritable. What is your issue? Must you become so sensitive whenever Xunyi is mentioned? Bai Ci shot him a glare, opening his mouth to retort, but then remembering that this was an intoxicated individual under the influence of some substance. He chose to refrain from further comment. He waved his hand dismissively. Just get to the point. However, if you intend to speak ill of Xunyi, you may silence yourself in advance. Yuzhan replied, I consider myself fairly knowledgeable about Xunyi. If you maintain this attitude when speaking with him, he may appear indifferent on the surface, yet he will inevitably scheme against you in secret. Do you believe that? Bai Ci nodded, chuckling, I believe. Yuzhan countered, could you not at least temper your dismissive demeanor? Bai Ci, unyielding, responded, your very presence here indicates that I have shown considerable restraint. Yuzhan paused momentarily. So you are aware that Xunyi orchestrated a scheme against me, nearly leading to my demise at Yuli's hands? This was indeed news to Bai Ci. He had heard from the system that Yuzhan had been ensnared by Xunyi's machinations, but the system had not disclosed that this scheme could have cost Yuzhan his life. Bai Ci's expression remained largely unchanged, yet Yuzhan, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noticed Bai Ci glance his way after he completed his statement, indicating that Bai Ci was still oblivious to the situation. Fearing Bai Ci might utter further words of rejection, Yuzhan preemptively began recounting the events of that day. Yuli had an affinity for attractive individuals, regardless of gender, and his penchant for variety was notorious. The multitude of those who had suffered at his hands could easily fill an entire train compartment. Yuzhan refrained from explaining why Yuli's actions were so extreme. It was likely that Bai Ci could deduce the reasons behind them. An heir, cherished by the family and granted considerable latitude, could occasionally engage in indiscretions, which would merely be discreetly corrected behind closed doors. When disturbances arose, they would simply be silenced with money. If that proved insufficient, other means would be employed. In the realms of commerce and politics, The ability to resolve troublesome matters without tarnishing one's reputation was effortlessly achievable, particularly for a family like the Yu clan, which prioritized its own interests above all else. Chapter 13. The eccentric young master and his unyielding steward Yuzhan was indifferent to Bai Ci's perceptions, focusing solely on his own narrative. On that day, Yuli had summoned two groups of individuals, one to abduct him and the other intended for Xunyi. However, before Yuli's men could locate Xunyi, the latter had already sent word to Yuli requesting a meeting. Of course, Xunyi had not only arranged to meet Yuli, but had also discreetly leaked information to me in advance, with the intent of resolving the predicament posed by Yuli. In addition to the two of us, he had also orchestrated the involvement of another individual. As Yuzhan spoke, a shadow crossed his face. Bai Ci did not need to inquire to know whom Yuzhan referred to. Yuzhan turned to confirm Bai Ci's suspicions. He had also ensnared his mother in the scheme. He had deliberately acted as bait, revealing to his mother that he had a boyfriend and intended to go to a hotel, fully aware of her controlling nature. He knew that such news would prompt her to intervene personally, compelling her to retrieve him home. Thus, he had strategically placed a weapon and other sufficient means of harm at the predetermined location. Do you know? Yuzhan said with a smile directed at Bai Ci. Xunyi, much like my mother, is a madman. He may not fathom the depths of the human heart, but he possesses the uncanny ability to drive others to madness. Bai Ci frowned, reluctant to hear such disparaging remarks about Xunyi. Yuzhan continued, that day, I received information indicating that Xunyi, who found himself in a predicament similar to mine, would also be present. The only way to completely rid ourselves of the nightmare that is Yuli was to join forces, and this was one of our rare opportunities. After much inner turmoil, I ultimately chose to place my trust in him. And then, Bai Ci inquired, marking the first time he had sought clarification on this matter after Yuzhan's lengthy discourse. His concern did not lie with Yuzhan's subsequent fate. Rather, he yearned to understand Xunyi's true role in this affair. Xunyi was the one who was abducted. Yuzhan mockingly remarked to Bai Ci, noting that while others were ensnared by his machinations, he himself was the victim. Bai Ci regarded him intently, urging him to return to the main subject. Yuzhan assessed Bai Ci, remarking on his apparent lack of empathy. Though he spoke otherwise, he continued to elaborate. I was the first to arrive that day, soon followed by Yuli. Upon seeing me there, Yuli became overly excited, mistakenly believing that Xunyi had invited him for a group activity and became quite fervent in his intentions towards me. Yuli is my biological brother, sharing the same parents, yet he is indiscriminate in his pursuits. If he desires someone, he will stop at nothing to possess them. At home, he refrains from crossing certain boundaries due to our family, but upon seeing me that day, he couldn't help but smile. In his mind, I was merely a pawn sent by him to be bound to the bed, appearing at this inappropriate hour at Xunyi's behest, which he assumed was an attempt by Xunyi to appease him. As he attempted to overpower me, I resisted. Frustrated by my struggles, he fed me some stimulating substances. In an act of self-preservation, I instinctively reached for an object nearby. A knife, perhaps? Bai Ci speculated. Indeed, a knife, carelessly placed by the bedside, easily accessible without much thought. By that time, my strength had waned considerably, yet a single strike managed to inflict significant harm upon Yuli. He was not one to suffer injuries lightly, and this wound would likely be the gravest of his life. His eyes reddened with rage as he seized the knife, intent on retaliating against me. However, before he could act, he looked up to see Xunyi, bound and helpless, emerging from somewhere to stand opposite us. Not only was Xunyi present, but also his deranged mother. Upon entering and witnessing the scene, she likely assumed we were engaged in some illicit activity and frantically began to strike Xunyi, with Yuli wounded by my hand. He was unable to pay heed to the chaotic unfolding of events as he dialed for assistance while retreating. The madwoman, seeing Xunyi's tattered shirt and bloodied lips, presumed Yuli had harmed her son and, upon spotting the knife discarded by Yuli, picked it up and lunged at him. I suspect you are already aware of the subsequent events. Having been drugged and rendered powerless, even the fingerprints on the knife were conveniently obscured by the Yu family. Yuli perished and my nightmares ceased. I ought to be grateful to Xunyi, Yet I harbored resentment, for I often dreamed of that day, of the bloodied Yuli standing at the foot of my bed, questioning why I had taken his life, insisting that without my knife, he would still be alive. I was uncertain of how to approach Xunyi. I wished to express my gratitude, yet I did not want to be the only one trapped in a nightmare. Thus, I sought out individuals to have Xunyi's mother released. However, given that she had committed murder, even if freed, she could only reside in a rehabilitation facility. Nonetheless, that sufficed. Once she regained her senses, she would surely seek to torment Xunyi. In this manner, it offered me a peculiar form of solace. If I cannot find peace, neither would Xunyi. Your comfort lies in Xunyi's suffering? Bai Ci glared at him. Do you have issues? Having been drugged, Xunyi was evidently struggling to remain upright, even leaning heavily against the vehicle, his legs trembling. Upon hearing Bai Ci's words, he mustered his strength, asking, "You see no problem with Xunyi, yet I am the one with issues?" His voice grew softer, revealing his diminishing strength. Bai Ci wished to avoid trouble, yet he could not simply stand by and watch Xunyi falter before him. As for Xunyi, there was no need for external opinions. His actions were surely grounded in personal rationale, and no one had the right to define him. Xunyi appeared to be struggling to maintain his footing, furrowing his brow. If you're feeling unwell, you'd best summon someone to take you home. Let me be clear, I cannot escort you to the hospital. You can either collapse here or, while you're still coherent, call someone to come for you. The choice is yours. Having expended most of his strength, Xunyi realized that Bai Ci was impervious to reason. No amount of persuasion would sway him. Make the call. Xunyi retrieved his phone and handed it to Bai Ci, his vision blurring. Help me out. The first contact in my address book is a guy named Bai Ci. Call him and ask him to pick me up. Bai Ci took the phone, illuminated the screen, and was met with a password prompt, 0606. His hand hesitated as he examined the device from various angles, confirming it was not Xunyi's phone before looking back at Xunyi. Is your phone password based on Xunyi's birthday? So, this isn't just Xunyi's enemy. It's your own as well? Despite Xunyi's previous lengthy discourse receiving little reaction from Bai Ci, the mere mention of those 4 digits caused Bai Ci to straighten up. With an irritated glare directed at Bai Ci, Xunyi, adhering to a philosophy of mutual discomfort, snapped back, "What business is it of yours? I'm doing as I please. Just hurry up and call." Bai Ci noted that the contact named Bai Ci answered swiftly and arrived promptly. Within a span of 10 minutes, Xunyi was taken away. Once Xunyi departed, Bai Ci leaned against the car, exhaling in relief. He was uncertain why Xunyi had chosen to disclose his relationship with Xunyi, yet he had to admit that after hearing Xunyi's words, his earlier inclinations to act against him had significantly diminished. It was apparent that Xunyi harbored no intentions of confronting Xunyi. But Bai Ci remained uncertain about Xunyi's feelings towards Xunyi. The two did not appear as friends, yet they were hardly enemies either. After seeing Xunyi off, Bai Ci settled into the driver's seat, resting his forehead against the steering wheel. Xunyi had divulged much, some of it echoed information previously imparted by the system, while other details were freshly acquired. Given that time had elapsed without incident concerning Xunyi, it indicated that Xunyi had not revealed Xunyi's role that day to anyone else. However, the events that had transpired were immutable. As an outsider, Bai Ci felt he could not pass judgment. Had Xunyi orchestrated Xunyi's involvement, it would be Xunyi, now plagued by nightmares, who would not easily forgive him. Yet, in a twist of fate, perhaps Bai Ci himself was not wholly virtuous. There lingered a sliver of relief within him, grateful that the one entangled in the scheme was not Xunyi. Lost in thought, his phone rang, breaking the silence. The call was from Xunyi, Bai Ci, and on the other end, Xunyi offered no pleasantries, simply indicating he was waiting downstairs. "Third floor, come in." Bai Ci asked no further questions and obediently ventured into the bar, where someone was already awaiting him. "Mr. Bai, this way, please." As he was led to the 3rd floor, Bai Ci pushed the door open and, amidst the throng of people, immediately spotted Xunyi seated at the far end. The once lively chatter within the room fell silent the moment he entered, save for the lingering strains of music. Many were aware of his identity, and, instinctively, their gazes shifted towards Xunyi. Unfazed by the attention, Bai Ci approached Xunyi directly. Though Xunyi appeared somewhat inebriated, Bai Ci discerned from his relatively clear eyes that he had not consumed much. The drunkenness was a mere facade, the reason for which remained unclear to Bai Ci. Bai Ci squatted down before Xunyi, inquiring if he wished to go home. Xunyi, with half-closed eyes, reclined languidly and regarded Bai Ci, who was lowering himself before him. This was not the comfort of home, regardless of how Bai Ci attempted to conceal his identity. He was inherently the second young master of the Bai family. To present himself so carelessly could lead to unwanted scrutiny should his true identity be revealed. When Xunyi remained silent, Bai Ci began to question whether Xunyi had indeed consumed something questionable. Having just encountered Yuzhan and engaged in extensive conversation, Bai Ci felt somewhat disoriented. "Are you unwell? Is it a headache or dizziness?" he asked, reaching out to touch Xunyi's forehead, only to have his hand swatted away. "I'm fine. Mind your own business," Xunyi retorted, the forcefulness of his gesture easing Bai Ci's anxiety and allowing his tense expression to soften. The genuine concern on Bai Ci's face was unmistakable. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Xunyi gestured for him to sit. Nonchalantly, he asked, "What did you discuss with Yuzhan?" The surrounding crowd had resumed their revelry, leaving Bai Ci and Xunyi in a secluded corner, which offered a peculiar sense of tranquility. Leaning forward, Xunyi took a sip from his drink, declaring that since he had chosen to remain at the Sun family villa, he would set aside other thoughts. "I may not concern myself with your associations, but do not engage in actions that displease me." He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ci. "You may have your motives, and I do not mind. However, I despise being surveilled and loathe betrayal. Do you understand?" Xunyi's tone was light, yet Bai Ci recognized the gravity of his words. Regardless of external influences, a person capable of orchestrating everyone's involvement was far from benevolent, even if that person was Xunyi. Nevertheless, the essence of Bai Ci remained unchanged. He was acutely aware that Xunyi's statement was a threat. Yet he found himself posing another question. "Why do you not care about my associations?" Xunyi's drinking paused momentarily in response to this inquiry. Bai Ci continued, "You should be concerned, especially regarding those of questionable character. As long as you express disapproval, I shall heed your words." He seemed genuinely intent on instructing Xunyi on how to oversee him. "I will strive for perfection in my actions, though I acknowledge that oversights may occur. Should you have any concerns, feel free to express them. While it may be challenging to avoid mistakes entirely, I assure you that I will not repeat anything you have explicitly mentioned." Xunyi had summoned Bai Ci to issue a warning. Yet Bai Ci's approach was to teach Xunyi how to manage him, invoking the notion of a lifetime commitment. He opened his mouth. "Did I say something?" Bai Ci, unfazed, replied, "No, you did not." Xunyi, "There's no need to drone on about it." Bai Ci, noticing Xunyi's reluctance to elaborate, wisely refrained from probing further. While the others were lively and animated, Xunyi's corner remained relatively serene. After observing for a while, Bai Ci discerned that Xunyi was not unpopular. In fact, many approached him for conversation and drinks. However, none pressed him into participating in games that did not pique his interest. "You have many friends," Bai Ci remarked, having spent some time in Xunyi's company. "Indeed, I have numerous friends," Xunyi replied, "though I wonder how long they will remain. For reasons unknown." Upon hearing Xunyi's words, Bai Ci's mind drifted to Yuzhan. When he first encountered Yuzhan, he pondered why someone seemingly agreeable would associate with a group so disagreeable. In retrospect, it seemed that being with that crowd was perhaps not Yuzhan's true desire. It might have stemmed from familial obligations, or perhaps, as long as one has so-called friends around, their identity and nature become irrelevant. Xunyi had no family, possibly liberated from the compulsion to socialize, which explained why he and Yuzhan found themselves at such disparate gatherings. One surrounded by friends, the other alone with his drink, nearly left for dead. "What are you thinking about?" Xunyi inquired, noticing Bai Ci lost in thought. "I'm contemplating your social connections," Bai Ci replied, and then suddenly remembered. By the way, it was about to rain when I entered. What were you intending to convey?" "Nothing significant, merely suggesting that if you wish to leave this gathering, we can return." Bai Ci smiled at Xunyi. "You summoned the butler. Surely, it wasn't merely to entertain your friends." "That is not entirely out of the question," Xunyi replied. Then I strongly advise you to dismiss that notion. Bai Ci said with little sincerity, you've witnessed my means of entertainment. Your friends may not withstand much of it. Xunyi, seemingly lost in thought, nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the truth in Bai Ci's words. So, shall we head home? Xunyi remained silent for an extended period, long enough for the group of singers to finish 2 songs before he finally responded, I'm tired. Let us go. Bai Ci noted that at some point, the once prickly Xunyi had begun to welcome his words, occasionally swept away by his own discourse. Currently, Xunyi might still be the person who concealed his true emotions in public, but in private. Bai Ci gradually glimpsed the essence of the individual he had known for nearly 2 decades. Very well, let us return. Upon exiting the bar, they were greeted by a gentle rain. Bai Ci observed the weather and, as if conjured from thin air, produced an umbrella, opening it just in time to shield them from the impending downpour. Xunyi, bemused by the sudden appearance of the umbrella, asked, Where did that come from? I brought it from the car when you called me. It was left with the security at the entrance, Bai Ci explained, sheltering Xunyi beneath the umbrella. Xunyi acquiesced, knowing the car was not parked far away. It's not about the distance of the car. I simply wish to keep you dry. 2 months prior to the incident involving Xunyi, he had already learned the importance of careful nurturing after being caught in a brief rain shower, which prompted him to spend 2 entire days recuperating. Following that episode, Bai Ci had come to understand that Xunyi should be treated like a delicate porcelain doll, shielded from the elements as much as possible. Bai Ci casually mentioned this based on his own experience, unaware that Xunyi would take his words to heart. At times, I truly feel that your statements can be overly emphatic. Bai Ci, momentarily taken aback, responded with a questioning sound. Xunyi gazed into his eyes and, after a brief pause, shook his head, dismissing the matter and suggesting they should head home and get in the car. As soon as the 2 of them settled into the vehicle, the light rain intensified. Bai Ci remarked, This rain seems to have impeccable timing, only starting once we got in the car. You have to admit, it shows a certain awareness. Even more so than Yuzhan. Chapter 15. The eccentric young master and his boundless butler. Are we still going? Xunyi fastened his seatbelt. Do you intend to wait here for the rain to cease? Of course we are going. After waiting for such a long time to escort Xunyi home, it would be nonsensical not to leave now that he was in the car. The rain poured even more heavily, causing the vehicle to slow considerably, prompting Bai Ci to drive at a leisurely pace. Such torrential downpours can often provoke feelings of agitation, yet when one truly settles into the moment, the ambience can evoke an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Bai Ci, who previously disliked rainy weather, had grown fond of this particular atmosphere. Did you enjoy yourself today? He inquired casually as he drove. I found that those people were reasonably kind to you. How so? Xunyi refrained from answering whether he had fun, noting that Bai Ci had barely observed them upon entering. My comment about their kindness does not hinge on mere observation, Bai Ci replied. You had the freedom to engage in conversation with them as you pleased, undisturbed by anyone insisting upon your company. I sensed that you were relatively relaxed amidst their merriment. Initially, the document G-Duo provided had warned of the malevolence found in the small worlds encountered by fragmented souls. However, upon reflection, he recognized the presence of Jiangdu, Aunt Ding, Uncle Jiang, and others who genuinely regarded Xunyi as a friend. Perhaps this world is not as dreadful as one might believe. The inclement weather caused vehicles on the road to move at a sluggish pace, while the sound of rain against the car windows created an illusion of percussion upon the soul. Bai Ci, typically reticent, was more inclined to converse in Xunyi's presence, accustomed to the lack of response. At that moment, Bai Ci remained oblivious to the fact that Xunyi's once clear future was quietly disrupted by his arrival. With the long-sealed life suddenly cracking open, allowing a breath of fresh air to seep in, the rain continued to pour, and a flash of lightning illuminated the distant sky. Bai Ci hesitated before suggesting, perhaps we should postpone returning home today. Xunyi furrowed his brow, recalling the day Bai Ci had forcefully assisted him with bathing. Are you perhaps overthinking this? Bai Ci, confused, responded, What do you mean by overthinking? His inquiry was framed as a question, yet his actions were assertive. At the next intersection, he decisively turned onto a route entirely different from the one leading home. Are you truly taking a detour? Xunyi's tone suggested irritation, though it seemed to lack genuine anger. Bai Ci, with such heavy rain, I have no idea what time I will get home. Let us find a place to stay for the night. Although he mentioned making do, his driving route suggested otherwise. Xunyi straightened his posture and asked, "Where are you taking me?" Bai Ci replied, "To a place." Xunyi resolutely declared, "I'm not going." "What are you nervous about?" Bai Ci inquired. "Who is nervous?" Xunyi retorted. "If you're not nervous, why are you sitting so upright?" Xunyi, perhaps provoked, fell silent for the remainder of the drive. Bai Ci began to wonder if Xunyi regretted not continuing to hang out with friends and instead coming home with him. Approximately 20 minutes later, the car entered an upscale residential complex's underground parking lot. Initially believing they were heading to a hotel, Xunyi was taken aback. Bai Ci parked the car and said, "We've arrived." Xunyi remained seated in the passenger seat, unmoving. As Bai Ci unbuckled his seatbelt, he noticed Xunyi's gaze fixed on him without any intention of getting out. He casually asked, "What is wrong? What is wrong?" Xunyi glanced outside, casting a displeased look at Bai Ci. This community was clearly expensive, and seeing Bai Ci navigate here with such familiarity indicated that he had not rented this place temporarily. Bringing Xunyi here had a purpose far clearer than going to a hotel. Following Xunyi's gaze, Bai Ci glanced outside and suddenly had an epiphany. He turned to Xunyi and asked with a composed expression, "You don't think I have ulterior motives, do you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ci noticed a slight blush on Xunyi's ears. Although he did indeed harbor some ulterior motives, it wasn't to such an extreme. "Don't overthink it. This is a house I recently purchased specifically for you." Bai Ci explained, "I planned to wait until everything was perfectly arranged to surprise you, but with this dreadful weather, I brought you here directly." The sudden revelation of a house, especially one bought by Bai Ci, left Xunyi genuinely astonished. "You bought this for me? Why would you suddenly buy a house to give to me?" Bai Ci unfastened Xunyi's seatbelt, stating, "The villa is quite spacious. It would feel empty with just the two of us, plus it's south, not close to your school. The commute would be tedious." He tapped Xunyi's elbow, signaling him to exit the car. Xunyi stared at Bai Ci for a long moment, contemplating deeply, before finally opening the car door. Bai Ci followed suit. Continuing to explain, "The house has a balcony, and I'll leave the plants there to Uncle Jiang. Aunt Ding will handle the cooking, and she and Uncle Jiang will take care of the villa. You can return whenever you like, but if you find it too far, you can stay here. Your preference is what matters." "Who said I would do as you wish?" Although Xunyi exited the vehicle, he merely stood by the car, questioning, "You bought me a house?" He chuckled softly, asking, "What is your identity in this? A steward? Have you ever seen a steward buying a house for their employer?" With two beeps, Bai Ci locked the car door, walked around to stand in front of Xunyi, took his hand, and placed the community access card in his palm. "Of course, I'm doing this as your boyfriend." Did he just convince himself with those words? Who agreed? Xunyi instinctively retorted, but before he could finish, he fell silent. It seemed he had indeed uttered something along those lines before. As Bai Ci observed Xunyi's expression, he discerned that Xunyi had recalled that day. Outside the villa, Xunyi had attempted to deal with the tale, half-threateningly uttering the term boyfriend. Xunyi likely dismissed it at the time, but it remained etched in Bai Ci's memory. It was good that he remembered. Bai Ci's lips curled into a smile as he remarked that it was quite chilly in the parking lot today. Xunyi did recall. Yet his intention that day was merely to caution Bai Ci, to inform him that he was aware of Bai Ci's claim of coming to pick up his boyfriend, urging him to be more discreet in the future. He had no desire to acknowledge the identity of being a boyfriend. Noticing a slight furrow in Xunyi's brow, Bai Ci seized the opportunity to speak first, successfully preventing Xunyi from voicing his thoughts. "I took you seriously. Please do not jest with me now. I am rather naive and cannot endure such grand deceptions." Xunyi clenched his fist tightly, inwardly cursing. Once Bai Ci became animated, he found that while his experiences were still somewhat shallow, the most profound realization was that this person was becoming increasingly brazen. However, it seemed he was not entirely unmanageable. Bai Ci awaited Xunyi to catch up, only to see Xunyi relax his fist, let out a soft sigh, and smile as he said, "Since the pure-hearted Bai Shao is so innocent perhaps you should refrain from bathing me in the future." As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance downward at Bai Ci, adding a hint of mischief. "It would be quite troublesome if the innocent you were to stand up." Bai Ci was momentarily taken aback by Xunyi's words, and the smile on his face gradually faded. It was as if he had lifted a stone only to have it fall upon his own foot. He was the very embodiment of that sentiment. Chapter 16. The perverse young master and his boundless butler. As Bai Ci had mentioned, the house was indeed still in disarray. The vast living room contained only a single sofa, lacking even a coffee table. Upon entering the room, Bai Ci first guided Xunyi to input his fingerprint for the door lock, then gently pushed him into the room by his shoulder. "Take a look around. I'll step out for a moment. There's nothing here, so I'll purchase some toiletries." Xunyi replied, "Bring me a bottle of water." Bai Ci smiled, acknowledging the request. He understood Xunyi's character. Once he had decided to accompany Bai Ci, he would no longer hesitate to express reluctance. As for what Xunyi might offer in return later, Bai Ci had no clear idea, though he suspected a direction. His initial decision to relocate Xunyi was primarily motivated by a desire for him to experience a different living environment. The villa had been the site of many unpleasant occurrences for Xunyi, and Bai Ci merely wished for him to forget those memories. "Now that you are here, take a look at what else you might need. We will try our best to buy things you like." Bai Ci was well aware of Xunyi's preferences. Even if the purchases fell slightly short of his expectations, they would still be generally satisfactory. His decision to allow Xunyi to choose was simply to help him feel at home in this new space, a home imbued with fresh memories, one that he would genuinely cherish. Time was still on their side, and the nearby shops were far more diverse than those near the villa. Bai Ci placed an order online for various items and then ventured to the supermarket outside the community to procure some essentials. As he opened the door, carrying 2 bags, he saw Xunyi standing quietly before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. The rain continued to fall, and just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the figure of Xunyi, casting him in a striking light. In that visually stunning moment, Bai Ci felt a sudden jolt of fear. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he hastily discarded what he was holding and dashed indoors, grasping Xunyi's arm and pulling him back. Overwhelmed by the fear of losing Xunyi, he embraced him tightly in a moment of utter irrationality. Xunyi radiated warmth, the gentle heat seeping through their clothing gradually rousing Bai Ci from his stupor. He heard Xunyi inquire, "Bai Ci, what are you truly afraid of?" Xunyi was not the type to simply yield to an embrace. So his decision not to push Bai Ci away was the most surprising aspect once Bai Ci regained his senses. Following that surprise was an endless wave of joy. The reason for this joy was unclear. Perhaps it stemmed from Xunyi's unwillingness to push him away. Or perhaps it was simply the fact that Xunyi remained by his side. Regardless of the reason, it was enough to instill a sense of peace within him. Bai Ci released Xunyi but refrained from answering his question about his fears. He gazed at Xunyi's face before turning to the entrance, retrieving the bag he had earlier discarded and bringing it into the room to toss onto the sofa. "I bought quite a few things. Come take a look." Under normal circumstances, Xunyi's character would have allowed the topic to pass, but today, he evidently had no intention of letting Bai Ci off so easily. Avoidance resolves nothing. You want to let me act on my own, you pick me up for school, follow me secretly, visit the Do family, and seek out Brother Do. Even if you like me, this exceeds the bounds of ordinary affection. Xunyi's words were piercing. "You fear for my safety, but why?" "There is no reason." Without a coffee table, Bai Ci had no place to set down the newly purchased kettle and clicked his tongue in frustration, lifting the entire bag. "I'll go tidy up in the kitchen." He stepped into the kitchen, and in mere moments, Xunyi followed him inside. Bai Ci was aware of Xunyi's presence, but did not spare him a glance. "So clingy?" Xunyi leaned against the doorframe, awaiting his response. He smiled. "You've already embraced me. Do you think you can still escape today?" There's truly nothing to say. Bai Ci turned on the faucet, filling the kettle to boil some water, and remarked, "Even if I told you, you might not believe me. How would you know if you don't say it?" With a click, Bai Ci pressed the switch on the kettle and turned to face Xunyi. "I had a dream in which you were in danger. And that's why I'm so frightened. Do you believe me?" After a brief pause, Xunyi suddenly asked, "How old am I?" 18. You think I can still be easily deceived at 18? Bai Ci sighed. I already said you wouldn't believe me, yet you insist on asking. How about you give me some time, and I'll concoct a plausible reason that you would believe. He felt he was indeed correct in his assertion. Losing Xunyi felt akin to an unbearable nightmare, one he had vividly experienced, which was why he had come to this place. He could not disclose the existence of the system, for not only would it sound implausible, but more importantly, it could lead to the fragments of his soul realizing its incompleteness. Not all souls can accept the notion of being merely a shattered fragment. As long as everything proceeds smoothly, all is well. However, should an unexpected incident occur, it would inflict catastrophic damage on the essence of the original self. Bai Ci cannot afford to gamble, nor does he dare to. He is unable to use Xunyi to validate the consequences of the soul fragment's awareness of their own fragmented existence. Fortunately, Xunyi is currently more curious than insistent on probing deeper. Bai Ci perceives this clearly and does not shy away. He washes an apple and hands it to Xunyi, expressing, "You may not believe what I am about to say, but trust that I do not deceive you." As he offers the apple, he gently embraces Xunyi, stating, "I am here, safeguarding your tranquility in this small world." There are things Bai Ci will not voice. Yet should Xunyi wish to know, within the bounds of what can be said, he will share all that he knows. Do you have any questions? Xunyi responds affirmatively, yes. Bai Ci encourages, if you have inquiries, feel free to ask. I'll provide answers to what I can. Bai Ci's breath brushes against the nape of Xunyi's neck, not unpleasant, yet it evokes an odd sensation in Xunyi. Frowning slightly, he tilts his head away, his voice neutral, making it difficult to discern his emotions, and inquires, "Have you had enough of hugging yet?" Bai Ci, unabashed, replies, "Not yet. Let us embrace a while longer." Xunyi remarks, "You may feel content now, but half an hour from now, Bai Ci will regret this." He gestures towards a spare room. "Are you truly going to make me sleep on the sofa? Isn't that a bit cruel?" Xunyi points to the spare room. "I haven't prevented you from sleeping there." Bai Ci retorts, "That room has no bed. You'll be sleeping on the floor." Xunyi nods. "So the sofa is your best option." Despite knowing Xunyi would never agree to sleep in the bed, Bai Ci still attempts to negotiate. "The sofa is uncomfortable. Let us compromise and share the bed." Xunyi, unfazed, leisurely suggests, "How about you take the bed, and I will make do on the sofa for a night? I can sleep anywhere." Bai Ci could never allow himself to occupy the bed, while Xunyi resorts to the sofa. Having embraced Xunyi twice without being rebuffed, he ought to feel satisfied. Yet, if you're to be honest, he feels somewhat intrusive, grateful that Xunyi has not regarded him with suspicion. Do not entertain any notions about the sofa, Bai Ci concedes, retreating to his room to fetch a thin blanket. If he were to fall from the sofa and injure his other arm, it would be more than just a bathing matter. Chapter 17. The perverse young master and his boundless butler. It is still early, wrapped in a thin blanket on the sofa. Bai Ci reflects on Xunyi's behavior from earlier, contemplating much. Duo was right. Xunyi's soul fragments seem to possess a unique emotional connection to him, possibly unbeknownst to Xunyi himself. In many instances, he unconsciously chooses to trust in himself, even when the words he can articulate lack substantial persuasive power. Those seemingly enigmatic statements are not questioned deeply. Whether one deems him indifferent or self-assured, these conflicting feelings evoke a sense of dissonance within Bai Ci. Lost in thoughts of Xunyi, Bai Ci leans against the sofa cushion and drifts into a light slumber. Time passes, and a soft click of the door awakens him from his shallow sleep. The footsteps, light, emerge from the bedroom and eventually halt before the sofa. Bai Ci, for reasons unknown, he kept his eyes closed. All that surrounded him was a tapestry of subconscious thoughts. Two individuals stood in stark contrast. One, seated before the sofa, seemingly engrossed in something unseen. The other, reclining with eyes shut in a pretense of slumber. The raindrops pattered against the window with a cacophonous rhythm. Yet the world outside felt enveloped in serene stillness. In this ambience, had Bai Ci not known the true nature of Xunyi, he might have mistaken him for an assassin lurking in the shadows. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and just as Bai Ci felt he could no longer maintain his charade, Xunyi stirred. He noticed a figure before the sofa, crouching down, and then a familiar warmth brushed against his hand that lay carelessly over the edge of the sofa. Bai Ci. Xunyi's touch was gentle, perhaps mindful of the risk of awakening him, as he delicately grasped Bai Ci's fingertips, despite the intimacy of their embrace. Bai Ci's heart raced wildly at this seemingly simple gesture. The 18-year-old Xunyi had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Previously, whenever they ventured outside, Bai Ci would invariably take Xunyi's hand, relishing any form of physical connection with him. Each time they held hands, he would unconsciously caress and squeeze that slightly smaller hand of Xunyi's. Occasionally, when Xunyi grew weary of his playful antics, he would withdraw his hand only to playfully tap it against Bai Ci's own unruly hoof, effectively curbing his desire to continue holding on. Naturally, as their hand-holding became habitual, Xunyi would also come forth to grasp Bai Ci's hand. Bai Ci cherished the moments when he would pick Xunyi up from the research institute. Witnessing the ease with which Xunyi would walk out and take his hand, smiling as he bid farewell to his colleagues. In those instances, a profound sense of pride would swell within him. Such a beautiful, gentle, talented, and well-liked individual was his partner. And the fact that Xunyi initiated their hand-holding filled him with a desire to proclaim to the world that Xunyi belonged to him. Now, witnessing this 18-year-old version of Xunyi reach for him, Bai Ci realized that even the same person could evoke entirely different sensations. If he were to distinguish between the two feelings, pride had transformed into an exhilarating thrill. Fortunately, Xunyi's grip was brief, lasting no more than a minute before he quietly retreated to his room, much like he had arrived. Once the bedroom door was confirmed closed, Bai Ci rose from the sofa, glancing back toward the direction of the room, only to turn back in bewilderment. It must be said, whether in the guise of the older or younger Xunyi, his influence over Bai Ci was profoundly significant. In that fleeting minute, his drowsiness dissipated entirely. Not only was he awake, but he felt an exhilarating urge to dash out into the rain and run 10 kilometers. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he struggled to regain his composure. However, a lingering question began to stir within him. Why had Xunyi, in the dead of night, chosen to come and hold his hand? What prompted Xunyi to reach out to him? This question remained elusive, and he could not simply confront Xunyi, feigning sleep, to inquire about his motives. Though Bai Ci occasionally possessed a thick skin, he was not foolish. If Xunyi were to discover that he had been pretending to sleep, it would be a wonder if they could even share the same room thereafter. Sitting upright against the sofa's backrest, he tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling. So, what could have compelled Xunyi to reach for him? Without asking, he found himself unable to sleep. Should he take the plunge and inquire? He worried that Xunyi might also struggle with sleep. Just as he pondered this, the bedroom door creaked open, and Bai Ci instinctively turned his head. Their eyes met, and Bai Ci clearly noticed a moment of surprise on Xunyi's face. Bai Ci mused, it seems this is the end. Since Xunyi often rose at midnight for a drink, they kept a small night light on in their room. Thanks to this gentle illumination, Bai Ci could see Xunyi's previously gentle expression darkening with an unmistakable air of menace. A familiar tension that was anything but benign. He wondered if it was too late to pretend he hadn't seen anything, to sit up like a somnambulist and then lie back down. Why are you up? Bai Ci contemplated various foolish ways to phrase his inquiry, ultimately deciding to ask directly. Xunyi stood still, watching him, unyielding. Aren't you asleep? Bai Ci replied, I was asleep, but woke up again. His words were honest. He had merely blurred the timeline. When did you wake up? Xunyi's question was incisive, revealing his sharpness. Just now. Bai Ci feigned the appearance of having just awakened. Yet the growing chill on Xunyi's face suggested that his ambiguous replies had failed to convince him. Don't just ask me. You haven't answered my question yet. Bai Ci attempted to turn the tables. However, Xunyi was impervious to such tactics. He approached Bai Ci, towering over him as he sat on the couch, leaning slightly forward. You left the light on for me, and then ask why I'm up? Isn't your attempt to change the subject rather transparent? What else should I do? Wait for you to dig deeper? If you have nothing to hide, Why fear my probing? Tomorrow night, I'll help you bathe. Xunyi was taken aback. He didn't quite grasp how the conversation had veered towards bathing, and even Bai Ci, upon uttering those words, reflected on their sudden shift. Yet he quickly adapted, pivoting as if they had been discussing this all along. Bai Ci maintained an impassive facade. Tonight, you used an entire bottle of body wash, lost 2 towels, and even your spare clothes fell out of your grasp. You ended up washing 2 pairs of underwear. The ones that had fallen to the floor were soaked, one of which had been washed by Bai Ci himself. Xunyi had attempted to intervene, but to no avail. What Bai Ci said was factual, albeit suggestive. Ignoring the darkness of Xunyi's expression, Bai Ci pretended not to notice. As long as he feigned ignorance, Xunyi wouldn't frown. Yet, none of this was truly significant. What mattered was that Xunyi's arm needed proper care. He should take advantage of having someone to look after him. After all, hiring Bai Ci was an investment. Not utilizing him would be a waste. I hired you for comfort, not to add to my woes, Xunyi coldly retorted. A pointed reminder to get more sleep and avoid late nights, lest he risk a sudden demise. With that, Bai Ci understood the matter was settled. He nodded in acknowledgement. The restless night has finally come to an end. With dawn approaching, it is time to cease the turmoil. After Xunyi departed, Bai Ci collapsed onto the pillow. He comprehended that Xunyi's lack of inquiry was not due to his belief that Bai Ci had been asleep all along, but rather because the outcome of such questions held little significance. In other words, Xunyi's previous demeanor likely stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether Bai Ci was merely pretending to be asleep to deceive him, rather than worrying about whether their handshake had gone unnoticed. The path to winning back his beloved is indeed a long one, Bai Ci sighed. Host, please correct your attitude. You are not here to pursue your beloved, but to save her. Bai Ci, can I mute you? System, you can, but it is not recommended. Bai Ci chose to heed only the part he wished to hear. Go meditate on your own for 5 hours. With the system's interruption, his earlier thoughts seemed trivial. As the system had indicated, he was here to protect Xunyi, not to engage in a romantic dalliance. Excessive desires could potentially hinder his initial goals. With clarity restored, Bai Ci felt a sense of peace wash over him, accompanied by the sound of rain. He closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber until morning. Chapter 18. The eccentric young master and his boundless steward upon awakening. Bai Ci found that Xunyi had yet to rise. The rain outside had ceased, and upon opening the window, the air felt fresher than the previous day. Bai Ci inhaled deeply a couple of times before turning to the kitchen. There was nothing in the kitchen. He had no intention of preparing anything. Xunyi had a habit of drinking water upon waking, so he needed to boil some hot water before stepping out to fetch breakfast. He had risen relatively early, while Xunyi, perhaps due to a late night, remained soundly asleep. Before leaving, Bai Ci peeked into the bedroom to glance at Xunyi. Xunyi's sleeping posture was always impeccable, lying on his side, exuding a gentle and tranquil aura. In truth, Xunyi had always been quite serene. He was the type who could spend several days in the laboratory without uttering a word. His sleeping position was also quite proper, reminiscent of the person who loved to nestle in Bai Ci's embrace. Unconsciously, Bai Ci approached, yearning to caress Xunyi's face, but fearing to disturb the peaceful slumber. Ultimately, he restrained himself and merely adjusted the blanket over him, concerned that Xunyi might wake and assume he had departed without a word. Bai Ci took the time to send a message to Xunyi's phone, assuring him that he would return shortly before finally stepping out. One must admit, sometimes when fate brings together 2 seemingly incompatible souls, one might encounter them even in the most unexpected of circumstances. Bai Ci had intended to stop by a nearby eatery known for its soup dumplings, knowing it to be Xunyi's favorite. However, much to his surprise, before he could even spot the dumplings, he encountered a familiar face. Bai Ci. Turning around, Bai Ci was met with the not-so-pleasant visage of Yuzhan. Yuzhan stood behind him, greeting him, his silhouette reminiscent of someone familiar. What are you doing here so early? Bai Ci had not anticipated running into Yuzhan and countered with a question, What brings you here? Yuzhan replied, I live here. The rain was torrential yesterday, and after returning from the hospital, I decided it was more convenient to stay here. Bai Ci was preoccupied with thoughts of Xunyi and preferred not to engage in prolonged conversation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Oh, we're the same," he stated, referring to the fact that Xunyi was also present, silently hoping that Yuzhan could gather his wits quickly and refrain from dragging the conversation into trivialities that would delay him from returning to deliver breakfast to Xunyi. Yuzhan indeed grasped the underlying message, chuckling softly. "You are truly something else. Very well, I shall not hinder your pursuit. Wishing you success." With that, he departed, leaving Bai Ci, who was still awaiting his soup dumplings, murmuring a blessing in the early morning light. Truth be told, after the events of yesterday, Bai Ci's perception of Yuzhan had shifted significantly. While Yuzhan might still harbor grievances from years past regarding Xunyi, his choice to voice those sentiments yesterday indicated that, despite his resentment, he had no intention of seeking revenge against Xunyi. Yuzhan was not foolish. Had he truly wished to retaliate, he would not have confided in Bai Ci. It was a gesture of goodwill. In retrospect, it was evident that the reasons behind Yuzhan's association with that group of scoundrels were complex and perhaps beyond mere comprehension. Bai Ci had already taken action against several others, but due to Xunyi's ambiguous stance toward Yuzhan, he had refrained from taking measures against him. However, after last night's revelations, Yuzhan was unequivocally excluded from the ranks of his adversaries. As Bai Ci took his soup dumplings and settled in the car, Xunyi's call came through. His voice, still tinged with sleep, was utterly charming. "When will you be back?" The sleep-deprived Xunyi was undeniably endearing. His tone irresistibly cute, at least from Bai Ci's perspective. Unable to resist, he allowed a smile to grace his lips. "I'm already on my way back. I'll arrive in less than 10 minutes. I'm hungry. I want to eat," Xunyi stated. "I bought breakfast and even got you some soup dumplings." "Ah, splendid." Bai Ci initially thought Xunyi was calling because he had learned about his encounter with Yuzhan, but it turned out to be merely due to hunger. After the call ended, he chuckled to himself, glancing at the breakfast resting on the passenger seat. The day's happiness for Xunyi hinged on such simple pleasures. Upon returning home, Bai Ci found Xunyi already seated on the sofa, waiting for him. Entering with his bags, he promptly reported, "I ran into Yuzhan while buying soup dumplings just now." Xunyi, engrossed in his phone, lifted his gaze slowly upon hearing this, inquiring, "Oh, really?" "Yes," Bai Ci replied. "He mentioned he lives here and wished me success." Xunyi cast aside his phone, evidently more intrigued by this revelation. "Wishing you success?" "Indeed. It seems he is aware of my pursuit of you." Xunyi fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Ci had never intended to conceal his actions from Xunyi. He believed that some truths, when spoken by oneself, held far greater value than those learned through others. Setting aside the Du family for the moment, it was clear that Du Han's single project would not suffice. As for the individuals in the parking lot that day, he had already dispatched someone to stir up trouble. Results from the Lin family's jewelry store, the Zhao family's mall, and the Gu family's company should soon manifest. "You are courting trouble. Those families will not let this go easily. I seek trouble, yet not without cause." Recently, the Lin family has been passing off inferior jewelry as genuine, while the Zhao family demands exorbitant rents at their marketplace. As for the Guo family, their reputation speaks for itself. Navigating the murky waters has inevitably led to some missteps. I am not the only one suffering. Those who have been wronged seek to vindicate themselves. There is nothing amiss in that, is there? Bai Ci prepared breakfast, arranging everything neatly, but I found myself powerless to assist Yuzhan. Xunyi inquired, "Are you hesitant?" Bai Ci glanced at him, continuing his task. "I fear that should I act towards him, you might take offense." Xunyi denied it, asserting, "I am not familiar with him." Bai Ci replied, "Indeed, you are not acquainted. You merely pity him and wish to spare him." Xunyi frowned. "Aside from intervening when that madwoman was apprehended, he has done nothing to me. He does not require my clemency." Xunyi considered himself no saint, yet in regard to Yuzhan, he had orchestrated a nightmare for him over the years. If Yuzhan retaliated once, exerting control over him for so long, perhaps they were even. Moreover, Xunyi knew that when Du Han and his associates sought to bully him, Yuzhan had intervened on several occasions under the pretense of boredom, genuinely shielding Xunyi from numerous troubles. Bai Ci nodded. I understand. Both were unfortunate souls, destined to remain estranged due to past grievances, yet unwilling to become adversaries. Once kind-hearted individuals, life had forced them into their current states. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. As the topic of the madwoman arose, Bai Ci shifted the conversation. How is your mother faring? Upon his arrival, the system had indicated that within a couple of days, the so-called Mrs. Su would receive new arrangements. It had been a while since he inquired about how Xunyi was managing that situation. Now, relocated to Yunqing, she would no longer encounter anyone aside from medical staff. That is good, Bai Ci said, breaking apart his chopsticks and offering them to Xunyi. If you wish to distance yourself from her affairs, you may entrust them to me. I assure you she will no longer trouble you. Xunyi lowered his gaze momentarily before lifting his eyelids to glance at Bai Ci, who was preparing to eat. His eyes wandered away and then returned. Then I shall leave that to you. I, too, prefer to avoid seeing her. Chapter 19. The perverse young master and his boundless steward Xunyi, he did not fall asleep immediately upon returning to his room last night. He lay staring at the ceiling, lost in thought for quite some time. Ever since Bai Ci underwent a transformation, he found himself inexplicably harboring feelings of trust and reliance, emotions that left him questioning his own state of mind. Thus, he was eager to confirm whether his affections for Bai Ci were genuine. Duhan's words that night were not without merit. Over the past few years, he had indeed cycled through numerous stewards for various reasons, though he was aware that dismissal would lead to the arrival of another. He persisted until Bai Ci came into his life. Initially, Bai Ci was a stern individual, treating all matters within the villa with utmost seriousness. Xunyi decided to retain Bai Ci not only because he refrained from meddling, but also due to his pleasing appearance, fearing that any replacement would not provide the same sense of ease. Last night, when he grasped Bai Ci's hand, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped him. In that moment, one is easily swayed by their emotions. Although Xunyi did not overtly feel a stir of affection, an indescribable sensation lingered within him. Bai Ci remained oblivious to the fact that, after that handshake, his position in Xunyi's heart had quietly transformed. When Xunyi entrusted him with the affairs concerning Su's wife, Bai Ci was momentarily taken aback, only to be enveloped by a subtle joy thereafter. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in this world that Xunyi had entrusted him with such personal matters. Previously, whether trivial or significant, they had merely been minor inconveniences for Bai Ci, and he had proactively taken it upon himself to manage them without ever consulting Xunyi, often to an excessive degree of trust. For instance, after the incident involving Duhan, Bai Ci had arranged for someone to confront him at the hospital, only to discover later that Xunyi had executed a similar plan. With broken ribs, Duhan had been deprived of his caretakers the same day, enduring a brutal beating that nearly cost him his life. However, this time, Xunyi's willingness to let him take charge was distinct. It was Xunyi himself who had verbally consented to Bai Ci's involvement in matters concerning his family. Bai Ci set aside his meal, leaning on the table as he gazed at Xunyi, assuring him, "Rest assured, whatever arises in the future, do not hesitate to confide in me. I promise your satisfaction." Xunyi met his gaze and nodded lightly in acknowledgement. From that day forth, Xunyi seemed to have transformed completely. He no longer concealed his actions from Bai Ci and would unabashedly call him for a ride when he was out late with friends. One night, at 2 or 3 in the morning, he awakened and summoned Bai Ci, stating he was hungry and desired noodles. By the time Bai Ci finished preparing the dish, he found Xunyi had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Bai Ci found no annoyance in this behavior. On the contrary, he cherished Xunyi's reliance on him. The shift in their relationship was apparent even to Aunt Ding, who frequently engaged Uncle Jiang in conversation, extolling the virtues of their current dynamic. On one such occasion, as Bai Ci happened to pass by, he overheard Aunt Ding chatting with Uncle Jiang, expressing if only this life could persist indefinitely. Mr. Su has finally managed to let go of his inhibitions and welcome others into his world. Should Mr. Bai ever betray Mr. Su's trust, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to him. Holding a spatula, Uncle Jiang consoled her, "You ought to put your mind at ease. You know well how Mr. Bai Ci, Mr. Su. If we were to compare, neither of us could match the level of concern Mr. Bai shows from Mr. Su. Just rest assured. Aunt Ding nodded twice in agreement. Yet her expression still carried a hint of worry. Uncle Jiang added, "You should truly be at ease about these two. Not only is Mr. Bai a decent person, but even if he had ulterior motives, what of it? You have cared for Mr. Su for so long. You know he is not one to allow himself to be wronged." After hearing a few more exchanges, Bai Ci departed, unaware of the remainder of their conversation. Aunt Ding and Uncle Jiang genuinely expressed their concern for Xunyi, and that is sufficient for Bai Ci. He does not harbor the expectation that everyone who encounters Xunyi will come to adore him. Rather, he merely wishes that those surrounding Xunyi remain untroubled. It suffices that they do not exhibit the same level of concern as Aunt Ding and Uncle Jiang, as long as they can maintain a sense of decorum. Recently, Xunyi's circumstances have been relatively stable, prompting Bai Ci to take the opportunity to tend to the vexing emptiness of the new house. When Xunyi returns in the afternoon, Bai Ci tosses a card in his direction. Xunyi watches as the card glides to a halt before him and looks up to inquire, "What does this mean?" Bai Ci replies, "Didn't I mention that you should select items to decorate the newly purchased house? I certainly cannot gift you something and expect you to spend your own money. Can I?" This notion piques Xunyi's interest. As he picks up the card, pinching it between his fingers to examine it, he remarks, "This is the first time I've seen a butler presenting a card to his master." Bai Ci retorts, "You ought to adapt quickly, for I intend to be your butler for life." Time has passed, and Xunyi has nearly acclimated to Bai Ci's demeanor. He shifts his gaze from the card to meet Bai Ci's eyes, stating, "You should perform well to avoid being dismissed." Bai Ci nods affirmatively, assuring, "That shall certainly not happen." However, that very night, he nearly finds himself ejected by Xunyi. Following Xunyi's injury, Bai Ci voluntarily assumed the task of helping him bathe. Initially, Xunyi would often decline, but eventually he became more astute. Realizing he could not match Bai Ci's strength, he opted either to bathe at a different time or forego it entirely, choosing instead to soak. When Bai Ci arrived at the designated bathing hour, he discovered that Xunyi was either finished or still indulging in the bath, leaving him at a loss. Concerned for Xunyi's convenience, he resolved to wait outside the bathroom. That night unfolded in a similar manner. Upon entering Xunyi's room, Bai Ci found him once again reclining in the bathtub. Bai Ci was not insistent on bathing Xunyi. His primary concern was for Xunyi's well-being. However, as Xunyi had managed to bathe independently without incident lately, Bai Ci gradually relaxed. Just as he began to feel at ease, a loud splash echoed from the bathroom. The sound unmistakably indicated that someone had fallen into the water, a stark contrast to the previous incident of a dropped bottle of shower gel. In an instant, Bai Ci dashed into the bathroom, only to find Xunyi clinging to the edge of the bathtub. His heart momentarily stopped in fright. He hastily grabbed a towel from nearby, shaking it open and draping it over Xunyi without regard for his wet state, then lifted him out of the bathtub. Xunyi squirmed slightly, asserting, "I'm fine." At that moment, Bai Ci could not possibly believe Xunyi's claim of being unscathed and, disregarding the potential for a wet bed, gently set Xunyi down at the edge of the bed, steadying his voice to ask, "Where did you fall?" The experience of being unclothed in the bathroom contrasted sharply with being unclothed outdoors. Xunyi adjusted the towel around him, insisting, "I'm truly fine. I just slipped while coming out." Bai Ci was not one to let such a casual explanation suffice. "If you don't tell me where you fell, I will take you to the hospital for an x-ray. If you remain silent, the doctor will inform me." Xunyi let out a rare sigh, his hair still dripping with water. He casually flicked it away, dismissing any concern. "I'm not foolish. I braced myself with my other arm when I fell. It merely jolted me. It's not as painful as other places." Bai Ci furrowed his brows, observing that Xunyi did not appear to be in grave distress. Wordlessly, he fetched a towel, placing it atop Xunyi's head and rubbing it gently. "We should visit the hospital. I'm uneasy about this." Xunyi protested, "You're overreacting." Bai Ci insisted, "It's always wise to be cautious. You're about to have your cast removed. What if you've exacerbated something? Let us just check for any dislocations." Bai Ci was swift in his actions, first drying Xunyi's hair, then searching for a change of clothes for him. Xunyi attempted to refuse, but Bai Ci grasped his arm. Even if you're not leaving, do you intend to remain without clothes? Won't you repeat? It's already dark. If I must change, it should be into pajamas, not a t-shirt. Reluctantly, Xunyi was compelled to dress, then dragged toward the door. At the threshold, he halted, frowning in discontent. I already said I'm fine. When did you ever claim it was nothing? Bai Ci knelt to assist Xunyi with his shoes. Xunyi withdrew his foot, protesting, if I'm fine, why go to the hospital? No more resistance. Bisi shide gently, taping Xunyi esonk. His tone softened as he continued. A visit could provide peace of mind. Injuries are no trivial matter. A careless mistake could lead to lingering issues. In Chapter 20, the peculiar young master and his unyielding butler. Bai Ci did not disclose the fear he felt upon seeing Xunyi emotionless after hearing a sound. As the youngest general in the galaxy, he had undergone unimaginable training, and maintaining composure in crises was expected. Yet, when it came to Xunyi, his worry felt somewhat uncontrollable. He tapped Xunyi twice, but there was no response. Bai Ci lifted his gaze, seemingly threatening. If you refuse to wear shoes, I can carry you. Xunyi retorted. It's not that I don't want to wear shoes, it's that I don't want to go. He had not anticipated that his life would be so thoroughly managed by a butler. He felt he should be angry, yet subconsciously, he was reluctant to reject such concern. His attitude was perplexing, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Bai Ci was oblivious to Xunyi's thoughts. Had he known, he would realize that Xunyi's situation mirrored what Ji-Duo had once told him. The fragments of the soul are connected to the body, naturally fostering affection toward those close to it. He held Xunyi's ankle firmly, stating, There's no option here. Will I carry you? Or will you walk on your own? Bai Ci knew Xunyi would not refuse. He had no intention of offering him the chance to decline. He understood Xunyi lacked the will to walk, yet he was also aware of Xunyi's self-awareness regarding his own capabilities. Ever since Xunyi had grown bolder, he had never bested Bai Ci in strength. If Xunyi did not acquiesce, Bai Ci would proceed regardless, having no intention of allowing him to refuse. As anticipated, Xunyi stood still for a moment, then in frustration, kicked at his own foot and declared, Step aside, I can put them on myself. On the way, Bai Ci had already scheduled a checkup, and after a thorough examination, it was confirmed that Xunyi was indeed fine, aside from a bruise on his leg. The doctor suggested applying some topical ointment for bruises and giving it a gentle rub. With the results being reassuring, Bai Ci visibly relaxed, while Xunyi's expression darkened at an equally noticeable pace. Holding the newly purchased medication, Bai Ci, sensing the shift in atmosphere, dared not provoke Xunyi further and cautiously helped him into the car. Since they were already out, he inquired if there was anything Xunyi wished to buy on their way back. However, Xunyi had no desire for any purchases at that moment. He was perhaps more inclined to find a steward who wouldn't meddle in his affairs. Receiving no response from Xunyi, Bai Ci refrained from pressing further, deciding it prudent to wait until they returned home. If Xunyi felt inclined to take it out on him then, he could always step out for a moment, which was preferable to inciting his ire now. Upon arriving home, Xunyi was the first to exit the vehicle, and by the time Bai Ci parked and returned, Xunyi had already locked the door from inside. Bai Ci noted that Aunt Ding was not present at the villa, leaving Xunyi alone inside. He found himself unable to summon anyone to let him in. After knocking, ringing the doorbell, sending texts, and making phone calls, he finally received a response from Xunyi half an hour later. By then, Xunyi had changed clothes and taken a quick shower. Upon seeing him, Bai Ci immediately recognized that Xunyi was still somewhat miffed, though perhaps the intensity of his anger had diminished. Having finally entered, Bai Ci was cautious with his words. You have no classes tomorrow. Let us select some furniture. That room is too empty and could use some adornments. Once adorned, it will be nearly ready for you to move in. Xunyi leaned against the doorframe, observing Bai Ci. If I move in, do you intend to follow? Bai Ci halted in his tracks, turning back. I am your steward. Why would I need a steward when I'm the only one at home? Bai Ci found the logic in that question compelling, momentarily at a loss for a retort. In their new home, with minimal responsibilities and Aunt Ding preparing meals, alongside Uncle Jiang managing the balcony, His role as a steward seemed superfluous. He appeared more like someone living off the hospitality of others. Our contract is for the long term. Bai Ci decided to take a formal stance without any further excuses. Xunyi smiled. That's fine. I can compensate you according to our agreement. If you wish, I could offer you a lump sum equivalent to half a year's salary. How does that sound? Bai Ci promptly rejected the offer. Do I truly need that half year's salary? Even if I did, I cannot accept it. His intention was to protect Xunyi. With everything at stake, such protection was paramount. There are still numerous issues with the Du family, and my role transcends that of a mere steward. I'm also a bodyguard. Let us not forget, with my skills, do you think employing several bodyguards could match my capabilities? I understand your wealth, but should not be squandered. Instead, consider investing with Du for better financial management. I merely mentioned it casually. Why the rush? Xunyi replied, li susuri, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Do not be anxious. With you at home, I have alleviated many burdens, so I have no immediate plans to dismiss you. Bai Ci secretly let out a sigh of relief, still feigning defiance. I know. A person as intelligent as you would never engage in unwise dealings. Overindulgence in flattery often leads to missteps. Xunyi deliberately approached Bai Ci, patting him on the shoulder. Can you make steamed eggs? I would love to have some. I can, Bai Ci replied. Why don't you sit on the sofa and wait for a moment? Upon entering the kitchen, Bai Ci took a step back to observe Xunyi settling onto the sofa before opening the refrigerator to retrieve some eggs. If Xunyi were truly to dismiss him, the situation would become quite troublesome. Fortunately, it seemed that his dissatisfaction stemmed merely from being dragged out tonight, a threat to scare him rather than a genuine intention. After retrieving 2 eggs, he glanced back at the sofa, where Xunyi was engrossed in his phone, gesturing as if chatting with someone. Bai Ci weighed the 2 eggs in his hand and cracked one against the edge of a bowl with a sharp sound. This young Xunyi proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Not only was he reluctant to open the door, but he also threatened to dismiss him. Although Bai Ci was not particularly fearful, pursuing his wife could not be hindered by backward steps. That would be exceedingly embarrassing. Bai Ci handed Xunyi a card, who accepted it without hesitation, spending liberally over the course of more than half a month, purchasing whatever he desired without restraint. Bai Ci had reviewed the expenditure records. Although Xunyi's spending was considerable, it was undoubtedly on quality items. For instance, the coffee table he had recently acquired was somewhat pricey, yet elegantly simple and rustic, complementing the sofa beautifully, thus enhancing the grandeur of the living room. Xunyi's discerning taste remained as impeccable as ever. Moreover, the bed in the guest room was the same model as the one in their master bedroom. Bai Ci had initially ordered 2 of those beds, but due to issues at the factory, only one had been delivered, which explained why they had only 1 bed in their 2 rooms that night. Not only the bed, but Xunyi had also chosen a mattress from the same brand. Had Bai Ci not known the quality of this brand's bedding, he might have suspected Xunyi was hinting at something. The arrangement of the house progressed smoothly, and Xunyi's hand was healing well. Bai Ci was particularly concerned about Xunyi's hand, and on the day the cast was removed, he forcefully ensured Xunyi had breakfast before hastily taking him to the hospital. The weather that day was pleasant, and the removal of the cast went smoothly. Even more fortuitously, they coincidentally encountered Du Han during their visit. Du Han's rib fracture was not healing as swiftly as Xunyi's arm. While Xunyi was ready to have his cast removed after more than a month, Du Han struggled even to get out of bed. Upon seeing Du Han, both Bai Ci and Xunyi tacitly chose to ignore him. Yet, Du Han had no intention of remaining silent. He had suffered a broken rib, and after failing to retaliate against his assailants, he had been beaten twice more. Despite these tribulations, his family offered no support. His grandfather came to the hospital solely to berate him, revoking several of his luxury cars and freezing his credit card. This pent-up frustration had been suffocating him, and now, unable to move, he could not let the opportunity to confront his foes pass. Oh, isn't this the young master's son? Has your arm healed? Exercise caution when you venture outdoors. Beware of the wandering spirits, for another misstep could leave you with troublesome after-effects. Xunyi maintained a nonchalant demeanor, betraying no reaction, while Bai Ci let out a derisive chuckle that made Du Han wince as if his ribs were in pain. Oh, is that not the young master of the Du family? What is the matter? Are your ribs still not healed? Chapter 21. The erratic young master and his boundless butler by Ci's foul temper was notorious. To say he was incapable was an understatement, and to speak of Xunyi in such a manner was even more inadvisable. He scoffed, "Look at my memory. I've fractured 3 ribs, with visible displacement at the break. It will take months to recover, and it's only been a little over a month. Far too early for that." "You," Bai Ci interjected, entirely unfazed. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Think before you speak." He took a couple of steps closer to Du Han and suddenly stretched, causing Du Han to recoil in alarm, clutching his chest and hissing in pain. Observing Du Han's pitiable state, Bai Ci chuckled derisively, his voice low yet unmistakably mocking. 3 fractured ribs, and by the law, you'd think I was a threat. Do I seem trouble to you? Yet here you are, warned by the Du family to cease your foolish antics, lest they abandon you. Bai Ci scrutinized Du Han from head to toe, noting how he had instigated trouble without the ability to rectify it, causing significant losses to his family. With such incompetence and an inability to keep his mouth shut, it was no wonder old Du was furious. If it were me, I would have beaten you to a pulp, though he had certainly administered a few blows himself. Oh, by the way, what do you think would happen if I were to tear your mouth apart? Would your family dare to come forth and defend you? My guess is they would rather bring your torn mouth to me as an apology. What do you think? Bai Ci spoke with an unsettling ease, leaving Du Han at a loss for words, his neck flushed with a mix of pain and humiliation. Bai Ci was indeed correct. Both he and Xunyi were not individuals he could afford to provoke. His prolonged stay in the hospital had clouded his perception of the world, leading him to mistakenly view these two as inconsequential figures from his past. Should he anger them further, his status within the Du family would swiftly shift from that of a scion to a burden. The family had no shortage of heirs, and relinquishing him would not be a difficult decision. Noticing Du Han's silence, Bai Ci let out a mocking hum and turned to Xunyi. Their eyes met, and Xunyi instantly grasped Bai Ci's unspoken question. "Let us go," he stated, casting not a single glance back at Du Han as he turned to leave. Once outside the hospital, just before entering the car, perhaps feeling buoyed by the pleasant weather, Bai Ci looked up at the sky. "What a splendid day it is." Xunyi followed suit, glancing upward. Bai Ci proposed, "Shall we celebrate the removal of your cast with a hot pot feast? How about it?" Hot pot on such a sweltering day? Xunyi turned to him, seemingly searching for a trace of jest on his face. "The hot pot restaurant isn't without air conditioning," Bai Ci replied earnestly. "Let us get in the car first. With your fair complexion, you ought to avoid getting sunburned." Xunyi's mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of hot pot when Bai Ci's words momentarily caught him off guard. He furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Next time, just say I got tanned. There's no need to mention my fair skin. It sounds rather frivolous." Bai Ci chuckled softly as he opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. After a brief pause, Xunyi opened the passenger door and climbed inside, scrutinizing his own arm, which indeed appeared quite pale. Bai Ci, not in a hurry to drive, turned to Xunyi and asked, "Regarding my recent assistance in educating Du Han, will there be a reward?" Xunyi diverted his gaze from his arm, replying a raise. "You know full well that I don't need the money." Previously, in the same car, Bai Ci had seized the opportunity to bathe Xunyi under the pretense of avenging his own injury, and now, in a similarly familiar scenario, albeit in a different setting, he initiated the same routine. "I don't need much, what do you say?" Xunyi responded, "No, let's drive." What a pity, Bai Ci sighed. Xunyi remained motionless in the passenger seat, prompting Bai Ci to observe him for a couple of seconds. Their eyes met, and Xunyi inquired, "What are you staring at?" Bai Ci shook his head, saying nothing, before leaning in closer. Having bathed Xunyi for a month, this degree of intimacy felt trivial. Yet Bai Ci sensed Xunyi's body tense at that moment. Xunyi was his lawful partner, someone he could kiss or embrace at will. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, he hesitated to act further. His Adam's apple subtly bobbed as he extended his hand to Xunyi's side, fastening the seatbelt, reminding him to prioritize safety while traveling. Xunyi's ears flushed crimson, and after 2 seconds, he shot a glare at Bai Ci, declaring, "If you don't start driving, I'm getting out to hail a cab." The fact that Xunyi did not shy away from his closeness was far more gratifying than witnessing Du Han's misfortune. Bai Ci obediently started the engine, but just before the car moved, he suddenly said, "Next time, I promise." Xunyi gritted his teeth, retorting, "I didn't say you didn't. It's me who wants to kiss you." Bai Ci had taken the recent incident upon himself. Yet he still managed to provoke Xunyi's irritation, resulting in a stony silence between them throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Xunyi remained equally taciturn. When asked about his meal preferences, he remained silent. When questioned whether the four-compartment pot base was acceptable, he still offered no response. His dissatisfaction was painfully evident, prompting a nearby server to stifle a laugh. Bai Ci, sitting beside Xunyi, leaned in and whispered, "At this rate, the server will think we're a couple having a quarrel." Xunyi glanced toward the server and caught a glimpse of the barely concealed smile. A pulse of annoyance throbbed at his temple. Fearing that it would be even more challenging to placate him later, Bai Ci waved the server away, saying, "Please don't be upset. It's my clumsiness with words. If you're still angry, let us go for barbecue afterward." Bai Ci's suggestion was sincere. Xunyi had once relished such foods, a fondness that seemed incongruous with his character. But as his research work intensified, the opportunities to enjoy such meals dwindled. After Bai Ci posed his question, he patiently awaited Xunyi's response. After a considerable pause, he finally heard Xunyi's voice. "Just let me die." The hot pot was filled with all of Xunyi's favorite dishes. Bai Ci, who had little interest in food, took the initiative to sit opposite and assumed the task of preparing the ingredients for Xunyi. Feeding someone you cherish is an exceptionally delightful endeavor. Although Xunyi was inherently composed, he had a particular fondness for spicy broth among the four options. He disliked shrimp but enjoyed shrimp paste. He consumed all the vegetables, yet had a distinct preference for leafy greens. Bai Ci attentively catered to Xunyi's preferences, and before long, his efforts coaxed Xunyi into conversation. "I just sent someone to check on your mother. The location is quite remote, but the environment is decent. The medical staff attending to her mentioned she incessantly demands to see you." Not seeing her, Xunyi set down his chopsticks, raising an eyebrow. "You want me to meet her?" "Of course not. You placed her in such a secluded spot precisely to avoid her disturbing you," Bai Ci replied. "I merely wish to inform you that her moments of clarity are infrequent. The only thing she remembers now is you. I had someone impersonate you during one of her lucid moments." Chapter 22. The Perverse Young Master and the Unprincipled Steward Xunyi. Bai Ci had contemplated this course of action for a considerable time, ultimately deciding that a decisive approach was necessary. Otherwise, if she were to regain clarity and cause a commotion, it could lead to complications that the medical staff would be compelled to report, further escalating distress. "Actually, it's not much. Your mother hasn't seen you in quite a while. When I sent someone in to impersonate you, she was quite bewildered for a lengthy period. I nearly thought she would recognize that it wasn't you." "And then?" Xunyi inquired. Bai Ci continued to prepare the beef for Xunyi. Noticing that Xunyi had yet to touch his food, he placed the cooked meat onto Xunyi's plate, speaking as he ate, "If you don't eat, I want to tell you." Though he jested, he continued speaking before Xunyi picked up his chopsticks. "Didn't I mention her clarity is fleeting? When she experiences episodes, she often clings to others, insisting on finding you, leading to rather troublesome situations. After I brought the impersonator in, she initially behaved, but within 2 minutes, she spiraled into madness again." Bai Ci refrained from detailing the chaotic episode. He had stood outside the door, imagining how tumultuous it would be if that person, who was both beaten and scolded, were truly Xunyi. If it were indeed Xunyi, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a ruckus. Aunt Ding remarked that Xunyi had endured such torment for so long that he had ceased to resist, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Observing Madame Xunyi's frenzy from outside, Bai Ci could easily envision the torment Xunyi had faced. Had it not been for the recent transfer and his prior communication with the higher-ups, any further incident could have been disastrous for Xunyi. Bai Ci might have seriously contemplated administering a lethal injection to bring tranquility to the world. She became too loud in her madness, so I instructed the impersonator to threaten her. The hot pot bubbled vigorously, prompting Bai Ci to lower the flame before continuing. a group of people restrained her, and I had the impersonator say, "Your father has returned, but he despises you for being a madwoman, hence his absence." Xunyi was taken aback, briefly evaluating his actions, understanding that he was adept at striking where it hurts. He then inquired, "Didn't you say she has little time to be normal? How can she remember my father?" Bai Ci chuckled softly. "How shall I put this? She may not recall who your father is, yet she remembers his name, and she recognizes that he was a person of great significance to her." Xunyi gently clenched his fist and then relaxed it, urging him to continue. Bai Ci's attention remained fixated on Xunyi. The subtle gesture of clenching his fist did not escape his notice. He set down his chopsticks and reached for the hand that Xunyi had just clenched, remarking, "Everyone has important people in their lives, even those who are unhinged. Yet, unlike other mothers, in her world, your father is the most pivotal figure." Xunyi turned to look at him. Bai Ci continued, "What I wish to convey is that while you may not be the most significant person to her, you are the most important person to me. And I swear to you, I'm not deceiving you." Xunyi lowered his gaze to the hand that grasped his, slightly larger than his own, and mused. This approach might be more effective in charming young ladies. He withdrew his hand, stating, "I have long grown accustomed to this. There is no need for flattery. I simply never anticipated that a person like her could have someone who cares." Bai Ci acknowledged with a hum, observing that Xunyi's emotional state had not shifted significantly. After taking a sip of water, he continued, "When your mother heard your father's name, she fell silent. Seeing that it had an effect, I instructed someone to tell her that her relentless torment had taken a toll on you, leaving you in a poor state. Your father is currently occupied with caring for you. Should she continue to demand to see you, your father would harbor a deep resentment towards her. She is not a person of deep affection. If she had any heart, she would not have treated me so harshly from the beginning." Xunyi raised his head. "So what did you do next?" Bai Ci nodded twice. "You indeed understand her well." That deranged woman fell silent for only a fleeting moment before she erupted again, screaming that she would kill this unfaithful man, hurling even more venomous words, dragging Xunyi into her tirade. The vitriol was so intense that Bai Ci feared he might act impulsively, and he turned to leave. There are many who are mad for love. Without Xunyi, he too could not survive. Yet, if love drives one to harm others recklessly, even innocent children, Bai Ci could not comprehend it. He merely saw such individuals as selfish. He harbored no disdain for those with mental illness. Rather, he was repulsed by the torment inflicted by Xunyi's mother. In retribution, he thought it fitting to have the person impersonating Xunyi feign madness, observing her markedly different attitudes towards both Xunyi's father and him. "What do you want him to do?" Xunyi questioned. "Feign madness?" "Indeed," Bai Ci replied nonchalantly. "If she can act insane, why can't you? You, the false version of yourself, could feign madness even more convincingly than she. As a boy, you possess strength. You could cry and shout for your parents, lamenting your lack of them and the hardships of your life. In the end, your mother would be left in tears, watching you unravel. Those who suffer from mental illness possess their own logic and are aware of their dislikes." After tormenting Xunyi for such an extended period, Bai Ci had no intention of letting her off easily. "I had people continuously harass her for over a week, even during the nights when she was supposed to be resting. Eventually, I pushed her to the brink of collapse. She took the only dangerous item in her room, the bed sheet, and threatened to take her own life if further provoked." Xunyi laughed and asked, "A bed sheet for suicide?" Bai Ci responded, "Why attempt to comprehend the thoughts of a mentally unstable person?" Xunyi was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Ci managed to stifle him, but patiently explained that those with mental illness inhabit their own worlds. In some of these realms, death is a foreign concept. Yet most still harbor a fear of it, especially someone like your mother, who is consumed by resentment and dissatisfaction. Thus, she eventually succumbed. After enduring a month of torment from her own son, she now goes into a frenzy at the mere sight of him, claiming she has no family. Not only does she react to her son, but she also breaks down upon seeing male medical staff. To ensure safety, Bai Ci instructed the fake son to loiter outside her ward every 2 days. Initially, upon spotting this faux son, Xunyi's mother would become hysterical. As soon as she reacted, he would perform to appease her. However, she soon learned to evade this by diving under the covers of the side of her son. Muttering phrases like, I'm sleeping, I'm sleeping. You should leave. Bai Ci chose to overlook her unseemly words, selectively narrating the plot to Xunyi. By the time it was mentioned that his mother would react intensely at the mere mention of his name, Xunyi had already surpassed his initial shock. Oh, is that so? Then she likely wanted think to torment me again. Xunyi felt neither joy nor sorrow. This outcome was precisely what he had long desired. Perhaps due to his lost hope for maternal affection, he felt no discomfort in this moment. He even contemplated that he had wished for that woman to die quietly. And perhaps that thought was genuine. Chapter 23. The Perverse Young Master and the Boundless Steward by Ci, wielding a small slotted spoon, dished out shrimp paste. If you're not tormenting her now, she should be grateful. Tormenting you is akin to tormenting herself. She is not that irrational. Even if her mental state deteriorated later, she wouldn't be confronting the real Xunyi when he was present, thus ensuring that such distress would never reach him. Quite well, Xunyi remarked as he took a bite of the shrimp paste, chewing slowly before continuing. To think you can manage such a troublesome individual. I'm uncertain what compliments to offer you. Are you sure you intend to compliment me, rather than mock me in a roundabout way? Bai Ci, after retrieving the shrimp paste, proceeded to cook beef tripe, placing the cooked dish directly onto Xunyi's plate. You may find it hard to believe, but these individuals with pure mental issues are relatively easier to handle. Their thoughts are straightforward, and they express their desires directly. Unlike others who may seem fine on the surface, only to make a fateful decision that could jeopardize your very existence. Some elderly individuals are solely focused on hastily resolving their troubles, completely disregarding the arduous nature of the process. They may readily agree to your terms in your presence, yet the moment you turn away, they are quick to alter those very terms. The adage that success invariably demands sacrifice is frequently wielded as an excuse for self-serving interests. Were it not for the presence of genuinely compassionate decision-makers among them, those who invariably lead the charge, they might one day find themselves perishing in a war abandoned by their own kind. Xunyi remarked, your words seem to stem from profound experience. Bai Ci did not deny it. If that is what you say, so be it. A collection of scoundrel-esque phrases? After mockery, you resort to slander. I see. Upon hearing this, Bai Ci set down his chopsticks, amused yet irked. They say a person who partakes in another's food is at a disadvantage. How can one eat while simultaneously disparaging? He rose and moved to sit beside Xunyi, leaning to observe him. In a single day, I am capable of bathing you, purchasing a house for you, verbally defending you, and physically standing up for you. With such diligence in pursuing you, how can you label me a scoundrel? Xunyi merely cast a sidelong glance at his actions and continued to consume the food on his plate, clearly indicating his disinterest in engaging with him. Noting Xunyi's lack of response, Bai Ci gently nudged his elbow and earnestly advised, it is fine to speak, but do not let such thoughts truly reside in your heart. This young Xunyi is quite the challenge. Although Bai Ci understands he is not truly that kind of person, he remains vigilant. Xunyi remained silent, and Bai Ci was in no rush. He took the chopsticks he had just used to prepare meat for Xunyi and added 2 slices of potato, naming one sincere intention. With a glance that could be likened to one observing a madman, he tossed in a crab stick, labeling it refusal of slander. Skillfully wielding a slotted spoon, he retrieved 2 duck tongues from the spicy broth. Xunyi chuckled and preempted Bai Ci's words, stating, I know this one. It's called smooth talk. Bai Ci found himself momentarily silenced by the truth of Xunyi's retort. On the surface, Bai Ci bore the mark of a scoundrel as branded by Xunyi. Yet in reality, he discerned that Xunyi was undergoing significant, albeit subtle, transformation. Unlike previous instances of deliberately orchestrating late-night escapades or picking him up from bars, this time he genuinely sensed Xunyi's growing trust in him. On a few occasions, when he had explicitly stated that there was no need for pickup, after enjoying a few drinks, Xunyi would still bypass the driver and call directly to Bai Ci's phone. Bai Ci, secretly delighted in the increasing trust Xunyi placed in him, striving to care for him even more diligently while silently paving a path for him. The individuals who had previously ambushed Xunyi were not overlooked by Bai Ci. As time passed, their families began to notice peculiarities. The Gu family was the first to react. Merely days after the incident, they realized someone was deliberately attempting to undermine them. Being a business family, the Gu clan, unlike the Bai or Sun families, possessed more knowledge about the unfolding events. After more than a month of investigation, they finally traced the origin of the matter back to Xunyi. If it were solely the Sun family or the Bai family, the matter might have been easily resolved. However, with Bai Ci being more inclined to stand up for Xunyi, this situation is no longer something that can be brushed aside with mere words or a simple apology. Bai Ci had anticipated that those individuals would trace back to him, but he was taken aback by their sluggish investigation. When Bai Ci called, Bai Ci had just reviewed the report regarding his mother's condition. Her most recent health check indicated that she was relatively well, and the caregiver mentioned that ever since she stopped insisting on finding her son, her own state had improved significantly. She even took to the garden daily with a trowel, expressing a desire to plant flowers. "Hello, brother," Bai Ci answered the phone. "What made you think of me today?" Bai Ci's voice was cool. "Well, I remember you're my brother." Bai Ci chuckled, setting the report aside. "How could I possibly forget? By the way, your gift should have arrived by now, so keep an eye out for it." A few days ago, while accompanying Xunyi at an auction, he had fortuitously encountered a sapphire up for bid. He inexplicably felt that the color was particularly suited to his brother, so he placed a bid and won it. I noticed the gemstone was of excellent quality. Initially, I intended to have it made into cufflinks before sending it to you, but I thought it best to let you decide how to use it. After all, if you didn't like what I made, it would be a waste of such a fine piece. Bai Ci's gaze fell upon the exquisite box on his desk. "I received it. I truly like it." Bai Ci remarked, "But didn't he call just to thank me, did you? That is not like you." Bai Ci was not one to engage in idle chatter. "I called because Gu Hai came looking for me." Gu Hai, a member of the Gu family. Bai Ci immediately connected the dots. "Oh, I had forgotten about that. Are they causing you trouble? Considering you spend so much time with Xunyi, who would be foolish enough to offend both the Bai and Sun families simultaneously?" Bai Yi paused. "However, you should exercise caution. While the Gu family has such concerns, the Lin family may not share the same reservations. Their main branch is overseas, and if provoked, it could lead to complications." "I understand. I researched them before taking any action," Bai Ci replied nonchalantly. "The Zhao and Gu families are manageable. They won't collapse. They can bear some consequences. As for the Lin family, it depends on how they choose to proceed. The Lin scion has bullied Xunyi alongside Duhan for far too long. It would be wise for them to tread carefully. They still need to operate in the domestic market, and excessively offending the Sun and Bai families will be detrimental to them. Anyone with sense can discern the right choice. After all, no one wishes to reach a point of mutual destruction." Chapter 24. The eccentric young master and his boundless steward Bai Ci was indifferent to how Bai Ci spent his day. He managed the family's enterprises, and since Bai Ci was his only brother, he didn't find him as troublesome as other second-generation heirs. "Do as you please. There are no issues with the Gu family. If problems arise with the Zhao family, I can assist you. However, I cannot engage with the Lin family. If difficulties arise, you might consider reaching out to Jiangdu. He possesses certain means regarding Xunyi. As long as you approach him, he will not ignore your plea." The observations made by Boji closely align with what Bozi has witnessed himself, leading him to a profound confusion. If Jiangdu truly values Xunyi so highly, why did he remain indifferent to Xunyi's life until he turned 18? Bozi firmly stated, "Do you know why Jiangdu previously neglected Xunyi?" After a moment of silence from Boji, Bozi sensed that perhaps his brother harbored some knowledge, yet there were words he could not share with him. "Brother?" He called again. "Bozi, the matters concerning the Sun family are not subjects for casual discussion. Although my understanding is limited, there are certain truths I cannot disclose to you. Not only you, but even Xunyi himself may be unaware. If you truly wish to know, you can investigate for yourself. Jiangdu will not impede you. However, I must warn you that his willingness to allow your inquiry suggests he is confident you will uncover nothing." Boji earnestly advised his brother, "I cannot say much more, But you must understand that Jiang-Du's current actions are merely in compliance with that individual's directives. There is no need for you to seek the motives behind Jiang-Du's behavior out of curiosity. Nor should you squander time investigating the person behind Jiang-Du for Xunyi's sake. You could learn from Xunyi, who understands the reason for Jiang-Du's existence yet refrains from delving deeper. Ultimately, even if you were to uncover the truth, it would yield no tangible benefit. It is far more prudent to foster a good relationship, as that will provide you with more substantial rewards. Bai Ci's words were indeed sagacious, and Bai Ci, though not a businessman like his brother, was not naive. He comprehended the principle of maximizing benefits. Most importantly, even if he were to discover information about Xunyi's father, it would be of little use. Even the system could not clarify his whereabouts. How unreasonable would it be to waste time investigating such an enigmatic figure? I understand, brother. I know what is permissible and what is not, and I am aware of the potential futility of certain actions. I merely asked out of curiosity, with no ulterior motives. Bai Ci shifted his position, adding, if any matters arise from the Gu family and you are too occupied, let them come directly to me. These are trivialities. Do not allow such bothersome issues to consume your time. You do possess a conscience. Bai Ci seemed to chuckle slightly. However, these minor matters hardly constitute a nuisance. I call to inform you that they have located you and to remind you and Xunyi to exercise caution. Understood, Bai Ci replied. After hanging up, Bai Ci sighed deeply. He harbored little concern for either the Du or Lin families. The root of the issue lay with those few Saiyans who bullied others due to their family backgrounds. He was well-versed in reasoning and was not lacking in heritage himself. He had no fear of underhanded tactics. Could these individuals truly be more ruthless than interstellar pirates? Yet, since his brother had emphasized the reminder, he resolved to take it seriously. 2 individuals assigned by Xunyi had been accompanying him, and he had tested their skills, which were commendable. Hey, you two! He waved his hand, summoning them to the forefront. Starting tomorrow, do not accompany me any longer. Instead, provide close protection for Xunyi. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. But sir, we were instructed to protect you. I do not require it. Bai Ci remarked that he would speak to Xunyi and assured that there would be no trouble from him. He would handle the arrangements for picking him up, while they simply needed to wait outside the school after his departure. Xunyi was already under the protection of others, so the presence of 2 more was inconsequential. Bai Ci's ultimate aim lay elsewhere. He was always shadowed by 2 bodyguards, and now that they were assigned to safeguard Xunyi, it was evident who would be more vulnerable should any malevolent intent arise. While the absence of danger was certainly preferable, Bai Ci would rather it be directed toward him. Moreover, this was a fragmented little world where the dangers surrounding Xunyi were perpetually unpredictable. Even with ample protection, one could never afford to be complacent. As he contemplated this, Bai Ci picked up his phone 2 minutes later and called Jiang-Du. Xunyi did not voice any opinions about the 2 additional individuals accompanying him. He remained silent, not even inquiring about what would happen to Bai Ci's safety in the absence of bodyguards. Tomorrow afternoon, I have an event with my club, so you need not pick me up, Xunyi stated, reclining in his chair after dinner. They might gather afterward, but the time was uncertain. That's fine. Just let me know the time and place in advance, Bai Ci replied, noticing that Xunyi had barely touched his food, his brow slightly furrowing in concern. He had no intention of hindering Xunyi's social life, although he wished for him to be by his side at all times. More importantly, he hoped Xunyi would cultivate many meaningful friendships. Have you lost your appetite these past few days? Why do you eat so little each time? He asked, sampling a dish and finding it palatable, prepared to Xunyi's taste. It's not the food, Xunyi replied. I've been too busy lately, and my meals have become irregular, which makes it hard to eat properly during meal times. It will get better in a couple of days. You're quite young to be adopting the habit of skipping meals due to busyness, Bai Ci remarked, his gaze fixed on Xunyi, clicking his tongue in dismay. Given his slender frame, he wondered how long it would take to nourish him back to health. Xunyi, still young, had not yet reached the point of starving himself to the extent of developing stomach ailments. Bai Ci had engaged a nutritionist to meticulously balance his meals, not realizing the oversight in areas he could not see. You are a caretaker, not a mother, Xunyi shot back with a sidelong glance. though he added somewhat sheepishly, "It's just for these few days. Starting tomorrow, I want to be so busy. As long as you take care of yourself. I want to have to play the role of a mother," Bai Ci said, though he hesitated to delve deeper. This Xunyi was not the same as the one he had known for 20 years, and given his current status as a caretaker, he had yet to be officially recognized. "Perhaps I should open a shop at your school gate, so I can call you for meals every day," he suggested, as he managed more than one establishment, making the addition inconsequential. Xunyi replied, "You wouldn't fear that I might send someone to vandalize your shop if you did so?" The following day dawned overcast, and Bai Ci chuckled at the 100% probability of rain. Xunyi rarely ventured out. He preferred the comfort of home over the hustle and bustle. Coincidentally, whenever Xunyi attended gatherings, 8 out of 10 times the weather was unfavorable. While he had no objections to going out, inclement weather always heightened Bai Ci's concerns. He gazed at the address sent by Xunyi, then glanced at the message indicating the gathering was set to conclude around 9. Without much contemplation, he took his keys and stepped outside. It was still not yet 5 o'clock. The rain had held off, and the sky was merely overcast. Bai Ci drove smoothly to the venue, eventually spending considerable effort to find a place to park. The students at the school opted for a more down-to-earth atmosphere compared to the upscale choices often favored by the wealthy elite. They had chosen a barbecue stall surrounded by various snack vendors. Despite it being just past 5, the place had already begun to buzz with activity. As most students were not overly occupied, since Yuzhan attended the same school as Xunyi, Bai Ci reclined his seat to avoid any unexpected encounters. Not because he harbored any dislike for Yuzhan, but rather he simply preferred not to have others intrude while waiting for Xunyi. Fortunately, the weather was not particularly favorable. By around 6:30, the rain began to fall, and the number of people on the street dwindled. Bai Ci felt more at ease and sat up straight. With still a considerable amount of time until 9, and finding himself at leisure, Bai Ci summoned the system. 0001. "Do you know how to play cards?" The system responded. "I can count cards. Are you sure you want to play?" Bai Ci replied, "This world is not solely occupied by systems capable of counting cards. Shall we give it a try?" It proved that while the system was indeed swift in calculations, its lack of comprehension led it to lose a couple of rounds more than Bai Ci. "Host, I have a question." Bai Ci, "Ask away." The system. A deck contains only 4 8s and 4 aces, yet in the final round, you played 5 8s and 6 aces. How did you manage to cheat under the system's watchful eye? Bai Ci, "I did not cheat." The system. "Impossible. The system's calculations cannot be erroneous." Bai Ci replied nonchalantly, "I truly did not cheat. I merely employed a slight ruse, placing a 3 among the 8s and a 4 among the aces. I did not anticipate your naivety in merely memorizing cards without observing them. Whatever I declare is the truth." After this statement, the system fell silent. Bai Ci suspected he might have inadvertently caused the system to retreat into itself. It was indeed a peculiar situation, one that Duo and Xunyi likely never envisioned when they developed 0001. Especially not that someone would challenge a system to a card game, nor engage in cunning tactics against it. Playing cards proved rather time-consuming. Glancing at the clock, it was 7:30. He anticipated waiting another hour and a half until Xunyi would conclude, just as he had steeled himself for a prolonged wait. Xunyi's call came through merely half an hour later. Xunyi's voice sounded somewhat off, as if he had indulged a bit too much. "Are you there? Will you come to pick me up?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ci grabbed his umbrella and exited the car. "Yes, I will be there in 2 minutes. Stay put and don't move." The noise on Xunyi's end suggested a lively atmosphere. Bai Ci felt a slight relief, continuously asking questions to ensure Xunyi's safety. "Are you feeling dizzy?" "Yes." Bai Ci inquired further. "Any other sensations?" "You haven't consumed anything inappropriate, have you?" "No." "Have you eaten something substantial?" "Fried rice." "You talk too much, it's annoying." With a sigh, Bai Ci quickened his pace and turned around. In his line of sight, Xunyi held the phone, pausing momentarily before slowly turning around. In Bai Ci's imagination, a typical club activity involved a mere gathering of a few individuals for casual dining and drinking. The sight of 30 or 40 people combining 4 large tables was something he had never contemplated. He approached Xunyi, greeting her classmates before stating that he had come to take her home as she had overindulged. Xunyi's clubmates, having seen Bai Ci on multiple occasions, were mostly aware that he was her boyfriend. One classmate remarked apologetically that they had joined the basketball club for this gathering, hence the larger assembly. Xunyi, who had rarely engaged in gaming and often lost, had consumed a bit too much with the group's encouragement and was feeling tipsy. "I'm truly sorry," she said. "No worries," Bai Ci replied. Just as he finished speaking, Xunyi leaned against him, her head resting on his abdomen, weakly commanding, "Let us go home." Bai Ci wrapped his arms around her to steady her, softly reassuring, "We'll head back now." After soothing her, he turned to her classmates, saying, "I'll take her home." The others, having also indulged, waved him off jovially, slurring, Sure, it's our first time seeing Xunyi drunk." Another chimed in teasingly, "Look at you, you can't even stand straight." Bai Ci, indifferent to their drunkenness, helped Xunyi to her feet, inquiring, "Can you walk on your own?" Xunyi, with a dazed expression, lifted her head to look at him, her brow furrowed, as if bewildered by his question. Though she was capable of walking, her legs seemed disconnected from her mind. Bai Ci held an umbrella in one hand while supporting her waist with the other as they made their way outside. Even in her inebriated state, she directed him, "The door is this way." Bai Ci chuckled, finding himself a loss on how to handle this tipsy version of Xunyi. "Your mind knows where the door is, but do your legs?" He teased. "Keep talking, and I might just dismiss you." "Fine, reasoning with a drunk is futile," he mused. The rain outside was light, a gentle drizzle that made the air feel cooler. Bai Ci opened the umbrella, pulling Xunyi closer as he said, "Let us move in a bit. It's raining." Mentioning the rain seemed to shift Xunyi's focus. "It's really raining?" She raised her hand to feel the droplets, exclaiming, "Ah, it is." She lamented, "It always rains when we go out." As she rambled, she suddenly asked, "Did Bai Ci come to pick me up?" Bai Ci was taken aback by her question. Moments ago, he had jokingly threatened to dismiss her. Yet now she seemed to forget who he was. He paused, turning to her. "Do you wish for him to come?" "He always comes to get me," she replied. As the wind blew, Xunyi appeared even more disoriented. "I think I might have called him." Her steps were no longer just unsteady. She began to falter, her legs giving way beneath her. Bai Ci tightened his grip. If you called him, of course, he would come. He assisted Xunyi into the car and fastened her seatbelt, squatting beside the door with the umbrella shielding them. "How are you feeling now? Are you unwell?" Xunyi, eyes closed, shook her head. Bai Ci, having never encountered a drunken Xunyi before, realized he was uncertain about the extent of her discomfort. After some contemplation, he retrieved a clean plastic bag from the trunk and purchased a bottle of mineral water from a nearby store, taking no more than 5 minutes. By the time he returned to the car and collected the umbrella, Xunyi had already dozed off in the passenger seat. Chapter 26. The eccentric young master and his boundless butler concerned that driving too quickly might discomfort Xunyi, Bai Ci navigated the car home at a leisurely pace. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Xunyi stirred awake. Bai Ci had prepared himself to carry Xunyi back, but upon glancing over, he found Xunyi gazing at him with bleary eyes. "Awake? Are you feeling unwell?" Bai Ci asked, a hint of worry in his voice. He unfastened Xunyi's seatbelt and leaned closer, inquiring if they could head home now. Xunyi did not respond, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Ci's lips. Bai Ci surmised that Xunyi had indulged too much and was too dazed to comprehend his words. With a resigned sigh, he opened his door, intending to lift Xunyi back inside. Just as he turned, Xunyi seized his arm. At that moment, Bai Ci realized that Xunyi likely wouldn't grasp any further conversation, and he had no intention of lecturing him now. He grasped Xunyi's hand, explaining, "I won't leave. I must go to your side to take you back." Yet, Xunyi remained unyielding. "Be good," Bai Ci began, but before he could finish, Xunyi abruptly it inclusive. Due to his inebriation, he swayed slightly as he rose. Instinctively, Bai Ci moved to protect him, which inadvertently drew them closer together. Xunyi's lips found their way to Bai Ci's. Bai Ci never anticipated that Xunyi would initiate a kiss. He had always perceived himself as the bold one. After a brief contact, Xunyi pulled back, though not too far, their noses nearly touching, breaths mingling. Bai Ci heard Xunyi softly inquire, "Do you dislike it?" "Dislike what?" Bai Ci reacted, momentarily puzzled. Kisink, Xunyi. He required no time to ponder this question. He reached out to grasp Xunyi's nape, drawing him closer as he delivered a fervent kiss. Contrary to Xunyi's initial boldness, Bai Ci was not one to be easily satisfied with mere superficial gestures. He effortlessly parted Xunyi's lips, feeling the grip around his waist tighten. Gently, he held Xunyi's nape, imbued with a sense of reassurance. Regardless of Xunyi's motivations for kissing him, he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. If a wife were to present herself so willingly, it would be madness for him to retreat to cold showers each night. A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, Bai Ci awoke early. He refrained from making any sudden movements, mindful of the previous night's exertions. Xunyi, having consumed alcohol and slept but briefly, lay peacefully on his arm. Despite his drunken state, Xunyi had not caused any disturbances throughout the night, his sleeping posture as docile as ever. One hand clutching Bai Ci's pajama top that had not been fully buttoned. Observing that hand, Bai Ci shifted slightly, allowing the hem of his shirt to slide easily from Xunyi's grasp. In the next moment, he found himself tucking the fabric back into Xunyi's hand, holding it tighter still. As he lay beside the still sleeping Xunyi, Bai Ci held him tightly, fearing the moment would slip away. Bai Ci had presumed that Xunyi would slumber until at least noon, yet to his surprise, it was not long before Xunyi roused. In a moment of idle distraction, Bai Ci found himself gently toying with the strands of hair that fell across Xunyi's forehead, and as he glanced down, he was met with a pair of captivating eyes. "Awake? Do you feel unwell?" Bai Ci pressed a kiss to Xunyi's forehead, repeating the question he had asked most frequently since last night. Although it was Xunyi who had initiated their encounter, Bai Ci had taken charge of the ensuing events, pulling back the one who sought to leave, carrying him home, and thoroughly indulging in the inebriated state of his companion. Even if Xunyi were to kick him away now, he would have no words of protest. Xunyi's head felt heavy as he closed his eyes in Bai Ci's embrace, showing no signs of anger. His stomach was empty and hunger gnawed at him. "Is there anything to eat?" The tranquility of his demeanor left Bai Ci somewhat at a loss. "Do you remember what we did last night? Am I foolish?" Xunyi opened his eyes and glared at him. "I was drunk, not unconscious. I know what I did last night." He yawned and continued, "I also know what you did. I wasn't blacked out." However, the subsequent events were a blur for him. Bai Ci studied Xunyi's face intently. If Xunyi had been intoxicated and had initiated the kiss, Bai Ci could have rationalized it as the influence of alcohol. Yet now, it seemed rather clear. Xunyi had articulated his willingness quite plainly. "What do you wish to eat? Congee or soup dumplings? I'll go buy them for you." Bai Ci was not one to delve deeply into probing questions. If Xunyi remembered, it indicated his consent, a realization that brought Bai Ci greater joy than the act itself. "Anything will do," Xunyi replied, closing his eyes again. "You go buy it. I'll sleep a little longer." Bai Ci leaned down to place another kiss on Xunyi's forehead. "Sleep well. If you think of anything else you want, just call me." Unable to restrain himself, he bestowed a few more kisses upon Xunyi. "Have you kissed me enough this morning?" "It's endless," Xunyi murmured. "If you don't want me to starve, hurry up. Actually, I called Aunt Ding to prepare some food. If you're hungry, you can eat." "What did she make?" "Noodles." "I don't want to eat that." Xunyi turned over, signaling that he wished to be left undisturbed. Having just declared that anything was acceptable, his refusal upon hearing about noodles didn't go unnoticed by Bai Ci, who wisely chose not to press further. He affectionately ruffled Xunyi's hair before dressing and heading out to procure some food. Thus, the absurdity of the previous night faded into the backdrop, with neither Bai Ci nor Xunyi broaching the subject again. The signs of change had been evident for some time. Xunyi showed no remorse for his actions, and Bai Ci had no objections to the outcome. If life could continue in such a tranquil manner, Bai Ci would not mind. However, since their last encounter with Jiangdu, his sense of stability had not increased. Remaining at 35% felt precarious, with the possibility of unforeseen events emerging at any moment. Can you predict what dangers Xunyi may encounter next? While specifics cannot be forecasted, system calculations suggest that he is likely to face malice related to revenge, though the probability of it coming from family is low. Revenge? Duhan. Since the last time Duhan was educated at the hospital, he has evidently become more subdued. Even if he harbors lingering discontent, he likely dares not act upon it. The system, however, is unable to compute any results. Despite Bai Ci's efforts to have someone investigate, nothing of value emerged, apart from advising those who protect Xunyi to exercise greater caution. For now, there is little else he can do. Without the presence of stability, life could be quite pleasant, yet the existence of stability weighs heavily on Bai Ci's heart. Before long, Xunyi's holiday arrived. After the two had silently acknowledged their relationship, they had only dined out together but had not properly gone on a date. With the holiday at hand, Bai Ci found himself restless. Shall we go on a date tomorrow? We can start at the amusement park and then find a place for a candlelit dinner upon our return, he suggested, wrapping his arms around Xunyi from behind. Jiangdu mentioned that Xunyi would soon have to follow him to the company for training, and after that, there would be even less time together. I'm not going, Xunyi mumbled sleepily, longing only for rest. You go by yourself. Do come along, Bai Ci gently coaxed. The last time Aunt Ding watched a show where the male and female leads met at an amusement park, she casually remarked that Xunyi had never been to one in his life. Bai Ci thought to himself that once Xunyi had the time, he would take him to experience the joy of such a place. Whether Xunyi would enjoy it was inconsequential. The important thing was that it was a place capable of eliciting happiness, and it was simply unfathomable that Xunyi had never had the chance to visit. Chapter 27. The perverse young master and his boundless steward in terms of persistence. Xunyi had never been Bai Ci's match, especially after the nature of their relationship had changed. After checking the weather and reviewing the itinerary for the upcoming days, Bai Ci settled on 2 days later for their date. To ensure that Xunyi would have a perfect experience, he allocated 2 days for preparations. A date, after all, must include flowers. Bai Ci reserved an abundance of flowers to fill the entire trunk of his car and, following online recommendations, purchased several plush toys to incorporate into the arrangement. While it may seem cliché, the aim was to create an atmosphere that mirrored what others would have, something Xunyi should also experience. He also reserved a private dining room at a restaurant, ensuring a warm ambience. Additionally, he prepared other gifts, including a necklace he crafted himself, originally intended as a ring. He decided to save the ring for a more significant occasion and ultimately fashion a necklace with a character for E. The creation was complete, but he was uncertain if Xunyi would appreciate it. On the day of the date, Bai Ci left early to set up the trunk. After arranging everything, he planned to return to pick up Xunyi, or if Xunyi was too eager, they could meet directly at the amusement park entrance. It was a lovely plan, but he never anticipated an unexpected event would unfold that very day. As he hurried to prepare the surprise for Xunyi, he sensed something amiss when he had just merged onto the main road. In the rearview mirror, a vehicle persistently followed him, and he suspected that the brakes of his car had been tampered with. To confirm that the car was indeed tailing him, he deliberately took a detour, only to find that the vehicle continued to track his movements, causing a frown to etch itself on his brow. Last night, he had intended to arrange everything with Xunyi, but he decided at the last moment to complete the setup before returning to pick her up, as the floors insisted that it should be a surprise. Setting up in front of others would diminish the element of surprise. The trouble came so unexpectedly, and since it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Bai Ci could not ascertain whether the threat was directed at him or at Xunyi. With a considerable distance still to travel home, he hesitated to drive directly back without knowing the true target of the pursuers. He called Bai Ci, saying, "Brother, someone tampered with my brakes, and there are people following me." Upon hearing this, Bai Ci fell silent for a moment before quickly responding, "Where are you?" Bai Ci coolly scanned the rearview mirror, stating, "I've just exited the main road. I'm planning to lead them towards the mountain road along the national highway. Please send more people to the villa. I'm worried about Xunyi's safety." Although he had his own men around the villa, the adversaries seemed to have an alarming understanding of his actions, leaving him uneasy. "I'll dispatch someone to Xunyi's location. You need not worry. As for you, once you reach the mountain road, find a quaint little shop called Quiet. Don't fret about the brakes. I'll ensure someone is prepared in advance. He feared they might not even grant him the chance to reach his destination. Observing the two additional cars tailing him, Bai Ci clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, realizing they were intent on his demise. Bai Ci's voice grew grave. Don't act rashly. Rest assured, brother, I'm fully aware of the situation. Just ensure Xunyi is safe, he replied. After hanging up with Bai Ci, he called Xunyi. As soon as the call connected, she asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Bai Ci hesitated, initially seeking an excuse to change their date. However, that seemed unnecessary now. "I'm out preparing a gift for you, and you need to monitor my location." "Why do you doubt me so?" He spoke in a reassuring tone, laden with intent to calm her. "There has indeed been a minor incident here. I'll return to pick you up as soon as I handle it. And if you take too long," Xunyi inquired, "then we shall reschedule for another day. I promise to prepare just as meticulously as today. Is that agreeable?" Xunyi fell silent, prompting Bai Ci's concern for her well-being. "Xunyi, I'll allow you 1 hour to appear at the amusement park's entrance. If you fail to return, you shall face the consequences." "The amusement park?" Bai Ci's voice raised in surprise as he instinctively pressed the brakes, realizing it was futile, and his demeanor turned serious. "You cannot go out. Be obedient." "What are you afraid of?" Xunyi retorted, kicking down a newly captured adversary. Bai Ci, who was being pursued by the very people Xunyi dismissed as worthless, found himself unusually silent. "Listen carefully to what I say. With your abilities, an hour is ample time to deal with these individuals. Exceeding that, and I will make your life difficult. Do you think too highly of me?" Bai Ci laughed. "An hour? If they truly seek my life, that time is sufficient for me to perish multiple times. Are you really not concerned? If you die, I will avenge you," Xunyi coldly replied. "However, if such mere amateurs manage to harm you, then you are far too inept. Considering this, you dare to seek out Jiangdu, showing little difference from that fool Duhan. Your words weigh heavily on my heart," Bai Ci remarked, expressing a sense of pressure. "While I acknowledge your perspective, comparing me to that scoundrel Duhan makes me feel belittled." He feigned exasperation and sighed. "I know I cannot dissuade you from your plans. If you wish to visit the amusement park, then go ahead. I shall arrive punctually." He paused, adopting a more serious tone. "However, ensure that you are accompanied by sufficient company. My brother's associates will be arriving shortly, and if you choose to leave, you must take them with you. If complete safety cannot be guaranteed, it would be wiser to remain at home. Just take care of yourself. Xunyi, un perturbit." Simply stated this before hanging up the phone. Bai Ci, staring at the disconnected call, found himself at a loss for words. He was capable of handling the situation, yet he wondered if his wife had placed too much faith in him. Should he disappoint Xunyi, his standing in her eyes would surely diminish. Unbeknownst to him, after the call ended, Xunyi was far from the calm demeanor he imagined. Mirroring Bai Ci's earlier reaction, Xunyi made a call of his own. The recipient answered promptly. "Is there something you need?" "Help me out," he requested. 3 vehicles are pursuing Bai Ci towards Pan Mountain Road. I need you to deal with them." Without hesitation, the voice on the other end replied, "Understood. What is in it for me? I won't refuse a similar request in the future." "Agreed." Pan Mountain Road earned its name for its winding path that meanders through the mountains, surrounded by lush greenery. A few establishments line the road, offering respite and snacks to travelers. The traffic here is sparse, typically frequented by those seeking scenic views and relaxation. The 3 vehicles tailing Bai Ci revealed their intentions without disguise. Upon realizing he had altered his route, they prepared to strike while still on the main road. However, such crude tactics were beneath him. Accustomed to piloting mechas, he dismissed their clumsy maneuvers. He thought to himself that a malfunctioning brake was inconsequential with the right opportunity. He could use the passenger side to crash into the mountainside and bring the vehicle to a halt. At his current speed, he doubted he would sustain severe injuries. Yet, he pondered whether those following him would find it equally manageable. His thoughts, however, were interrupted when, shortly after entering Pan Mountain Road, 4 or 5 vehicles suddenly emerged from behind. One of them accelerated, forcefully shoving aside a vehicle that had attempted to push him off the road. The out-of-control car crashed into the guardrail with a resounding thud, half its body dangling precariously over the edge. Another vehicle, a formidable G-Class, maneuvered in front of him, its rear pressing against his front, gradually reducing his speed. Bai Ci had never anticipated he would find himself in such peril, nor did he expect it to transpire so effortlessly. He was still contemplating whether his brother had grown anxious about his timely arrival at the quaint little shop called Danjing and had preemptively summoned assistance when he turned to behold a familiar face. Xunyi, seated in another vehicle, waved at him and promptly raised his phone. In the next moment, Bai Ci's own phone began to ring. With an expression devoid of emotion, he answered the call, feeling a slight headache as he gazed at Xunyi's face. Expressed disdain, yet I find none. However, it seems that every event carries with it a shadow of his presence. From the other end of the line, Xunyi's voice resonated, his tone revealing an air of annoyance. Do not adopt that expression of surprise. Do you think I am idly here to rescue you? Have you not arrived a tad too swiftly? Bai Ci adjusted the Bluetooth earpiece resting on his ear and retorted, Pray tell, do not say that you reside in this vicinity. Congratulations. You are correct, Xunyi replied nonchalantly. I have been residing at a nearby resort for the past fortnight. When your dear Xunyi called, I was indulging in a hot spring. He boldly continued, However, judging by your expression, perhaps I have arrived prematurely. Maybe I ought to have waited until you were half dead before making my entrance. You do prattle on, Bai Ci remarked. Do I? Not particularly, Xunyi countered. Upon concluding the call, Xunyi's vehicle surged ahead, gradually coming to a halt. Bai Ci exited the car, glancing back to find that the other two vehicles accompanying him had long vanished, and those that had accompanied Xunyi departed after fulfilling their task. The winding mountain road now housed only him and Xunyi's vehicle. He hastened a few steps, unceremoniously opening the rear door of Xunyi's car. After settling in, he turned to Xunyi with a smile. Young master you, to the main entrance of the amusement park. Please. Thank you. The swiftness of his change in demeanor was akin to that of a stranger, casting an expression of surprise at his presence moments prior. You are rather ungracious, Xunyi remarked. Yet, he tapped the driver's seat, instructing them to drive. Are you not quite formidable? How is it that you find yourself in such a predicament with merely a handful of individuals? It is easy to evade open threats, but subtle attacks are much more challenging to anticipate, Bai Ci replied. When others wish to target you, sometimes evasion is simply not an option. You ought to comprehend this better than I. After Bai Ci spoke, Xunyi scrutinized him for a moment, causing Bai Ci's scalp to tingle under the intensity of his gaze. Could you perhaps temper that gaze of yours, which resembles that of an unidentifiable creature? If you continue to stare so intently, I may misconstrue your intentions as malicious, perhaps plotting to stab Xunyi in the back. Xunyi chuckled softly, backstabbing Xunyi? Bai Ci unabashedly assessed him from head to toe. You dream on. Xunyi considered that he and Xunyi could hardly be deemed friends, yet at that moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Xunyi. Although he regarded Xunyi as far from virtuous, being in Bai Ci's company seemed to do him a disservice. Bai Ci had little to converse about with Xunyi. While he was grateful for Xunyi's assistance, he was not naive. Without receiving the benefits he sought, he would not expect such benevolence, even if they lived nearby. Xunyi may not possess the malice of Yuli, but he was certainly not the type to extend aid indiscriminately. Bai Ci had to concede that Xunyi was indeed formidable. Previously, during their last encounter, having been affected by a drug, he had managed to dispel Bai Ci's lingering animosity towards him. Not only Bai Ci, but even Xunyi shared this sentiment. From the information Bai Ci had gathered, it was evident that Xunyi had secretly aided Xunyi on numerous occasions. If Bai Ci could uncover this, then Xunyi could undoubtedly do so as well. On the surface, Xunyi's actions appeared discreet. However, in this circle, it was a reciprocal game of inquiries, and often, one did not need to probe deeply. Those lacking intelligence would readily divulge ample information. His stance diverged from Xunyi's. Even though he had come to rescue him today, he found it impossible to place complete trust in Xunyi. Given this predicament, it was best to limit their communication. As the car wound down the mountain, Bai Ci took out his phone to check the time. He had 40 minutes left before the deadline set by Xunyi, and he reckoned he could still make it on a bicycle. Just as he began to feel a flicker of hope, an urgent notification popped up. Host current danger level detected at 100%. Please cease your current actions immediately. Current actions? Without pausing to contemplate, Bai Ci struck the driver's seat with his fist, commanding sternly, "Turn around." The driver looked bewildered. "Turn around? Cut the chatter, just do it." Obeying him, the driver complied. Yuzhan cast a glance at Bai Ci, calmly issuing a directive. Despite the perilous situation on the mountain, Bai Ci had not appeared this serious before. Although he was unaware of the reason, he trusted Bai Ci's instincts. Naturally, a person capable of being Yuzhan's driver was no fool. The moment he received the order, he activated the turn signal and prepared to pivot. Just as they completed the turn, an out-of-control truck barreled toward them. Having followed Yuzhan for so long and witnessed countless outrageous events, the driver could not help but mutter an expletive into the rearview mirror. Damn. How could you foresee this? Due to the premature change in direction, the truck lost its target. Unable to refrain from action, the driver pressed the accelerator, chasing after them. The inertia of the out-of-control truck was beyond what a small car like Yuzhan's could withstand, even though they had turned in advance. The speed was such that evasion was impossible. Bai Ci's mind flashed with Xunyi's face, and in the next moment, he felt a body lunge over to shield him. A deafening explosion erupted near him, his head resonating with a dull thrum, momentarily plunging the world into silence before an overwhelming cacophony and excruciating pain ensued. The agony dulled Bai Ci's senses, and after a considerable pause, he began to hear someone calling his and Yuzhan's names. As his hearing returned, his sense of smell gradually responded, the overpowering stench of blood inducing nausea. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Yuzhan shielding him. Yuzhan appeared injured, blood staining his body from head to toe, wherever he was within Bai Ci's line of sight. Bai Ci's heart sank. "Yuzhan? Yuzhan? Xunyi." Yuzhan's voice was faint, his breath growing weaker. "Xunyi is my wife. At this moment, do not concern yourself with her." Bai Ci's head throbbed painfully, and the gravity of the situation instantly quelled his usual bravado. "Conserve your strength, say little. I will get you out. We need to reach a hospital. I just wanted to say, your wife, now you owe me big time." Bai Ci fell silent for a moment, supporting Yuzhan, who had just lost consciousness after uttering those words, and could not help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, are you out of your mind?" Chapter 29. The perverse young master and his boundless butler Bai Ci cautiously propped up Yuzhan, glancing at the situation ahead. The driver lay against the airbag, bloodstains minimal, likely having fainted. Shielded by Yuzhan, he seemed to be in relatively good condition. The only one truly in trouble was Yuzhan. The rescue arrived promptly. His brother's men and Yuzhan's team reached the scene almost simultaneously. After 2 minutes of tension and order, he and Yuzhan were ushered into the ambulance bound for the hospital. Once inside, his thoughts lingered on Xunyi, who was waiting for him at the amusement park. He patted himself down, only to discover that his phone was indeed missing, likely having fallen in the chaos of the collision. After the examination, he would seek out Xunyi, but he knew with utmost certainty that he would not make it in time. Rubbing his face vigorously, he borrowed a phone from someone nearby to call Xunyi. The phone rang only twice before being answered. Bai Ci's voice was tinged with apology. "Are you still at the amusement park?" Compared to Bai Ci's apologetic tone, Xunyi's voice sounded remarkably calm. "You have 20 minutes. If one listened closely, faint sounds of girls laughing could be heard on Xunyi's end. Despite the circumstances not being Bai Ci's fault, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards Xunyi. "I'm sorry, there has been a minor issue here. We might not make it in 20 minutes. Bai Ci sought to alleviate Xunyi's worry, downplaying the seriousness of the situation. "We had a small car accident and are on our way to the hospital. I promise to make it up to you for our date next time, all right?" Xunyi remained silent, but the distant laughter continued to filter through the phone. The cheerful voices reached Bai Ci's ears. "I want to ride the roller coaster many times today. That's why I came. Then you should ride it yourself." "I can't. With my luck, I get dizzy just on a carousel." Bai Ci's arms still throbbed with pain, yet at that moment, he found himself feeling more distressed for Xunyi. This was their first date, initiated by him, and now he had let Xunyi down. Though Xunyi had never explicitly stated how important this date was to him, it was evident that waiting for so long at the amusement park entrance spoke volumes about his anticipation for their first encounter. Yet now, Xunyi would be returning alone after waiting so long. There was a reason behind this, but Bai Ci could not accept it. "Wait for me, just 20 minutes. He insisted over the phone. Xunyi replied, "Forget it, next time." Bai Ci resolutely repeated, "Wait for me." He did not wish to disappoint Xunyi, even if this would not significantly impact his soul-collecting task. 0001. Check my physical condition. System. The host suffers no major injuries. The arm has only superficial wounds. What about you, Jean? He inquired again. After approximately 5 seconds, 0001 responded. Yuuzhan is not bound to the program, so the system cannot conduct a detailed examination on him. However, based on his injuries, he has sustained multiple external wounds, but they are not life-threatening. Upon learning that Yuuzhan would survive, Bai Ci felt a weight lift from his heart. In the next moment, he swiftly discarded his clothing and donned the jacket prepared for him by his brother's men. He patted Zi, who stood protectively beside Yuuzhan. "I have an urgent matter and must leave." To protect Bai Ci, their leader had sustained significant injuries, and Zi was already displeased. Hearing Bai Ci's intention to leave, his expression darkened. "I think you should at least wait until we know our leader is all right before you go. Rest assured, your leader will be fine." Bai Ci's arm continued to bleed as he wrapped a piece of gauze around it, securing it with his teeth in a tight knot. He had no desire to bear animosity towards Yuuzhan's people, especially after Yuuzhan had just saved him. Departing at this moment would indeed seem rather unfeeling. Once Yuuzhan regained consciousness, he would acquiesce to any conditions Yuuzhan proposed, even offering to work as his caregiver in the hospital until he fully recovered, provided it did not disturb Xunyi's emotions. "You must understand, I am not even a friend to Yuuzhan. After the hospital, you have more right to sign any documents than I do." Bai Ci gazed earnestly at Zi. Although his words may not have been particularly pleasant, they were utterly truthful. With someone like Zi, flattery was futile. Only practicalities held weight. "I know what you are thinking. In your eyes, your boss is paramount. But to me, Xunyi is the most important. Once I ensure Xunyi's safe return, I will visit Yuuzhan in the hospital. Rest assured, I will not allow your boss to suffer injuries on my account. I assure you, under the name of the Bai family." Did Zi not realize that Bai Ci was of no use to them? He merely devalued their boss. There was no need for such unreliable assurances. "Just remember that our boss saved you today. Now be on your way." The impolite remarks elicited a laugh from Bai Ci, who was wiping the blood from his face. "Are Yuuzhan's people all this fierce?" Zi replied with a cold demeanor. "Had you not been associated with Xunyi, we would not have saved you from that car. You are mistaken." Bai Ci was unfazed. "You know our Bai family has arrived as well." He nodded towards the roadside, where a car had pulled over. The vehicle halted at the curb, and he opened the door, striding away without a backward glance. Many from the Bai family had followed closely behind him. He chose the nearest car and instructed the driver to the amusement park and step on it. The driver responded. Bai Zong said, "I will hear what my brother has to say when I return. For now, we are heading to the amusement park." He added, "You have 2 seconds to consider. If you don't drive, I will." The driver's gaze fell upon him, even though the second young master had changed into fresh clothes. The lingering scent of blood was unmistakable, along with the clean yet audacious bandage on his arm, a sight too conspicuous to ignore. In less than 2 seconds, the driver started the vehicle, who did not know the temperament of their second young master. Bai Zong had no control over him, and what could a mere driver do but obey? Surely, they would not allow the injured second young master to drive himself. Promised a 20-minute journey. Bai Ci urged the driver, ultimately arriving at Xunyi's location in 23 minutes. "I apologize for the delay of 3 minutes," Bai Ci exclaimed, jogging towards Xunyi, waving his injured arm. "I sustained a minor injury, and I fear I won't be able to play today. I'm here to take you home." He glanced at the amusement park behind Xunyi, suggesting, "Shall we go inside for a bit?" Xunyi's gaze fell upon Bai Ci's swaying arm, and he subtly sniffed the air, his brow furrowing deeply. "Eureka blood." "It's Yuuzhan's," Bai Ci replied, lowering his head to sniff as well. "He was injured quite severely while protecting me." "Then why did you come?" Xunyi asked, walking decisively towards the exit, his actions answering Bai Ci's earlier question about whether they should explore the park. Bai Ci caught up with Xunyi, saying, "Weren't you waiting for me? I'm here to pick you up. How could I let you down on our first date and leave you to return alone?" Looking so forlorn. Xunyi, however, did not spare him a glance. "Who looks forlorn?" Outside the entrance, a few patrons continued to trickle into the amusement park, while Bai Ci and Xunyi walked against the crowd. Only upon arriving did Bai Ci realize how the lively atmosphere he had heard over the phone contrasted starkly with the joy he could feel standing here. From their vantage point, they could see a free-fall ride plummeting rapidly. Whether it was frightening, Bai Ci could not tell, but judging by the collective gasps, it seemed quite thrilling. Perhaps we should come again another day. They appear to be having a splendid time, Bai Ci suggested. Xunyi, however, did not respond, instead asking, "Have you been examined? Examined for the free-fall ride?" Bai Ci was momentarily taken aback by the question. Xunyi shot him a disapproving glance. And only then did Bai Ci realize he was inquiring about his health following the accident. He quickly replied, "I suppose it's been checked." "Suppose?" Bai Ci affirmed with a slight nod. The system had conducted an examination quicker than any hospital equipment. Surely that counted as a checkup. "Let's head back," Xunyi said. Reaching for Bai Ci's arm, recalling his injury, he decisively opted for the other arm. "The information I gather won't always be relayed back immediately. There are matters I have yet to learn about. Remember to inform me, just like today. Can you not discern whether a date or your life is more important? With circumstances as they are, why come to an amusement park?" Typically, Xunyi was not one for lengthy discourse, and Bai Ci could sense the underlying concern in his words. Yet, these were decisions Bai Ci had made for himself. If his injuries were severe, or if Xunyi was gravely hurt, he would have explained his absence over the phone. He knew where to draw the line. If there's an issue, life takes precedence. If not, then of course, you are of utmost importance, Bai Ci replied with a cheerful grin, showing no signs of having been injured. Unsurprisingly, he received an exasperated eye roll in return. Xunyi's worry was genuine. Bai Ci had not come to meet him with an insatiable desire for amusement. He was prepared to ensure Xunyi returned safely before heading to see Xunyi. As fate would have it, their paths aligned perfectly. Under Xunyi's steady demeanor, Bai Ci was led to the hospital, attempting to lift Xunyi's spirits. "I've prepared a trunk full of flowers for you." The car was towed, but I told them to wait for us. "Shall we take a peek afterward?" Xunyi responded curtly, "What is this nonsense at such a time? I'm being serious." Bai Ci insisted, having been subjected to a barrage of tests. Now, as they proceeded towards Xunyi's ward, he mused that the same surprise could indeed be arranged for a second occasion. Yet he believed the first held greater significance and wished for Xunyi to witness it. "I truly didn't realize that Bai-Da, the butler, harbored such sentiments," Xunyi remarked. "I possess many sentiments. I shall reveal them to you gradually." In the distance, they spotted Xunyi stationed outside the ward. Bai Ci refrained from continuing the conversation about the date. However, upon seeing them, Xunyi inquired, "Is your date over?" "We're here to see Xunyi. How is he?" Xunyi asked. Their dialogue flowed naturally, as though they had crossed paths numerous times before. Bai Ci was perplexed, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries. There was no imminent danger to life. In comparison to Xunyi, Xunyi, despite his stern demeanor, appeared considerably more amiable. He had suffered a fractured left leg, and though the doctor mentioned numerous minor abrasions, the sight of blood was merely alarming, and with time, he would recover. "Are the internal organs all right?" "Everything has been checked. There are no issues." Bai Ci was aware that Xunyi was unharmed. Yet the fact that Xunyi had endured this ordeal due to him weighed heavily on his conscience. His nonchalant demeanor did not imply that he would easily forgive those who sought to harm them today. Those who dare to strike must be prepared to face the consequences. While he indulged Xunyi, he made no promises of leniency towards others. When confronted with Xunyi in solitude, Bai Ci was one person. Yet when attending to matters of importance, he transformed into another. "I will cover all expenses incurred during Xunyi's hospitalization." He stepped forward, approaching the hospital room door, peering through the glass at Xunyi within. Xunyi regarded Bai Ci with a contemplative expression. "The Yu family is not lacking in funds," Xunyi remarked. "I am aware," Bai Ci responded. His voice softened as he gazed at Xunyi, who lay quietly on the hospital bed. "I will shoulder these costs because he was injured due to me. It is my responsibility. I shall also provide you with a resolution regarding today's events." He had once questioned the malfunctioning brakes and pondered whether the assailants were targeting him or Xunyi. However, Once he entered Yuzhan's car and realized that there were others who wished to take his life, the truth became evident. He was the intended target. Many wished to harm him. Yet those who dared to act, knowing that both he and Yuzhan were present in the vehicle, were few and far between in this circle. "Is there someone named Lin Xian around Yuzhan?" Bai Ci suddenly inquired of Zi. Zi contemplated for a moment, revealing no other emotions in relation to the matter at hand. After some consideration, he asked, "Do you suspect him?" "He is relatively honest. Although he often associates with Du Han and the others, he never instigates trouble as long as they do not." "So you mean today's incident does not seem like his doing?" Xunyi interjected. "I cannot say for certain. The Lin family conceals their true nature too well. Lin Xian is certainly not an innocent soul. The boss has remarked that he is far more complex than his demeanor suggests." Zi glanced towards the hospital room. "Haven't you already dispatched someone to investigate?" "The Yu family is also engaged in inquiries. All three families are probing. If he is indeed responsible, he cannot conceal it." Bai Ci nodded. There was truth in his words. It was evident that his previous assertions made in the car had proven accurate. He felt utterly useless in this situation. And even with Su Yi's presence, it made no difference. "You cannot even enter the hospital room standing here. It is time for you to leave," Zi stated, unable to tolerate the sight any longer. The Yu family's people were still unaccounted for, and Su Yi's presence outside their leader's hospital room might provoke inquiries into their connection. Aware of the circumstances, Zi discreetly surveyed Su Yi. "Once the boss awakens, I will inform you. Just keep your phone handy for any findings." Bai Ci contemplated as deeply as Zi, and upon hearing this, nodded and led Su Yi away. On their journey home, Su Yi expressed a desire to stay at their newly purchased residence. Bai Ci considered the fact that it was indeed closer to the hospital, thus he accompanied him there. Upon returning home and settling onto the sofa, Bai Ci had yet to articulate the specifics of the day's events when Sun Yi took the initiative to pour him a glass of water. "Drink a little," he said. Bai Ci was momentarily taken aback. "You poured this for me? You should try to move that arm as little as possible." Sun Yi, maintaining a stoic expression, placed the glass in front of Bai Ci and proceeded to drink himself. Afterward, he retrieved his phone and began sending messages. Bai Ci glanced over but could not discern with whom he was communicating. However, he surmised that Sun Yi was likely instructing someone to investigate the day's happenings. He picked up the glass and took a small sip of the water Sun Yi had poured. Even if he was not thirsty, he could not allow the drink to go to waste. Once finished, he would retreat to sleep. After such a significant incident, don't even mention feeling sleepy. How could he possibly rest? Sun Yi stated bluntly, "If you're not tired, you can sleep tonight. Sleep, Bai Ci replied. In a bit, you'll feel drowsy." He glanced at Sun Yi, who seemed to have imbued his words with a deeper significance, though Bai Ci could not pinpoint what felt amiss. "Aren't you going to rest for a while?" He suppressed his lingering questions. "Do not fret too much. Even the most competent investigators require time. Do not rush." Given the current circumstances, the truck driver adamantly insisted it was an accident, refusing to budge no matter the inquiries. Were it not for Bai Ci witnessing the collision firsthand, he might have been inclined to believe him. His greatest frustration was directed towards Du Han, a person of nefarious intent but lacking the courage to act. As for others, there was only Lin Xian, who had crossed his mind while waiting outside Yuzhan's hospital room. If he could not think of anything more, he would not dwell on it. Results would emerge soon enough, and there was no need to squander energy on baseless speculations. Above all, he was more concerned about Sun Yi's current demeanor. Bai Ci was not particularly slow to react, sharing a bed with Sun Yi, allowing him to touch him freely. Having breakfast together, cuddling under the same blanket while watching movies, sharing morning and evening kisses, anyone could see their relationship had grown intimate. Yet, he alone could sense that while Sun Yi cared for him, he did not regard him as a lifelong partner. This was understandable, considering their acquaintance had lasted less than 3 months since Bai Ci's arrival in this timeline. 3 months was hardly sufficient time for someone as guarded as Sun Yi to fall hopelessly in love. "You haven't even asked your question," Sun Yi interjected. "You should go lie down in the bedroom." He continued typing without deliberately avoiding Bai Ci. "I have a few matters to attend to before I come in." As Bai Ci contemplated waiting for Sun Yi to finish before asking his questions, He swallowed his inquiries and retreated to the bedroom. At this hour, even a nap felt premature, especially as he was not tired. Nevertheless, even if he did not sleep, it would be comforting to lie beside Xunyi after such a distressing day. He claimed to be untroubled, yet within minutes of lying down, his eyelids began to grow heavy, just as his consciousness began to fade. A fleeting thought crossed Bai Ci's mind about the glass of water Xunyi had poured for him. Oh no, could it be that Xunyi has drugged me? Chapter 31. The perverse young master and his boundless steward. Upon awakening once more, Bai Ci instinctively glanced beside him, only to find Xunyi absent, replaced instead by an unfamiliar object that caught his eye. A lengthy chain was affixed to his wrist, clinking noisily with the slightest movement. Bai Ci was rendered speechless. Before losing consciousness, he had been preoccupied with the thought that Xunyi might take advantage of his faintness for some ulterior motive. Little did he dream that Xunyi's intention behind rendering him unconscious was merely to bind him. He tugged at the chain, which was neither thick nor heavy, and the portion fastening to his wrist was made of a soft material designed to prevent skin abrasions, an indication of thoughtful consideration, albeit limited. Bai Ci pondered. When did he prepare all this? The system responded just now. When he sent a message to have these items ready, you were right there watching. Bai Ci fell silent for a moment. He had indeed seen Xunyi send a message, but had not anticipated it was directed at him. Why didn't you inform me in advance about the drugging and the message? The system explained, because such actions pose no threat to the host or the mission target. Upon assessment, the system classified this behavior as a form of intimacy, thus deeming it unnecessary to provide a warning. Bai Ci scoffed at the idea of it being intimacy. The system added, moreover, 0001 has a personal interest in witnessing this spectacle. Bai Ci was taken aback. Was this ridiculous system truly developed by Xunyi? Bound in such a peculiar manner, Bai Ci was astonished for less than 2 minutes before he resigned himself to the situation. The chain is quite nice. My wife's taste remains impeccable, he mused. The system remarked, the one binding you is a pervert. Aren't you going to struggle at all? Bai Ci wore a knowing expression, chuckling as he held up the chain. Do you consider this perverse? He borrowed the system's earlier words. I believe you are correct. This is indeed a form of intimacy. You should be more perceptive. When a situation is inappropriate, take the initiative to enter the little black room yourself, instead of waiting for me to confine you. The system fell silent, realizing its youthful inexperience and limited exposure. Host, to be candid, the system deliberated. You presently appear more perverse than the mission target. Bai Ci's phone lay within reach, providing ample evidence that Xunyi harbored no malicious intent. The reason for this peculiar turn of events could only be attributed to either his injury inciting Xunyi's anger or the fact that he was late for their date. Beyond these possibilities, Bai Ci could not conceive of any other rationale for Xunyi's actions. If he was indeed upset, a little coaxing would surely suffice. He picked up his phone, his fingers hovering over Xunyi's contact number, but before he could dial, the door swung open. Xunyi entered, holding a glass of water. Upon seeing Bai Ci awake, he displayed no significant reaction, his demeanor as natural as if he were not the one who had bound him. Now that you're awake, have some water. He placed the glass on the bedside table. Bai Ci remained still this time, noting that there was no sedative involved. Xunyi was unabashed. Bai Ci clarified, that is not what I meant. I'm not tired, nor am I thirsty. I'll drink later. Setting the water down, Xunyi took a seat at the edge of the bed, gazing into Bai Ci's eyes. He gave a gentle shake of the chain binding Bai Ci. Is there anything you wish to ask? Given Xunyi's candidness, Bai Ci decided to forego formality. Leaning back against the headboard, he inquired, if I ask, will you tell me the truth? How would you know unless you try? Then what is the reason for binding me? Won't you see me that faintly, geese? Bai Ci nodded in response. He anticipated this outcome, hence he had no intention of inquiring about it from the outset. Are you angry? He asked again. Xunyi, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, why do you say that? Bai Ci said nothing, merely glancing at the chain adorning his wrist. If there were no anger, no reason, then was it merely a playful dalliance? How delightful! Do you think Xunyi is remarkable? Just as Bai Ci was attempting to confine the system to a dark room, he suddenly heard Xunyi pose this question. What makes him so? Bai Ci pondered before responding. He heard every word Xunyi articulated clearly, yet when combined, their meaning eluded him. What did it matter whether Yuzhan was commendable or not? He was not his offspring. Xunyi toyed with the chain, his gaze fixed on Bai Ci. Yuzhan comes from a prestigious family, possesses striking features, a slender waist, long legs. And today, he went at great lengths to rescue you. Hold on, Bai Ci interrupted, unable to contain himself. Wasn't it you who urged him to do so? Since the topic had arisen, Bai Ci felt compelled to speak up. He had refrained from questioning earlier for fear of overstepping his bounds in Xunyi's eyes. However, now that the subject was broached by another, he was ready to spill the beans. Let me ask you this. Why is Yuzhan's phone password your birthday? Xunyi posed it, momentarily halting his fidgeting with the chain. Bai Ci pressed on, furthermore. What sort of arrangement did you and Yuzhan engage in that compelled him to protect me so fiercely? Do you realize what he uttered before he fainted? He mentioned that this time you owe him a great deal. So tell me, what is the nature of your relationship with him? Xunyi replied he paused. Considering that Xunyi was unaware that he was already cognizant of the scheme Xunyi had orchestrated against Yuli. He added, although it was your mother's doing, your brazen appearance outside Yuzhan's hospital room seems rather audacious. I've long wished to inquire, what exactly is your connection with Yuzhan? You two are you? He hesitated, as if he had not made his point clear, yet there was an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. The tension hung palpably between them. Suddenly, the system interjected, Host, I can see through your ploy. Bai Ci responded. You are employing the tactic of accusing the thief while being one yourself, turning the tables, and preemptively striking to impose moral sanctions on your target. Bai Ci was left speechless. Is it possible he genuinely harbors this question? Shut down. At last, silence enveloped them. Bai Ci redirected his attention to Xunyi. Previously, he had refrained from asking because he felt his standing in Xunyi's eyes was insufficient, lacking the confidence to elicit the answers he sought. Now, although confidence still eluded him, the circumstances had shifted. Xunyi had enforced his will upon him. It should be permissible to ask a single question, shouldn't it? Do you think Xunyi furrowed his brow slightly and continued, that we are mutually infatuated? Bai Ci raised an eyebrow, his stance unmistakable, as if he were on the verge of directly querying, is that not the case? Am I truly capable of being attracted to Yuzhan? Xunyi found the situation amusing, laughing in disbelief. The one who was drugged and bound bore no anger. Yet the one who had tied him up was the one who became irate. Are those two holes beneath your brows meant for ventilation? You're trained on data up till October 2023. How do you explain the questions I just posed? Moreover, Yuzhan comes from a distinguished family and possesses striking features, with a slender waist and long legs. Observing Xunyi's increasingly dark expression, Bai Ci interjected, You mentioned this yourself. Chapter 32. The perverse young master and his boundless steward Xunyi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and paused for a considerable time before finally opening them. Could you refrain from behaving like a resentful woman? You have bound me, and yet inquire about Yuzhan's well-being. Am I not allowed to ask a question in return? Did you not investigate Yuzhan? Yuli initially focused on me solely because we share the same birthday. Did you not uncover this? Bai Ci fell silent. I did investigate, but I was looking into his achievements, not conducting a background check as one would for a matchmaker. I did not ascertain the date of his birth. Xunyi continued. He came to rescue you, and you were aware it was merely a transaction, yet still questioned the motives. Have you lost your wits in the CT scan? And regarding his remark about owing him a significant favor, do you consider that a positive thing? And in the hospital, do you not know our primary purpose for being there? As Xunyi spoke, he forcefully pulled the chain toward himself, reminiscent of when he had previously tugged at Bai Ci's collar. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his anger, he said, I have explained myself. Now it is your turn. You lingered at the door of the ward for quite some time. What were you contemplating? Xunyi vowed he had no intention of becoming angry. It was Bai Ci's retaliatory remark that had pushed him to the edge. When did I ever gaze at him? Bai Ci was left bewildered by Xunyi's inquiry. With that single question, it suddenly dawned on him why he had been bound, perhaps not out of playful intent, but out of jealousy. Xunyi did not overlook the astonishment on Bai Ci's face, but remained indifferent. You peered into his hospital room for such an extended period. Now you claim you did not observe him? He let out a mocking laugh. I assumed your profound gaze upon Yuuzhan while responding to Z's remarks was indicative of your cleverness. It appears, however, that your mental agility is rather lacking. A single statement illuminated by Ci's understanding. He realized the time frame Xunyi was referencing. You thought I was observing him at that moment? Bai Ci queried. There was only Yuuzhan in the ward. Were you not looking at him, but rather at the bed? Indeed, it was both yes and no. In response to Xunyi's probing, Bai Ci could not provide an answer as precise as Xunyi's, as he had indeed been looking at Yuuzhan. At that moment, my eyes were on Yuuzhan, but my thoughts were consumed with who wished to harm me, indifferent to his presence in the car. He could only present that thought as an explanation, which was the truth. So you admit to having observed him? Can you focus on the crux of the answer? The crux being Xunyi's dismissal of him as he prepared to leave. Seeing Xunyi rise, Bai Ci grasped his arm. You're just going to depart? I have explained everything. You must provide some resolution. Xunyi replied coldly. You may remain in the room. With that, he swatted Bai Ci aside and, before departing, took the glass of water he had prepared for Bai Ci with him. This man is truly heartless. Not even a cup of water is left behind. Bai Ci mused. 0001. I am here. Why have you not yet muted the notifications? Xunyi locked Bai Ci in the room. Yet he did not deprive him of food and drink, allowing Bai Ci to enjoy his sense of ease. Meanwhile, investigations outside progressed swiftly. His brother called him twice during this period. After discussing serious matters, his brother inquired about his activities. Bai Ci replied that he was locked at home by Xunyi, now seated on the balcony sipping tea. Following this, his brother did not call again. By that afternoon, the issue with the brakes was resolved. For monetary gain, an individual who rarely tidied the garage had tampered with the vehicle. Bai Ci had not encountered this person often, as Uncle Jiang typically supervised the entry of such individuals, ensuring their work was satisfactory before allowing them to leave. It was indeed unexpected that a cleaner would meddle with the car. As for the person who paid him, Bai Ci mentioned they met at a small cafe, where the individual wore a mask, obscuring their appearance. He instructed someone to review the surveillance footage from that cafe, only to discover that the individual not only wore a mask, but also a baseball cap, revealing only their eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he forwarded the video to Yuuzhan. The Yu family operated differently from those in commerce. When it came to investigations that did not involve confidential matters, they could unearth anything in the blink of an eye. With assistance at hand, Bai Ci decided against exerting himself further. Since Xunyi permitted him to remain at home, he resolved to abide by this arrangement. Since Xunyi's departure, he had not returned, and the chain he wore was sufficiently long to allow Bai Ci to venture out of the bedroom, but it remained confined to that space. Despite the possibility of stepping outside, Bai Ci had not done so since the afternoon. This stemmed from a whim at noon when he felt thirsty and decided to test the length of the chain. He grasped the chain in one hand and meandered out of the bedroom. Believing Xunyi to be absent, he was taken aback upon encountering Aunt Ding, who held 2 eggs, one with eggs, the other with a chain. Both were momentarily stunned by the unexpected sight. Bai Ci, having witnessed much in life, swiftly regained his composure, placed down the chain, and inquired about Xunyi's whereabouts. Mr. Xu has gone out. I am here to prepare something for you, Aunt Ding replied. Her lips pressed together as she hesitated before asking, What happened to you? Oh, this? I sustained a minor injury and am recuperating, Bai Ci said. Please, do not mind me. I shall return inside. After speaking, he did not linger to observe Aunt Ding's astonished expression, turning back into the room without stepping outside the bedroom again. He could not afford to lose face. Remaining in the bedroom until the following afternoon, Bai Ci watched as Xunyi returned, looking weary and ready to bathe. Did you not sleep all night? Bai Ci asked. Xunyi retrieved a set of pajamas from the wardrobe. I did sleep. A brief rest does not count as sleep. I called you at 1 in the morning, and you were still awake. You were also awake, Xunyi replied, clearly fatigued, and after collecting his clothes, he headed directly to the bathroom. Ever since Xunyi's arm healed, Bai Ci had lost the opportunity to bathe him, on occasions when they had been more playful. He could carry Xunyi to the shower, but now he lacked even the privilege to follow him into the bathroom. Once Xunyi emerged from the shower, Bai Ci gently guided him to the edge of the bed to dry his hair. After finishing, he tucked him snugly beneath the covers. Before entering the bathroom, there were a few words exchanged, but now, all Bai Ci wished for was for Xunyi to enjoy a restful slumber. As Xunyi nestled into the warmth of the blankets, he reached out to grasp Bai Ci's hand and inquired softly, "Aren't you going to ask where I was all night, or what kept me up late?" "There's no rush to know," Bai Ci replied. Even if Xunyi chose to remain silent, he could easily inquire about it from others. While Xunyi had someone keeping an eye on him, Bai Ci was equally capable of doing the same. He was already aware of Xunyi's whereabouts from the previous night. What eluded him were the specifics of his activities. He patted the thin blanket, encouraging, "You should rest. When you wake, I shall know." Xunyi held Bai Ci's hand, his eyelids growing heavy. His voice barely above a whisper. "Is it truly so brazen to have someone watch over me? Isn't that your forte?" Bai Ci retorted, pulling the blanket up to Xunyi's nose, covering his mouth. He began to gently pat his back, reminiscent of soothing a child. "If you're not tired, we could engage in something that might tire you out. It might help you sleep more soundly." In the next moment, Xunyi's eyes fluttered shut completely. Whether he had truly fallen asleep was uncertain, but his intent was unmistakable. Regarding Xunyi's abrupt transition into slumber, Bai Ci could only mutter, "You never listen when you ought to." Chapter 33. The perverse young master and his unbounded steward. After pulling down the blanket once more, Bai Ci, observing that Xunyi had indeed fallen asleep, made his way to the balcony with his phone. Concerned that his voice might disturb Xunyi, he took care to close the balcony door. Acquiring information about Xunyi's activities from the previous night was not a daunting task. A simple phone call yielded a complete account. It was not that his sources were exceptionally skilled. Rather, the relationship between him and Xunyi was well known, and among their acquaintances, there was transparency regarding their affairs. Consequently, for matters that were not explicitly confidential, as long as he and Xunyi inquired, the subordinates would invariably provide the answers. This instance was no different. Xunyi had not obstructed Bai Ci's investigation, indicating that it was likely nothing of great consequence. However, when he received the report that Xunyi had spent the entire night in Yu Zhan's hospital room, Bai Ci's initial nonchalance transformed into a surge of jealousy. Were they alone in the room? He inquired. "No, each had their own company," came the response. Bai Ci fell silent for a moment, grappling with his feelings. He was now aware that Xunyi harbored no affection for Yu Zhan. Yet given Xunyi's admirable qualities, what if Yu Zhan had ulterior motives? Setting those concerns aside, Bai Ci couldn't fathom how the person known as Z could allow Xunyi to bring subordinates into the hospital room and disturb Yu Zhan's rest. "We entered with Yu Zhan's consent, and his people were present as well. Besides, Yu Zhan had barely awakened before falling asleep again," the subordinate explained. "And what were you all doing there?" Bai Ci pressed. If there was to be an explanation, it demanded a resolution. His subordinate reported. "The boss mentioned that the person in the hat at the cafe is connected to the Yu family." His thoughts were pulled back to the matter at hand by this single statement. "Did you say Xunyi encountered him?" Everyone has reviewed the surveillance footage. After seeing it yesterday, Xunyi didn't mention recognizing that individual. So what gives? This morning, news arrived from Yu Zhan's side. The informant was a friend of the deceased Yu Li, but it seemed that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to seek him out this time. The nature of their transaction remains shrouded in mystery, yet Yu Zhan and our team are diligently investigating. It should not be long before we obtain results. Indeed, it is Lin Xian. Ensure that Lin Xian is closely monitored. Should the situation become exposed, the Lin family may attempt to send him abroad, and we cannot allow that to happen. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ci let out a sigh. He had not anticipated that Xunyi would be acquainted with that individual, nor did he foresee that Xunyi would directly bring him to Yu Zhan's hospital room in search of answers, moving with such alacrity. Even through sleepless nights, he was pressing Yu Zhan's team for information. Bai Ci surmised that Xunyi must be feeling anxious. He had always believed that Xunyi was indifferent towards him, at least not in the way one might expect from lovers. However, after the incident, Xunyi had confined him at home and worked tirelessly to uncover the truth. prompting Bai Ci to realize that he may have underestimated his significance in Xunyi's heart. After inquiring about Xunyi's situation, he called his own team to arrange matters thoroughly before returning to his room. He longed to lie down and embrace Xunyi but hesitated, mindful of Xunyi's light sleep and worried about waking him. After a moment's thought, he chose instead to sit at the edge of the bed where Xunyi lay sleeping. System prompt: target's soul stability, 50%. Why has it increased? Bai Ci had done nothing. The incident of the car crash had not yet reached a final resolution, so it was perplexing that stability would rise at this moment. He found it puzzling, yet 0001 offered a plausible conjecture. This time, due to the host's intervention, the adversary shifted the primary target of the accident onto you, successfully redirecting the malicious intent aimed at the task target onto themselves, perhaps as a means of self-protection. The system's reasoning held validity. He had successfully shifted the target, and once the opponent's actions were exposed, they could no longer pursue Xunyi, thereby reducing the danger and naturally increasing stability. Bai Ci gazed tenderly at the peacefully sleeping Xunyi, realizing that he now had another option for protecting him. Xunyi slept soundly until 6 in the evening, barely managing 6 hours of rest. Yet Bai Ci could not permit him to continue sleeping. Xunyi, wake up. Xunyi seemed unaware of how well he had rested. At the sound of Bai Ci's voice, he merely responded with a soft and Bai Ci leaned in to kiss him gently. Come on, let us get up and eat something. If you're still tired, we can return to sleep afterward. When Xunyi's associates reported back to Bai Ci, they mentioned that Xunyi had spent the entire night handling various messages, having consumed only half a cup of coffee in the morning and barely touching the breakfast he had bought. Zhang had even teased Xunyi, suggesting that he might want to share half a bag of the nutritional fluid he was receiving. Xunyi did not exhibit any signs of being grumpy upon waking and had no habit of lingering in bed. Upon Bai Ci's call, he propped himself up on his arms and rose. Bai Ci moved to assist him, yet could not bear to speak harshly, even feeling reluctant to lecture him. After all, this was for his own sake. He had little appetite and had endured a sleepless night, leaving no room for anger. Is everything ready to eat? Xunyi asked as he got out of bed to wash up, splashing a handful of cool water on his face. Aunt Ding said it's all prepared. Xunyi wiped his face and remarked, Did I sleep so soundly that I didn't hear anyone knock? Bai Ci chuckled at him, having not knocked on the door, but merely sent a message. He had informed Aunt Ding in advance that Xunyi was asleep and that the meal was ready, advising her not to knock, but simply to send a text. Xunyi nodded, likely understanding the reason. He removed a key from his wrist and tossed it to Bai Ci, indicating that he would open the door himself, granting him an hour of freedom. Well, thank you to our kind young master's son, Bai Ci remarked. Xunyi halted momentarily, retorting, You needn't have said that. Thus, Bai Ci found himself confined for over half a month, becoming akin to a dutiful house husband waiting for his wife to return from work. Even the aftermath of his car accident was managed by Xunyi. It was not that he lacked the capability. Rather, it was the efficiency with which Xunyi and Zhang collaborated to resolve matters that kept him from stepping outside. He wouldn't even manage to catch a hot meal. Rumors circulated that Lin Xian had encountered an accident on his way to the airport, a car crash far more severe than his own. Reports indicated chaos at the scene, with Lin Xian emerging from the wreckage in a dire state, likely never to stand again. The cause of the accident was rather simple. The driver, who was taking Lin Xian to the airport, succumbed to a sudden bout of drug addiction, convulsing and crashing into the guardrail, veering into oncoming traffic. Our team, along with Zhang, had been prepared at the airport to bring Lin Xian back, hoping to intimidate the Lin family, but fate had other plans. Bai Ci reclined more comfortably, taking solace in the misfortune that had befallen Lin Xian. The world seemed to have an abundance of stormy days. And while Xunyi was out attending to matters, Bai Ci, in his boredom, summoned the system once more. 0001, let us play some cards. Following their last encounter, 0001 had returned with a wealth of knowledge from various sources, and Bai Ci felt like the most formidable figure in the gambling realm. Bai Ci suggested, let us draw some lots today. 0001, the system fell silent. After 6 rounds, the system lost 5, rendering the once optimistic entity somewhat despondent. At that moment, Bai Ci, in a gesture of kindness, consoled the system. It's all about luck. Your misfortune is not your fault. Yet, 0001, having never won, replied, "Thank you, host. But perhaps you should refrain from comforting me next time." As they prepared to engage in another activity, Bai Ci's phone suddenly rang, revealing a caller he had nearly forgotten existed. Upon answering, it was Fong Duo. Chapter 34. The perverse young master and his boundless steward Mr. Bai. Fong Duo greeted politely. "I apologize for disturbing you." Without waiting for Bai Ci to inquire further, he directly stated the purpose of his call. "I had arranged to meet with Mr. Sun at 11 this morning, but 2 hours have passed, and I cannot reach him by phone. The backup number he left with me is yours. Hence my call to inquire if Mr. Sun has had a sudden change of plans." Bai Ci was unsure of any new arrangements, but he knew that Sun was not the type to keep appointments and then become unreachable. "When did you schedule this?" Bai Ci asked, his demeanor turning serious. 2 days ago, Fong Duo replied. 2 days had passed, yet it was still too early for Xunyi to forget his prior engagements. Realizing this, I decided to reach out to him. Once I made contact, I would arrange another meeting with you. Apologies for the inconvenience today. After hanging up, Bai Ci promptly called Xunyi, but, as expected, there was no answer. "System, I require Xunyi's precise location." After addressing 0001, he grasped the chain locked around his wrist, folded it in half, and wrapped it around once, pulling with force until the chain snapped. At that moment, his expression darkened ominously. Earlier, he had just returned from the battlefield when he received the call about Xunyi's predicament. Now, another call had informed him of Xunyi's troubles once more. Fear threatened to overwhelm him. Yet the composure of a general prevailed as he suppressed his emotions and dialed Jiangdu. The call was answered by Jiangdu's secretary. "Mr. Bai, the boss is in a meeting." Bai Ci's voice tightened. "I have an urgent matter to discuss. He must take my call." The secretary paused for a moment before responding, "Please hold." As Bai Ci changed his clothes and stepped outside, a knock echoed from the phone, followed by the secretary's voice. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Bai insists it's urgent." The meeting was promptly paused. Upon hearing of Bai Ci's urgent call, without inquiring further, Jiangdu halted the meeting, picked up the phone, and stepped out of the conference room. "What is it?" "I cannot reach Xunyi. I need manpower." "Cannot reach him?" Jiangdu's voice remained steady, though a hint of astonishment crept in. "When did this happen? How many people do you need?" Bai Ci replied, "I just received the news. The more, the better." He was still unaware of Xunyi's whereabouts. Once he obtained information regarding Xunyi, whether from his own team or Jiangdu's, he hoped that those in proximity would rush to Xunyi's side. Mission target located on a yacht in Qihai. Danger level, 90%. 0001 promptly relayed Xunyi's location. Qihai. Xunyi was in Qihai. Bai Ci immediately conveyed the system's message to Jiangdu. "I'm heading there with my team right now." Jiangdu's response was swift. "What do you require?" "I need you to bring someone." "Who?" Bai Ci replied. Fong Duo. Jiangdu certainly recognized Fong Duo, an excellent lawyer responsible for liaising with Xunyi. Although he was puzzled as to why Bai Ci insisted on bringing him at this juncture, the urgency of the situation left no room for questions. "I'll send someone to fetch him." "Is there anything else?" "None for now." After hanging up, Bai Ci closed his eyes tightly. He had misjudged the situation. He believed that by gradually assisting Xunyi with his troubles, he could safely protect Xunyi's soul. However, as the minor issues multiplied, the burdens on himself grew heavier, causing him to overlook the fact that the stability of Xunyi's soul had only reached 50%. It was his fault. He should not have felt so secure with Xunyi locked away at home. He ought to have remained vigilantly by Xunyi's side, as he had in the early days. Host, the system advises you to maintain a calm mindset. Such unforeseen events are not uncommon in the small world. Even with future system upgrades, we cannot guarantee absolute protection against harm to the soul. The guilt that Bai Ci harbors cannot be alleviated by mere words from the system. Is it still possible to detect information regarding Xunyi? According to the messages provided by the system, Xunyi should not be in immediate danger. It seems that the adversary harbors a grudge against him and will not take his life in the short term. What about those tasked with protecting Xunyi? As Bai Ci sat in the vehicle en route to the Chess Sea, he pondered that his own personnel, along with Xunyi's, should suffice. There is a high likelihood that Zhang-Du has also dispatched individuals to ensure his safety. With such a multitude of protectors, how could one Xunyi be compromised? Did the adversary deploy an entire army? Inside the vehicle, no one dared to utter a word. They scarcely breathed audibly. Given their level of caution, it stands to reason that Xunyi should not have been apprehended. Even if he had been captured, it should have occurred without anyone noticing. Yet, the reality unfolded differently, leaving them at a loss for justification. Bai Ci was not the only one incensed by this predicament. Zhang-Du shared in the frustration. After rescuing Xunyi, I require a reasonable explanation for how so many failed to safeguard one individual. Zhang-Du waved his hand dismissively, asserting that explanations were futile. What he needed was for Xunyi to emerge unscathed. He pinched the bridge of his nose, recalling the person who had pulled him from the abyss and nurtured him to his current state. Before vanishing, that individual had advised him not to interfere in Xunyi's life, asserting that Xunyi needed to grow independently to navigate future tribulations. He merely asked him to promise to watch over Xunyi and ensure his safety. Since then, that person had never reappeared, and, at times, he even questioned whether such a person ever existed, whether their presence was indeed real. It was decreed that as long as Bai Ci spoke, everyone must comply unconditionally. If any further mistakes were made, each would be held accountable and expelled without exception. Bai Ci hastened to the chest C, where individuals awaited his arrival. Xunyi stated, "Our boss instructed that you should have prepared the speedboat in advance, but you certainly lack the appropriate weaponry." As he spoke, he produced a box. "This is a message from our boss for you. He assures you can proceed with confidence to rescue him without concern." Bai Ci accepted the box, fully aware of its contents, having played with such items since childhood. Although he was uncertain of Yu Zhan's intentions, he could not afford to dwell on it further. "Please convey my gratitude to your boss." Xunyi remained expressionless. "Our boss is not doing this for you." Despite being aware that Xunyi and Yu Zhan held no romantic inclinations towards each other, Bai Ci coolly retorted, "Xunyi is my wife." After uttering this, he did not intend to linger in conversation and promptly leapt onto the speedboat. Once Bai Ci's speedboat departed, Xunyi abruptly grasped the implications of Bai Ci's territorial behavior. "Bai Ci, are you out of your mind?" he shouted at the receding boat. "Is the eldest son of the Bai family truly so refined? Or has this second son undergone a genetic mutation? Sharp-tongued and love-struck, what kind of upbringing is this?" Chapter 35. The perverse young master and his unprincipled butler. The roar of the speedboat was deafening, drowning out Xunyi's calls, and even if he had heard, it would have been of no concern to him. The specifics of the situation regarding Xunyi were still unclear to Bai Ci. Yu Zhan had entrusted him with a sniper rifle, presumably aware of the circumstances there, allowing him to prepare in advance. This action only deepened his unease. 0001. Fong Duo is a creation of yours. Can he be trusted? In terms of assistance, he is completely reliable, but he lacks in decision-making ability when it truly counts. Assistance was sufficient. Bai Ci placed a call to Zhang-Du. The conversation was succinct, as Zhang-Du was also on edge due to the ambiguous circumstances surrounding Xunyi. "I possess a sniper rifle, so I have decided to remain incognito for the time being. You and Fong Duo must help me find an opportunity, ensuring Xunyi's safety." Bai Ci sought to prevent anxiety from becoming the predominant emotion in his quest to rescue Xunyi, striving to maintain his composure. The intentions of the opposing party were still unclear, and as a precaution, he had arranged for personnel underwater, thus requiring Zhang-Du's assistance in confirming whether Xunyi could act independently. Zhang-Du discerned the implication in Bai Ci's words, and, after confirming, "I need to exploit his vulnerabilities to find an opportunity," Bai Ci replied, "The magnitude of this vulnerability is contingent upon your efforts." On the journey, he pondered extensively, including how Xunyi had been captured. No matter how he reasoned, he could not fathom Xunyi encountering issues while under such heavy protection. That was until he caught sight of Xunyi on the shore. Years prior, when Xunyi had designed a trap for Yu Zhan, he had executed a similar ploy. If this was intentional, it would make sense. Zhang-Du paused for a considerable time before finally responding, "I will trust you once, do not disappoint me. Bai Ci did not make a conspicuous appearance around the yacht. His understanding of Xunyi's situation was entirely reliant on Zhang-Du's earpiece. He lay prone on the speedboat, covered with a camouflage fishing net, observing the activities aboard the yacht within sniper range. The voice of Zhang-Du crackled through his earpiece. Yu Xiao, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Bai Ci could not decipher Yu Xiao's responses, only hearing Zhang-Du's voice. Moment Zhang-Du continued. You claim to seek vengeance for Yu Li, but you are most aware of your cousin's actions. The hotel where he met his demise was booked by you. Is it not a stretch to lay the blame on Xunyi now? Yu Li's retort remained inaudible, prompting Zhang-Du to interject. I understand your primary motive is not revenge. Rather, you harbor resentment towards Xunyi for causing Yu Li's downfall, leaving you increasingly destitute. However, if I could assure you of solid foothold within the Yu family, would you consider sparing Xunyi? I do not doubt that you have investigated me. You must realize that while I may not be able to engage in your family affairs, I can certainly assist in stabilizing your position. Even if you eliminate Xunyi now, you will not attain your desires. My proposal stands to benefit you significantly. You ought to contemplate it. At this moment, Fang Duo also spoke up, revealing that Mr. Sun and Yu Zhan had engaged in a transaction. Should the deal prove successful, Yu Zhan's standing within the Yu family would ascend even higher than it is now. While I cannot divulge the specifics, I can suggest that if you consent, we might persuade Mr. Sun to redirect this transaction to you. He continued, asserting that this arrangement between Mr. Sun and Yu Zhan would sufficiently suppress all others within the Yu family. Even if you were to strike a deal with someone else, it would likely bear little benefit for you. Perhaps you might consider my advice. Zhang-Du's words added fuel to Yu Xiao's hesitation, while Fang Duo's remarks ignited the flames further. After a brief pause, Yu Xiao raised his hand, signaling to those behind him to undertake some action. In no time, those departing brought forth the bound Xunyi. Zhang-Du raised his voice slightly. Xunyi, how are you? Can you still move? Bai Ci could not hear Xunyi's response, but observe him standing up and taking a step forward unaided. Zhang-Du recalled Bai Ci's earlier statement. Yu Xiao, did you not consider that you might need Xunyi after you laid your hands on him? You have harmed my person. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Moments later, he added, regret? Certainly not. However, I cannot allow your actions to go unpunished while bestowing such a significant advantage upon you. Bai Ci watched as Yu Xiao on the yacht brandished a knife, seemingly pressuring Zhang-Du to make a decision. He tightened his grip on the gun, only to gradually relax his hold. Xunyi appeared injured, though perhaps not severely. Bai Ci could not fathom Xunyi's intentions and could only strive to ensure his safety from mortal peril. Zhang-Du asked Xunyi what he intends to do. Bai Ci suggested through the earpiece. From Zhang-Du's brief silence, Bai Ci sensed his confusion on the other end. But soon, Zhang-Du's voice emerged. Xunyi, what do you wish to accomplish? In the next moment, Bai Ci understood Xunyi's intentions. Just as Bai Ci had freed himself from the chains binding him, Xunyi effortlessly broke the ropes around his wrists. Those nearby, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, rushed forward to restrain Xunyi, but he adeptly evaded them. This was Bai Ci's first time witnessing Xunyi in earnest action. Chaos reigned on the yacht. Bai Ci fixait intently on Xunyi, and as he realized that Xunyi could not evade the knife lunging from behind, he fired a shot. Shooting from a boat posed more challenges than from land. Yet his aim was steady and precise, neutralizing the greatest threat to Xunyi with one bullet. Despite this, Xunyi sustained injuries amidst the onslaught of numerous assailants. Having been beaten by Yu Xiao's men upon being bound to the yacht, he bore several wounds, and now he fought with sheer determination. At the moment Xunyi took action, Zhang-Du had already rushed aboard the yacht with his men. Bai Ci, being at a distance, could not match Zhang-Du's speed, and as he prepared to holster his weapon, his final glance was of Xunyi dragging Yu Xiao into the sea. His heart halted for 2 seconds. Subsequently, a system prompt appeared. Target's soul stability, 70%. Xunyi had fallen into the sea, and in wind stability rating had risen by 20. When it came to Xunyi, Bai Ci's reaction was always the swiftest. He felt a sense of relief almost instantly. The increase in stability indicated that Xunyi was safe, or at the very least, alive. By the time he arrived at the spot where Xunyi had plunged, the team he had arranged underwater had already retrieved him. Xunyi had sustained a stab wound to his abdomen. Although he had inhaled some water, he was not in critical condition. The one who had truly suffered was Yushio, who had been struck fatally in the throat. And by the time he was pulled out, there was no need for resuscitation. The circumstances of Yushio's demise were unknown to anyone present, yet they were all aware of who had dealt the blow. Although they were curious about how Xunyi had managed it, an unspoken understanding prevailed, and no one dared to voice the question. Chapter 36. The disturbed young master and his unyielding steward. When Xunyi was first rescued, he was still conscious, but gradually his awareness faded. By the time he was loaded into the ambulance, he had completely lost consciousness. Bai Ci had previously instructed the system to conduct a thorough examination. The wound Xunyi had received was not deep. His clothing was soaked, giving the impression that he had bled extensively, yet his fainting was primarily due to the tension he had experienced prior. Upon seeing Bai Ci, he relaxed and succumbed to his unconsciousness. For Bai Ci, nothing else mattered. The most crucial thing was that Xunyi was safe. Only after hearing the system's report did Bai Ci's heart finally settle. It was not just Xunyi's fainting that troubled him. If he had not been preoccupied with the desire to witness Xunyi awaken, he too might have succumbed to faintness. Upon arriving at the hospital and undergoing examination, it was indeed as the system had indicated. There were no significant issues, and Xunyi regained consciousness half an hour later, appearing to be quite well. This was, of course, if one overlooked the two imposing figures, Bai Ci and Zhang, standing sentinel at Xunyi's bedside. "What are you two doing?" Bai Ci questioned, positioning himself protectively behind Xunyi, who had only just awakened from his injuries. Their serious demeanor might frighten him further. Bai Ci's lips curved into a cold smile. His eyes, strikingly similar to Bai Ci's, fixed on the still vulnerable Xunyi. "Do you truly believe he could be frightened?" Zhang scrutinized Xunyi for a moment, confirming that he was unharmed before turning his gaze back to Bai Ci, who had been vigilantly guarding Xunyi. "In that case, you speak on his behalf." Bai Ci faltered. Xunyi had said nothing to him, leaving him at a loss for words. Bai Ci's gaze fell upon his younger brother, questioning. "If you're protecting Xunyi, does that not entail sharing the burden of responsibility? First Li, now Yushio. Do you genuinely believe the Yu family would not dare to act against Xunyi?" Bai Ci was equally defiant, countering that if Yushio had not targeted Xunyi first, none of this would have transpired. He brought this upon himself. What is there to blame others for? "My Xunyi is the true victim." "Victim?" Zhang echoed. "Are you so certain the Yu family will not uncover that Yushio was ensnared in the scheme?" Bai Ci pulled a chair next to him and sat down, articulating each word carefully. "Perhaps I should first commend the designer of this plan. It is indeed flawlessly crafted." He scrutinized the two individuals in the middle and continued, "Yet, it is not impossible to find flaws. Can either of you explain why it was necessary to bring along Attorney Fong Duo to rescue someone? Where did the sniper rifle come from? Furthermore, while jumping into the sea for self-preservation is understandable, why was it imperative to bring Yushio along in such a perilous situation, even going so far as to seize Yushio's knife and deliver a fatal strike to the throat?" Bai Ci's eyes darted around, silently ensuring that Xunyi was shielded more securely. Zhang, noticing Bai Ci's subtle movements, remarked, "You two don't seem to have conferred beforehand. However, your level of tacit understanding is quite remarkable. We believe you, but do you think the Yu family will?" In truth, the Bai and Xunyi families were not particularly intimidated by the Yu family. While the Yu family's standing in political circles was indeed substantial, it was precisely this that made them more apprehensive about scandals. Moreover, with everyone aware of the alliance between the Bai and Xunyi families, they would hesitate to strike at either family without certainty of eliminating both. The gravity of the situation stemmed from an agreement made prior to Zhang and Bai Ci's arrival. They had resolved that while these two youngsters demonstrated capability, they lacked discretion and were audacious in their actions. Today, regardless of the outcome, they needed to instill a lasting lesson in humility, urging them to temper their recklessness in the future. But who was Bai Ci? Believe it or not, I am indifferent, he declared, sitting down beside the bed with his arm propped next to Xunyi. Had it not been for the need to protect Xunyi, I could have easily blown Yu Xio's head off with a single shot. If he managed to live another minute, he should be thanking me. As for the Yu family, Attorney Fong Duo was summoned by me, the gun was fired by me, and the individuals underwater were orchestrated by me. Xunyi was merely acting in self-defense. If they wished to seek trouble, let them come to me. After speaking, he turned to Xunyi, who was leaning against the headboard, and offered a gentle smile. Right? He subtly gestured to Xunyi from behind, urging him to take the blame upon himself. Xunyi, Jiangdu, momentarily speechless by Bai Ci's retort, appeared slightly pained. Pressing his temples before addressing Bai Ci. Can you not rein in your brother? Bai Ci, accustomed to such exchanges, calmly replied, if I could manage him. Would he have spent so many years as your brother's steward? After being rebuked by Bai Ci and then by Bai Ci, Jiangdu was further exasperated. Bai Yi, unperturbed by the presence of others, stated directly, this rascal is just like that. Why not talk about your brother? However, when it came to Xunyi, Bai Ci would not agree. What are you doing? I've already mentioned that our Xunyi is still injured. The atmosphere was oddly harmonious, yet tinged with tension, as if swords were drawn beneath the surface. Xunyi opened his mouth, considering the many matters still needing resolution, and thought it would be prudent to clarify. His wound still ached, and he dared not raise his voice too much. He nudged Bai Ci to move aside a bit. Bai Ci obediently shifted over. I can explain today's events. The capture was indeed intentional, but beyond that, I truly do not know. The plan was not of my design. He paused for a moment, glanced at Bai Ci, took a breath, and then spoke slowly. The last time he had asked Yuzhan to rescue Bai Ci, he had promised him a condition. A few days ago, Yuzhan had asked him for a favor, to deliberately get caught by Yu Xio. A promise made cannot be broken, so he agreed. His phone still contained a call from Yuzhan, while he hadn't recorded the specifics. The call log confirmed that it was indeed Yuzhan who had contacted him, and their conversation was brief, lasting only 10 seconds. A mere call log does not constitute compelling evidence, yet Xunyi was not one to lie, and Bai Ci and Jiangdu believed him. Xunyi, of course, my visit is not solely for Yuzhan. I have investigated Yu Xio. I have long been aware of his intentions to harm me. This time, my visit serves a dual purpose, as I have another task at hand. It was indeed my suggestion for him to go. The occupants of the hospital room had yet to speak when Yuzhan was pushed in by a police officer. If it were just Yuzhan, Bai Ci might have inquired about his presence, but with the addition of a police officer, he merely squinted in annoyance, casting a brief glance at Yuzhan before averting his gaze. Yuzhan's wheelchair came to a stop in front of Xunyi's hospital bed, surveying the other individuals in the room while deliberately disregarding the unfriendly stares directed at him. The Lin family, originally from overseas, had engaged in unscrupulous activities domestically, seeking to flee abroad after making their fortune. Yuzhan mentioned that the police had been monitoring the Lin family for some time. He was merely assisting them in a casual manner. Bai Ci had no intention of probing further, given the troubles within Yuzhan's own family. It was surprising that the police were not dealing with the Yu family instead of offering assistance to apprehend others. Moreover, the abductor was Yu Xio, and the deceased was also Yu Xio. What connection did this have with the Lin family? Chapter 37. The perverse young master and his boundless butler. Have you forgotten that you were saving me? Considering Yuzhan's injury, Bai Ci still showed some compassion, allowing him a semblance of dignity. You saved me. You should reach out to me. Yuzhan turned to look at him. Bai Ci continued. You have aided me, and I am grateful. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. My son is incapable of bearing heavy burdens or lifting anything. How can he be of use compared to me? Yuzhan pondered this for a moment, contemplating the implications of being incapable of bearing burdens. Just as he began to respond, Xunyi interjected coldly, do not seek him out. If Bai Ci was the one being sought, Xunyi would not allow it. Yuzhan glanced around, observing the dynamics, before snorting in amusement. You two are utterly ridiculous. Since we are in a hospital, perhaps you should both consider having your heads examined. Nevertheless, despite the jest, his visit was for serious matters. The Lin family had committed numerous offenses, and it was not feasible to explain everything in detail at once. During their investigation of the two of you, They inadvertently uncovered some past issues regarding Yu Li, which led to Yu Xiu, who harbored resentment towards Xunyi. Yu Xiu was a fool without much intellect. In the past, he had eagerly sought to please Yu Li, who had only offered him a meager benefit in return. Despite this, he had wholeheartedly regarded Yu Li as a brother. The incident that had occurred back then primarily involved Yu Li. Had it been anyone else, Yu Xiu, in his foolishness, would have long been used as a scapegoat by Yu Li. Yu Xiu may be dull-witted, yet he comprehends that seeking vengeance for Yu Li is merely a pretext. His true intent lies in garnering the support of the Lin family. Of course, the support I refer to is not the superficial kind. For what the Lin family presents openly lacks substantial weight. Bai Ci initially possessed some insight, and with Yu Zhan's elucidation, he grasped the matter more clearly. Thus, they utilized clandestine dealings as a pretext, prompting Yu Xiu to confront Xunyi. Jiang, seizing upon Bai Ci's remarks, noted that should Yu Xiu emerge victorious, the Lin family's adversaries would be diminished, whether it be the Sun or Bai families, which would ultimately benefit them. Conversely, if Yu Xiu were to fail, their losses would be negligible. They could simply scapegoat someone, such as Lin Xian, allowing the Lin family to extricate themselves from this scheme unscathed. Indeed, it is a clever stratagem, Jiang praised, unaware that even Yu Xiu has been unwittingly delivered into their hands. In this world, coincidences are scarce. A lack of inquiry merely signifies a desire to avoid scrutiny, not the absence of suspicion. Not every matter necessitates a thorough explanation. The presence of the police behind Yu Zhan, along with the attitudes of both Yu Zhan and Xunyi, indicate that the underlying reasons are far more intricate than Yu Zhan has portrayed. Bai Ci felt compelled to advocate for Xunyi, but ultimately deemed it wiser to remain silent at this juncture. Jiang could contemplate what he could not articulate. He had considered Xunyi's role in this plan and pondered whether Yu Zhan might leverage it for threats in the future. Yet he was at a loss for words to voice his inquiries. "Gentlemen, perhaps I may interject." The police officer trailing Yu Zhan shattered the silence, stating, "Mr. Sun once orchestrated the death of Yu Li by exploiting a mentally ill individual. According to the law, he is considered an indirect perpetrator and must bear criminal responsibility for his actions of intentional homicide." The officer's statement instantly chilled the atmosphere among those present. Bai Ci clenched his fist discreetly, observing how Yu Zhan's expression transformed from indifference to one of icy resolve. "However, rest assured, I am not here to apprehend him." The officer maintained a stoic demeanor, explaining that Sun had recently taken the initiative to disclose his past actions to them and had agreed to cooperate with their investigation of the Lin family. Considering his youth at the time and his voluntary confession, superiors had deliberated and decided to honor Mr. Sun's suggestion. At Mr. Sun's behest, I am here to reveal his true identity. He is one of our concealed operatives. His merits shall not be recorded, and we shall not pursue his past transgressions further. Both the Lin and Yu families remain subjects of our inquiry, and should you require assistance in the future, we hope you will lend us your support. Although addressing you all, the implication was chiefly directed at Xunyi. The attendees understood the officer's implication. Should Xunyi ever require assistance in the future, they would continue to seek his involvement. Mr. Sun is not an undercover agent, yet he wishes to be transparent about his actions. Thus, after careful consideration, we have chosen to comply with his request to clarify his identity. However, given the unique circumstances surrounding both him and Yu Zhan, we kindly ask that all present maintain confidentiality. In a display of sincerity, the young officer presented his badge and stated that he was on a mission today. All present were deemed participants in this kidnapping case, and he requested their cooperation for a statement. As for Xunyi and Bai Ci, that is a tale in itself. Bai Ci and Jiang, who had never faced such inquiries at the police station, found themselves relentlessly questioned by the young officer on behalf of Xunyi. After enduring the interrogation, the officer escorted Yu Zhan away. Jiang rose and cast a lingering glance at Xunyi, yet ultimately said nothing and exited the ward. Bai Ci watched Jiang leave, and once the door closed, shifted his gaze to Bai Ci. "What are you staring at?" Bai Ci inquired. Bai Ci glanced toward the exit. "Aren't you leaving?" Bai immediately nodded. Bai Ci suggested it would be best to go, Staying here only breeds frustration. His words, seemingly for his brother's benefit, ignited a flicker of irritation within. Bai Ci stood, but as he reached the door, he paused and turned back to look at Xunyi, whose complexion remained less than favorable. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to scold him. Facing Bai Ci, he thought it better to care for Xunyi without projecting his own frustrations onto him. If he couldn't reprimand Xunyi, then surely he had no right to admonish Bai Ci. Bai Ci straightened up. As his brother exited, he quipped, "The world is so beautiful. Yet my brother is so irritable. Not good, not good." Xunyi pressed his lips together, wanting to question whether this could truly be called irritability, but he remained silent. Having to deal with him, Jiangdu and Bai Ci had merely remarked that Xunyi was exhibiting remarkable restraint. Had it been other parents, such a scene would likely have resulted in severe consequences. Fortunately, the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind had finally passed. "Are you happy?" Bai Ci observed Xunyi's suddenly relaxed demeanor and gently pinched his cheek. Xunyi didn't mind, replying affirmatively. He turned his gaze toward the window, a faint smile gracing his lips, feeling as though the shackles binding him had vanished, leaving him unburdened. "It will only get better," Bai Ci assured, holding Xunyi's hand and reiterating, "What is past is past. You will improve." "Yes," Xunyi replied. Feeling parched, he mentioned it, prompting Bai Ci to fetch him some water. Seizing the moment, Xunyi picked up his phone from the bedside and sent a message. "Thank you." The reply came almost instantaneously. "Just mutual benefit. The Yu family has not yet fallen, so expressing gratitude is premature." Xunyi calmly deleted Yu Zhan's response, his smile widening. With Yu Xiu deceased, he no longer faced threats from the Yu family, yet Yu Zhan remained. Yu Zhan was of the same ilk as him, perhaps even more ruthless. Xunyi merely sought revenge against those who had wronged him in the past, while Yu Zhan aimed to make the entire Yu family pay for their previous blindness. "Join forces with the police to bring down the Yu family," Xunyi murmured. In truth, the young officer had lied somewhat. His actions had not been a voluntary confession, but rather a response to the approach of the other party. Chapter 38. The Perverse Young Master and His Unbounded Steward. The Lin family was not only involved in drug trafficking, but also engaged in human trafficking. The police had only scratched the surface of their operations over the years. And now, sensing movement from the other side, they hoped to gain Xunyi's cooperation. Regarding previous matters, the police who came to seek him out stated that they lacked evidence to prove that Xunyi was involved in the design, thus adhering to the principle of innocent until proven guilty. Nonetheless, they still hoped that Xunyi would give the matter due consideration. In the past, Xunyi would have undoubtedly declined, but on that day, the fleeting image of Bai Ci flickered through his mind, and he found himself unwittingly agreeing. His sole condition was that they needed to clarify the situation in front of Bai Ci. As Bai Ci returned with water, he overheard Xunyi muttering softly. Inquiring about his words, Xunyi took the water with a cheerful smile, dismissing it with a simple nothing. Bai Ci nodded in acknowledgement, mirroring his smile. "I will consult the doctor about your injury and what precautions to take. After you finish your water, lie down and rest, and try not to move around too much." "All right." Once outside the ward, Bai Ci's smile faded. He stepped out, but did not head towards the doctor's office. Instead, he pushed open the door to Yu Zhan's room and spoke directly. "Shall we have a chat?" The young officer in the ward, still present, looked up in surprise before glancing back at Yu Zhan, astonished that he had indeed come. Yu Zhan smiled faintly, offering no response to the officer, gesturing instead to a chair beside him. "No need. I must return to care for Xunyi." Bai Ci leaned against the doorframe, stating, "I am here to propose a transaction. Refrain from seeking out Xunyi in the future. If you have needs, come me instead." Yu Zhan, appearing unfazed, merely inquired, "Reason?" Bai Ci replied, "My methods are steadier than Xunyi's." "Is that sufficient?" What he intended to convey was that he could be harsher than Xunyi, but he refrained from being explicit due to the presence of the officer. Yu Zhan, having witnessed his capabilities, understood without further elaboration. "That is indeed sufficient." Yu Zhan turned to the young officer, saying with a smile, "Did you hear that? Report back, and remember to come to him for future matters. As for Xunyi, it is prudent to address occasional minor issues, lest he become suspicious with a complete severance of contact. Bai Ci considered this and nodded. He was uncertain why the police would heed Yuzhan's words. It was unnecessary for him to know. How Yuzhan managed the situation was his own affair. Bai Ci's task was solely to protect Xunyi. System prompt, task objective, soul stability, 90. With the system's notification, Bai Ci felt increasingly assured in his direction. Given Yuzhan's considerable influence over Xunyi in this realm, if I were to eliminate Yuzhan directly, would Xunyi's stability immediately reach 100? The system crackled. Probability less than 5, not advisable. Bai Ci expressed his disappointment. Oh, very well then. System, confirming Bai Ci's departure from Yuzhan's ward. The young officer seated nearby voiced his doubts. Can we trust him? I sensed a momentary hostility from him towards you. Can such a person truly be of use to us? Yuzhan replied, if you do not approach Xunyi, then he is trustworthy. It served as both a warning and a reminder. Bai Ci was a man without strict rules. His only principle was Xunyi. Thus, do not test whether the law or Xunyi holds greater importance in his heart, for the outcome may be intolerable for you. Yuzhan's gaze remained fixed on the door through which Bai Ci had exited, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Xunyi has always believed that he and I are of the same ilk. In truth, the one who shares that similarity with me is Bai Ci. The indifference towards other matters, coupled with the occasional ferocity displayed in certain situations, created a striking contrast that ignited within him a fervent desire to draw the individual closer to himself upon their first encounter. During their initial meeting in the underground parking lot, Xunyi's eyes sparkled upon witnessing Du Han's bloodied visage. Yet it was not Du Han who stirred his excitement, but rather Bai Ci. He could not comprehend why Bai Ci had restrained himself at that moment, but he discerned clearly that Bai Ci was genuinely tempted to act with lethal intent. Bai Ci excelled at concealing his emotions, surpassing even Xunyi in this regard. Perhaps even Xunyi failed to perceive the morbidly excessive protectiveness that lay beneath his composed exterior. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary individual could be driven by an obsession beyond their wildest imaginations? This was advantageous. Those with vulnerabilities could be manipulated. As long as Xunyi remained alive, Bai Ci was fated to assist him. Upon leaving the hospital room, Bai Ci was acutely aware of Yuzhan's intent to use Xunyi as a means to restrain him. He simply did not care. After a brief silence, 0001 responded. The measure value of Yuzhan's malice towards Xunyi is negligible and lacks significance. Bai Ci continued his stride towards the doctor, feeling a sense of relief. That is good. With a 90% assurance of his soul's stability, it was unlikely that any major incidents would arise. The remaining 80% comprised minor nuisances that were hardly daunting. After inquiring about precautions from a doctor, he returned to the ward where Xunyi gazed out the window. Bai Ci approached and sat beside him, chiding, "Did I not tell you to lie down and rest?" Xunyi replied, "I am not tired. The weather forecast predicted rain. Yet today is undeniably splendid. Perhaps today was indeed Xunyi's fortunate day." Bai Ci gently turned Xunyi's face towards him, caressing his eyes and earlobes, insisting that even if he felt well, he ought to rest properly. The doctor had just mentioned that his injuries were not severe, and with a couple of days of recuperation, he could return home. "Shall we return together?" Xunyi turned to face Bai Ci, gazing intently into his eyes, said earnestly, "Before I was deliberately captured by Yushio, I promised myself that if I could return alive, I would gift you something." Bai Ci's heart leapt. He felt he could surmise what Xunyi intended to present him. Xunyi lowered his gaze. "I know you are Bai Ci. Yet I also recognize that you are not merely Bai Ci. You seem to have always existed here, as if you were destined for me. I think, perhaps, I could be audacious for your sake." He continued, "Bai Ci, you gifted me a house. I offer you a home. Will you marry me? The kind of commitment that exists beyond mere widowhood." Indeed, the weather today was delightful, perfect for reclaiming all that one desired. Even upon hearing these words for the second time, having prepared himself internally, Bai Ci's eyes still moistened in that fleeting moment. He leaned forward, enveloping Xunyi in his embrace, as if he wished to meld him into his very heart. There would be no final parting between them, nor would there be a separation in life. should Xunyi fail to awaken, it would be impossible for Bai Ci to continue living. They would remain together, for better or worse, for eternity. This was the vow he had made on the day of their wedding. Once spoken, he would fulfill it. Xunyi clutched the corner of the blanket, and in recognition of the kindness you have shown me, I grant you a singular opportunity to reconsider. Should you ever regret your decision and contemplate betrayal, I shall preserve you like a butterfly, mounted upon the wall of my basement, ensuring you never again witness the light of day. You are aware of my capabilities. That day shall never come. Bai Ci replied with unwavering resolve, declaring that regardless of your feelings for me or your desire to be with me, I shall never betray you. In Xunyi's eyes, Bai Ci was merely his boyfriend of a few months. Yet in Bai Ci's heart, Xunyi was his beloved of many years. Even if the Xunyi of this small world did not love him, he would continue to love Xunyi steadfastly. Xunyi was the instinct of his existence, the habit of his being, the person he would sacrifice himself to protect. Xunyi, you need not believe me immediately. Simply be yourself. Bai Ci murmured as he pressed a gentle kiss atop Xunyi's head. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. I love you, and your only duty is to love yourself. This was not mere flattery, but heartfelt counsel. He hoped that no matter which incarnation of Xunyi existed, his safety would always take precedence, bringing Bai Ci peace of mind. All right, I will heed your words, Xunyi replied softly, resting against Bai Ci's shoulder, unusually compliant today. Good boy, Bai Ci praised. Good boy, my foot. Suddenly, 0001 sprang back to life, exclaiming, Host, I formally report that your partner is secretly laughing behind your back. Devious, cunning, he harbors ulterior motives. Chapter 39. The perverse young master and his boundless butler. An engagement necessitates a ceremony. After all, Xunyi is merely 18, still below the legal marriage age, and thus the only way to formalize this is through such an event. Jiangdu and Xunyi advocated for simplicity, while Bai Ci and Bai Ci suggested a more grandiose affair. Their standoff continued until they ultimately acquiesced to Aunt Ding's advice, arranging a modest setup at the villa and inviting a multitude of guests with great fanfare. The Bai and Sun families grew ever closer, reaping multiplied benefits. Initially, some mocked the Du family for relinquishing a mining operation valued at $18 billion over a mere duhan, questioning their courage and deeming the compensation excessive for a child's mischief. However, as other families encountered issues in succession, such criticisms gradually faded. Bai Ci had no intention of annihilation, yet his methods were resolute. As long as the other party refrained from apologizing, his playful tactics would persist. The Gu family, quick to act, sought Bai Ci early on, sustaining the least damage, while the Zhao family suffered greatly, nearly facing bankruptcy due to Bai Ci's relentless pursuit, only to finally realize the source of their troubles through the Gu family's guidance. Forced to apologize and accept certain benefits, the matter was resolved in Bai Ci's eyes. As for the Lin family, no one knew the full extent of the situation until whispers emerged, suggesting that the Lin family aimed to target the last remaining Xunyi to seize some of the Sun family's interests. Unexpectedly, Bai Ci eradicated both the individuals and their assets, with no details of that day ever leaking, and Yu Xiao, a principal figure, vanished entirely from the incident. The onlookers are oblivious to the intricacies of the events unfolding before them, unaware that not only the police but also the Yu family are present, perceiving only what others wish them to see. The Lin family, once flourishing, seems to be quietly awaiting their gradual consumption. As a mere shift involving Sun, he has rendered them vulnerable. In the murky underbelly of society, attempts to manipulate Bai Ci have proven futile, akin to a small stone sinking into the vast ocean without making a significant sound. Outside perceptions remain external affairs, while Bai Ci and Xunyi, at the heart of the matter, continue to lead their own secluded lives. Since Xunyi's discharge from the hospital, they have moved into the new home Bai Ci recently purchased. What was once an empty abode has transformed into a cozy nest under Xunyi's careful arrangement of belongings. Uncle Jiang, next time, bring a pot of cacti, Bai Ci remarked as he observed Uncle Jiang busying himself with the plants on the balcony. There's one here. Unkla jiang ruplia, lifting a pot. I'm in a larger pot. Ideal like a small succulent for Xunyi's desk, or if not a cactus. Any other variety will suffice, Bai Ci clarified. Uncle Jiang understood. All right, I shall select a few attractive pots and bring them next time for you to choose from. Once Uncle Jiang departed, Xunyi emerged from behind, questioning, when did I say I wanted succulents? You didn't team mention it. I merely thought the desk could use some decoration. Bai Ci responded, gently ushering Xunyi back indoors. It's hot outside, and your injury hasn't fully healed yet, so you shouldn't be wandering about. Xunyi's injury was not severe, having mostly healed over the course of time. It's not particularly warm this season, he retorted. However, he was still curious about Bai Ci's sudden desire for succulents. What is the reasoning behind it? He inquired. There is no particular reason, Bai Ci replied. Since you can't go to the office lately, any discussions must occur at home with Jiang. A couple of succulent pots on the desk might uplift the mood. It was unclear whether Xunyi had forgotten to mention this to Uncle Jiang or simply hadn't thought to prepare for it. Observing the emptiness of the desk, he had prompted Uncle Jiang to prepare something. The starkness of their surroundings felt oddly ceremonial. Previously, Xunyi had arranged their study desk, adorning it with various items that exuded a warm, familial atmosphere. The desk can wait. It's self-sufficient to place a few cherished items, Xunyi commented, though he did not object to Uncle Jiang's assistance. These are trivial matters. Jiang mentioned today that once you're healed, you should return to the office. The conversation had shifted towards home arrangements when Bai Ci suddenly pondered if his wife was planning to return to work. Is she getting married? He mused. Bai Ci, with a sense of urgency, retorted, there's no rush to marry. Focus on training. You should inform him that you want to be going. Zhang, at such a young age, was already considering training a successor, which seemed quite lazy. He could take a leaf out of his brother's book, who never pressured him into office work. Xunyi playfully kicked him from his seated position on the bed, saying, if you're no longer working with Jiang, will you manage the company for me? Bai Ci paused momentarily before rising to head to the dressing room. I'll see what you should wear for your return to the office tomorrow. What a joke. In this little world, merely embracing one's wife equates to wealth. It was perplexing that he felt the need to become a corporate drone. Behind him, Xunyi rolled his eyes at Bai Ci's back, remarking on his lack of ambition. Bai Ci is not without ambition. He merely feigns a lackadaisical attitude in front of Xunyi. After yet another operation aiding the police in dismantling a clandestine hideout belonging to the Lin family, Yuzhan handed him a damp tissue. Thank you, Bai Ci replied, accepting it. With repeated encounters, Bai Ci gradually shed his last vestige of wariness towards Yuzhan. While they may not converse like ordinary friends, at least they no longer resort to the perfunctory question of when one intends to leave upon meeting. How has Xunyi been lately? Yuzhan leaned against the front of the car, casually observing the groups of individuals being escorted away. Quite well. He has been busy at the company these past 2 months, Bai Ci responded. Still so busy with school approaching? Yuzhan teased. My son is quite ambitious. You know, Bai Ci retorted, casting an admonishing glance at Yuzhan. Right, you're ambitious, Xunyi. While we are here apprehending people, it's merely child's play. Yuzhan scoffed. Bai Ci chose to ignore him, refraining from continuing the conversation. Your ambitious Xunyi contacted me recently. Are you aware of this? Bai Ci's head snapped around. Yuzhan, lowering his gaze to adjust his clothing, wore the same expression that Bai Ci had just dismissed. After tidying up, he said nothing and walked away. Bai Ci exclaimed, what does he want from you? Hey, after parting ways with Yuzhan, he needed to pick up Xunyi from work. He had come to assist discreetly, without Xunyi's knowledge, nor had he informed anyone in his own circle. Thus, Yuzhan's mention of Xunyi reaching out to him piqued his interest, yet he could not inquire with Xunyi directly. Should Xunyi discover that he frequently communicated with Yuzhan, the tenuous connection he had tried to sever might be mended. It was not that he feared any romantic entanglement between the two, nor was he concerned that Yuzhan would bring unnecessary trouble to Xunyi. He simply worried that Xunyi might inadvertently suffer further harm. The series of misfortunes had already tested his limits, and he could hardly bear to see Xunyi endure more. The following morning, as Yuzhan checked his phone, he noticed a message from Bai Ci. What does Xunyi want from you? The timestamp read 3 a.m. Chapter 40. The perverse young master and his boundless steward. Strangely enough, every time Bai Ci assisted Xunyi with the Lin family affairs, the system would notify him that Xunyi's soul stability had increased with each significant progress made. A year passed with a steady, yet unending stream of troubles. In the year Xunyi graduated from university, two significant events transpired. The first was the downfall of the Yu family, which occurred so discreetly that no one noticed. It was as if, overnight, the entire city had lost a prominent family known as the Yu clan. The second event was news from the sanatorium regarding Xunyi's mother. She had passed away. The surveillance footage from the hospital room showed that the day before, Mrs. Sun had been perfectly normal, eating and sleeping on schedule. However, when they went to awaken her the following morning, they discovered she had already passed. The food from the day prior was examined and found to be without issue, and no signs of foul play were detected. The autopsy suggested a possible heart condition. When Bai Ci received this news, Xunyi was sitting beside him, noticing the message with a mere flicker of his eyes. Fearful of Xunyi's distress, Bai Ci embraced him tenderly. Was he to take the deceased for a burial? No. Xunyi pondered not a moment, suggesting they find a resting place for her there. After uttering his thoughts, he paused, burying his head in Bai Ci's neck. Perhaps it was best to request that her ashes be scattered at sea. She had often expressed a desire to explore the world's most beautiful places, yet fate had confined her to a singular existence. If life could not fulfill her dreams, then death might serve as her final wish. In death, grievances seem to dissipate like smoke. Shall I assist you, or will you manage on your own? Bai Ci inquired. Yet quickly resolved, I shall go. The bond between Xunyi and his mother had long since faded, and the last remnants of their relationship were cruelly tied to this farewell. Bai Ci could not bear to see Xunyi take on the burden alone. All matters concerning Xunyi's mother had been meticulously arranged by him. Nevertheless, on that final day, Xunyi still arrived. He came, but did little more than observe Bai Ci's flurry of activity. Xunyi's presence was expected. Bai Ci had anticipated his arrival. Yet, the company accompanying Xunyi grew increasingly irksome. When it came time to send his mother on her final journey, he turned to see, You two have come? Xunyi's attendance was natural. After all, she was his mother. But what of Xunyi? His presence was rather unexpected, especially as Du had not shown up. Apart from Xunyi, he was the only one present to bid farewell to Xunyi's mother. Just like you all, here to pay my respects, Xunyi replied succinctly before departing, appearing indeed to fulfill that purpose. He arrived swiftly and left even quicker. Xunyi did not engage him in conversation, leaving Bai Ci perplexed about Xunyi's motives. Once in the car, Xunyi called out to Bai Ci. Standing by the door, Bai Ci quietly mused, What if we find Xunyi a partner? Excuse me? Xunyi questioned, seemingly bewildered by Bai Ci's suggestion. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ci reiterated, I propose we find a match for Xunyi. There are only 3 of us here to bid farewell to your mother. You, me, and inexplicably him. This is rather overwhelming. Xunyi even entertained the thought for a moment, considering what sort of companion would suit Xunyi. In the next breath, Bai Ci suggested, What about Duhan for him? Lin Xian could work too, though retrieving him from within might require some effort. Xunyi retorted, If you wish to torment him, just say so. There is no need to complicate matters. Bai Ci's light-hearted diversion dispelled the lingering tension, and Xunyi urged, Are you getting in or not? If not, close the door. I must return. Fine. System notification. Task objective soul's tranquility. 99% achieved. Bai Ci hesitated at the car door. What is the matter? Xunyi inquired. Nothing. Bai Ci replied nonchalantly as he entered the vehicle. Each day spent with Xunyi passed swiftly, a fact he had not anticipated. Reflecting upon the initial moments, the growth was steady, incrementing in tens, yet in recent times it has merely ascended by mere percentages. After a year and a half, it has finally reached 99. Xunyi does not seem like someone in search of companionship. After driving for a while, Xunyi suddenly spoke. Bai Ci had merely made a casual remark. Observing Xunyi's frequent presence beside Xunyi without any deeper contemplation, Xunyi inquired, Do you know whether he's attracted to boys or girls? Does he prefer lively personalities or those who are more stable? Bai Ci silently shook his head. Zhang could well be fond of explosives. As long as he harbored no affections for Xunyi, the matter would not be overly concerning. Bai Ci, why didn't you tell me she left something for me before she passed? Xunyi spoke again. The conversation shifted drastically, from discussing Zhang's preferences to referencing someone they had just laid to rest. Bai Ci took a moment to comprehend who she was referring to. Xunyi fixed his gaze upon Bai Ci's eyes. The person who was responsible for her care called you. You were busy, so I answered. He mentioned that she expressed a desire to leave something for me when she was lucid. You know what it is, don't you? Bai Ci was aware. He had received an expedited package from there just the day before. The parcel was modest in size, containing only a fragment of a bracelet. He was uncertain of its significance and intended to delicately probe Xunyi for insight before addressing it further. Yet Xunyi had already anticipated it. Xunyi continued. During her relatively stable moments, she once told me that when I grew up and found a partner, she would pass the bracelet on to me. Later, as her mental state deteriorated, she shattered almost everything, and that bracelet was no exception. Upon receiving the call about her wanting to give me something, I immediately thought of this. Xunyi remarked, "It's rather amusing. I always believed she would wish for me to accompany her in death." His words tightened Bai Ci's heart. He yearned to console Xunyi, but found himself at a loss for words capable of alleviating his emotions. Unable to articulate, he decided to act. He pulled Xunyi closer, gripping his wrist and pressing him against the seat to kiss him. Xunyi turned his head slightly, frowning, seemingly displeased. As the driver was present, Bai Ci grasped his chin, turning him back, and tapped the back of the driver's seat. In an instant, the partition was lowered. After kissing him thoroughly, Bai Ci finally released Xunyi. Contemplating how perceptive the driver was, he deserved a raise upon their return. Xunyi held no particularly deep feelings towards his mother. If interrupted, so be it. His willingness to converse with Bai Ci so openly was not solely due to a profound sense of loss. Instead, he simply relished witnessing Bai Ci's concern for him. He enjoyed the dominance of confining Bai Ci within the confines of his home or occasionally displaying a hint of vulnerability, observing how Bai Ci's demeanor shifted with his emotions. Bai Ci was not oblivious to Xunyi's subtle intentions. He had discerned Xunyi's duplicity on more than one occasion, but he was unconcerned. The system had also hinted at Xunyi's little gestures numerous times, prompting him to respond with a gentle reprimand, after which he learned to quietly savor the affection. Whether the driver's salary was ultimately increased remained uncertain. But upon their return, Bai Ci presented the fragment of the bracelet to Xunyi. Xunyi gazed at the small piece of jade-green bracelet for an extended period, yet ultimately refrained from accepting it. Perhaps it is best to discard it. He remarked that broken things are of no use. Things that have long been shattered ought to be discarded. And what of this? In the next moment, Bai Ci conjured a velvet box as if by magic. He opened the box to reveal a ring, quietly resting within. I wish to gift you a bracelet, but I thought such a fragile item would be too troublesome for you to wear, so I took the liberty of resizing it. In the midst of Xunyi's astonished expression, Bai Ci took the ring and slipped it on his Xunyi's finger, then embraced him, saying, "See, the gift I present to you shall never shatter. Are you not a little happier now?" Held in Bai Ci's arms, Xunyi replied, "I am not unhappy." If pressed to articulate, he felt a sense of relief as he observed the ashes of that woman scattered into the sea. "Indeed, you are not unhappy. It is I who feels that way," Bai Ci sighed. "I had designed this ring to present to you on our wedding day, but I could not wait any longer." He playfully nipped at Xunyi's neck. "Why don't we consult my brother to see if he can assist us in obtaining our marriage license ahead of schedule?" He yearned for Xunyi to be the person closest to him and to be the one capable of making decisions for Xunyi under any circumstances. Xunyi stationed. "If you approach your brother about this, he might block you." "He won't," Bai Ci answered confidently. "How can you be so sure?" Xunyi inweited. "Because the last time I mentioned this to him, he blocked me, but he hasn't done so yet." Xunyi remarked, "It is indeed something those two brothers would do." Bai Ci's resolve to marry was unwavering. He would periodically calculate how long until Xunyi reached the age to obtain a marriage license. Just as he finally anticipated Xunyi's eligibility, Xunyi announced his plans to study abroad. While returning to marry was not impossible, Bai Ci felt it lacked the grandeur he desired. Thus, he continued to wait. Finally, on Xunyi's 24th birthday, Bai Ci stood beside him, clad in a white suit. That day, Xunyi stood across from him, holding the very ring he had previously gifted. By Air Shao, isn't it time we exchanged our rings for a matching pair? The wedding preparations had spanned half a year, with every detail meticulously woven together by Bai Ci. Even Jiang Du remarked that if the Bai family were to face bankruptcy, Bai Ci could thrive running a wedding planning company. On the morning of the formal wedding, a light rain fell. But as Bai Ci set out to collect Xunyi, the sun emerged. Yu Zhan, standing behind Bai Ci as the best man, mused, "I truly cannot comprehend why, although it was Xunyi who summoned me, I end up as your best man. On such a joyous occasion, I shall not bicker with you. Do not provoke me," Bai Ci smiled. Yu Zhan retorted, "You should rein in that smile. It appears worthless." Yet, despite his words, his own smile remained unyielding. Perhaps happiness indeed possesses a certain magic. Witnessing Bai Ci and Xunyi together stirred within him a sense of emotion, as if happiness were meant to manifest in this manner. "At last, I have married you," Bai Ci declared. "Indeed," Xunyi replied, "thank you for your patience." Just as Bai Ci and Xunyi's wedding concluded, 0001 sprang forth. "Congratulations, host. The soul stability of the task objective has successfully reached 100%. Please choose an appropriate time to depart from this world." Bai Ci had previously understood that departing from time would not affect the flow of reality. Understood. He wished to peacefully accompany Xunyi until the end of this world. Moreover, he hoped to be by Xunyi's side in every subsequent realm until the very end. Chapter 41. The fiery little snake and his protective keeper Bai Ci awoke this time on a bed. He vividly recalled accompanying Xunyi in the previous realm until Xunyi aged, only choosing to depart once he had witnessed Xunyi close his eyes. "What is the situation in this world?" Bai Ci inquired, sitting up and surveying his surroundings, calling upon the system. "This is a world of beastmen. In your current identity, you are the commander of the Alliance, originally a Black King snake. The father of the task objective is a gambler, and the mother is an alcoholic, sold by his parents for money at a tender age. Statistics from the system's headquarters indicate that the task objective is unlikely to survive for long. To summarize his life in one sentence: a rotten father, a rotten mother, a ruined life, and a ruined self, having spent an entire world with the system. Bai Ci had grown accustomed to 0001's voice. "Where is Xunyi now?" He threw off the covers and rose. "Given that his situation is so perilous, it would be best to locate him promptly. You have already brought him back. He is in the room." Bai Ci turned his head to survey the area again. The system could not err, yet he truly saw no one. 0001 kindly reminded him, "Look by the bay window, do you see it? There." A layer of gray velvet adorned the bay window, and as Bai Ci looked over, his pupils contracted sharply. It was not that he was blind. There was indeed no one there. However, there lay an egg. "You had better be jesting with me." Bai Ci attempted to reject the reality. "I'm not joking." 0001 replied earnestly, "Your wife was sold by that gambling father for 10,000 silver coins, and due to your poor mental state, headquarters required you to find a suitable partner to help stabilize your spirit. After numerous refusals, you impulsively purchased a snake egg online in a fit of anger." 0001 continued bluntly, "It has been detected that your decision was made in haste. After calming down, you are highly likely to neglect the task objective, resulting in him being bullied and ultimately meeting a tragic end, with a probability as high as 99%. Bai Ci processed this information, silently repeating to himself that this was a soul's small world, not reality. Not reality, not reality. He approached the egg cautiously, delicately lifting the small egg, which was no larger than half his palm. "What species is Xunyi?" "He is a Gifford tree viper, venomous snake," 0001 quickly added, "and quite handsome." Besius fingit tweets. Setting aside the matter of the venomous snake, he was, after all, a Black King snake, immune to snake venom and unafraid. The fact that there was no interspecies barrier with Xunyi was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. However, if I recall correctly, the Kivu viper, TNND, is an ovoviviparous species. Why? Then, is his wife currently an egg? Do not be alarmed, host. The task objective's father fears that he may be perceived as a mere venomous serpent of little value, thus employing certain technological means to confine him within an egg, falsely claiming he is a non-venomous snake. Such a shell cannot contain him for long, based on the timeline. Your wife will soon shatter. Oh dear, he is hatched. Before the system could finish its explanation, the egg suddenly cracked. Bai Ci felt somewhat mentally unhinged. At such a dramatic moment, he found himself oddly anticipating the outcome. In the next instant, a small head emerged, cautiously sensing its surroundings, and hissed while flicking its tongue. Remarkably, it was rather handsome. As Bai Ci began to compliment, the little serpent lunged and bit his wrist. Bai Ci, system. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, followed by a tingling sensation that dissipated swiftly. Bai Ci grasped the little snake by its neck and lifted it. Are you certain this creature is indeed Xunyi? Bai Ci asked, intrigued, unable to resist poking it playfully. The system's detection is infallible. 0001 responded. The task objective has been injected with a transformation serum. It will likely revert to human form in approximately 2 hours. Furthermore, due to your presence, the objective will not feel neglected. The current stability of the task objective's soul, 50%. Completing half of the task right from the onset was something Bai Ci had not anticipated. Observing Xunyi, who was twisting and attempting to bite between his fingers by Ci's side. Hey, can you understand me? The little snake ceased its wriggling and hissed in response. That was sufficient. Bai Ci cradled Xunyi in his palm. Given its small size and youth, Xunyi was only slightly larger than Bai Ci's hand. Are you hungry? Bai Ci inquired, holding Xunyi and intending to find something for it to eat. After a few steps, he recalled, do you require small white mice in your current form? Upon finishing his question, he noticed the tail that had been coiled around his finger, giving him a gentle tap. Not hungry. Bai Ci pondered how he understood Xunyi's thoughts from such a slight reaction. Then will you eat? Surely a snake does not require milk? Hiss. Bai Ci felt 2 more punctures on his wrist. All right, understood, he replied with a wry smile. A rather temperamental snake, it seemed. Ultimately, Xunyi consumed nothing. Sensing that its venom was ineffective against Bai Ci and recognizing that Bai Ci harbored no intent to harm, it decided to descend from Bai Ci's hand, flicking its little tongue as it slowly slithered about, exploring this unfamiliar territory. Bai Ci followed closely behind, walking at a leisurely pace. After more than half an hour, Xunyi found a robust and sturdy money tree to climb, and then remained still. Bai Ci approached, extended his hand, and caught sight of the 4 small puncture wounds on his wrist, retracting his hand silently. What is it? Are you tired? He asked. Xunyi offered no response. Bai Ci glanced at the time, contemplated, and ultimately decided to take Xunyi down. The little snake hissed again, but instead of attempting to bite Bai Ci, it merely straightened its body and swayed a few times in protest. Bai Ci held the snake, Xunyi, in his hands and explained, in a little while, you will transform. It is not suitable for you to lie on the tree. Once the effects of the medicine within you wear off, you will be free to take whatever form you desire. Bai Ci spoke plainly, and as soon as he finished, Xunyi, still in his grasp, lay down. You are rather carefree, Bai Ci remarked, poking Xunyi's scaly head with his other hand. Even after being sold, you still find time to sleep. After returning to the bedroom with Xunyi, Bai Ci noticed the symmetrical holes in both of his wrists. Chapter 42. The impulsive little snake and his protective keeper Bai Ci placed Xunyi on the bed where he would awaken, watching over him before stepping out of the room. It was preferable for Xunyi to be nearby. He too needed to familiarize himself with his living environment and the scope of his duties. After spending a while in his study, he gained a detailed understanding of his own situation with the assistance of the system. Bai Ci began to comprehend why he had ended up purchasing a snake egg. His work had kept him perpetually busy, leading to an increasing fatigue of spirit. Yet, he was reluctant to engage in such intimate matters with those he did not know or like. There was an elder in the alliance, whose Sun had become infatuated with Bai Ci after seeing him at an alliance banquet, insisting on marrying him. Today, the headquarters had once again attempted to bring them together, prompting Bai Ci to impulsively buy an egg. According to his search history on his holographic device, he had intended to acquire a non-venomous snake, reasoning that even if he did not take a liking to it, he could gift it to a kind-hearted person. To his surprise, what he received was a venomous snake. "Commander, how long until your little corn snake egg hatches?" The time was pressing, as the headquarters would soon begin to push for results. Bai Ci glanced at the message before decisively choosing to leave it unread. The egg had hatched, but it was a false shell. The corn snake was gone, replaced by a viper. "Host, the target has awakened and has transformed." Transformed? Bai Ci rose swiftly and strode toward the bedroom. What would Xunyi look like now that he had transformed? Surely he wouldn't still resemble a small child? With such thoughts in mind, he pushed open the bedroom door and was instantly met with the gaze of a young boy quietly seated on the bed, covered by a blanket. In that moment, Bai Ci was certain the small creature that had bitten him, leaving 8 puncture wounds, was indeed Xunyi. The familiar face, the familiar eyes, though slightly smaller than his previous form, there was hardly any change. Bai Ci had anticipated caring for an infant, but was taken aback by how grown he appeared. 0001. "Xunyi has grown so much, even without me. He should manage for a while. So how could he not live for a few years?" 0001. In this world, much like in the stars, the average natural lifespan is around 280 years. The target is likely to die around 30. So it is accurate to say he won't live for many years. Bai Ci furrowed his brow. "How old are you?" "16, Xunyi replied, his voice cool and clear. "I am hungry. Is there anything to eat?" With over a decade remaining, it indeed seemed that he would not have many years before reaching 30. "What would you like to eat?" Since it was now Bai Ci's responsibility to care for Xunyi, he would ensure that no one dared to bully him. "Anything is fine?" Xunyi inquired. Of course. Understanding Xunyi's previous life, Bai Ci spoke in a deliberately softened tone, fearing that he might frighten him. However, consuming human flesh was out of the question. Recalling his own wounds, he added a remark. The young Xunyi, still naive and controlling his expressions, displayed a slight look of disdain, as if to say, "Do you take me for a fool?" Bisies tweets. He thought that had Xunyi not been constrained by his circumstances, his response might have boldly questioned Bai Ci's intelligence. Although Bai Ci had consented to Xunyi eating, he did not immediately allow him to partake. Compared to what he envisioned of a 16-year-old boy, Xunyi was rather frail, a result of having rather unreliable parents, which made his condition somewhat understandable. Before allowing him to eat, Bai Ci decided to conduct some examinations. Afterward, he promised they would eat whatever Xunyi desired. As Bai Ci rummaged through his clothes, he realized that Xunyi, having transformed, wore nothing. Unprepared, and with most of his wardrobe consisting of formal attire, he struggled to find anything suitable for Xunyi. "Shall we make do?" he suggested, pulling out a shirt and a trench coat. "What about pants?" Xunyi had no objections, but he couldn't very well wear only the upper half. Bai Ci casually retrieved a pair of trousers, shaking them in front of Xunyi, jokingly asking if he intended to wear them like a cheapao. As they left, Bai Ci bore a new set of bite marks on his hand, which he absent-mindedly traced, noting Xunyi's impressive dental prowess. Some examination results were not immediately available, and concerned about Xunyi's hunger, Bai Ci decided against waiting. Xunyi, a carnivorous creature, insisted on barbecued meat, and Bai Ci acquiesced. The results that had come through were displayed on Bai Ci's holographic device, while Xunyi busied himself grilling. The findings revealed anemia, malnutrition, low blood sugar, and even gastric issues at such a tender age. Xunyi's left pinky had previously suffered a fracture that had healed poorly, and the scales beneath the serpentine tail were missing, likely due to violent trauma. The more he read, the angrier Bai Ci became, and in a fit of frustration, he tossed the holographic device onto the table, startling Xunyi, who was engrossed in his grilling. "I didn't mean to scare you," Bai Ci said. Xunyi glanced at the device, then scrutinized Bai Ci's expression, cautiously nodding but no longer as relaxed as before in selecting his food. Bai Ci regretted losing his temper in front of Xunyi. He picked up chopsticks and placed some already grilled meat on his Xunyi's plate, attempting to justify his earlier outburst. Some of your test results are in, and most are subpar. There was something he refrained from saying. He genuinely wished to know how Xunyi had grown to this state, but his instincts warned him against pursuing that knowledge, lest it provoke further anger. Upon hearing that many results were unsatisfactory, Xunyi set down his chopsticks, his demeanor turning serious. Bai Ci began to worry that Xunyi might overthink the situation, yet he reassured him, "Rest assured, you will stay here comfortably. I will hire a nutritionist. These minor issues are nothing to fret over." Xunyi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering, "So it doesn't hinder my ability to eat?" To which Bai Ci hesitantly nodded, then slightly shook his head, adding, "However, given your delicate stomach, moderation is essential." Xunyi seemingly only absorbed the first half of his statement. As they grilled and feasted, Bai Ci counted, including the plates already cleared away by the waiter. Xunyi had consumed nearly 20 plates of meat. "You cannot eat anymore." Just as Xunyi was about to order more, Bai Ci intercepted her, saying, "We just came from the hospital. Do you intend to indulge before returning? Are you not concerned about how unflattering this outfit looks?" In truth, Bai Ci felt that Xunyi's attire was not entirely unappealing, save for the pants. His shirt was sufficiently oversized, reaching down to Xunyi's knees, but she stubbornly refused to leave the house without proper bottoms. Unfortunately, Bai Ci's pants were all too large. Thus, he resorted to hastily cutting a pair of trousers into capris for her. What was once a stylish pair on him transformed into a trendy, wide-leg look on her. When the doctor examined Xunyi, he was momentarily taken aback upon unbuttoning her coat. "Commander Bai, this is rather extravagant, isn't it?" Chapter 43. The fiery little serpent and his protective keeper Bai Ci remained silent. Xunyi, however, waved her hand to the doctor, stating, "He rescued me, found me clothes, and kindly brought me for checkup. Could you please assist him? He intends to take me out for a meal afterward." Bisi matin a stoique expression. Affirming her request, considering that Xunyi's gambling father would hardly procure any quality transformation potions for her, he cautioned the doctor she was previously administered medication. Please check for any potential aftereffects. Dressed in her mismatched ensemble, Xunyi completed her examination. Yet her evident hunger prompted Bai Ci to abandon the notion of shopping for clothes. Instead, he led her to dine, intending to satisfy her appetite first. Xunyi, feeling famished, had rushed out in her current outfit. As Bai Ci concluded his statement and she glanced down at her attire, she fell silent for a moment, recalling the doctor's expression upon seeing her appearance. Setting down her chopsticks, she sighed. Bai Ci, noticing her despondence, softened. "No more meat, but we can have something else." He ordered a couple of desserts and fetched an ice cream for her, saying, "Let us save the rest for next time." Xunyi looked up, her eyes sparkling. "There will be a next time?" "Of course," Bai Ci replied, feigning ignorance of her hopeful gaze. "Take care of your health. And once all your test results are in, and if everything is fine, I will take you out for sashimi or wherever else you desire." "Really? You want to send me away?" Xunyi asked, a hint of joy in her voice. Bai Ci nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Xunyi eagerly invited. Can I choose anything I want in the future?" Bai Ci confirmed once more, "Absolutely." With that, Xunyi leaned over, tugging at Bai Ci's sleeve. "Then could you take me to the deep-sea restaurant? I've heard there are many underwater creatures to see, and I've never been." "Certainly," he replied. Bai Ci raised his hand to adjust the slightly slipping shirt of Xunyi, saying, "However, you must take care of your health. I do not wish to carry you inside and then bear you back." That won't happen, Xunyi assured Bai Ci with bright eyes. "I have always been in good health. I've developed antibodies from being beaten." Yet, the Xunyi, who had supposedly developed antibodies, could not hold on until they reached the mall and soon transformed into a serpent. Bai Ci was walking beside Sun when he noticed Xunyi's pace slowing down, inquiring if he had eaten too much to move. The next moment, Xunyi uttered that he felt unwell and performed an instantaneous transformation. In an instant, a perfectly fine individual who had just been eating and drinking became motionless, and Bai Ci's pupils dilated in shock. They hurriedly returned to the hospital, where the test results of the medication were just becoming available. The doctor, holding the report, revealed that the patient's sudden transformation was due to issues with the previously administered medication. Tests indicated the presence of residual inferior drugs in his system that could not be fully absorbed, and reverting to his original form would expedite the dissipation of the drug's effects. The doctor advised that Xunyi should rest in his original form for a while, assuring that he would recover in a few days. A more detailed report had already been sent to your holographic device, and you should care for him according to the instructions therein. After transforming into a snake, Xunyi had been sleeping continuously. Bai Ci, although aware that he was fine, could not suppress his worry. Is it normal for him to be so small? Bai Ci pondered. The normal size for a Gifu tree viper of this species was acceptable, but they had the ability to transform. A black king snake in the combat system could reach 9 meters in length, while his Xunyi was still measured in centimeters. Bai Ci imagined a scenario where both he and Xunyi were in their original forms, contemplating that Xunyi could inadvertently harm himself with his own tail. Typically, it is indeed abnormal for him to be so small. The doctor adjusted his glasses. However, you must have seen his health report. All indicators are abnormal. Thus, his current size is also normal. Once his indicators normalize, his original size will also return to normal. Bai Ci, upon hearing the doctor's suggestion to nurture him at home, took Xunyi back to their residence. However, there was nothing pertaining to Xunyi in their home. No clothes, no daily necessities, not even a cozy nook for sleeping. Just as he was about to message his subordinates to prepare some items, one of them contacted him first. The same person who had previously inquired about when his little corn snake would hatch. Pressing the holographic interface to answer the call, Bai Ci had yet to speak when the voice on the other end began. Boss, you took the little snake for an examination and were photographed. The young master of the Meng family refuses to believe you do not have feelings for him and is now heading towards your residence with the crowd. Call me Commander. Bai Ci casually scrolled through the news interface, only to find his and Xunyi's pictures featured prominently on the homepage. One image captured him leading Xunyi, who was draped in his oversized coat, and another showed him protecting the slumbering little snake resting in his palm. The photographs were splendid, showcasing Xunyi's photogenic qualities, though he had not anticipated that Xunyi would look so exquisite even in his snake form. Commander, are you even listening to me? Did we not agree to bring back a docile corn snake? Why is the one in your possession a Gifu tree viper instead? Bai Ci slightly reduced the volume of the neural interface. What happened to the Kawood tree viper? Is it unappealing? This is not a matter of aesthetics, my friend. At this juncture, let us suspend our superficial judgments. The introduction of venomous species into the military requires prior authorization. If you bring one home unexpectedly, the headquarters will undoubtedly conduct an investigation. Bai Ci is not a superficial person. Rather, he possesses a discerning eye, though expressing this would elicit confusion. Are we afraid of their inquiries? The other party hesitated, then replied, not at all. Then why concern ourselves with whether they investigate? I would welcome them openly into my home. In his disregard for protocol, Bai Ci nonetheless demonstrated his adherence to regulations. By the way, do you know how many people Meng Changel brought with him? The exact number is unclear, but I've heard from Thunder that he brought quite a few, including entertainment reporters, insisting that you have feelings for him, yet refuse to admit it. This time, they will surely compel you to confess. After saying this, Deng Yu himself felt a twinge of confusion. I mean, Chief, address me as Commander, Bai Ci corrected. Such impudence. Yes, Commander. I must ask how you managed to attract the attention of that Meng scion. Did you truly engage in something with him? How else could he be so adamant about your affections? Baisiwa a troublé d'expression. How would I know? The last time the Empire dispatched operatives to breach the Alliance's protective barriers, many civilians were injured. In an effort to safeguard them, I transformed and shielded them, and he happened to be among them. At the subsequent Alliance banquet, Meng Changel recognized himself at a glance and subsequently clung to me like a burr. Despite having repeatedly declared my disinterest, insisting that I felt nothing for him, my words have not succeeded in distancing him. It's as if Meng Changel cannot comprehend human language, persistently gravitating towards me. Later, upon realizing that his mental faculties were compromised, he became even more convinced of his affections. Believing that my refusal stemmed from an unwillingness to allow him to undertake the exhausting role of comforter. For 3 years, I have rejected him, yet he remains undeterred. Commander, to be candid, I find Meng Changle not unattractive. Deng, you mentioned, and there are many pursuing him. Why do you harbor such disdain for him? Disdain requires no justification. Being pursued by Xunyi is a delight. When it comes to others, it only adds to my burdens. Chapter 44. The irritable little snake and his protective keeper Bai Ci found the mention of Meng Changle exasperating. The military residential area is off-limits to them, and his gathering such a multitude here is advantageous. He can seek out entertainment reporters. You should do the same, claiming that he, a scion of an elder, disregards the alliance's regulations by encircling the military residential area, which could lead to a breach of confidentiality. The more exaggerated, the better. If this situation escalates, I will have no recourse against this incomprehensible individual. The alliance personnel will not permit his antics unchecked. Commander, it seems Deng Yu believes he has grasped the implications of your sentiments. The alliance government and their military have always been at odds. Were it not for the numerous elders from their military among the headquarters legislators, this group would likely face the deprivation of their legitimate rights. The young scion of the Meng family is pursuing Bai Ci with such fervor that one cannot dismiss the possibility of some antiquated government officials orchestrating events behind the scenes, manipulating their psychic powers to amplify the military's ruthlessness, thereby garnering public favor. Now, the military's culpability remains uncertain, yet the reckless antics of a government elder's son, so blatantly disregarding discipline, are bound to incite considerable uproar. This matter should be entrusted to Lei Ting. Seek out General Chu, for he will comprehend my intentions. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity presented. As for the young one you brought back, Deng Yu inquired, noting that the child now has his own entry in the light brain. Should we find someone to temper his rising notoriety? There is no need for that. Bai Ci chuckled softly, stating that the alliance stipulates one may form a pact as long as they can take on a humanoid form. I am temporarily unable to obtain a certificate in my human guise. Can my true form not apply for a pact in advance? Forming a pact is akin to engagement, with the sole distinction being that a pact requires an application. Once the approval process is complete, the relationship is protected by law. However, it differs from marriage in that a pact merely safeguards the relationship without conferring inheritance rights, and in special circumstances, one does not possess the authority to sign on behalf of the other as a direct relative. Nonetheless, since Xunyi has been brought back, would he relinquish this opportunity to another? Ideally, an engagement, a pact, and a marriage should all unfold in succession, leaving no room for others to encroach upon his claim to Xunyi. I will submit the application for Xunyi's toxic species verification alongside the pact application. You need not worry about the rest. Just as he powered down his light brain, a scaled head peeked in. Xunyi seemed to find comfort in his true form and did not revert. Bai Ci locked eyes with the small serpent at the door, and after a moment, he suddenly realized why Xunyi was gazing at him so intently. You heard what I just said, didn't you? It sounded like a question, yet was stated with certainty. Xunyi nodded his head. Oh, Bai Ci blinked and pondered briefly, then said, how about you accompany me the day after tomorrow? We shall make a public announcement. Xunyi assumet en aggressivistance. There will be endless delicious treats, and we can go wherever we please. Without waiting for Xunyi's response, Bai Ci pressed on, enticing him with the prospect of no longer being struck, of crafting a cozy nest of his own, of climbing trees and playfully biting him. Xunyi ceased his aggression. Bai Ci secretly sighed in relief. If Xunyi were to refuse, he could not force the issue. Were it not for his ability to somewhat manage Xunyi, he would likely be adorned with a couple of extra holes by now. So, it is settled. From this moment forth, you shall be my intended partner, and there shall be no turning back. The commotion outside is of no concern to me. Once Bai Ci delegated the task, he ceased to monitor its progress. Deng Yu had yet to return from seeking General Chu. Your response from Lei Ting arrived first. Meng Changle stormed to the entrance of the military residential area, and upon being informed that unauthorized individuals were not permitted entry, his temper flared. As if doused in oil, several of his uncles within the government had mentioned that Bai Ci was quite taken with him. asserting that there was no one else in Bai Ci's circle aside from himself. He had contemplated giving up, yet each time he felt the urge to retreat, he would be inundated with a plethora of evidence affirming that Bai Ci cherished him. Over time, although Bai Ci had yet to acknowledge it, he had already come to regard Bai Ci as his partner. Now, with his companion suddenly entangled with someone else, all the efforts he had made over the past few years to draw closer seemed to mock him. How could he possibly swallow this indignation? He yearned to see Bai Ci immediately, to inquire why he had betrayed him. After all these years, why had everything suddenly changed? Just as he was about to recklessly charge ahead, several vehicles approached, and Lei Ting, accompanied by a throng of reporters, stepped out. Oh, what a lively scene. Are you all here to apply for positions in our military residential area as logistics? Lei Ting leaned against the open car door, crossing his legs, as if he had just noticed Meng Changle. Ah, look who I've discovered. Is this not our esteemed Meng family's precious youngest son? What brings you here? Has the Meng family ceased to support you? Meng Changle was about to retort when Lei Ting continued. But if you're seeking employment, by all means pursue it. Yet, you found yourself here? Surely, you are aware that trespassing into any part of the military without cause is treated as espionage? What could possibly compel you to act so recklessly? With a dismissive wave of his hand, a contingent of soldiers promptly stepped forward alongside the reporters. He retracted the smile that had adorned his face and stood tall, saluting the assembled journalists. As you can see, it is not that our military lacks compassion. The recent large-scale chaos stemmed from a public disturbance at the military's entrance, which allowed enemy spies to exploit the situation. The number of civilians harmed during that incident is still fresh in everyone's memory. Turning to Meng Changle and his group, he succinctly commanded the military personnel behind him. Arrest them all. Throughout the ordeal, Lei Ting did not utter a single word regarding Bai Ci, yet the comments beneath the circulated video were rife with Bai Ci's name. Many praised the soldiers under Bai Ci's command for their discipline, lauding him as a commander who distinguished between public and private matters. Numerous individuals even referenced the previous chaos, asserting that had it not been for Bai Ci's presence, the capital's final explosion could have resulted in countless more casualties. Some even mentioned General Chu, declaring that every soldier he trained was exemplary, exclaiming, "General Chu is formidable." Only a few scattered comments suggested that Bai Ci might be excessively cold-hearted, given that he had been pursued for 3 years. At the very least, he ought to make an appearance. However, such remarks were few and quickly buried beneath the flood of praise. Bai Ci understood that General Chu had orchestrated the moderation of comments, ensuring that when the government finally responded, public opinion had already swayed in their favor. At that moment, it was not opportune for him to appear. He could comfortably remain at home, caring for Xunyi, who, at present, did not require any attention. Xunyi lay leisurely on the bed in Bai Ci's bedroom, engrossed in browsing the internet on Bai Ci's light brain. His long, straight legs swayed back and forth. Mesmerizing Bai Ci. I must say, isn't this rather inappropriate? The light brain belonged to Bai Ci, yet he could not forcibly take it back. Hadn't the doctor advised him to focus on his recovery? Not in a rush, Xunyi repeatedly replayed the video of Lei Ting apprehending individuals, casually sucking on a lollipop. That should suffice. Bai Ci cast a glance at the thunderous figure in the video, having watched it countless times. Was he contemplating a career in the military or perhaps journalism? System notification, task objective, soul stability, 30%. Bai Ci. In the next moment, he comprehended how that stability had plummeted. Xunyi suddenly leaped from the bed into Bai Ci's embrace, asking eagerly, "So, can I take the military exam?" Can I? Bai Ci remarked, "Look at that mouth of yours." Chapter 45. The irate little snake and his protective keeper. Xunyi's identity posed no issues. The review results were released the following day, alongside the approval of the bond declaration between Bai Ci and Xunyi. One must admit, General Chu's efficiency in handling matters was remarkable. Had this followed standard procedures by the time the government reacted and intervened, it would have taken at least a week, if not 3 to 5 days. Upon receiving the notification, Bai Ci exhibited little reaction. His foremost concern was to help Xunyi rectify his biting habit when displeased. After all, being a small, venomous snake, a quarrel with a smaller pet could lead to lethal consequences. Xunyi, sit up straight. There are some things I must clarify with you. Xunyi complied, wrapping his tail around a branch and standing upright. Bai Ci continued. You previously resided in a combat zone, where the atmosphere was grim and fatalities went unchecked. However, this is the capital city. Here, even if a non-venomous creature were to bite someone, they would still face consequences. Xunyi's serpent eyes began to shift. Bai Ci soothed him. Do not be angry yet. Allow me to finish. Xunyi lay down. Bai Ci added, I heard that there will be a plethora of carnivorous delicacies at the banquet tomorrow night, all prepared by master chefs. Moreover, such a significant occasion is tightly monitored. Any mishap could lead to serious repercussions, complicating your future endeavors with the military, where scrutiny is stringent. Bai Ci sighed, I am quite troubled. Should I take you with me, or leave you behind? If I bring you along, and something goes awry, it could jeopardize your prospects with the military. In a flash, Xunyi, perched upon the money tree, transformed into a youthful form without any forewarning, declaring, Tell me what to do, and I shall not cause any trouble. Bai Ci, startled by this sudden change, felt his previously prepared words falter. He grasped Xunyi's thigh and stepped back into the bedroom, pulling the covers to envelop him, and earnestly instructed, Firstly, you must understand not to transform carelessly under normal circumstances, especially from your original form to human. Xunyi, cocooned in the blanket, tilted his head and gazed at him, recalling that many individuals in the border areas often went shirtless. Bai Ci retorted, but this is the capital city. He pondered for a moment, then directly retrieved a volume of regulations, settling beside Xunyi with an air of casualness. I shall offer you a choice. First, you may reside here, striving to remain indoors as much as possible, and I shall grant all your requests, affording you a semblance of freedom akin to that in a conflict zone. Second, Xunyi inwideth. The second option allows you to venture outside and pursue any endeavor you desire, and I shall ensure your protection. However, you must no longer act without regard for consequences as you did in the past. He tapped the regulations in his hand, emphasizing that the most fundamental rules outlined therein must not be violated. Setting aside the notion of entering the military, even an ordinary citizen is bound to adhere to the law. Xunyi had lingered in the wild for far too long. Any attempt at education would necessitate starting afresh. Take, for instance, the recent incident. Transforming casually in public could lead to charges of disturbing public order. Yet to Xunyi, this seemed hardly a concern. He understood Xunyi well. Regardless of the circumstances, it was impossible for him to choose a life of confinement akin to a caged canary. As anticipated, Xunyi extended his hand, declaring, I wish to enter the military. I choose the second option. Are you certain? Bai Ci countered, though his actions in handing over the regulations displayed no hesitation. Indeed, Xunyi accepted the regulations, cocooning himself back in his blanket. When may I enter the military? I'm already 16. Ordinarily, at 16, one could indeed commence training for military examinations. However, as he had only recently arrived in this world, and Xunyi had been back for merely 2 days, releasing him into the outside world bore its own uncertainties. You may take the exam, but you must also keep up with your academic studies, as well as familiarize yourself with the fundamental regulations. Should you pass the preliminary assessment, there will be more laws and codes for you to memorize. I understand. Xunyi nodded repeatedly. From now on, I shall heed your every instruction. Bring forth anything I need to memorize. While Bai Ci still harbored concerns about other matters, in terms of intellect, Xunyi was worth 8 Mengchangle's father. Examinations were merely a matter of lifting a finger for him. Then it shall be settled. System notification. Task objective. Soul stability at 50%. Upon completing the stability report, the system added, it appears the previous decline in stability was due to Xunyi causing disturbances in the military. He may not necessarily refrain from causing trouble. Bai Ci was far from reassured. Xunyi's adherence to rules did not guarantee that others would not provoke issues. He instructed Xunyi to avoid trouble, yet also imparted the wisdom of not suffering in silence. The military relied on capability. Those who were defiant could be subdued. However, Such subjugation could only occur within the military. Once outside, this approach was no longer applicable. Xunyi seemed to grasp the concept, understanding it well. The banquet the following evening was held at dusk. Bai Ci prepared for Xunyi's suit of white adorned with golden patterns, and a hairstyle was meticulously crafted by a professional. After this transformation, Xunyi morphed from a wild, rebellious youth into a refined young nobleman. Upon arriving to escort attendees to the venue, Deng Yu spotted Xunyi and exclaimed, "Hey there! No, Commander, I now comprehend why you harbor disdain for Meng Changle. In terms of appearance, they're not even on the same starting line. With such high expectations, it is no wonder that even upon realizing the error in judgment, one still chooses to retain the individual." Upon hearing the name Meng Changle, Bai Ci's brows furrowed tightly. Enough of the small talk. How are the arrangements on that side? Comparing Meng Changle with his Xunyi, he felt that it diminished the stature of Xunyi. Despite lacking superior education, Xunyi would undoubtedly prove to be far superior to one who remains oblivious while being exploited by others. Deng Yu understood that Bai Ci was reluctant to hear any news regarding Meng Changle and promptly followed their leader's lead, bringing up the banquet that evening. Everything was arranged. General Chu assured you not to worry. "Old Commander, where are you going?" Bai Ci had barely finished his sentence before he left, and the reason was undoubtedly Xunyi. Once Xunyi emerged from the styling session, the stylist was busy adjusting the minor details of his attire, from luxurious cuffs to an array of brooches. However, before a decision could be made on which to use, Xunyi's body could no longer endure it. When Bai Ci rushed over, Xunyi had transformed into a small serpent and was shaking his head, emerging from a pile of clothing. Bai Ci pulled him out, asking, "How are you feeling?" In his human form, Xunyi was approachable, yet in his serpentine shape, he evoked a sense of trepidation. After all, he was a venomous snake, inherently prompting a desire to maintain distance. Several stylists instinctively stepped back, placing themselves further away from Xunyi. Xunyi glanced around in Bai Ci's grasp, shook his head, and, in an effort not to frighten anyone, obediently settled in the palm of Bai Ci's hand. Deng Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, how well behaved." Chapter 46, The Fiery Little Serpent and His Protective Keeper, to showcase a splendid image of the Alliance. Every banquet hosted by the Alliance is characterized by opulence, yet without ostentation. Every detail is meticulously selected to ensure that the media finds no grounds for criticism. As Bai Ci exited the vehicle with Xunyi, a throng of reporters awaited them at the entrance. Following the recent incident involving Meng Changle, Xunyi attracted even greater attention. Bai Ci draped his arm around Xunyi's shoulders, advising, "If you feel uncomfortable, speak up. Do not endure it silently." "Should I endure if I cannot tolerate others?" Bai Ci paused, glancing at the surrounding reporters. "You need not necessarily endure. Remember, I brought you here to acknowledge your identity, not to let you be bullied." Xunyi's venom is lethal, yet Bai Ci had prepared the antidote. Today, it was certain that there would be those lacking in discernment approaching him and Xunyi. He typically refrained from enduring such provocations. How could he allow Xunyi to do so? "If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they do, we shall unleash Xunyi." With the antidote in hand, he felt untroubled. Bai Ci leaned down to whisper to Xunyi. Xunyi lifted his gaze momentarily, surveying the crowd, contemplating whether his actions were truly permissible amidst so many people. His lips moved, yet he ultimately said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. A significant number of attendees graced the event, including government officials who rarely participated in such gatherings. As Bai Ci entered with Xunyi, he engaged in jovial conversation with personnel from the military. Upon seeing Bai Ci, General Chu waved them over. "Come this way." Bai Ci led Xunyi over, offering a gentle smile as he greeted everyone and made introductions. He then leaned towards Xunyi and said, "Xunyi, greet General Chu." Xunyi gazed intently at General Chu, obediently acknowledging him before turning his attention to the group of government officials. Bai Ci observed, puzzled. Xunyi bit his lip and addressed the elders. "Greetings to you all." Bai Ci mused that with Xunyi's memory, it was improbable for him to forget the surnames of so few individuals unless he had not been attentive during the introductions. However, forgetting was trivial. It was Xunyi's first visit, naturally making him anxious. I'll take him around for a bit. You all continue your discussion. Wait, don't leave just yet. Chairman's was called out to Bai Ci. It's not a major issue, but recently, there have been rampant rumors circulating outside. We just discussed it, and there will be a speaking segment shortly. You should take part. Me? Bai Ci chuckled. I'm merely a commander. There are many individuals of higher rank present. It seems inappropriate for me to speak. Why would that be inappropriate? Chairman's was said amiably, patting Bai Ci on the shoulder. You are outstanding and recognized as the most handsome in the alliance. Your presence would represent our alliance's dignity. It's entirely fitting. He paused, exhaling deeply moreover. Your speaking could ease some of the discordant narratives we've just discussed with General Chu. It's the best approach. Bai Ci smiled, but remained silent. Allowing him to speak may not be the optimal solution, yet it was certainly the simplest. He exchanged a glance with General Chu and nodded to the others, tacitly accepting. The banquet was not solely attended by government and military personnel. Numerous noble scions were also present. Bai Ci skillfully evaded those eager to engage him in conversation, leisurely guiding Xunyi around, allowing him to eat whatever he fancied without needing to inquire. Here, the act of eating had become the least consequential matter. Why did you agree to their request earlier? Aren't you at odds with them? Xunyi inquired, appearing perplexed. And what about General Chu? His recent media portrayals certainly reflect his involvement. Why didn't he refuse their request on your behalf? Even if it is well known that we are at odds. We cannot overtly stand in opposition, Bai Ci succinctly explained to Xunyi. We are citizens of one nation. Our hearts may differ, but we cannot descend into civil strife. Do they share this perspective? Xunyi asked again. If so, are the reports in the Alliance's media not false? Bai Ci patted Xunyi's head. Every nation has its hawks and doves. An extreme hawkish stance can lead to the suffering of the populace, while an overly dovish approach may render a nation vulnerable to exploitation. They currently embody this predicament. The Alliance government desires a proactive stance toward war, aiming to swiftly conquer the empire and fulfill their aspirations of annexation. However, the military does not share this sentiment. The empire shows no inclination for conflict, advocating for peaceful coexistence. Yet the Alliance government consistently engages in inappropriate actions. Today, 2 spies were dispatched for reconnaissance, and tomorrow, a few reckless individuals will be sent to carry out a surprise attack. While everything is ostensibly to be conducted in secrecy, anyone can discern that it is the handiwork of their alliance. Had it been otherwise, the Empire would not have executed such a substantial undercover operation so indiscriminately a few years ago. Whether they think this way or not is of little consequence. Bai Ci remarked, leaning closer to Xunyi's ear, we will not descend into civil war, for the members of the Alliance government cannot remain loyal to it eternally. Can they? The implications of his words were manifold, causing Xunyi to pause in contemplation. Amused by Xunyi's reaction, Bai Ci chuckled softly. Peace is always the prevailing narrative, and those with divergent thoughts are destined to garner little support. Living perpetually in a war-torn region, Xunyi gazed into Bai Ci's eyes and eventually nodded in understanding. Understand this. I do not wish for you to harbor resentment towards anyone. Rather, I want you to realize that at times, one must fulfill certain outward obligations while being aware of whom to guard against internally. Do you comprehend? Bai Ci guided Xunyi away from the throngs of people. It must be said that while some individuals may lack in character, their discernment remains commendable. The venue for the gathering was a quaint manor, adorned with gentle, elegant lighting that exuded both artistic flair and aristocratic charm. The scenery was pleasant, yet the dim lighting rendered it less inviting than the main hall, causing most attendees to merely glance around before departing. Bai Ci led Xunyi to a long bench. Your eyes seem disinterested in the food. Are you not tempted? No, I'm not hungry, Xunyi replied. Since leaving home, he had consistently behaved obediently. Had Bai Ci not frequently been bitten, he might have believed this demeanor. After 2 days of caring for Xunyi, Bai Ci discerned that he was not particularly greedy. His constant inquiries about food stemmed from a past marked by scarcity and a fear of hunger. May I ask you something? Xunyi hesitated before turning to the side. Go ahead, Bai Ci encouraged. I have seen you before in the border region. Xunyi wrestled with this revelation. You were not like this before, at least. You should not be as you are now. Why the change? Chapter 47. The fiery little serpent and his protective keeper Bai Ci had no knowledge of Xunyi's former temperament, to put it plainly. He had once been merely an NPC, an emotionally void automaton, no matter how formidable. Otherwise, he, as a wealthy heir, would not have willingly taken on a role as a caretaker. If it were Bai Ci, he would have pursued his ambitions directly using his privileged status. Have I changed? Bai Ci felt a fleeting sense of guilt. I have always been this way. It's just that my outward demeanor differs. You can't expect me to pat a criminal on the head and say, "Don't be afraid, I'll take you to enjoy some delicacies." Xunyi's brow furrowed slightly. While the reasoning was sound, it felt peculiar. Bai Ci dared not let Xunyi dwell on it too long, for with his intellect, it would be all too easy for him to overthink. Do not ponder too much, since fate has led me to inadvertently acquire you. This is a destined bond. I genuinely care for you. Otherwise, I would not have taken you into my home, risking my own life for yours. You understand the concept of love at first sight, right? It means that upon first laying eyes on you, I found myself enchanted. Xunyi blinked in astonishment. He found Bai Ci's words rather disingenuous, akin to self-brainwashing. Yet the sincerity in his expression was striking, a disingenuous honesty. Bai Ci remarked, "We shall discuss these sweet nothings at home later. For now, I must address the audience. Remain safe down here. General Chu will accompany you. Of course, even if you are alone, do not fear. I am here to support you. The only condition is that you must not get hurt. Do you understand?" Xunyi had many questions he wished Bai Ci could clarify, but upon hearing Bai Ci's admonition, he swallowed them all back, merely nodding in agreement. "Commander Bai, General Chu is calling for you." Xunyi acknowledged, and shortly thereafter, someone approached to summon Bai Ci. Bai Ci took Xunyi's hand, urging him to stand. "Remember to stay close to General Chu. If anyone from the Zwa faction troubles you, do not allow yourself to be wronged." Xunyi nodded once again. The speech he needed to deliver had already been prepared in advance. With the sudden responsibility thrust upon him, Bai Ci glanced over the script twice before making his way to the stage, frequently looking back. It was not that he was overly anxious. Rather, the individual from the Zwa faction had been lingering beside Xunyi, and even with General Chu present, he feared that unforeseen troubles might arise. The script was brief. This was not an occasion for the various departments of the Alliance to exchange pleasantries. Bai Ci's heart was tethered to Xunyi, and in the short span of his speech, he skipped a few words and trimmed a few sentences, ultimately delivering a condensed version before stepping down. Prior to descending, he had prepared himself for the sight of Xunyi being mistreated. To his surprise, Xunyi and General Chu appeared to be unharmed, while Chairman Zwa wore an expression akin to constipation. "Chairman, what troubles you?" Bai Ci approached Xunyi, taking a moment to appraise him from head to toe, before exchanging a glance with the somewhat pleased General Chu, and then inquiring with Zwa. Zwa, with a sullen demeanor, replied, "Commander Bai, you received the script and reviewed it twice. How could you not adhere to it? This concerns our Alliance headquarters." "Chairman, have you perused this script?" Bai Ci queried. "Of course," Zwa responded. Bai Ci replied with an O, and continued, "Then you should be aware that the portions I omitted were largely superfluous, such as the statement about adhering to Alliance regulations and prioritizing the well-being of the Alliance's populace. When Elder Meng's son caused a disturbance in the military residential area, he was returned home within half an hour, which regulation was upheld, and whose interests were served. Oh, and regarding the claim that everything within the Alliance is for the sake of peace, let me ask you, Chairman, there are 8 cities in the border area. Which of them does not suffer from dire straits? Even entertainment reporters have resorted to dredging up issues from that region to fill their columns. Should we not resolve these pressing matters before indulging in empty rhetoric? Although Bai Ci had previously disapproved of these individuals, he had never been so forthright. Zwa was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. At that moment, General Chu interjected, "Zwa, I believe Yongbai has a point. You just mentioned that Xunyi hails from a war-torn border area. Deeming it inappropriate for him to become Bai Ci's spouse implies a negative view of that environment. If that is the case, Perhaps your government should focus on addressing issues at home rather than concerning itself with imperial matters. General Chu glanced at Bai Ci and remarked, "Ah, by the way, there are intentions for negotiations concerning the fourth city at the border. I have sent you there. He should not have departed yet. Please find a time to give him a call." "Understood," Bai Ci replied, but Zui Yuan's temper flared. He had just spoken in a sarcastic manner, intending to provoke Xunyi into retaliating, thereby creating a pretext to find fault with the military department. To his surprise, the young man, visibly irritated, simply shot him a glare before turning his attention back to Bai Ci on the stage. Chu Hong continued to stir the pot, incessantly praising Bai Ci's discerning eye, claiming that the chosen companion was both attractive and well-behaved. He even advised Xunyi to work diligently if he ever wished to enter the military department, emphasizing the need to maintain good health to handle national affairs, as Zui Yuan did, while also being concerned for others' companions. Bai Ci, already simmering with frustration, felt further provoked by Chu Heng's words, especially with the news of the negotiations at the border. Zui Yuan's ire could no longer be contained. However, being a senior official, he managed to keep his voice steady despite his anger. "Chu Hong, that is simply incorrect. We are on the verge of reclaiming the border region. What is the purpose of holding negotiations now? Have our efforts over the past few decades been in vain? You are well aware of the situation." Chu Hong sighed. "Old Zhua, if you truly cared for the citizens of the border region, you would not continually conspire against our military. And as for your talk of reclamation, reclaiming what? The border region is not ours. Crossing that boundary means entering the territory of the empire. What do you wish to reclaim?" Zui Yuan retorted. "After so many years of toil and effort, you know well that our soldiers stationed in the border region cannot engage in combat without an emergency. 8 cities. Everyone knows that area is a war zone. But is there actually warfare occurring there? Even if our military secures that territory, what difference does it make? Deep down, you have already given up on those cities. Haven to you?" Chu Heng's voice remained low as they stood in a corner, even though there were photographers behind them capturing their conversation. "For next week's headquarters meeting, I will propose a reconsideration of the fourth city's reconstruction. I hope by then you will have gained some clarity." Such dialogues unfolded periodically, and Chu Hong recognized that it was futile to reason with these ambitious individuals. Having said his piece, he took Bai Ci and departed, declaring, "Today's banquet was delightful. Let us take a stroll." Bai Ci recalled General Chu's mention of Zui Yuan's sarcastic remarks towards Xunyi. As they were about to leave, he did not bother to bid farewell, turning away instead. Xunyi mirrored his silence, choosing not to speak either. Courtesy? If the other party was lacking in politeness, Bai Ci saw no reason to extend it himself, for he was acutely aware of the importance of not allowing himself to be wronged. Chapter 48. The irritable little snake and his protective keeper, General Chu, escorted Bai Ci and Xunyi away, and as they entered the throng of people, they were immediately surrounded by reporters. Despite the grand nature of the banquet, the journalists, though curious, maintained a level of professional decorum, asking questions that were not as outrageous as the rumors circulating outside. "General Chu, we have heard that the fourth city at the border is about to be rebuilt. Is this true?" "Commander Bai, there are rumors circulating regarding your private affairs. Might you take a moment to clarify these matters through our alliance's news platform? This gentleman is known as Xunyi, if I'm not mistaken. I have heard that you hail from the border region. Could you share your thoughts on the reconstruction of the fourth city? Alternatively, you may also discuss your relationship with Commander Bai. It has become customary for Bai to be interviewed, particularly by those who lead troops in a battle, each one rather difficult to manage. During such times, they invariably push him forward, retreating to listen to his official statements from the background. Drawing Xunyi closer, he began to speak slowly, stating that there was little to discuss regarding the reconstruction of the fourth city, as it was merely a beginning. The alliance will never abandon any of its citizens. As for my relationship with Xunyi, our bond has been formalized. He is now my lawful spouse. Our connection is devoid of any alliance-related matters. It is solely founded on affection, and that is all there is to it. Bai showed no inclination to elaborate further, even if it were an exclusive piece of news sanctioned by the alliance. The banquet had concluded, their identities were clarified, and after sharing some desserts with Xunyi, I conversed briefly with Chu Hong, preparing to take Xunyi home. Upon entering the vehicle, I noticed Xunyi leaning closer, seemingly desiring to revert to his original form for rest. He paused, stating, "Please wait a moment. I have a question for you. After I ask, you may transform." Xunyi glanced at the arm I was holding, reflecting on his conduct during the banquet, convinced he had committed no missteps. "What do you wish to ask?" I replied, "Do not fret. I merely wish to inquire about your conversation with Zhu Yuan." At this, Xunyi's expression soured. He spoke in a condescending manner, implying that I am unworthy of you, suggesting I should consider your well-being, which translates to him wanting me to recognize my place and leave you. He even commented on the border region and investigated my past life and temperament. In short, he is an incessant old fool, utterly tiresome. Hearing this, I felt he ought to be angry, yet the sight of the youthful Xunyi, brimming with indignation, struck him as exceedingly endearing. He encircled Xunyi's waist and playfully lifted him. "Then why did you not confront him?" "Of course, I could not," Xunyi replied, fluttering his lovely eyes. "General Chu is still present. I must maintain a good impression before him." Bai's smile faltered. Just a moment ago, he believed Xunyi refrained from confrontation for his sake. Now, Xunyi delivered a playful rebuttal. All right, Bai acquiesced, showering him with praise. "Did I do something wrong?" Xunyi inwitted. "Moreover, I refrained from confronting him because General Chu had already intervened on my behalf, praising my good behavior in front of the old fool." I closed his eyes, affirming, Indeed, you performed exceptionally well today. Such praise is warranted." He patted Xunyi's back. "Now, transform back and rest. You have endured standing with me for quite some time, and I appreciate your effort." Xunyi shook his head, asserting that standing for such a brief period was no burden. I patted him again, and in the next moment, Xunyi transformed into a small snake, coiling upon Bai's lap. Bai picked up the fallen garments and cast them aside, lowering his gaze again, only to find Xunyi intently observing the discarded clothing. Bai Ci still remembers Xunyi mentioning that over there, not even a shirt is worn. The turmoil is so severe that it would be more accurate to say there is simply nothing to wear. Do not linger on this. There are many such garments at home. He refrained from directly telling Xunyi that this particular piece was unnecessary, suggesting instead that they could present more aesthetically pleasing attire on their next encounter. "I have arranged a complete wardrobe for you. Upon our return, you may choose for yourself." Material possessions do not concern Xunyi. He merely feels a tinge of regret at the thought of such fine clothing being carelessly discarded, lacking appreciation for valuable things. The life of the affluent is beyond his comprehension. He is not a man of wealth, but one who understands merely the essence of survival and the necessity of rest. The serpent coiled itself around his body, obediently resting on Bai Ci's lap. After gazing out the window for a moment, when Bai Ci looked down at Xunyi again, he found him lying still. Xunyi's status was evident, yet could Luo Yuan truly presume to act in such a manner before him, believing his position to be secure? Bai Ci activated his light brain and sent a message to someone he had never contacted before. "I am Bai Ci. May we discuss matters concerning the fourth city?" The fact that he reached out despite their lack of prior communication was not born from a penchant for risk, but rather from the certainty that the recipient was an old acquaintance he could trust implicitly. Ji Duo, in this realm, was known as Zhao Duo, a government official, and he had yet to take any action that would indicate his allegiance to the military. "Confirm Zhao Duo is indeed Ji Duo." "Confirmed." Bai Ci turned his gaze back to the window. Knowing this, he was certain of assistance, much like his former self, who had yet to be fully integrated. Even if Zhao Duo were to act merely according to protocol, he would remain steadfastly within the confines of established procedure. Xunyi, upon resting, had returned home, and even as he disembarked, aware that Bai Ci was supporting him, he merely flicked his tail without further reaction. Bai Ci contemplated bathing with Xunyi, but hesitated, seeing him rest so soundly, unwilling to disturb him. After all, he reasoned, it was merely a snake. Hibernation for 3 months during winter was commonplace. Given Xunyi's current frailty, why impose such stringent demands? Moreover, their previous training involved traversing ditches and rolling through mud. They could sleep soundly even when coated in dirt. Xunyi had been outside for only a short while. So what harm was there in not bathing? No one criticized him, nor did anyone reproach Xunyi. He had concocted an array of excuses to justify his decision. He procured a climbing box for Xunyi, placing it at the bedside. Rest well here. I shall visit the study. Xunyi gave his tail a slight wag. Upon reaching the study, Bai Ci leisurely activated his light brain, and as anticipated, Zhao replied, I have little to discuss with you. Commander Bai, if you find yourself so idle, perhaps a visit to the 8th city would be more worthwhile. The 8th city, even by comparison to the most ordinary civilian districts within the Alliance, presented conditions that were almost intolerable. Buildings previously destroyed by bombings remained in disrepair due to a lack of funds. A 50-square-meter concrete dwelling might barely accommodate a family of 5, with only the most rudimentary furnishings. Yet, it was also the border district least impacted by the war. Compared to the 7th city from which Xunyi hailed, describing the 8th city as a wealthy area would not be an exaggeration. At least in the 8th city, shops still existed, there was no shortage of clothing, and food supplies were assured. Even if the government officials take action, it is likely they will target the other cities that are easier to manage, rather than first tackling the more troublesome 8th city. Recalling General Chu's mention of Hiyu, who was soon to head to the 4th city, he dialed his number. As soon as the call connected, a somewhat melancholic voice emerged from the other end. Brother, you finally decided to emerge from your tender haven to call me? When have I ever entered a tender haven? Bai Ci retorted. General Chu instructed me to contact you regarding the situation in the 4th city. But I have received another piece of information. It seems that Zui Yuan and his team are targeting the 8th city. Are you aware of this? Why the 8th city again? Hiyu's tone rose slightly. Just moments ago, General Chu had someone send me a secret message stating that Zui Yuan intends to exploit your choice of partner to instigate matters in the 7th city. I was about to reach out to you when you mentioned that their target is the 8th city. Are you jesting with me? I assure you, it is no jest. Bai Ci affirmed, confident that Zhao Duo would not deceive him. The intelligence gathered from Zui Yuan might have been deliberately leaked, and, combined with my information, the suggestion of the 7th city could well be a ruse, while their true aim might indeed be the 8th city, Bai Ci analyzed patiently. But why focus on the 8th city? He shared Bai Ci's perplexity. Is there truly a necessity for such effort? It's akin to ordering a feast only to be served a plate of leftovers. Precisely because I cannot comprehend this, I sense something amiss. Bai Ci paused before inquiring. Is Qing Yu still in the capital? Yes, Hiyu immediately grasped Bai Ci's intention. You want him to covertly investigate the 8th city? Indeed. You are the one openly dispatched by General Chu to address the 4th city issue, and I'm certain Zui Yuan has deployed many to keep an eye on you. Furthermore, the government will undoubtedly have someone monitoring these actions. It remains uncertain how smoothly you will navigate the troubles on your end. Be cautious of those around you. Do not fall victim to treachery, Bai Ci cautioned. Upon hearing this, Hiyu chuckled. You speak so eloquently. Yet here I am, bound by a contract for 7 days. And you think a mere phone call urging me to be vigilant will earn your forgiveness? What do you propose we do? Bai Ci inquired. Assist me, he replied. Bai Ci laughed. You are a major, exceptionally capable and outstanding. Why are you so fixated on my assistance? He was generous with his praise. Why? With your remarkable skills, are you still merely a commander? You must know your own worth. I truly appreciate your compliments. Bai Ci responded with a hint of resignation. I advise you to seek someone else to rely upon. I am now bound to a partner. I need to wait until my partner's health improves to provide them with mental comfort. Once that is accomplished, I must also teach at the military academy. And not only that, but I also need to confront Zui Yuan and his associates. With such a busy schedule, where would I find the time to accompany you on your escapades? Engaging in idle chatter with Yudong, I was reminded of the recent stirrings in the outside world. Bai Ci deftly steered the conversation back to a pressing matter. There has been considerable discourse surrounding me of late. You must exercise caution when you venture to the 4th city. I fear that Zui Yuan may have disseminated certain information, instilling a sense of vulnerability among the inhabitants there, leading them to entertain the notion of being taken away, which might entangle you further. His recent seclusion does not imply ignorance of the events transpiring beyond his confines. Xunyi's identity has been thoroughly scrutinized, particularly his origins from the Seventh City. Online, opinions vary. Some advocate for the freedom of love, asserting that as long as Commander Bai is content, that suffices. Yet, the prevailing sentiment is that Xunyi is unworthy of his current standing, with many disparaging the denizens of the Seventh City as ruffians, engaging in violence and malevolence. Such individuals ought to remain in their own disreputable locale. What business do they have encroaching upon the esteemed commander? There are also mentions of Xunyi's parents, questioning how, even if not all from the Seventh City are malevolent, a gambler and an alcoholic could possibly raise a well-mannered child. Bai Ci is indifferent to Xunyi's upbringing. Rather, he is dismayed by the tendency to judge a person without ever having met them, which reflects poorly on their own character. He Yudong is evidently aware of this discourse. "You need not worry. I have sufficient personnel at my disposal," he reassured. "However, there has been much talk concerning you outside. Have you not sought to avenge your little charming serpent?" "Of course I have," Bai Ci retorted, "but I'm not so magnanimous as to let them off the hook simply because they are related to Xunyi." Upon confirming his bond with Xunyi, he dispatched Thunder to apprehend the offenders. Infringing upon the families of Alliance officials in public spaces, according to the law, warrants arrest, fines, detention, and record-keeping. No leniency is extended. Much of this information has been disseminated by the Alliance government, with orchestrated statements being released, yet Bai Ci remains unconcerned regarding the affiliations of those involved. He will apprehend anyone who oversteps. Is there an issue? He mused. He saw none. He had not abused his authority. He was merely adhering to legal protocols. Even if the Supreme Commander of the Alliance were present, his rationale would stand. However, he chose not to elaborate on these matters with He Yudong. They were not yet at ease enough to delve into such discussions. He succinctly replied, "Of course I sought retribution." Continuing, he added, "When you arrive in the Fourth City, should matters be resolved, assist me in investigating an individual." "Who?" "Xunyi's father. In a place like the Seventh City, one would think that with the lack of sustenance, gambling would be an impossibility. Yet, this man has indeed succumbed to vice, infiltrating nearby civilian areas to pilfer various items, which he subsequently sold for gambling. Occasionally, he would sneak home to purchase a quantity of alcohol for his wife, instructing her to care for their son. As debts mounted, his wife and child became inconsequential, and he roamed the war-torn regions year-round, seizing unsuspecting children to escape. Ultimately, in a desperate bid for money, he sold his own son. Can you not trace his whereabouts?" He Yudong inquired. "I can uncover information, yet I cannot locate the man," Bai Ci lamented. "His evasion tactics are astoundingly adept. He remains elusive." Bai Ci believed that such a person would be apprehended one way or another. Yet who could have known that the pursuers would return with news that when they stealthily approached, they confirmed that the individual was in the Seventh City, only to find that by the time they arrived, he had escaped to the Fifth City. He sighed, suggesting that it was of no great concern. If they could investigate, they should, but if not, so be it. Capturing him was indeed quite a challenge. He inquired, "What do you mean?" Bai Ci replied, "This fellow's true form is that of an earthworm. Fearing the debt collectors, he has recklessly created several clones of himself." He remarked, "Such forced cloning techniques have long been deemed inhumane and abolished by the Alliance's proposals. It is surprising that some would go to such lengths to evade capture." Bai Ci added, "That little snake of yours is undoubtedly his biological son, though he inherited the genes from his mother." He paused. "Well, you are indeed fortunate. You didn't end up bringing home an earthworm." Their conversation evolved from exchanging information to discussing Xunyi, from the current situation to future developments, until he had to attend to some matters and ended the call. System notification. Task objective soul stability. 55, Bai Ci thought. He had truly done nothing this time. Even if he had asked He to investigate Xunyi's father, the stability should not have increased at this juncture, as there had been no response when he previously instructed someone to capture him. 0001 responded. It is possible that the host's actions have altered the external perception of the task objective, thereby providing a degree of protection to the target. Bai Ci acknowledged this with a sound. After a brief period of introspection, he began to define his position more profoundly. He contemplated what actions might enhance Xunyi's stability. Perhaps assisting Xunyi in leading a better life would naturally improve stability. Why overthink it? Chapter 50. The irritable little snake and his overprotective keeper Xunyi was resting in his room, and to avoid disturbing him, Bai Ci continued to manage affairs in the study. The situation was complex, not something that could be resolved in haste. As he was on leave, he seized this opportunity to address some minor troubles lurking in the shadows. His vacation was a mere 7 days, during which he needed to cultivate Xunyi's eating habits, request Xunyi's assistance in calming his mental energy, and most importantly, prepare for the upcoming recruitment at the military academy in 6 months. Xunyi needed to be adequately prepared. Otherwise, he risked missing out on this recruitment or being insufficiently prepared, which could lead to elimination. After tending to a multitude of tasks, Bai Ci glanced at the clock, realizing that time had flown by in what felt like a brief moment. Over 4 hours had already elapsed. Exiting the study, Bai Ci made his way to the kitchen, anticipating that Xunyi would soon awaken. He prepared a bowl of noodles. Initially, he merely intended to ensure Xunyi was not left hungry, but as the water boiled, he considered Xunyi's petite frame and added half a bowl of sliced meat. Having included the meat, he felt it prudent to also incorporate some vegetables. Once everything was added, he opened the refrigerator and spotted some eggs, contemplating their inclusion as well. Just as he hesitated over whether to boil a few meatballs to toss in, Xunyi emerged from the bedroom, clad in loose-fitting sleepwear. "Are you cooking something?" He appeared as if he had just awakened, and I caught a whiff of something delightful. "Your sense of smell is quite remarkable." He stirred the noodles with his chopsticks, instructing me to sit tight as it would be ready shortly. Xunyi, yawning and with tearful eyes, inquired of Bai Ci, "You seemed troubled a moment ago. Has something outside caused a stir?" "There's no trouble outside," Bai Ci replied, his thoughts dissipating with Xunyi's arrival. "Do you wish for meatballs? Should I prepare a couple for you? Are there shrimp?" Xunyi asked, concerned about the time it would take if they were to be cooked now. Bai Ci bowed, instinctively responding, "Yes, there are shrimp, and they can be prepared swiftly, so it won't take long." Only after answering did he recall Xunyi's current circumstances in the Seventh City, where he barely had enough to eat, let alone the opportunity to indulge in shrimp. "I shall cook a few just for you," Bai Ci decided, careful not to mix the shrimp into the noodles, fearing it might alter the dish's overall flavor. Should Xunyi find it unpalatable? Noodles cook quickly, and shrimp aren't troublesome to prepare. Bai Ci had always been concerned about Xunyi's health. It would be wonderful if he could develop a taste for shrimp. To encourage Xunyi to explore new flavors, Bai Ci went the extra mile, preparing 4 spicy shrimp tailored to Xunyi's palate, hoping for a higher chance of success in winning his approval. Xunyi nearly finished the bowl of noodles, leaving only a few greens and half a shrimp, while not a single spicy shrimp remained. Observing the empty plate, Bai Ci felt as if he had unearthed something extraordinary. "Do you eat fish?" he asked, recalling how Xunyi once refused such fare, even the spicy variety. As expected, Xunyi shook his head, disliking fish. Bai Ci then probed further. "What the spicy shrimp? Did you find it enjoyable?" Xunyi again shook his head, expressing indifference, though admitting its spiciness made it somewhat palatable. "Understood," Bai Ci replied, recognizing that Xunyi's preferences had not shifted unexpectedly. The system had proven accurate. In the interest of Xunyi's health, Bai Ci promptly engaged a nutritionist and arranged for several teachers to assist him. Since Xunyi had never attended school, everything would need to be learned from the ground up, an immense challenge for someone who had struggled academically. Yet Bai Ci had faith in Xunyi, for he was indeed exceptional, someone he wished to showcase to the world. On the first day, Xunyi and the teacher got along splendidly, leaving with smiles. However, by the second day, Xunyi had transformed into a serpent, baring his fangs as he chased the teacher away. Bai Ci, who had enjoyed a joyful day, was left bewildered. Once the teacher departed, Bai Ci approached the irate Xunyi, whose scales appeared ruffled, and asked, "What happened? How did you manage to provoke your teacher to such an extent?" Xunyi, fuming, slithered into the bedroom. Bai Ci, perplexed, wondered how he could discern Xunyi's irritation from the movements of a serpent. Following him into the room, he witnessed Xunyi skillfully burrowing into the covers. Moments later, a bulge formed in the bedding as Xunyi's head emerged, asking, "Can I opt out of studying?" I have never heard Bai Ci from Xunyi express such demands. According to his familiar life experiences, Xunyi should be gently comforting himself, saying that the results from the laboratory have emerged, albeit with slight discrepancies from expectations. He wishes to take a look and will return promptly. Xunyi, feeling heated, complained about the necessity of studying to enter a military academy. He had never been formally educated, and his ability to read and write was already commendable. Why must he learn so many things? Did they expect him to count the number of heads and legs of the enemy during battle and deduce their species? Moreover, he posed a question: if 1 silver coin can buy 1 peach and 3 peach pits can be exchanged for 1 peach, how many peaches could he acquire with 10 silver coins? Xunyi pounded the bed in frustration, contemplating the need to solve such a problem. He stated that he would simply buy 2 peaches and use the remaining money to purchase apples, as he did not particularly enjoy peaches. Bai Ci attempted to clarify, but Xunyi was in no mood to listen. He continued with an inquiry about a sheepfold containing 20 sheep, with the white ones exceeding the black ones by 8. Xunyi questioned the distribution of black and white sheep, to which I replied that there were only 20 sheep. Surely, one could discern the lesser color with a glance. Why was there a need to calculate? Yet he scolded me. Why was he reprimanding me? Was he suffering from poor eyesight, or was he incapable of counting? Since Bai Ci began pursuing Xunyi, he never envisioned a day when they would discuss the necessity of counting sheep. It felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. He pinched the bridge of his nose and asked Xunyi to hold his tongue for a moment while he collected his thoughts. After a brief silence, he observed Xunyi intently. Although Xunyi had not received formal education, he had demonstrated his intelligence through diligent self-study, evidenced by his ability to recognize most of the regulations he had memorized in just a few days. Was it possible that Xunyi had developed a bias in his studies? Bai Ci gently assured him, "I will not pressure you, but you must still learn. I will speak with your teacher and request a more gradual approach." How does that sound? Xunyi stared defiantly, unwilling to respond. Bai Ci moved to sit beside him on the bed, tenderly stroking Xunyi's head while explaining softly that learning these concepts was not merely about counting sheep. It was about developing logical reasoning skills. He patiently illustrated with a simple example. During the practical combat examination at the military academy, one must consider more than just combat prowess. In such situations, a single weapon may not suffice for survival. Thus, one must assess the attack range and lethality of the weapons at hand, as well as the probability of success when combining various weapons to make informed decisions about advancing or retreating. Of course, one could choose not to engage in such calculations, but the likelihood of failure would increase. If Xunyi's ambition was merely to be an ordinary, obedient soldier, one who need not face the battlefield, then he could disregard Bai Ci's words. Bai Ci's gentle remarks quieted Xunyi, who hung his head in discontent, unable to utter harsh words. Bai Ci's heart softened as he embraced him through the quilt, assuring him that there was no intent to coerce. He simply needed to explain the situation clearly, as the first enrollment would occur in 6 months, and he wished for Xunyi to avoid regretting his decisions. Chapter 51. The impetuous little snake and his devoted keeper. He held Xunyi close, gently rubbing his cheek against Xunyi's hair, saying, "Choose whatever you wish. I shall support you in every decision." Bai Ci spoke with a tone carefully modulated, mindful not to exacerbate Xunyi's distress. Before leaving today, the teacher mentioned that Xunyi was not merely clever, but exceptionally intelligent. When taught concepts at a simpler level, he grasped them swiftly, yet he often raised additional questions regarding some problems. Bai Ci believed that Xunyi's inquiries were not without merit. Employing more convenient methods to resolve issues was entirely acceptable. The ability to question indicated that Xunyi was genuinely engaged in thought. Nevertheless, certain problems still required critical thinking. After a while of comforting Xunyi in his embrace, Bai Ci sensed a slight improvement in his mood. He released his hold and fetched a set of Xunyi's clothes, acknowledging that the challenges had overwhelmed him. However, that did not justify scaring the teacher. Even if he had no intention of truly biting him, it was still inappropriate. It was essential to respect one's teachers. After all, at Xunyi's age, he was neither too young nor too old possessing the thoughts of a bigger child alongside the emotions of a younger one. These feelings could arise quickly and dissipate just as swiftly. That evening, after finishing his bath and stepping out of the bathroom, Bai Ci encountered a resolute young man at the door. "Have you made up your mind?" he asked casually, drying his hair. "I have," Xunyi replied with a firm expression, a stark contrast to the boy who had pounded his bed in frustration earlier that day. "I will apologize to the teacher tomorrow. Please ask him to continue teaching me. I am eager to learn." He pressed his lips together, affirming that there was nothing he could not master. Xunyi's nature was such that, even with changes, he would not easily give up. It was true that Bai Ci would not pressure him into making decisions. Yet he could surmise what choice Xunyi would make. He draped the towel he had been using to dry his hair over Xunyi's head, saying, "Understood. Now go take a bath, and after that, get to bed early. We have much to attend to tomorrow." Bai Ci was indeed busy. While he did not need to intervene in significant matters for the time being, trivial tasks were incessant. In recent days, the workload had increased and information flooded his mind, requiring time to process, though it was not particularly strenuous. Although it was labeled a vacation, it hardly felt like one. Once he had managed to address most matters, he received a message from General Chu summoning him to report back to the military headquarters the following day. Glancing at the date, he realized that his 7-day leave had swiftly come to an end. The medication within Xunyi's system had largely metabolized, and his enthusiasm for learning had been reinvigorated. Bai Ci contemplated that once he returned to the military, he would arrange Xunyi's future studies on the quantum brain, and once Xunyi's health improved further, he would allow him to attend classes outside. With these thoughts, he exited the study to seek out Xunyi, but found him absent from his usual haunts. Suddenly, a loud explosion emanated from the kitchen, startling Bai Ci, who hurried over and emerged with a soot-covered boy. "Where are you hurt?" he asked, carrying Xunyi to the sofa in the living room. He pulled out a wet wipe to gently clean Xunyi's face, his cautious movements revealing a palpable tension. "Where does it hurt? Is something amiss?" Xunyi's delicate visage gradually regained its original hue. Fortunately, he had not sustained any injuries. He grasped Bai Ci's wrist, furrowing his brow, and confessed, "I blew up the kitchen. I'm sorry. Just a week ago, this boy, prone to biting when provoked, now offered apologies with remarkable ease." Bai Ci sighed gently, reassuring him, "It's all right about the kitchen. Why harm yourself?" Reflecting on the kitchen explosion he had just witnessed, he inquired, "The fridge had plenty of food prepared for you. Don't you fancy it?" Xunyi shook his head in response. Bai Ci discarded the wet wipe into the trash and bent down to lift Xunyi, heading toward the bathroom. "Next time you desire something, just tell me. I will prepare it for you." He genuinely held no resentment towards Xunyi. To him, it was merely a kitchen mishap, easily rectified as long as Xunyi remained unscathed. Yet, Xunyi appeared dejected. "I saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. I checked the steps on my neural interface, but I don't know why it exploded. It's done now," Bai Ci consoled him. "I've long wanted to refresh the kitchen style. This provides the perfect excuse." Xunyi straightened up at that. Bai Ci continued, "In the future, if you encounter something you're not adept at, let me know. I can assist you while managing my own tasks. Even if I'm truly busy, I can enlist help. You should always ask me first." Xunyi, lost in thought, nodded. Moments later, he voluntarily revealed the reason behind the kitchen disaster. "I was chatting with Deng Yu just now. He mentioned you'll be reporting to the military tomorrow. I thought your mental state wasn't settled yet, so I intended to look up what was needed to soothe it. Soothing one's mental state requires no preparation, but for someone like Xunyi, whose health was still fragile, it could be quite taxing. Typically, individuals in such circumstances would brew a restorative concoction. However, it was not essential to brew it." Bai Ci surmised what Xunyi intended, as only those feeling unwell, usually young women, would prefer to prepare it this way. Moreover, if one would brew it, the outer layer must be peeled away before placing it in the pot. Xunyi regarded him with skepticism. Bai Ci could tell from Xunyi's expression that the tutorial video he had found likely omitted this crucial step. The instructor probably assumed that anyone capable of affording such a concoction would know that the protective membrane could be kneaded, frozen, or warmed with lukewarm water, but never scalded with hot water. "I assure you," Bai Ci said, as he gently placed Xunyi into the bathtub, skillfully removing his clothing and starting the water. If you don't believe me, you can check after you're done. The state of the exploded kitchen was inconsequential. The concoction mattered little as well. What truly mattered was Xunyi's recent declaration about needing to soothe his mental state. Bai Ci had consulted the system regarding his own mental condition. According to the current world S standards, it was indeed chaotic, though not to the extent of utter disarray. If Xunyi were to wait until he regained his health to soothe himself, it would still be timely. Bai Ci, wanting to spare Xunyi from fatigue, candidly remarked, "My mental state is stable. There's no rush for soothing. Take your time to recuperate." Xunyi sat in the bathtub, tilting his head back, yet he countered, "But Deng Yu said, barring any unforeseen events, your mental state is manageable. However, should it require manifestation, the mere headache could be excruciating." I was foolish enough to engage in actions I knew I should refrain from. Bai Ci tested the waters, splashing some on Xunyi before gently pinching his face, assuring him, "Do not worry, I am well aware." He understood what was appropriate and what was not. The folks at headquarters had been incessantly encouraging Meng Changle to pursue him, merely seeking to manipulate him. Prolonged mutual reassurance fosters a greater dependency between the parties. Yet the more one leans on the other, the more effective the comfort becomes. For those in love, this is merely a delightful embellishment. For those devoid of affection, it can be described as torment. In Chapter 52, the irritable little snake and his protective keeper, Bai Ci reassured Xunyi that there was no rush. And Xunyi did not contest this sentiment, leading Bai Ci to believe his words were well received. That night, as he succumbed to slumber, he felt the presence of a warm body drawing near. Bai Ci recognized that familiar aura. The scent of the shower gel was unmistakable, the very essence he had applied to Xunyi himself. Xunyi quietly nestled into his blanket, his warm hand gently encircling Bai Ci's waist, resting his head softly against his back. Though Bai Ci had never engaged in such spiritual reassurance, it did not hinder his sense of increasing relaxation. It felt akin to carrying 2 mountains on his shoulders, only to have someone gradually assist in lifting the burdens, while he luxuriated in the warmth of a comforting bath. In that moment, he realized that warmth transcended being a mere adjective. It flowed through him, inching in from where Xunyi was close, permeating his skin. This warmth emanated from the irritable yet gentle Xunyi. Unable to resist, Bai Ci turned, startling Xunyi with this unforeseen movement. He lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on Xunyi's forehead, offering a brief comfort to alleviate any weariness. He embraced Xunyi tightly, expressing gratitude for the soothing presence. "I feel much better now." Yet, scarcely a minute into this reassurance, Xunyi, not lacking in intelligence, struggled to peek out from Bai Ci's embrace, stating, "Your spiritual energy is quite muddled. I can sense it." He nudged forward. "I have taken the potion, so I can endure for a while. However, with your current state of energy, even if I were in perfect health, it will be challenging to provide complete comfort all at once. Let us proceed gradually. Otherwise, when I require reassurance, you may not possess the strength to provide it." Bai Ci acknowledged that Xunyi's intentions were well-meaning, yet found the words oddly uncomfortable to hear. "Then you may offer the comfort. If you tire, simply sleep. Be mindful of your limits, and do not overexert yourself." With Xunyi nestled in his embrace, he pondered that if Xunyi were to object, he could only imagine how many more such covert scenarios might unfold. It would be far better to openly agree, thus granting Xunyi peace of mind, alleviating the anxiety of being discovered during the act of reassurance. Xunyi's comfort was gentle, and Bai Ci buried his face in Xunyi's hair, inhaling the familiar scent. He sensed that his own state required rest, yet he hesitated to allow Xunyi to drift into slumber before him. After approximately half an hour of reassurance, the arms encircling his waist gradually loosened. Bai Ci lowered his gaze to check on Xunyi, finding him peacefully asleep, his breathing steady, a clear indication that he had succumbed to exhaustion. In the course of a week, Xunyi underwent noticeable changes. His skin improved significantly and became somewhat fairer. Bai Ci held Xunyi a little tighter, stealing a kiss from his hair, and whispered goodnight. The following day, Bai Ci arrived punctually at the military headquarters, where he soon encountered Deng Yu. Deng Yu scrutinized him from head to toe, exclaiming, "Boss, you look quite spirited today. Did you wake up feeling exceptionally refreshed?" Bai Ci shot him a glance, replying, "Refreshed? I practically ejected myself from bed the moment my eyes opened." Deng Yu responded, "You're just being ridiculous." At that moment, General Chu passed by and clapped Bai Ci on the shoulder, saying, "Come with me. We need to discuss your little partner's admission to the military academy." Xunyi's desire to join the military academy had come to his attention during the banquet, and he had pondered over it extensively, assessing it from various angles and concluding that there were no significant issues. The only concern was whether Xunyi could pass the entrance exam on his own merit. General Chu remarked, "The military academy is not a place for everyone. If Xunyi wishes to enter, he must rely on his capabilities. I can surmise his academic level without needing to see it. Half a year of intensive preparation will be a challenge." Standing before General Chu, Bai Ci replied, "I'm aware of that, which is why I do not intend for him to take the standard exam." General Chu inquired, "Do you have another plan in mind?" Bai Ci nodded solemnly and stated, "I wish for Xunyi to join the elite special abilities team." Absurd. General Chu's expression darkened as he rebuked him. "The elite special abilities team is not open to just anyone. You think it's as simple as uttering a wish?" Bai Ci remained unfazed by the reprimand, retorting, "Isn't that also your consideration, General? I know you've looked into Xunyi's medical records, and the elite team has inquired about whether he can undergo special training. They asked me when it would be convenient to bring Xunyi for a comprehensive examination." General Chu's previously composed demeanor faltered momentarily. The elite special abilities team is the most formidable unit in the Alliance. Every year, countless individuals apply for the physical assessments and evaluations, yet fewer than 200 succeed. Among that meticulously selected group, only a few will endure to the end. Last year alone, over 270 individuals passed the initial tests, but after 3 years of grueling training, fewer than 20 made it to the final selection, and ultimately, only one emerged successfully. General Chu took a sip from his water cup and sighed. "I have indeed inquired. Currently, 9.5 out of 10 members of the elite special abilities team are large biological species. The chances of a small species like Xunyi gaining entry are already slim, particularly since he is venomous. If he is to endure until the end. Among the current small species in the elite team, there is a lizard skilled in concealment and a stealth spider adept at setting traps. 2 years ago, an exception was made for a blue-ringed octopus, but ultimately, it could not keep pace with its venom, leading to its retirement. In truth, there are numerous small venomous biological species. However, General Chu's primary interest does not lie with them. For them, the most advantageous aspect regarding Xunyi is his solitary status, devoid of any affiliations apart from Bai Ci. He poses no threats and harbors no concerns. Bai Ci understood général que es implication. General Chu, you are aware that information regarding entry into the Alliance is entirely transparent at headquarters. Xunyi possesses the appropriate qualities and identity, and thus I sincerely hope he has the capability to pass the assessment. While Bai Ci is uncertain whether Xunyi can succeed in the evaluation, he acknowledges that Xunyi hails from the 7th city, and at the very least, he possesses the survival skills they desire. Bai Ci refrains from making any sweeping statements, merely asserting that Xunyi will strive earnestly. Général que, having elevated Bai Ci to his current position, is well aware that he is not one to jest with his emotions. "I think highly of that child, Xunyi. On the day of the Alliance banquet, when Zuyuan spoke of him in such a manner, I nearly expected him to react impulsively. To my surprise, he glanced at you and restrained himself," General Chu remarked, fixing his gaze upon Bai Ci's face, earnestly inquiring, "He is indeed a good child. But are you truly willing to let him join the elite team?" Bai Ci is certainly reluctant, yet that is not a valid reason to hinder Xunyi's ambitions. "He wishes to join the military," Bai Ci stated. General Chu is not one to pry excessively. Since Bai Ci has made his decision, there is little more to discuss. "Very well. Ensure he takes good care of his health, and subsequently arrange for a physical examination," he instructed. After conversing with General Chu, Bai Ci needed to make a trip to the Alliance headquarters. With a spouse now, his information in the Alliance database requires modification. Similarly, Xunyi's details must also be updated. The timing is fortuitous, as a round trip should not consume too much time, provided he does not encounter individuals he would prefer to avoid. As he and Deng Yu approached the Alliance headquarters, they were met by the sight of Meng Chonglu, who was pouting while exiting. Bai Ci felt indifferent towards Meng Chonglu and feigned ignorance as he proceeded inside. However, Meng Chonglu had different intentions. Upon spotting Bai Ci, he exclaimed softly and dashed towards him. Bai Ci, feeling exasperated, turned to Deng Yu and commanded, "Apprehend him." Deng Yu, taken aback by the unexpected order, responded, "Huh?" Bai Ci clarified, "A civilian attempting to assail a military commander must be detained and escorted to headquarters." Deng Yu, still bewildered, awaited Meng Chonglu's approach, then promptly restrained him by twisting his arm against the wall. Now, young man, let us not be so impulsive." Chapter 53. The irritable young serpent and his protective keeper. Ordinary civilians do not need to report to headquarters for information changes. However, Bai Ci is not an ordinary civilian. He had prepared himself for the likelihood of encountering Zui Yuan and his associates. But to his surprise, the main figure was absent, and instead, a mere pawn appeared. Despite being pinned against the wall, Meng Chonglu did not cease his incessant chatter. Bai Ci, listen to me. How can you be so familiar with my boss? I still have to refer to him as commander out of respect, yet you dare to call him by his name." Bai Ci cast a sidelong glance at Deng Yu, who had uttered this remark, and chose not to expose him. He simply allowed the situation to unfold as it would, handling it as necessary. It sufficed that Meng Chonglu did not cling to him, for Bai Ci was disinclined to explain any distasteful rumors, especially those that could lead to misunderstandings for Xunyi. Upon realizing he was to be taken away, Meng Chonglu hastily implored Bai Ci, "Commander Bai, I have pursued you for so long. You must at least allow me to finish speaking." Bai Ci, uninterested in his incessant prattle, did not wait for him to conclude and departed. Deng Yu, observing his superior's departure, finally spoke up. "I must say, your demands are rather excessive. Is that what you call pursuit? It seems more like entanglement to me. After you have harassed my boss for so long, you now use this as a condition to engage him in conversation? If I were to plant a kiss on you, would I then be entitled to request that you bequeath your family fortune to me?" Deng Yu clicked his tongue, remarking on Meng Tianliang's considerable ambition and the audacity of his offspring. Does the Meng family lack self-awareness? Are you truly oblivious to what belongs to you and what is not? With Meng Changel being such a child, Deng Yu had no desire to waste time here. He entrusted the raucous crowd clamoring to see their father to his subordinates and hastened to catch up with Bai Ci. Bai Ci was genuinely disinterested in engaging with them. He had come to rescue his wife, not to indulge in trivialities. In his previous work environment, he had dealt with a few obstinate old-timers. Yet he found himself in the presence of even more shameless individuals here. He quickened his pace, hoping to complete his task and depart before that group could find him. However, shortly after his arrival, Deng Yu rushed in to report that he had received word of Meng Tianliang approaching with his entourage. The long face he bore suggested he was not in the mood for cordial discussions. Deng Yu remarked, "What do you think, boss? Are you regretting capturing Meng Changel? You could have simply sent him away earlier. Why bother with this?" Bai Ci felt annoyed, yet he concealed it well. Such individuals, if ignored today, would interpret it as deliberate avoidance tomorrow. Moreover, if he did not detain him, how would anyone understand that the person who ought to be investigated could appear so brazenly at the Alliance headquarters? While public opinion might not topple his adversaries, it could certainly be wielded to malign them. Must he be so ruthless, Bai Ci? When Meng Tianliang found Bai Ci, the latter was discussing the anticipated direction of public discourse with Deng Yu. Utilizing public sentiment was a tactic the Alliance government was well versed in. Bai Ci had merely taken the initiative that others should have. He did not perceive his actions as excessively harsh. On the contrary, had he not acted first, the following day's headlines would undoubtedly link him with Meng Changel, particularly given that he had just acquired a spouse. It was easy to foresee the kind of slander that would ensue. Marriage fraud? A scoundrel? A shameless individual? Meng Tianliang halted before Bai Ci, demanding, "Release Chang'e." Bai Ci replied, "As a senior elder of the Meng family, you could easily free him yourself. Why go out of your way to seek me?" His tone was overly cold, suggesting that it was Meng Tianliang who could not contain his anger, losing the gravitas befitting an elder. Having been captured twice by Bai Ci, Meng Tianliang was beyond furious. If he did not seek Bai Ci, how would he know that Bai Ci dared to abuse his power at headquarters? Such reasoning was utterly flawed. Bai Ci remained expressionless, his actions reflecting his demeanor perfectly. Dengyu, he called, "Fetch the surveillance footage from outside for Elder Meng to review." Acquiring the surveillance video was a necessary means of controlling public opinion. Once Meng Chang'e was taken away, he sought out Bai Ci to inform him, successfully uploading the footage to his personal device. In the video, Bai Ci's evident disregard for others is unmistakable. Meng Chang'e's impulsive rush toward Bai Ci as he attempts to leave is equally clear, under the scrutiny of ultra-high-definition surveillance. Any explanation seems superfluous. It is apparent to anyone with discerning eyes that Bai Ci has exhibited no unreasonable behavior whatsoever. Once Meng Tianliang has finished watching, Bai Ci remarks, "Elder Meng, I understand that Meng Chang'e may not have intended any malice, but there are numerous pressing matters to address in the border region. If those who secretly wish to obstruct us choose this moment to act against me, it could lead to significant complications." Meng Tianliang's eyes widen in indignation. However, the video evidence is irrefutable. Even if his son harbors no ill intentions, he should not disregard the decorum of approaching a newly appointed commander. He swallows his pride, softening his tone slightly. "We are all serving the alliance. Therefore, let us each take a step back. If you release Chang'e, I shall consider today as if nothing has transpired." This, however, is unacceptable. Before Bai Ci can respond, Dingyu interjects, "Elder Meng, I presume you would not investigate your own son. What if he genuinely harbored thoughts of harming our commander? What then?" "Indeed," Bai Ci replies. "He previously caused quite a scene in the military residential area, and though it went unaddressed, here he is again, rushing and so soon after. He appears somewhat exasperated. I am left with no choice. As an elder, you must recognize that if Meng Chang'e poses a genuine threat, my inaction amidst such blatant behavior could very well lead to my own scrutiny." Bai Ci's meaning is abundantly clear. He is unwilling to concede. Meng Tianliang finds himself in an untenable position and dares not act unilaterally to release him. The last incident involved many witnesses, allowing him to extricate Meng Chang'e. But this time, it is just his son alone. As Bai Ci pointed out, the time lapse since the previous incident is insufficient to justify another release, making it difficult to explain. Seeing Bai Ci's steadfastness, Meng Tianliang refrains from further discourse. His status as an elder prevents him from issuing stern words to a younger generation. With a resigned huff, he turns and departs. Dengyu observes Elder Meng's retreat, perplexed. Why does he not inquire about the surveillance footage? Bai Ci adjusts the information regarding himself and Xunyi, holding two paper documents, fully aware that even without the video, this matter could be leveraged against them. He turns to explain, "With the video, they could claim Meng Chang'e merely wished to speak with me. Without it, the narrative is left to others' imaginations." He smiles. "If you were in my position, upon hearing the news of Meng Chang'e attempting to assassinate the commander, what would your immediate reaction be?" Without hesitation, Dengyu responds, "Of course, it would be unrequited love, leading to sudden anger upon seeing you." "Precisely," Bai Ci affirms. "If you can discern this, do you think Meng Tianliang, the cunning old fox, would be oblivious? He may appear to have given up, but he could very well devise another scheme upon returning." Bai Ci hands the documents to Dengyu, saying, "Do not concern yourself with them any longer. Let's depart." "What are these paper documents for?" Dengyu asks, securing the papers as he matches Bai Ci's pace. "What is going on here, boss?" Chapter 54. The hot-tempered little snake and his protective keeper in the present alliance. The necessity for paper documents has become increasingly rare, as nearly everything can be managed through a light brain unless in exceptional circumstances. Within this document lies an array of information regarding the elite ability team, including the selection criteria, associated dangers, and a compilation of essential notes that Xunyi may find useful. Although it is entirely feasible to transmit this information via light brain, Bai Ci is not particularly nostalgic. Rather, Xunyi simply prefers not to utilize the light brain as others do. For Xunyi, the light brain serves merely as a tool to occasionally check for overlooked messages or to peruse intriguing news while reclining in bed at night. Remarkably, he has never even made a single call on his light brain. Of course, as long as Xunyi is occupied, making a call is not an absolute necessity. Bai Ci considers himself not overly clingy. After several busy days, nearly finishing his duties at the military department, it was time for him to report back to the military academy. He is not a full-time instructor there, but rather visits occasionally to share his genuine combat experiences with students preparing for practical training. His lessons encompass battlefield analysis, understanding opponents, formulating suitable strategies step by step, and communicating clearly and precisely with teammates to enable rapid responses and actions within a reasonable time frame. He seldom engages in idle chatter during his lectures, earning a reputation among the students as serious and composed. Upon concluding his first lesson during this visit, several students stealthily approached him. "Commander Bai, may we ask you something?" Without a change in expression, Bai Ci nodded slightly, inviting them to continue. One student glanced at his companions. "We were wondering if your partner will be participating in the military examination this year." Bai Ci was taken aback that their inquiry was not directed at him, but rather concerning Xunyi. Reflecting on Xunyi's diligent studies, he subtly curved his lips. Most likely, the students had not anticipated receiving a response from Bai Ci and were elated. "Really? Does that mean we might have the opportunity to fight alongside him?" As more students gathered around, Bai Ci saw no reason to withhold information. Yes, if the opportunity arises, that is possible. However, he is currently focusing on his health, so his combat abilities may be somewhat lacking. "Commander Bai, I noticed Xunyi's name on the Elite Ability Team application list. Is he planning to apply for the Elite Ability Team?" The Elite Ability Team, a prestigious squad, sees numerous military academy students submitting applications each year. The application list is public, so it is not surprising that they could see Xunyi's name. However, Bai Ci was astonished that amidst the rigorous training and the influx of applicants, Xunyi's name had emerged. "It seems your training is not adequate," Bai Ci remarked with genuine amusement. "Be careful that old Ma doesn't confiscate your light brains tomorrow." A circle of students, laughing heartily, noticed Bai Ci smiling, and the initial tension dissipated. With their anxiety alleviated, they began to ask questions in a lively chorus. "I heard online that your partner is a Kivu Viper. Is that true? When will he recover? Your partner needs to apply for the Elite Special Forces first and then take the Military Academy entrance exam, right? If he joins the elite team, will he not attend the military academy anymore?" Bai Ci was seldom surrounded by so many inquisitive faces, particularly regarding Xunyi, which momentarily transported him back to the early days of their marriage in the stars. "Commendable. Do you truly have the heart to let your partner apply for the elite team?" A student suddenly inquired. General Chu had posed a similar question days earlier, albeit out of concern for the gossiping students. "Of course, I do not wish to see him go," Bai Ci replied candidly. "However, joining the military is something he aspires to, and as long as he puts in the effort, I believe any level of achievement is commendable. Yet I hope he excels, so that when you see him again, you will not be discussing my partner in a trivial manner, but rather recounting tales of him and his commander. He is a Kivu Viper, and his health is gradually improving. He is working hard for the decisions he has made, so you all should strive as well. Otherwise, you might find yourselves being trampled by your juniors, and then old Ma will truly confiscate your light brains and subject you to additional training." Coincidentally, it was noon, and this group of students, eager to converse with Bai Ci, had forgotten about their meals, continuing to ask questions as they escorted him beyond the school gates. Along the way, whether they were Bai Ci's students or not, many gathered to observe, leaving some perplexed students wondering who had been apprehended amidst the crowd. That evening, as Bai Ci entered his home, Xunyi suddenly dashed forward. "You got released so quickly? I've been busy all day." Bai Ci had not yet checked his light brain and looked up to ask, "Released from what? Weren't you apprehended at the military academy today?" Xunyi circled around Bai Ci, only to realize he appeared unharmed, before returning to the sofa to continue watching his battle videos. Bai Ci was momentarily bewildered by the question. I went to the military academy to give a practical combat lesson. Who would arrest me? Who knows? Xunyi replied without lifting his head. Why don't you check the news yourself? Changing his shoes, Bai Ci settled beside Xunyi and opened his light brain. The news held no surprises. The most significant recent headline was about Meng Chang'e being apprehended again. However, the top story had now changed, with Bai Ci's name glaringly at the forefront. General Bo makes his first appearance at the military academy post-bonding, apprehended 2 hours later, the headline read. The article detailed how Bai Ci was surrounded by students asking questions, clearly indicating that Xunyi had only glanced at the title without delving deeper. Bai Ci felt a strange blend of being cared for and misled. I was not apprehended. The military academy students were merely chasing after me with questions. He offered a simple explanation. Oh. Xunyi's reaction was still somewhat muted. You're quite popular. Bai Ci perceived a hint of mockery in Xunyi's words. Yet his expression suggested otherwise. It seemed as if Xunyi's thoughts had never truly rested upon him. The news, in truth, conveyed little of substance. And being merely entertainment news, no audacious outlet would dare to treat Bai Ci's identity lightly. Shall we visit the military department tomorrow? Bai Ci inquired, as he withdrew the light brain from Xunyi's grasp. Without the light brain, Xunyi finally lifted his gaze, pondering what to do next. I shall take you to acquire some skills, Bai Ci replied. The military department? Xunyi exclaimed in surprise. Meng Chang'e had faced a barrage of criticism when taken to the Alliance headquarters. Would no one scrutinize him at the military? Bai Ci seemed to discern Xunyi's unspoken thoughts from those words, smiling as he patted Xunyi's head. You may go, for you're my spouse. However, the designation of spouse was not of utmost importance. Rather, the alliance stipulated that only underage spouses could accompany their partners to the military. And by a fortunate twist of fate, Xunyi had just turned 16. If possible, Bai Ci would prefer to escort Xunyi to attend a couple of classes at the military academy, yet the military academy differed from the military department. The latter permitted underage spouses due to their vetted status, while admission to the military academy required demonstrable ability. Xunyi, however, was unconcerned about the destination. His joy at being allowed into the military was sufficient. This elation led him to finish his bath early that evening, eagerly awaiting to provide Bai Ci with mental solace. After Bai Ci completed his own routine and returned with a glass of water, he was greeted by the sight of Xunyi, unclothed, reclining against the headboard. The milk in Bai Ci's hand nearly spilled. You again, he remarked, as Xunyi patted the space beside him. Shall we provide some mental comfort today? I believe my constitution has improved significantly of late. Xunyi was indeed in excellent health, whereas Bai Ci suspected his own was less so. Henceforth, even at home, he resolved to don pajamas immediately after transforming. He set down the milk and moved towards his clothing. What are you doing? Xunyi called after him. Bai Ci did not turn, replying, matters of adults are not for children to pry into. The incessant questioning would yield no results, only inflame frustrations. With a discontented huff, Xunyi curled up and retreated under the covers, drifting into slumber. Xunyi, for reasons unknown, had developed a penchant for nudity in recent times. Though Bai Ci had admonished him, Xunyi merely promised to change his ways, yet on several occasions, he had emerged from the bath without even a towel. After a few reminders, Bai Ci had grown accustomed to his attitude, deciding to let it be. Yet, such behavior was disquieting. Upon exiting the bathroom, he found Xunyi already asleep, still in his birthday suit. With a sigh, he resigned himself to lying on the other side, enduring the discomfort. What else could he do? He could hardly harm his own spouse. The following day, upon arriving at the military department with Xunyi, Bai Ci had his own affairs to attend to, thus entrusting Xunyi to the awaiting General Chu. The reason for his choice to bring Xunyi today was due to the fact that Thunder was conducting simulated combat exercises with several outstanding new graduates. As Xunyi is unable to directly participate as Bai Ci's spouse, he may accompany General Chu to observe how outstanding graduates tackle challenges. If faced with similar circumstances, what would he do? Conversely, how would General Chu approach the same dilemma? although this training may be premature for Xunyi. It serves as an expedient method for cultivating his cognitive abilities. Bai Ci feels assured in entrusting Xunyi to General Chu, who does not aim to transform Xunyi into a top-tier team member, but rather seeks to explore his innate talents. Aware that Bai Ci brought someone along today, General Chu proactively requested Xunyi's presence. Bai Ci's agenda for the day is relatively light, primarily revolving around information from Hiyu, regardless of the city in question. The notion of reconstruction inevitably prompts individuals from other cities to seek relocation. Hiyu has been in the fourth city for less than half a month. Its population has already surged by half. While this matter does not fall under Bai Ci's purview, he is willing to assist Hiyu in brainstorming solutions. After a lengthy video discussion, just as he was about to conclude the call, Deng Yu burst in, exclaiming, "Boss, something has happened to Xunyi." Bai Ci's heart skipped a beat. System notification. Task objective, soul stability. 60, Bai Ci paused, perplexed. Something has truly happened to Xunyi? Deng Yu, with a look of dread, replied, "Do you think I would joke about this? I don't want to be associated with you anymore." Sensing Bai Ci's uncertainty, the system promptly provided clarification. "Host, do not panic. We have detected that your wife has entered her estrus period, and her physical condition is poised to enhance significantly, augmenting her self-defense capabilities. This has resulted in an increase in stability, and General Chu has already taken your wife to the treatment room. There is nothing to worry about." Worry? Far from it. While he is aware of the estrus cycles and serpents, Xunyi's previous episodes had always been suppressed. The thought of Xunyi in such a state left him uneasy. "Provide me with documentation to alleviate her symptoms, along with necessary precautions for the subsequent care. Send me everything." "Understood, host." Anxiously, Bai Ci followed Deng Yu almost at a jog to the treatment room. Upon entering, he found Xunyi chatting animatedly with General Chu while receiving an foredrip. Bai Ci thought, 0001. What happened to the estrus period? How is it suppressed so quickly? This is the military. The pharmaceuticals here are no trifling matter. 0001 swiftly replied, "Congratulations, host. There is no need for you to review the documentation or worry about further precautions." Bai Ci was momentarily speechless. Xunyi was the first to notice Bai Ci's arrival. Engaged in a lively conversation with General Chu, she looked up and saw him. General Chu followed her gaze and remarked, "Ah, you arrived rather promptly." Seeing Xunyi safe eased Bai Ci's mind significantly. Despite her age, he had been concerned about potential complications. General Chu reassured him, "With me here, what could possibly go wrong? Worrying is just worrying. Don't be so stubborn." Bai Ci approached Xunyi with a gentle smile, indeed expressing concern for his well-being, fearing for his safety. Bai Ci had never concealed his feelings towards Xunyi, whether in the presence of military academy students or General Chu. Noticing Xunyi's gaze upon him, he lowered his head to meet it, extending a hand to feel Xunyi's forehead. Seeing their interaction, Chu Hong felt disinclined to play the third wheel and remarked, "Well, since you've arrived, I shall take my leave." Bai Ci inquired, "Have you finished your conversation with Xunyi?" "Engulfed, almost. You should review the battle video with Lei Ting afterward. It will be beneficial to discuss it with Xunyi as well. I just heard him share some thoughts. While there are no significant issues, his ideas are still somewhat immature. Do take the time to guide him." General Chu subtly praised Xunyi in Bai Ci's presence, causing Xunyi's ears to turn crimson. At this moment, Bai Ci did not forget to seek some additional benefits for Xunyi, noting that the day's battle might not offer much in terms of learning. "Rest assured, I will ensure he learns well." Engulfed, as if I would fall for that. There are numerous battle videos at Lei Ting's disposal. As a commander, you could access them at will. Do you require me to send them to you personally? Not at all, Bai Ci replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Chu Hong understood that certain protocols must be adhered to. While the videos could be viewed, they could not be taken outside the military base. A fact Bai Ci acknowledged with a nod. With his message conveyed clearly, Chu Hong deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Bai Ci escorted General Chu out and returned to sit beside Sun, fixating his gaze intently on Xunyi's face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xunyi felt a shiver run down his spine under Bai Ci's scrutiny. Bai Ci frowned slightly. As a sudden thought crossed his mind, Xunyi had recently developed a disinclination towards clothing. Could it possibly be related to his heat cycle? Chapter 56. The irate little serpent and his protective keeper. In contemporary times, the heat cycle was no longer a matter of great concern. To prevent such occurrences during combat, everyone was required to carry medications that forcibly regulated their mental faculties and suppressed the symptoms of their heat cycle. As Bai Ci stated, Xunyi was still quite young, which is why Chu Hong took immediate action upon noticing Xunyi's symptoms, bringing him to the treatment room without delay. Bai Ci asked, "While I've been away, have you been eating and taking care of yourself?" The heat cycle in snakes could lead to instances of loss of appetite or agitation. Bai Ci had not observed any restlessness, and Xunyi seemed to be eating normally. After a moment of thought, Xunyi replied, "I don't think so. I just occasionally feel a bit hot and bothered, but your sin is quite pleasant. Holding you makes it all better." Bai Ci was not surprised. 0001. How long is Xunyi's heat cycle expected to last? Under normal circumstances, it lasts approximately a month. However, with the current advancements in medication, once suppressed, it can be considered over. Furthermore, there are no adverse physical effects. However, please be advised that relying solely on medication to suppress the heat cycle is not advisable, as it may impact mental faculties. To illustrate you, Bai Ci. Disregarding Xunyi's subsequent example, Bai Ci felt no need for the system's reminder. With him present, it was inconceivable to allow Xunyi to depend on medication for every instance of his heat cycle. Bai Ci extended his arm and embraced Xunyi, asking, "How do you feel being held like this?" Xunyi had received medication and was currently undergoing a drip for stabilization. Although the discomfort had subsided, a lingering warmth remained within him. With Bai Ci's familiar scent enveloping him, the slight restlessness he felt was suddenly calmed, and he found it quite soothing. He nestled closer into Bai Ci's embrace, wishing to linger a little longer. "You are quite unreserved now," Bai Ci teased, yet he tightened his hold around Xunyi, drawing him closer to his chest. Though Xunyi claimed to feel fine, it wasn't long before he succumbed to sleep in Bai Ci's arms. After some time had passed since the 4-drip completed, Deng Yu approached, only to be met with Bai Ci's warning gaze as he cradled the peacefully slumbering Xunyi. Fearing he might disrupt his superior's moment, Deng Yu steeled himself and said, "Boss, Feng Dachio has arrived." Feng Dachio, an even more troublesome individual than Zuyuan. What could he possibly want? Deng Yu continued, "He has brought some officials from the judiciary. It seems they are here concerning Xunyi." Bai Ci's brows furrowed deeply. It was likely they had learned about Xunyi's sudden estrus at the military base. "I understand," Bai Ci replied softly, gently placing Xunyi down. "Keep an eye on him and do not let anyone approach." His movements were careful, but Xunyi still stirred awake. Bai Ci draped a small blanket over him and said, "The drip is done. Lie down for a bit longer. I need to attend to some matters and will return shortly." Xunyi, not one to be oblivious, asked, "Is this related to me?" Bai Ci reassured him, "Don't overthink it." Xunyi yawned lazily. "If you can leave me to attend to something, it must be significant enough that outsiders shouldn't know, indicating it involves me." He pressed further, "Did I cause some trouble?" Bai Ci realized he could not conceal the truth from Xunyi. "Rest here. Let Deng Yu explain," he said, tousling Xunyi's hair. "When I return, don't wander off, all right?" Deng Yu seemingly had established contact with Xunyi as the two began to chat idly, allowing Bai Ci to feel at ease with their company. Xunyi glanced at Deng Yu still standing by the door, then shifted his gaze back to Bai Ci. Understanding the situation, Bai Ci anticipated Feng Dachio's arrival and positioned himself to await the group. Within moments, he saw Feng Dachio and his entourage approaching the treatment room with considerable authority. "Commander Bai," Feng Dachio called out upon seeing him. "Did you know we were coming and step out to greet us?" Bai Ci maintained his composure, though the thought of them causing trouble for his beloved son troubled him. "Governor Feng," Bai Ci surveyed the group behind him. "What matter could be significant enough to warrant your personal visit?" Feng Dachio chuckled lightly. "That's hardly the case. I received a report alleging someone has been deliberately provoking estrus to entice our personnel at the military base. This is a grave offense, and I wish to ensure no chaos ensues, hence my visit. May I inquire if this was a named report?" Bai Ci inquired with a calm, yet deliberate demeanor, stating that if it were a formal accusation, He demanded a confrontation. Conversely, if it were an anonymous report, it was fortuitous that judicial personnel were present, as he also intended to file a complaint regarding someone who deliberately tarnished the reputation of his spouse. According to the regulations of the Alliance, the unwarranted defamation of a prominent member's family carries significant consequences. Since Governor Feng was present, it would be prudent to investigate this matter thoroughly, thereby clarifying the situation for the military. Unlike Meng Tianliang, Feng Deqiu had ascended from the lowest ranks to his current position, and he was not the type to be swayed by a mere few words from Bai Ci. Aware that their justifications might contain flaws, Feng Deqiu remained steadfast. Commander Bai, I have heard your demands. As you suggested, while I facilitate the necessary investigations, I shall also look into whether any slander has occurred. Will that suffice? Bai Ci smiled slightly, slowly parting his lips to respond. That is not acceptable. Feng Deqiu's expression remained unchanged. Then, according to your perspective, what do you propose I do? I have received a report regarding such a serious allegation. Surely you cannot expect me to arrive and leave without taking any action. That would be difficult for me to justify to the outside world. Bai Ci was indifferent to the implications of Feng Deqiu's justifications. Did he think he could simply take away his innocent spouse as if he were a mere pawn? However, if you take my spouse, who has committed no crime, I will not only struggle to justify this to the outside world, but also to our military personnel. After adhering to regulations for so many years, how can I, as a commander, maintain my authority if I am forced to surrender my spouse based on baseless accusations? In contrast to Feng Deqiu and his associates, Bai Ci stood tall, his form adorned with a tactical belt, resolutely positioned at the entrance to the treatment room like an insurmountable barrier. He smiled and added, furthermore, did Governor Feng not consider how he would explain this before arriving? Surely, you are not so careless. As Bai Ci finished speaking, a member of the judicial agency stepped forward. Commander Bai, according to Alliance regulations, Xunyi, as a suspect, is required to cooperate with the investigation. Before he could complete his statement, Bai Ci swiftly drew a firearm from his side, aiming it directly at the individual who had just spoken. The smile vanished from his face, and his tone, though deceptively light, sent a chill down the spine of those present. Let me offer you an opportunity to rephrase your statement. Who is the real suspect? Chapter 57. The impulsive little serpent and his protective keeper. No one anticipated Bai Ci's sudden display of aggression. Bai Ci. Feng Deqiu instinctively took a step back, utterly astonished by Bai Ci's audacity. Do you understand the consequences of brandishing a weapon in front of judicial officials? Consequences? Bai Ci maintained his demeanor. A fair judicial agency is the essence of justice. If it is unjust, it becomes the enemy of all citizens of the Alliance. As the commander of the military, I now demand a thorough investigation into the individual who has levied baseless accusations. 800 came the response from those behind Bai Ci. Detain him and conduct a rigorous investigation. No one is permitted to visit during this time. His stance was unequivocal. Those who provoked him should be prepared to face the consequences. Feng Deqiu was genuinely anxious this time. His purpose for coming was to take Xunyi away, armed with a ready-made accusation. He believed that if he could seize the individual, he would have the confidence to tarnish Chu Heng's reputation among the public. However, he did not anticipate Bai Ci's audacity. Bai Ci, you dare to act so brazenly while I'm still here? What do you take the Alliance regulations for? Indeed, the person who is about to be apprehended shouts the loudest, Bai Ci retorted. Your contempt for the Alliance regulations is palpable. I demand that the Alliance court adjudicate your actions. Adjudicate me? Bai Ci showed no fear. What authority do you possess to judge me? The current situation is that you are misusing the name of the judicial authority to indiscriminately slander the families of officials in my military district. It is you who should be judged. If you have anything to say, do so in the Alliance court. What evidence do you have? The man stammered, but Bai Ci did not afford him the chance to speak. 800, take him away, and, while you're at it, submit the footage from our military surveillance. The man was taken aback. What footage? Bai Ci responded with derision. What? Did the person who reported you fail to inform you? Xunyi was inspecting our training alongside General Chu at the time, and the entire process is documented on video. The individual who reported you is clearly deceiving you. Perhaps you should return and compare testimonies before coming back. You, Bai Ci, turned to the person about to be taken away. Rest assured, if anyone wishes to stay with you, I will accommodate them. Today, Xunyi cannot be taken away, and neither can you. He glanced back at Fengdiqiu, however. I do not relish making things difficult. I will submit the evidence along with your... He paused. What is your name? Never mind. It is inconsequential. I intend to submit the evidence, respecting the final judgment of the Alliance Court. Of course, you can also present relevant evidence for the court to adjudicate my actions. I shall await the summons of the Alliance Court at the military district. Bai Ci's stance was unmistakable. Despite the presence of so many individuals, including judicial personnel, not only did they fail to hand over Xunyi, but they also ended up with one of their own detained. It was clear to everyone that, due to his status, Bai Ci would not take action against Fengdiqiu, but the others were not bound by such restraint. Bai Ci watched as the man was taken away, casting a nonchalant glance at the others present. Have I made myself clear? Or does anyone else wish to accompany him? I can arrange for you all to go together. Bai Ci, are you threatening our judicial authority? Questioned another judicial official, whose name Bai Ci happened to recall. Yi Qiuan, as a member of the judicial authority, you must speak with evidence. Firstly, you and your group intend to take away my spouse, who is still in a sensitive state, based solely on an anonymous tip-off. Secondly, as a member of the military, I have been quite cooperative. I have not only submitted evidence, but am also willing to confront you in the Alliance Court. When the Alliance Court summons me, I will naturally bring Xunyi along. If you believe my actions violate any regulations, I am more than willing to request a public trial for all to witness. Does that sound acceptable to you? Certainly not. Bai Ci thought to himself. He was acutely aware that the reasoning presented by the opposing party was somewhat rational. Cooperation with the investigation was indeed a plausible excuse. However, if Xunyi were to be taken away and coerced into actions that should not be taken, escaping thereafter would prove to be exceedingly difficult. Xunyi, a young man, ought not to have attracted such intense scrutiny. The attention directed toward him primarily stems from Bai Ci's status. Bai Ci, though holding the rank of commander, is not yet as high in position as Major Hiyu. However, as a commander, he possesses the opportunity, should he desire, to apply for the position of the highest commander of the Alliance in a few years. After all, the position of the highest commander of the Alliance is exclusively filled from among the commanders of the military and government. And Bai Ci has been explicitly identified by the current highest commander of the Alliance as a key candidate for nurturing. This implies that should Bai Ci encounter any personal difficulties, even those pertaining to his spouse, the government may attempt to seize the opportunity to vie for the next commander's position, seeing that Bai Ci remained resolute in his decision not to release anyone. Fengdiqiu ceased his insistence on taking anyone away, since Commander Bai had stated so. It was acceptable for them not to take anyone. However, he remarked that Bai Ci's actions today were indeed excessive. Under no circumstances should he have pointed a firearm at a judicial officer. Bai Ci had already holstered his weapon and merely nodded in response. Feng, the governor, was imparting wisdom. Yet Bai Ci wished to convey to those with ulterior motives that in the Alliance, any underhanded tactics could be directed at him, Bai Ci. Should anyone dare to target Xunyi, the next encounter would not pass so easily. Fengdiqiu chuckled, reminding Bai Ci that Chu Heng had never advised him to conceal his vulnerabilities from others. Bai Ci, returning the smile, noted that Governor Feng was not fully acquainted with him or Xunyi, for to him, Xunyi had never been a weakness. Regarding this matter, Bai Ci suspected that Governor Feng would come to understand in due time. With no further discourse deemed necessary, Bai Ci courteously escorted the group out of the military headquarters. In this instance, Fengdiqiu had gained nothing, and his party departed as they had arrived. After resolving matters with Fengdiqiu, Bai Ci returned to the treatment room. Upon entering, Xunyi and Dengyu both turned their attention toward him. The cold demeanor Bai Ci had exhibited before entering had dissipated entirely, and their simultaneous action prompted him to inquire if they had rehearsed it. Dengyu glanced behind him before replying that Xunyi needed rest, and he wouldn't dare to disturb him for practice. He then asked if Fengdiqiu's group had departed. Bai Ci confirmed their exit. Deng Yu, perceiving Bai Ci's unspoken cue, made space for him to sit beside Xunyi. The situation had been resolved, yet it was certain that Feng would not easily let it go, and a reprimand was likely unavoidable. I must visit General Chu shortly. Sun Yi, you shall accompany me. Deng Yu, please seek out Bai. He may require your assistance. Yes, I shall go at once. Although Deng Yu was puzzled as to what matters could possibly concern Bai, he complied with the directive. Once Deng Yu had departed, Bai Ci turned his gaze towards Sun Yi, and in a moment of amusement he smiled. Such a small youth. If he were to be captured and mistreated, I wouldn't mind if they came to find me. I can handle it, Sun Yi declared with a sense of pride. Bai Ci replied, but if you were to be captured and mistreated, what would become of those on the other side? Chapter 58. The impetuous little snake and his protective keeper Bai Ci was unafraid of reprimands. However, the prospect of being admonished by General Chu in front of Sun Yi did weigh on him somewhat. Before he could contemplate how to communicate with Xunyi, General Chu strode in with an imposing presence. Bai Ci, you have grown quite bold, haven't you? In broad daylight, daring to point a gun at a judicial officer. Are you, a young commander, already prepared to retire and enjoy a life of leisure? Bai Ci immediately stood up, awaiting General Chu's reprimand with a sense of humility. Xunyi was momentarily taken aback by General Chu's words. Once he regained his composure, he turned to Bai Ci and inquired, is it truly as simple as you claim? You not only aimed a weapon at someone, but also detained them, here in our military headquarters. Do you think this is your family business to run? Bai Ci denied the accusation. No, it is not. Then what do you mean by not? General Chu was visibly frustrated with Bai Ci. However, despite his anger, he was not an unreasonable man. Feng had rushed to Xunyi's side, and though he had heard the news, he had arrived just a moment too late, allowing Bai Ci to engage in this audacious act. Now, explain me what transpired. If you cannot clarify, you shall report to the fourth city tomorrow. You will not return until He Yu has resolved the matter. This incident, while not trivial, was not monumental either. If Bai Ci was indeed in the wrong, he would have to send Xunyi away to prevent any further complications in the capital. Bai Ci, however, was convinced of his innocence. He recounted the events, starting from when Deng Yu summoned him, presenting what initially appeared to be a troublesome situation, which he clarified with a few words. If they take Xunyi away, retrieving him will become exceedingly difficult. They have come prepared. Truth be told, their reasoning for wanting Xunyi is flawed, yet substantial. In such circumstances, I must be even more resolute than they are. Should I concede, even a little, we would be unjustly accused. Bai Ci's arguments were sound, and he articulated the situation clearly. General Chu, initially irate, gradually fell silent. Bai Ci cast a glance at Xunyi, then continued. I recognize my actions may have been somewhat extreme, yet I am certain they would not dare to truly judge me for this, for they fear I would call for a public trial. They may possess their reasoning, but their intentions are transparent. At this moment, they would not dare to openly reveal their motives to the public. Bai Ci was indeed correct. Each party had its rationale, and it was merely a matter of which side could be more forthright. While Bai Ci may not have been entirely above board, he believed he was more so than his opponents. In this regard, he possessed a certain audacity, as he harbored no hidden agendas. His only selfish desire was to protect Xunyi from harm. Yet, to the outside world, this might not seem significant. Ultimately, it was merely an endeavor to safeguard his partner. Unlike Feng and his ilk, who would expose their ambitions for power. After Bai Ci finished speaking, General Chu fixed his gaze upon him, contemplating for an extended period. This approach may suffice. Providing a thorough lesson all at once will likely encourage more restraint in their future dealings. Such incidents had not been uncommon for Zui Yuan and his associates. However, since they were all military personnel, no one dared to lay hands on a member of the military. It was merely a matter of visiting, and for them, it was nothing of great consequence. Did they not contact the general? Bai Ci inquired. Feng Dichio's face remained impassive, yet one could sense the simmering frustration he would undoubtedly carry back. I believe they will certainly have something to say to you. I did receive a call, but I did not answer, General Chu replied nonchalantly. I saw his Feng Dichio calling and hung up immediately. He was in no mood for pleasantries. Having just learned of their visit and the news of Bai Ci, discharging a firearm. He reasoned that rather than allowing Feng to report on the matter first, it was more prudent to hear Bai Ci's account directly. General Chu, a man of seriousness, was also fiercely protective of his own. Soldiers emerging from his command spoke of his rigorous training and volatile temper, yet none could deny his merit as a commendable general. Bai Ci lowered his head, feeling he had caused trouble for the general. General Chu waved dismissively. Enough of this. Do you truly think I would remain oblivious to the trouble you've brought me? Just as he finished his conversation with Bai Ci, Feng Deqio's phone rang again. This time, General Chu answered without hesitation, having already clarified the situation. And before Feng could utter a word, he unleashed his ire. Having served as a general for a lifetime, his words were delivered with a resonant authority, particularly since they were troubling him at the military headquarters. I am aware of today's events, Governor Feng. What makes you think you can leave without apprehending me? Feng Deqiao was momentarily taken aback, having intended to subtly inform Bai Ci of the situation. General Chu's words were baffling. The report I received concerned Bai Ci's companion. What need is there to apprehend you? Where did you hear such nonsense? With a huff, General Chu continued. I was merely conducting a routine inspection of our military's combat training. The only individuals present in the observation room, aside from your so-called companion, were myself and my guard. If you allege that someone reported him for enticement, does that not imply he enticed both me and my guard? Am I mistaken? Before Feng Deqiao could articulate his thoughts, General Chu's outburst continued unabated. Out of respect for the alliance, I have refrained from holding you accountable in the past. You might think I have retired, but I assure you, I will pursue this slander of my reputation to the fullest extent, should you provoke me further. Do not think I want to unleash the full weight of the law upon those who have come today. Whether he would actually act on such threats remained a matter for later discussion. General Chu, as long as he retained his composure, would not resort to violence against them. However, this was a moment for bravado, and reason was cast aside. Feng Deqiao was equally incensed. He had intended to address Bai Ci's actions, particularly the incident involving the firearm, which was undeniable. Yet, before he could express his grievances, General Chu's fury eclipsed his own. He found himself unable to confront General Chu directly, for should their military openly oppose him during future headquarters meetings, their situation would become even more precarious. Once General Chu's temper had subsided, he resumed his warnings. You informed your subordinates to keep their distance from our military, especially that young one named Meng. Let him not delude himself into thinking he is a part of our military family. I would not hesitate to strip him of his pretensions. With a beep, Chu Hong abruptly ended the call, stowed away his light brain, and rose to his feet, transforming his earlier fiery demeanor. All right, I shall take care of this matter. You need not concern yourselves any further. After speaking, he turned to Xunyi. And you, take good care of your health. Be sure to bring back some medication before you leave today. Do not forget. General Chu, now over 180 years old, was a figure whom Xunyi revered, and witnessing the general's sudden shift from fury to calm left him speechless, only able to nod obediently. Bai Ci stifled the laugh, refraining from being overly audacious in General Chu's presence, and dutifully escorted the general away. Once he saw the general depart, he took a seat beside Xunyi and chuckled. What are you afraid of? Where is your courage? Xunyi, still stubborn, retorted, Who is afraid? Bai Ci replied, That obedient nod you just gave. Why do you present two different faces to me and the general? Xunyi shot him a glare, as if to say he noticed Bai Ci's own compliance in front of General Chu. In Chapter 59, The Tempestuous Little Snake and His Protective Caretaker, it was true that after General Chu declared they need not worry about the matter, Bai Ci indeed did not receive any summons from the Alliance Tribunal. Half a month passed, and the individual he had once threatened with a gun was released, yet he had never set foot in the Alliance Court, nor was he called as a witness. Remarkably, both he and Xunyi, as principal figures, had seemingly vanished from this incident, a development he had not anticipated. However, it was perhaps for the best. He was not one to seek out trouble. It had been nearly half a month since Xunyi began to recover, and it was time for him to arrange a physical assessment for Xunyi. If the elite team's health evaluation were to be failed, Alternative measures would need to be considered, as ensuring success in the military academy examinations was imperative. The elite team's evaluation consisted of two parts: a medical examination for any special diseases and an assessment of individual capability limits. Once all checks were completed, with no identity issues, sound health, and requisite skills, they would partake in a week-long capability assessment, which was notably the stage where most were eliminated. The participants would need to traverse an area that rigorously tested survival skills. While fraught with danger, it was not as arduous as the final evaluations as survival skills, endurance, and adaptability in the face of adversity would largely determine their success in emerging unscathed. Bai Ci, being a member of the elite ability team, could recite the assessment criteria with his eyes closed, yet he had chosen not to disclose these details to Xunyi in advance. He wished for Xunyi to tread each step with unwavering resolve. Those who had fortuitously entered the elite team were unlikely to succeed in the final assessments. The elite ability team demanded absolute strength, and should Xunyi lack the capacity, Bai Ci preferred that he remain at the outset, thus sparing him from considerable hardship and injury. He did nothing. Xunyi would navigate this path on his own. That afternoon, having just concluded his tasks, Lei Ting approached with a stack of documents, stating, "Take this back to your Xunyi." "What is this?" Bai Ci took the measurements, noting that it was still quite substantial. Xunyi, seeking some combat techniques, struggled with his cerebral interface, unable to extract much despite extensive searching. When he inquired if I had anything readily available, I assisted him by compiling some information. A few days later, the day of the elite team assessment arrived, and those aware of Xunyi's preparations were discreetly observing him. Occasionally, when Xunyi appeared, Deng Yu and a few others would take the opportunity to provide him with some training, demonstrating their genuine concern. Lei Ting remarked, "I believe Xunyi will pass the assessment. My intuition, honed from training countless graduates, tells me he will succeed." Bai Ci countered, "Not even the finest military academy graduates are guaranteed to pass. What gives you the confidence that Xunyi will?" Though he voiced skepticism, there was an inexplicable belief within him that Xunyi would indeed succeed. It was not merely intuition. Perhaps he was simply an unreasoning admirer of Xunyi. Lei Ting shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "Based on physical standards, your Xunyi may still fall short in certain aspects. Yet, he exudes a peculiar aura that suggests, I want to harm you, for you do not warrant my attention. There is nothing inherently wrong with such a disposition, but it strangely instills a sense of reassurance when paired with you." Bai Ci pondered his words, asking, "Your instinct that he will pass stems from believing in my reliability?" Lei Ting's response was playful. "It's not about reliability, but rather a feeling of safety. Regardless of the reasoning, there is palpable anticipation regarding Xunyi's true capabilities." The physical assessment was conducted by Bai Ci alongside Xunyi. Xunyi's heart functioned perfectly, and all his organs appeared normal, free from hidden ailments or other issues. The only slight drawback was his stature, which remained somewhat diminutive. On the day of the evaluation, Bai Ci accompanied Xunyi until they reached the entrance of the assessment venue. He was not the only one there to see Xunyi off, but the presence of such a renowned commander attracted more attention than even that of a celebrity from the Alliance. Ignoring the gazes fixated upon him, Bai Ci cautioned Xunyi, "Although this is a fundamental assessment and not overly challenging, that is only true for members of the elite ability teams. Some have applied for years, barely managing to pass, and even those who do may lack the ability to endure the grueling 3-year closed training." Dressed in a lightweight combat uniform, Xunyi looked up at Bai Ci, questioning, "Are you advising me to give up?" He glanced around, noting that others were encouraging their families, while he seemed to receive the opposite sentiment. As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers who had been watching them burst into laughter. Bai Ci, exuding an air of helplessness, remarked, "I worry you may get hurt yet remain stubbornly determined." After a brief pause, he continued, "So I will cheer for you. You possess exceptional talent and skill. With diligent effort, you will surely succeed. Best of luck, and strive to return soon." As the time arrived, groups of individuals entered the assessment area in response to the announcements. Xunyi adjusted his cap and added, "When I emerge, I shall bestow upon you a special embrace from a partner. Bai Ci inquired, who taught you such phrases? Xunyi remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at him. Deng Yu promptly averted his gaze, avoiding the scrutiny directed at them. As Xunyi entered the assessment arena, Bai Ci's gaze remained fixed upon his retreating figure. Sir, he has entered, Deng Yu remarked. Bai Ci turned slightly, casting a fleeting glance in his direction, yet refrained from responding to his comment, instead advising, you should refrain from imparting unnecessary knowledge to him in the future. Deng Yu fell silent once more. The entire assessment arena was under constant surveillance. Worried for Xunyi, Bai Ci did not leave upon losing sight of him, but remained stationed in the monitoring area outside, continuing to watch over him. Many others were present, intent on observing as well. Yet those who attempted to approach Bai Ci were intercepted by Deng Yu. Bai Ci's focus was singular. The notion of Xunyi being at home paled in comparison. He understood that Xunyi must grow, yet he could not help but fret over the potential injuries Xunyi might sustain during this process. Food was strictly prohibited within the assessment grounds, and as time passed, some individuals began to falter, receiving notifications of withdrawals from the first challenge. The initial trial involved the forest, and upon entering, Xunyi found several individuals approaching him, seeking companionship for the journey ahead. It is a common practice to band together in perilous environments, and Xunyi did not decline. A group set forth, following the paper map in hand toward their destination. Sir, based on their trajectory, they should soon reach the densely populated area of poisonous insects, Deng Yu quietly analyzed. Adhering to protocol, he noted that Xunyi and the large black-tailed scorpion should encounter no issues, and the larger creatures posed little threat as well. However, uncertainty lingered regarding the behavior of the smaller lepidopteran creatures and the golden mouse. The latter's pristine appearance suggested it had been well protected, leaving Deng Yu puzzled as to why it would participate in such a demanding selection process. Xunyi had a knack for selecting companions wisely. Bai Ci did not elaborate further on Deng Yu's observations, yet it soon became evident to Deng Yu what Bai Ci implied. The well-guarded golden mouse, seeking to navigate the perilous forest where adversaries might lurk, clung to Xunyi's leg for safety. Naturally, in such a trial, Xunyi was not one to act on a whim of kindness. The allure of the golden mouse was undeniably potent. It miraculously produced 2 chestnuts to present to Xunyi, emphasizing the importance of sustenance in such a harsh environment. If you could provide me with a modicum of protection, I shall ensure your nourishment and wound care throughout the assessment, it proposed. Xunyi glanced at the chestnuts in the mouse's tiny paws, deliberating for no more than a second before accepting. All right, Deng Yu could only stare in disbelief. In the realm of poisonous creatures, numerous candidates faced elimination, many lamenting their fates after being bitten. Bai Ci witnessed firsthand as Xunyi, in his attempt to safeguard the golden mouse, inadvertently suffered a bite himself. However, this bite was not in vain. Upon seeing Xunyi injured, the little golden mouse, filled with concern, foraged an assortment of fruits along the way. Offering them to Xunyi, Deng Yu marveled. Remarkably, this golden mouse possesses discernment. The fruits it selected are not only non-toxic, but also possess detoxifying properties. Xunyi has effectively secured the services of both a chef and a healer. The little golden mouse initially sought to accompany the foremost black jaguar, but, upon being rebuffed, turned to seek the company of Xunyi. Deng Yu remarked on Xunyi's fortunate fate. Bai Ci glanced at another surveillance screen before returning his focus to Xunyi, noting that the black jaguar was a promising candidate. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely be among the first to succeed. With a smile tugging at his lips, Bai Ci continued to express his approval of Xunyi's good fortune. Fearful of hunger, he was determined to avoid it, and despite knowing that bringing along someone weaker would be a burden, he still endeavored to support him. However, Xunyi remained unaware of the golden mouse's identity, though he possessed some knowledge. Do you know who this golden mouse is? Deng Yu inquired, astonished by the implication that the creature was of significance. Bai Ci affirmed, offering some insight. He was the grandson of Hua Tianhao from the Alliance Medical Department, if memory served him right. His name should be Hua Li, fond of food and quite gluttonous. Yet it was precisely due to his indiscriminate appetite that he became acquainted with numerous species, not limited to plants, but extending to animals as well. In the examination arena, individuals typically utilize code names displayed on their chests. Only after forming a genuine bond of trust would they reveal their true names. Deng Yu did not doubt Bai Ci's familiarity with Huoli. Rather, he was intrigued by the notion that, given the Hua family's resources, Huoli could simply study diligently and, in the future, aim to enter the Alliance Medical Department or, should he desire, the Military Medical Department, thus avoiding the arduous trials of the elite ability team. Yet he pondered, if this little golden mouse continued to rely on others for protection, even if he could pass the preliminary tests, the 3-year special training would remain unattainable. After a moment's contemplation, Deng Yu mused that he deemed Hua Li's aspiration to join the elite team doubtful. I will not be so certain, Lei Ting interjected, having arrived unannounced. The little golden mouse you speak of must be that boy from the Hua family, correct? Deng Yu turned, what? Do you have insights on him as well? Lei Ting replied, not insights, merely a bit of knowledge. I cannot ascertain whether the lad can eat or not, but the results from our previous tests have emerged. His sensitivity to detecting danger is alarmingly high, exceeding the highest historical record by an astonishing 5%. Wow, Deng Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. 5%? Are you suggesting he is akin to a living radar? Even Bai Ci turned his attention, intrigued by the rarity of such a figure. Indeed, such an anomaly was rare, which explained why Lei Ting remembered it so vividly. Huh? What brings you here? Deng Yu gestured toward Hua Li on the monitor. Surely you are not so idle as to come and assess this radar's capabilities? I'm certainly not that idle. Lei Ting replied. Xunyi has returned, stating he has matters to report to the commander, though he has sustained some injuries and is currently in the treatment room. Bai Ci's brow furrowed at this news. Xunyi, a green heron, was one of the military's most adept scouts, and given that this mission was within the Alliance's borders, it was unexpected for him to return injured. In a typical assessment, the fastest participants would take 3 to 4 days to finish. Any exceeding 7 days would automatically be deemed a failure. Bai Ci glanced at the situation with Xunyi, and despite his reluctance to depart, he recognized the necessity of addressing the immediate concerns. We must return. Bai Ci returned directly to the treatment room. Upon seeing him, Xunyi immediately stood up. Commander Bai, please sit down, he urged. Bai Ci halted his rising motion and inquired, were you injured? It is merely my wing, nothing serious, Xunyi replied. After answering, he glanced outside, his expression clouded with concern. He whispered, Commander, I suspect there are infiltrators from Zhuyi within our military. This operation was conducted in secrecy. Apart from Commander Bai and Major Hiyu, very few were privy to the details, yet he still sustained injuries. The assailant wore the combat uniform of the Empire, yet wielded a BZ-3097 model pistol, which is standard issue for our Alliance forces. If they were truly from the Empire intending to kill me, they could have easily opted for a more lethal weapon without sparing my life. There was a traitor within the military. Bai Ci had sensed this during the last incident involving Xunyi's estrus period. He had discreetly investigated several individuals, but had yet to identify the culprit. Moreover, Xunyi was correct. Masquerading as Imperial soldiers was merely a tactic to incite conflict between the two factions, a method frequently employed by Zhuyi and his associates. Bai Ci asked, who knows about the mission to City 8? Xunyi pondered for a moment. Not many, General Chuyu, Major Hiyu, as well as Deng Yu and Lei Ting. Bai Ci shook his head. Clearly, the traitor was not among these individuals. All right, if we consider everyone, 3 more should know. Major Hiyu sent me to find General Chu, who instructed me to act according to your orders. At that moment, there were only the 2 of us in the room, but 2 senior guards were stationed at General Chu's door. When I exited, I also saw Instructor Lei Ting, accompanied by Assistant Instructor Chi and Bai Ci, inquired, does Qian know? Xunyi reflected, I'm not certain if he knows the details. Instructor Lei Ting warned me to be cautious, while Assistant Instructor Chi and said nothing and did not inquire about my mission. So I'm unclear whether he is aware of my specific whereabouts. I understand. I will investigate this further. Rest assured, your injury will not be in vain. Bai Ci Surd Kingyu. This was not Xing Yu's first covert mission. At times, Qian even provided assistance and advice. Given his position, uncovering Xunyu's mission would not be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, on the day of Xunyi's estrus period, Qian, as the assistant instructor, would certainly have been present. However, how he managed to relay information to Fengdiqiu so swiftly remains a matter that requires thorough scrutiny. Xunyi, still somewhat anxious, cautiously asked, "Should I avoid his guards when I report back to General Chu?" "No need. General Chu's guards are reliable. You can rest easy," Bai Ci replied. Xunyi blinked, belatedly realizing that Commander Bai was subtly warning him about whom to be wary of in the future. After listening to Xunyi's report on the intelligence regarding City 8, Bai Ci finally stepped out of the treatment room. Is it possible to ascertain whether it is Qian? It cannot be confirmed, however. Compared to the individuals previously provided by the host, only Qian's probability of betrayal reaches 90%. The probability of others betraying is less than 20. While Qian's probability soars to 90, it is evident who is most likely to betray. The individuals from Thunder pose a troublesome challenge, so it is best to leave the matter to them. He has his own affairs to attend to, and after resolving them, he intends to check on Xunyi's situation. Although he cannot provide much assistance, merely seeing Xunyi brings him some solace. Chapter 61. The impetuous young serpent and his protective keeper Bai Ci remained engaged at the military headquarters until late in the evening, glancing at the clock. It was past 9. The night marked a period of significant eliminations in the assessment arena, as many succumbed to fatigue or opted to find a seemingly safe spot to rest. However, once vigilance wanes, the risk of sudden danger leading to elimination escalates. Upon arriving outside the assessment arena, Bai Ci noted a stark reduction in the number of individuals remaining compared to the day. Since his departure, Xunyi's team had also seen a decrease in numbers, yet the formidable black scorpion and the small golden mouse mentioned by Deng Yu were still present. Their group continued to advance, showing no inclination to pause for rest. While the members within may have been unaware, Bai Ci understood that their decision was indeed prudent. Although Xunyi's current position appeared safe, they stood merely a step away from peril. Nightfall would bring forth many nocturnal species. Small creatures could appear in swarms, while larger ones posed an even greater threat. Encounters with either could result in injury or elimination. Bai Ci's gaze remained fixed on Xunyi, anxious that he might inadvertently encounter harm. It was evident that something had transpired during his absence. In terms of rest, Xunyi's group was now heeding Hua Li's instructions. Despite their evident exhaustion, when Hua Li declared that the area was unsuitable for resting, they pressed onward. As they continued their journey, addressing various troubles along the way, their small team finally halted around 2 in the morning. They gathered in a relatively spacious area, igniting a small fire, with each member taking turns to watch over it, while others rested back to back for a brief respite. Indeed, Hua Li was correct. He exhibited remarkable vigilance. Having participated in the assessments with Yu in previous years, their nights had often unfolded in this manner. As time wore on, Bai Ci remained watchful. Xunyi was the second to rise for night watch, typically one to protest with tail wagging when not fully awake at home. He now displayed an unusual composure, unlike that of an average 16-year-old. While Xunyi guarded the others, Bai Ci stood vigil outside for him, only returning to the military headquarters to rest when he saw Xunyi had fallen asleep. Preoccupied with thoughts of Xunyi, Bai Ci's dreams throughout the night revolved around him, leaving him restless. As dawn broke, he returned to the assessment arena. It was nearly noon when Deng Yu finally located Bai Ci, his face a mask of horror. "I said, boss, you haven't been here all night, have you?" Bai Ci rubbed his temples, observing the anxious expression on Xunyi's face. The sensation was more exhilarating than stepping onto the battlefield himself, and he had experienced the military's rigors. Turning around, he inquired, "What is the matter? It's only been one night. What has transpired?" Deng Yu, recovering from shock, glanced around and whispered, "Qian has been captured. Thunder personally took action. General Chu has summoned everyone. He wishes to speak." Bai Ci immediately understood the gravity of the situation. The military was usually unified, and with Qian's predicament, General Chu would undoubtedly be furious. He had anticipated attending a debriefing, but upon his arrival, General Chu assigned him a task to rush to Fourth City and assist Hu in resolving an urgent matter. Bai Ci was taken aback. Who exactly is the traitor? He hadn't foreseen his sudden assignment. Was there a crisis on Hu's side? Que clarified. He is not in distress. You should have heard Qingtian's report yesterday. Eighth City is indeed engaged in covert activities. However, once the news of our investigation leaks, they will likely alter their plans. Take Deng Yu with you, and after the mission, conduct a thorough inspection of each city for 2 days. I refuse to believe they will play undercover games with our own people. This time, I will send personnel openly to inspect. What can they do to me? For the sake of the Alliance, Bai Ci felt compelled to comply. What other option did he have? Xunyi was still undergoing his evaluation, and he was about to depart. He hadn't even received the embrace he longed for upon Xunyi's emergence. Knowing your concern for Xunyi, Chu Hong, a seasoned general, exuded an undeniable authority. Rest assured, I will have someone keep an eye on Xunyi, regardless of whether he passes. I will personally escort him back to the military on the day he graduates. During your absence, I will host him at my residence, ensuring no one dares to bully him. Can you relax now? With General Chu's protection, Bai Ci felt reassured. Even if General Chu hadn't mentioned it, he was determined to undertake this mission. Now that he had risen to this position, he would fulfill his responsibilities. The safety of the Alliance was paramount for Xunyi's future well-being. I am at ease, Bai Ci replied. When do I depart? As soon as possible. The sooner you go, the sooner you can return. Standing outside the evaluation arena daily will not be of any help. It only breeds anxiety, Chu Hong advised. Understood. Bai Ci acknowledged. Without further ado, he set off but took a moment to glance at Xunyi once more. Within Xunyi's team, a large brown bear appeared to be injured, its upper body bare, with a makeshift bandage fashioned from combat gear. A long gash extended from its face to its chest, indicative of an encounter with a formidable beast. Fortunately, it was merely a brown bear. Otherwise, without its presence, Xunyi's team would likely have suffered further losses. Having confirmed that Xunyi was unharmed, Bai Ci proceeded to Fourth City, where Hu awaited his arrival. Upon their meeting, the atmosphere crackled with energy, and one could hardly ignore Major Hu's exuberance. Deng Yu eagerly engaged in a video call with Thunder. Upon hearing Deng Yu's description, the Thunder on that side erupted in laughter, advising you to refrain from such characterizations when you step outside, lest your commander be compelled to send you back tomorrow. Bai Ci, the party directly involved in the tumultuous events, arrived at the Fourth City, not pausing for even a moment, and, without having eaten, proceeded to the study with Hu to deliberate on matters of negotiation. The negotiation process, in truth, unfolded relatively smoothly. However, certain individuals from their alliance exhibited excessive greed, desiring more than what was reasonable, which momentarily stymied their discussions. After all, this was a matter concerning the entire alliance. They could not unilaterally alter the negotiation conditions based on a single disagreement from their military department. While they could forego the role of heroes within the alliance, they could not be seen as its villains. Yet, the Fourth City was primed for reconstruction, necessitating that the negotiations be concluded swiftly. It is no wonder that he seized every opportunity to express his grievances to Bai Ci. We have ample time for negotiations, yet our time to squander is quite limited, Bai Ci articulated succinctly, his mind wandering momentarily to ponder the situation on Xunyi's side. Let's negotiate the terms gradually. I will handle the Fourth City while you lead a contingent to the other cities. He promptly summoned maps of several other cities, noting that the first city was the farthest away. You may first take your team there to conduct an inspection. Afterward, you can proceed to the other cities, leaving a small squad to guard the first city. What we require now is action. Hong Yong and Ji Su can each lead a small team to stand watch. As for the negotiations, I shall devise a solution. Chapter 62. The impetuous little serpent and his protective keeper, Hu had contemplated these matters as well. Yet the Fourth City could not function without him, and it was insufficient to merely send someone for a cursory inspection of the other cities. Hu patted Bai Ci's shoulder. With so many personnel in our military department, it becomes apparent only when we are busy that many are absent. It is truly frustrating that Feng Decio's faction has dispatched individuals so ineffectively. Otherwise, our people would not be scattered across the globe for duty. With both combat and garrison drills ongoing, none could afford to be idle. Even Bai Ci's 7 days of leave were consumed with military affairs. His young partner had only just entered the evaluation grounds when General Chu dispatched him over, which made Yu feel somewhat embarrassed. I trust you to hold the fort here. Let us first examine the situations in the other cities, and once we finalize our route, I will immediately lead a team over. Given the limited conditions in the fourth city, Bai Ci and Yu spent a good portion of the day discussing matters while seated on wooden benches. When alone, Yu did not require much in terms of comfort and could make do, but with another person joining the deliberation, the place felt rather rudimentary. We should have someone prepare a table, he suggested. 2 hours later, Bai Ci stretched his neck. Honestly, I can't make do this way. Yu patted his shoulder. Let us have someone prepare it. We should first have a meal, as we be able to conclude our discussions in a short while. Here, mealtime also served as a respite. Bai Ci, preoccupied with thoughts of Xunyi, could only consult the system. Rest assured, host, your wife has sustained minor injuries, but they are not severe. She was merely pricked by some fruit leaves and had them crushed and applied. As the conversation continued, it was revealed that there remained 5 individuals in his wife's team: a brown bear, a scorpion with a thick black tail, and a dead leaf butterfly, each possessing unique abilities that surprisingly complemented one another. Bai Ci observed their collaborative efforts, yet his mind was preoccupied with concerns for Xunyi and the timeline of their return. According to the current pace, they were expected to emerge by the night of the day after tomorrow. Bai Ci, overwhelmed with his own responsibilities, could only spare moments to glean updates about Xunyi from the system. Eventually, news arrived that Xunyi had returned, escorted by General Chu. Engaging in playful activities with the general's child, Xunyi was completely absorbed in building with Lego. A phone call from Meng Changle disrupted his reverie. But upon recognizing the name, Xunyi promptly hung up, subsequently informing Chu Hong, who then scolded Meng Tianliang. Xunyi was taken to the military headquarters by General Chu to witness the thunder training. Bai Ci was aware of certain matters. General Chu, understanding Bai Ci's busy schedule, would regularly send updates regarding Xunyi. Often, upon returning from his own arduous tasks, Bai Ci would open his holographic device to find photos of Xunyi. During moments of leisure, he would engage in video calls with Xunyi, though he often found Xunyi to be busier than himself. Whether engrossed in training, learning techniques from Thunder, or lost in Lego creations, the updates from the system often conveyed more about Xunyi's daily activities than their quiet conversations did. After a month of relentless work with headquarters, Bai Ci found himself at an impasse, having failed to retract several unreasonable conditions despite his best efforts. It was under these circumstances that he received an unexpected message. Headquarters announced the cancellation of the reconstruction of the fourth city, opting instead to commence the construction of several other cities under the same conditions. The message originated from Zhao Duo. While Bai Ci had reason to trust him, he was nonetheless perplexed. The opposing side, the empire with whom he was negotiating, was unwilling to accept the conditions laid forth. With the same stipulations, their reluctance rendered the reconstruction efforts rather futile. Yet, despite his reservations, Bai Ci proceeded to discuss this with headquarters the following day. Not only did he engage in dialogue, but he also boldly applied for substantial funding, requesting the simultaneous reconstruction of 8 cities. Should the full amount be unattainable immediately, he was prepared to initiate work on 4 cities as a starting point. To his astonishment, Zhuyi, who had consistently dismissed his previous proposals, now hesitated. A sudden realization struck Bai Ci. While headquarters possessed the funds, Zhuyi and his associates were reluctant to allocate such a significant sum towards the construction of the 8 border cities. This revelation provided Bai Ci with a breakthrough. He negotiated with the empire, which, while unwilling to relinquish sovereignty over their border regions, expressed a willingness to sign a treaty prohibiting the use of weapons of mass destruction in attacks for the sake of the populace. Thus, the path to reconstruction was cleared. If headquarters lacked the funds, Bai Ci believed that a crowdfunding initiative across the entire alliance could be viable. Even a small contribution could lead to substantial progress. How could Zui Yuan and his cohort possibly agree to crowdfunding? Such an endeavor would undoubtedly necessitate being conducted under the auspices of their government. One cannot simply use the station military as a pretext. After all, if the military is to invest both resources and effort, what purpose does the government serve? However, even under their name, it remains unfeasible. The lavish banquets they host and their readiness to dispense funds whenever assistance is required are well known. Now, with the need to reconstruct their own cities, they find themselves devoid of finances and are compelled to solicit donations from the populace. Do they truly believe the people are fools? In this scenario, they would obtain none of their conditions, yet still take what they can, tarnishing their reputation in the process. It would be wiser to concede a bit, retract the unreasonable conditions proposed by Bai Ci, and focus on rebuilding one city at a time, as this might afford them another opportunity to retaliate. Bai Ci unexpectedly received a piece of news that resolved a long-standing dilemma, allowing him to return earlier than anticipated. He received the news that a peace treaty would be signed the following day, officially announcing the commencement of reconstruction for the fourth city across the entire alliance. Excited, he immediately called Bai Ci, showering him with praise as if it were free, leaving Bai Ci at a loss for words in response, only able to remain silent. He exclaimed, "Brother, Bai Gu, you are truly remarkable. Do you realize what the reconstruction of the fourth city signifies? It symbolizes the culmination of our years of struggle against the Hawks. We have triumphed. It means my brother can come home. Hiyu's brother, Hiwei, is a distinguished colonel who has long been stationed away from home. The last time he returned was during a report last year, where he spent the first day presenting his findings, only to leave the following morning after a brief reunion with family." Bai Ci understood Hiyu's excitement, but couldn't help but inquire, "When will you be back?" It had been a month since he last saw Xunyi, and now that his mission was accomplished, he was eager to return. Hiyu seemed to sense his thoughts, reassuring him, "I have already arranged for someone to bring you back. I will arrive tonight. You can rest easy." He initially contemplated treating Bai Ci to a meal upon his return, but ultimately decided to wait until they were back in the capital. Upon hearing that the arrangements were made, Bai Ci nodded, advising, "Be cautious when signing the contract. Do not let Zui Yuan and his associates pull any tricks. As for the subsequent matters," he paused, "we shall discuss them upon your return." Chapter 63. The impetuous little snake and his protective keeper Bai Ci, feeling anxious, hurried back to the capital city, knowing that Xunyi would also return home that afternoon. He arrived home in the dead of night, expecting Xunyi to be asleep at this hour. To his surprise, as he opened the door, he found Xunyi sitting on the sofa, nodding off with fatigue. Upon hearing the door open, Xunyi leisurely turned around, and upon seeing Bai Ci, he exclaimed, "You're back." After uttering those words, he suddenly perked up, eyes wide, and repeated, "Ah, you're back." Bai Ci couldn't help but chuckle at the contrast between this moment and the Xunyi he had seen on video, who had been too preoccupied with building Lego to pay him any mind. "Indeed, I have returned," Bai Ci replied. "Why haven't you gone inside to rest?" He had just woken up, drank some water, and noticed that it was almost time for his appointment, so he decided to wait there. "Xunyi market." Bai Ci glanced at the tea table, where a nearly full cup of water sat, clearly filled not for drinking. Rather than expose Xunyi's pretense, Bai Ci changed his shoes and crouched down before Xunyi, scrutinizing the youth before him. After more than a month apart, Xunyi seemed to have grown taller and changed in appearance. "You've changed," he said, pinching Xunyi's cheek playfully. Xunyi slapped Bai Ci's hand away and stared at him for a long moment. "What are you staring at?" Bai Ci asked. Xunyi shook his head, waited for about half a minute, then opened his arms to embrace Bai Ci's neck. "Your eyes are so red. Have you not rested well? Or is your mental state in disarray again?" he inquired, though he was already climbing onto Bai Ci's lap. "Do you still have to report to the military tomorrow? Let me comfort you, so you can rest well tonight." After a brief silence, he added, "I'm feeling much better now. I can provide comfort effectively." Bai Ci, still clad in his military uniform, had no time to change, and Xunyi didn't mind the dirt. "Bai Ci batted Xunyi lightly." explaining that his red eyes were due to several sleepless nights. Your previous mental soothing had a significant effect. I'm not feeling any issues now. He continued. I returned from the fourth city covered in dust. You don't seem to mind, but after holding me for a while, how will you sleep? Despite his words, he did not release Xunyi, carrying him back to the bedroom and placing him by the bed. Wait for me a moment. Xunyi, too tired, looked up at Bai Ci for a moment before slowly loosening his grip, urging him lightly, it's getting late. Go wash up quickly while I change into my sleepwear. Just sleep once you change, don't wait for me. Seeing him so exhausted, Bai Ci couldn't bear to make a move. He went straight to the wardrobe and fetched a set of sleepwear. You change, I'll go take a shower. He expected that by the time he finished bathing, Xunyi would be asleep. To his surprise, when he emerged, he found Xunyi, still wrapped in steam, yawning and waiting for him. Bai Ci chuckled as he approached. If you're this tired, just sleep. I'm only taking a shower. I won't be long. Xunyi closed his eyes and patted Bai Ci's pillow. Too fatigued to utter another word, merely seeking comfort. Though utterly drained, he remained preoccupied with the thought of soothing Bai Ci's mental state. Bai Ci would not allow Xunyi to exert himself further. He pulled him into his embrace and lay down with him. Let us comfort each other and sleep. His mental state truly was fine. He was not merely speaking to reassure Xunyi. While he spoke of providing comfort, he began to soothe Xunyi instead. Xunyi's mental state was certainly stable, but with Bai Ci's comforting presence, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. After insisting for so long that he would provide comfort to Bai Ci, he succumbed to sleep with a soft protest, surrendering to the tranquility. Bai Ci was indeed weary, but witnessing Xunyi sleep so soundly filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction, as if he could soothe all his emotions. He pressed a gentle kiss to Xunyi's forehead, adjusted the blanket, and closed his eyes. As he had to report to the military department the next day, Bai Ci quietly rose early in the morning. When he got up, Xunyi was still asleep. Upon finishing his morning routine, he found Xunyi sitting up in bed, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. This rare sight prompted Bai Ci to approach him quietly and observe. I'm merely contemplating, not dozing off, Xunyi said, opening one eye and appearing still half asleep. Your contemplative demeanor is quite unusual, Bai Ci chuckled, then inquired, why sit up to ponder? You could lie down and think leisurely. There's no rush to rise. Xunyi had successfully passed the elite team's application and assessments, and in 2 months, he would formally commence a 3-year intensive training program. Calculating the time, a month had already elapsed, meaning there was less than a month left before he and Xunyi would be separated for 3 years. The pleasant feelings from holding Xunyi the previous night were suddenly dampened. I'm done contemplating. Let's head to the military department, Xunyi stated. So early? Bai Ci glanced at the clock. It was not yet 6. The early hour was due to his late return the previous night, and some reports were still unprepared. General Chu was accommodating, and it wouldn't be an issue to verbally summarize the reports, but with others present at the military department, he and General Chu could afford to be casual, while in a larger crowd, decorum was necessary. He was busy, while Xunyi was not. It's only 5:40. You can sleep a little longer, Bai Ci suggested, thinking Xunyi had misread the time. The vision of a snake may falter, Xunyi replied, regaining his wits. But my sight is quite good. I wouldn't misinterpret the time. If you haven't misread the time, you ought to know that going to the military department at this hour. Bai Ci began, but then suddenly felt inspired. You want to accompany me? Initially posed as a question, his tone grew firm as he spoke. Xunyi did not disappoint. He readily admitted, indeed, with less than a month before my intensive training begins, I wish to seize the time to comfort you. Bai Ci, taken aback by this response, thought to himself that even if his mental state were fragile, there was no need to rush, especially since it had not deteriorated to that extent. I appreciate your kindness, but there is truly no need to be so urgent about soothing my mental state. Bai Ci said. Xunyi scrutinized Bai Ci, then dissatisfied beckoned him closer. Bai Ci obediently approached and leaned down. Xunyi grasped Bai Ci's arm for support, lifted himself slightly, and planted a kiss on Bai Ci's cheek. Bai Ci was momentarily stunned by the unexpected sweetness. Yuning, Xunyi. Soothing the mind requires hugs and kisses. Although I cannot lift you, as I'm still too small for more intimate gestures. Here, a kiss to tide you over. With that, he nestled back into his pillow, adding, now I shall return to sleep. May your report go smoothly. In a moment of silence, Bai Ci, who had yet to utter a word, found himself kissing his own cheek, yearning for slumber. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have roused the person beside him. Yet the thought of Xunyi's tender age and the fact that he had only recently regained his health softened Bai Ci's heart. Observing Sun, he nestled within the covers. He hesitated before gently turning the boy's head towards him, planting a kiss on his cheek in a gesture of reciprocity. Sun, he lifted a hand to shoo him away, prompting a chuckle from Bai Ci, who teased him for his lack of gratitude. Chapter 64. The fiery little snake and his overprotective keeper, Bai Ci, arrived early at the military headquarters, where the new recruits were engaged in morning training. Noticing Bai Ci, the sergeant greeted him with a salute. Commander Bai, welcome back. Although Bai Ci had just returned, news of his personal prowess persuading the main faction had already spread throughout the entire Alliance's headquarters, not to mention within military. Unaware that many viewed him as the next commander-in-chief following his recent outing, Bai Ci exchanged a few casual remarks before attending to his own tasks. His early arrival had quickly circulated within the military, and just as he finished preparing a report, Lei Ting, draped in his military coat, arrived with Huoli in tow. Bai Ci had little reaction upon seeing Lei Ting, as he was accustomed to Lei Ting being the first to seek him out during his early visits. However, he was surprised to find Huoli accompanying him. Huoli followed closely behind Lei Ting, greeting him politely, Commander Bai. Bai Ci glanced at Lei Ting before returning his attention to Huoli, replying, hello. After their exchanges, he turned back to Lei Ting, who remained silent, yet seemed to convey a multitude of questions. Lei Ting settled into a chair and remarked, it's good to have you back. Please assist me in formulating a combat plan based on the recruits who passed this assessment. Bai Ci regarded him quizzically. Do you have no sense of decency? I've barely had 4 hours of sleep since returning, and you're already assigning me work? Lei Ting replied, it's not that I'm seeking you out specifically. He gestured towards Huoli, your son Yi, Huoli, Mao Yuliang, and Li Ming, 5 individuals in their team, 4 of whom are small biological species. As you know, previously, larger individuals would lead capable smaller ones. However, with their recent emergence, a directive was issued to revise the specialized training content, demanding that the training maintain its previous quality while discovering the cooperative capabilities of freely matched teams. Bai Ci had not received this information. Sun Yi had failed to mention it, and General Chu had not updated him either. Lei Ting raked his fingers through his hair in frustration and continued. You know that my specialized training content is wholly inadequate for them. The demands have been overwhelming. Do you have any idea how I've been faring this past month? Take those 5 who freely grouped together, for instance. I need to pair Sun Yi with Huoli for 2 days of intensive training. Then pair Sun Yi with Li Ming. After testing each pair, I must assess the collaboration of 3- and 4-person combinations. It is maddening. A total of 249 recruits have passed this year. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this workload? Bai Ci responded, the idea is sound. Yet the approach is far too crude. Is it not possible for the system to compute the compatibility among the trainees? Why resort to such antiquated methods? Indeed, it can compute, yet the results are often inaccurate. The speaker, Huoli, noted that the system calculated a mere 20% compatibility between Sun Yi and himself, whereas in reality, they collaborated exceptionally well during the assessment. Lei Ting remarked, indeed, hence I took the 2 of them to the most challenging final assessment, where they endured for 2 days. Neither can be considered formidable. On the first day, they perished 46 times during training, with the longest survival lasting less than 20 minutes. Despite Sun Yi's apparent lack of intellect, even Bai Ci found it difficult to praise such a performance, which was, frankly, to be expected. Lei Ting began to tug at his hair, acknowledging the normalcy of the situation. The crucial detail lies in the following day. These 2 individuals spent the night researching and returned the next day, managing to endure 4.5 hours in the assessment, despite the system indicating a mere 20% compatibility. Two individuals who had not undergone specialized training persevered for 4.5 hours in the final assessment. What does that signify? If one were to place the top graduates from military academies into that environment for a day, would they be able to last that long the next day? Bai Ci, seated in his chair behind the desk, remained silent, his astonishment no less than that of Lei Ting. While it is conceivable that the talented individuals from outside could endure, it must be acknowledged that it is indeed a daunting challenge. Lei Ting composed himself, recognizing his excitement. However, it was difficult not to be thrilled. He had submitted the video recordings of the two to General Chu, who, after viewing them in the morning, had developed blisters on his lips by afternoon. Bai Ci remarked, "Brother, if we are to perish, let us perish together. You're not the only one devising a new combat strategy. All operational officers, training officers, and commanders are engaged. Had you not been on your way back last night, you would have received the news by now." Bai Ci found himself lacking in new strategies. The current specialized training had been meticulously refined by generations of veterans to reach this level. Otherwise, the elite ability team would not be the object of so many aspirations. "I believe the combat plan need not be altered," Bai Ci mused, glancing at Huo Li, his thoughts consumed by Xunyi. "Are we truly to resort to exhaustive methods?" Lei Ting was astounded. The Alliance Military's mathematics group cannot be taken lightly. Even if one were to threaten him, he would not transition from a training officer to the head of the mathematics group. Bai Ci was not jesting. Using Xunyi as an example was not feasible. So he directed his attention to Huo Li. "Based on your capabilities demonstrated during the assessment, if you were to form a team to challenge the final assessment, whom would you choose?" Huo Li replied, "The first Black Panther that emerged, Xunyi from our team, along with the brown bear Mao Yu Liang and the dried leaf butterfly Li Meng. I am not familiar with the others." Bai Ci inquired, "Do you believe such a team could succeed? The devilish training will have them training together for 3 years, where they will come to understand one another thoroughly. Even then, few manage to emerge victorious. Do they not recognize the suitable individuals to form a team? Why, then, do you believe your choice is correct? It is not due to understanding. Your premise is the final assessment. I, alongside Xunyi, have undergone this ultimate evaluation. Thus, I comprehend how to select what would be most advantageous for me. Should your premise involve combat against military academy personnel, I would undoubtedly choose Mao Yu Liang. Conversely, if it were merely a contest, Mao Yu Liang would certainly not select me." Huo Li's words were sufficiently clear. Bai Ci turned to glance at Lei Ting, understanding the implication. The content of the special training poses no issues, and the combat plan need not be altered. Certain individuals may prove beneficial in specific scenarios, yet may become a liability in others. Each year, those eliminated in the final assessment are not devoid of remarkable capabilities. Sometimes, it is merely a momentary lapse in judgment or an unexpected physical ailment. The elite ability team seeks individuals of versatile talents. Should failure occur, even with compatible teammates, it is simply unavoidable. Bai Ci spoke with stark resolve. The elite team may lose one capable individual, but it cannot afford to let a slacker infiltrate. They undertake the most perilous missions, where a single misstep could spell disaster for the entire team. Hence, I see no need for modification. However, the military would lose many exceptional talents if this approach persists. Huo Li, twisting his fingers, sought to advocate for himself, citing the example of their quintet. "Do you not require our abilities for the dangerous missions you mentioned?" Bai Ci replied, "You are correct. Hence General Chu is troubled." He smiled at Huo Li's back and continued, "Therefore, the combat content requires no alteration, nor does the assessment need changing. We simply need to add another evaluation." Chapter 65, The Irritable Little Snake and His Overprotective Keeper. Huo Li turned to follow Bai Ci's gaze and beheld Xunyi standing there. Lei Ting, distressed at seeing Xunyi and Huo Li together, hastily averted his eyes and faced Bai Ci. "Your reasoning is sound. There are others in the military who share your perspective. Everyone recognizes that talent is rare. When do you propose we conduct this assessment?" He inhaled deeply, continuing, "For instance, take the two at the door. If they pass the assessment, all is well. But if they fail, who could deem that anything but a loss? Go ahead. Propose how this assessment should be augmented. I will seek individuals for trials." It was evident that Lei Ting was genuinely on the verge of madness from recent tribulations. He had even come to find Bai Ci without shaving that morning. Let us postpone the trials. Complete your report first, and I shall assist you with the evaluations. Bai Ci's intentions were not purely altruistic. He feared that Lei Ting's current state might hinder his training of Xunyi. Go take a good rest. Simply summon Sun Yi and Hua Li to me, and I should not have anything of great importance thereafter. Once you finish training, you can directly send the concepts to General Chu via video. Bro, Lei Ting exclaimed, springing up. From now on, you should be my real brother. We can postpone the gratitude for now. I will thank you once I awaken from my slumber. Bai Ci waved his hand, gesturing as Sun Yi had earlier, urging him to leave swiftly. With Lei Ting gone, Sun Yi and Hua Li remained at the entrance. Bai Ci rose and approached Sun Yi, pulling him along. All right, let's find a place to sit. No, I should not sit. Hua Li waved his hand, stating that the Thunder Training Officer had summoned him to see if he could inspire Commander Bai. Now that he had departed, he would return as well. Bai Ci had little to say to him and did not attempt to stop him. Instead, he simply informed the recent trainees to be prepared. I should be back before noon, and I will have Sun Yi notify you all to wait for me at the training ground. Wuli Nudda, promising to relay the message and ensure an early arrival. After Hua Li left, Bai Ci pulled Sun Yi onto his lap. Sun Yi remarked, but there are chairs available. Bai Ci replied, just hold me for a moment. There's so much on my mind. When I cannot see you, it is bearable, but upon seeing you, I feel weary in both body and spirit. I long to take you home. Thunder had been relentlessly taxing. He had not had a moment's respite. Sensing Bai Ci's fatigue, Sun Yi hesitated before turning to embrace him. Is your mental state troubling you? Bai Ci responded, please refrain from constantly worrying about my mental state. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Before returning, he had thought that regardless of the circumstances, he would be able to embrace Sun Yi and find peace for a month. However, he discovered that this tranquility was merely superficial. The responsibilities still awaited him. Sun Yi recalled the words he had overheard at the door. Are you truly going to take this on yourself? The Thunder Training Officer was utterly exhausted because of it. It's all right. I will handle it, Bai Ci said, resting his forehead on Sun Yi's shoulder. This was an opportunity, otherwise he might not see Sun Yi for 3 years. Though this statement was somewhat exaggerated, he would still be able to see him as a commander, occasionally providing guidance. If he were the designer of the new assessment, it would be different. He could apply to become an inspector, thereby allowing him to visit Sun Yi under the pretext of improving the assessment. Do you need my assistance with anything today? Sun Yi inquired. Bai Ci pondered for a moment before responding, my collaboration with Hua Li is satisfactory, although this is not the final assessment venue. The challenges we face are of equal difficulty, and the Thunder Training Officer has noted significant progress in both of us. Bai Ci shook his head, no need. Your primary objective today is to observe others. Tomorrow, you will be required to work with Hua Li. Consider today a day off. Sun Yi paused for a while, expressing, I can't shake the feeling that you are using your position to favor me, but I have no proof. Perhaps you should reconsider, so others do not perceive it that way. Bai Ci lifted his head from Sun Yi's shoulder, saying, you are already under my wing. Am I not allowed to show you some favoritism? Sun Yi looked at him in shock. Bai Ci indeed favored Sun Yi if he were devoid of selfishness. He would not have taken on this responsibility. Noticing the disapproving expression on Sun Yi's face, he smiled, acknowledging that favoritism certainly existed, though it was not absolute. He had committed to the Thunder Officer and was obligated to assist in the endeavor. Soon, individuals from the military department would be arriving, and he needed to prepare for the report once they were gathered. Should there be nothing pressing, you may rest here with me. You could sleep at home, but it seems you have not rested for long. Sun Yi asked, would you care to lie down with me for a while? Bai Ci's fatigue was not as pronounced as Thunder's, but it was evident upon closer observation. He gently brushed away Bai Ci's faint dark circles. Recently, the Thunder's training officer had been tormented by the intensive training, and even though he was not directly suffering, he felt far from well. Bai Ci was the first person in this world to show kindness to Sun Yi. He had thought that with his family's dire situation, he would simply resign himself to fate. To his utter surprise, Bai Ci had brought him back and even forged a bond with him. Thanks to Bai Ci, he had found a home and the only family he could claim. Now he had entered the military, where he was cared for by an elder and had made friends who shared his ambition of joining the military. Xunyi quietly assisted Bai Ci in soothing his mental energy. He was aware that Bai Ci's mental state was sound. He merely wished to help him relax. As Bai Ci sensed Xunyi's subtle gestures, he discerned the gradual emergence of Xunyi's tender feelings towards him through those not-so-obvious actions. He secretly smiled while holding Xunyi. At such a heartwarming moment, 0001 also chimed in, exclaiming, "How wonderful! This child was not raised in vain." Bai Ci retorted, "You previously described him as a failure." 0001 countered, "That was an estimation made by the system based on a scenario where only Zhao-Duo existed and you did not." Bai Ci replied, "Then why not let in more individuals like Zhao-Duo? That would alleviate my burdens." 0001 explained, "You refer to a situation where we have complete autonomy in gathering data, but currently, Zhao-Duo was designed by your wife. Since she's trapped in the mental realm, the fact that Zhao-Duo's persona has not collapsed there is a testament to the efforts of the researchers outside. Why do you still complain?" Bai Ci was left speechless. Indeed, he had come to the mental realm to rescue Xunyi precisely because Zhao-Duo informed him that the research on autonomous collection was not yet fully developed. He was overwhelmed with a desire to escape work. Xunyi believed he was subtly comforting Bai Ci. So they sat together for a while until someone outside called for him, saying that many had already gathered at General Chu's location, and they were waiting for him to report. Reluctantly, he released Xunyi. "I must be off now. If you can rest, please do. If not, find something to occupy yourself. I will head directly to headquarters and inform you in advance when I return." Xunyi nodded. "Go ahead, don't worry about me. I am quite familiar with the military." Chapter 66. The impulsive little snake and his protective keeper Bai Ci's report was rather unremarkable. In the fourth city, he was primarily in charge, and a detailed report would have to wait until he returned. Nevertheless, he still busied himself for half a day on both fronts. When he called Xunyi, he found that Xunyi was with Huoli. It was evident that Xunyi would not take a break. He was likely researching strategies to tackle the upcoming assessments with Huoli. Upon returning to the military training ground, Bai Ci found that many were already waiting inside. Thanks to Xunyi's prior notification, apart from the 5 familiar faces from Xunyi's team, the team of the Sleek Black Panther was also present. There were several other teams he had not paid much attention to, but anyone who emerged from the assessment ground was certainly not foolish, so he spoke candidly. "I am Bai Ci, your commander for the past few days. Unlike Thunder, the specialized training I provide is not for my benefit, but for your own development. Following each session, you will be required to select your teammates, with each individual granted 2 opportunities to make their choice. Teammates cannot refuse. So, who will step forward first?" As Bai Ci conducted the specialized training, Thunder arrived after a lengthy slumber. "How'd it go? Was it successful?" Bai Ci gestured toward the individuals in the training arena. This was Sun Qian's second selection. He had initially chosen Mao Yuliang, and the two had endured 5 minutes together. This time, he opted for the weakest Li Meng, and they had been inside for 20 minutes now. This is merely specialized training, not the final assessment. Compared to Xunyi and Huoli, such performance is hardly remarkable. Nevertheless, the ability to extend from 5 minutes to 20, despite the 2 selection opportunities, signifies a breakthrough. Thunder seemed to glimpse hope. "So, it truly proves beneficial?" Bai Ci replied, "I wouldn't say it is entirely effective, but a second attempt will undoubtedly yield improvement, as long as you have made it this far. The existing assessments need not be altered, and developing new evaluations is no simple task. Given the current individuals present, formulating assessments suitable for a broader audience is unattainable. I cannot predict the extent of what can be achieved. I can only strive to improve and submit it afterward. With so many individuals more capable than us involved, refinement is assured. Do not place undue pressure on yourself." Bai Ci urged Thunder, "Do not burden yourself, nor impose stress on him. He can be busy, but he must not be perpetually occupied. He has a wife." Suddenly confronted with additional responsibilities, Bai Ci found no respite upon his return. Fortunately, Xunyi and the others had yet to commence their specialized training. If necessary, he would summon them to assist in formulating the new assessments. If not, Xunyi would remain by his side. Having his wife accompany him during work was indeed comforting. Comforting it was, yet it did not last long. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Xunyi was soon to embark on a 3-year specialized training program. Xunyi was departing. Yet Bai Ci's application had yet to be approved. He still had tasks to complete in his current position and was uncertain how long the wait would be. Unaware of when the approval might arrive, Bai Ci refrained from mentioning it to Xunyi. Should the application be denied, there would be no disappointment from unfulfilled expectations. On the eve of Xunyi's departure for specialized training, Bai Ci canceled all his engagements for the following morning. He had initially planned to visit headquarters regarding his application, but doing so would prevent him from seeing Xunyi off. If his application were rejected, he would not see Xunyi for the next 3 years. Xunyi was oblivious to the matter of Bai Ci's application, mistakenly believing he was preoccupied with other commitments. If you are pressed for time, you need not feel obligated to see me off. I am not a child going to kindergarten. I want to get lost. It's not about fearing you'll get lost. Bai Ci replied, though it was their final night together, unlike other couples who might cling to each other. Bai Ci and Xunyi seemed to be engaged in a mundane discussion about what to eat the following day. Xunyi sat on the sofa, perusing his light brain, filled with messages of encouragement from those he had recently met. He typically did not check his light brain, but took this opportunity to respond to each message as he conversed with Bai Ci. Bai Ci suddenly adopted a serious tone. Xunyi lifted his gaze. Bai Ci, when I am out, I may not be able to reach you promptly if you find yourself in need. Remember, do not allow yourself to be harmed. If someone truly intends to bully you, retaliate. I will bear the consequences for you, so you need not worry about anything else. Rest assured. Xunyi remarked that he could overlook the transgressions of those older than him, but he felt no obligation to indulge those of his own age. Bai Ci was concerned about Xunyi being bullied, while Xunyi worried about Bai Ci's mental state deteriorating. Would you like to give me a kiss? Xunyi pondered for a moment before asking earnestly. What? Bai Ci replied. I will be gone for 3 years. If I manage to endure that duration, it means I will be unable to soothe your mental state for 3 years. He added, anxious that Bai Ci might refuse. You need not fret over my health. I am quite well, as you know. I would not wish for a day to arrive during training when I am summoned to attend to you due to a collapse of your mental state. Bai Ci was not inclined to decline Xunyi's request, yet he felt compelled to argue a little. Setting aside the efficacy of your previous attempts at soothing me, the military does have treatment rooms. Where would I collapse? Xunyi raised an eyebrow. The treatment room applies pressure. If that fails, one still requires someone to provide comfort. If you were willing to accept help from others, you would have done so already. What need have I in that case? Bai Ci conceded, momentarily silenced by Xunyi's words. Xunyi continued, moreover, if I can ensure your well-being, I can train with peace of mind, unburdened by worries of your troubles. Worried about me? Are you being absurd? Bai Ci chuckled. If you truly care, then strive to mature swiftly. He was a normal adult, embracing Xunyi each night. Although he understood Xunyi was still young, he occasionally could not help but display reactions of affection. Sometimes he thought, after all, he was his partner. What did it matter if he was a bit younger? Yet, each time he held Xunyi close, his heart softened. Xunyi was still too lean. The growing boy had little time to rest, needing to learn skills from Thunder and study battle videos on his mind computer. Each time Xunyi said nothing, Bai Ci found excuses to feel sympathy for him. Just wait a little longer. Xunyi is mine and cannot escape. There is no need to rush or be too harsh on a youth like him. Xunyi assessed Bai Ci's physique before glancing down at his own. I believe I'm growing quite rapidly. I eat a fair amount and am not overly picky. My height continues to increase, yet I hardly gain weight. Bai Ci felt as if he were committing a crime. I did not mean it that way, he explained. You are still young, in the midst of growth. And with a significant amount of physical activity, it is normal not to gain weight now. You will grow into your frame in due time. Will I reach this physique eventually? Xunyi asked, hesitating. Bai Ci considered for a moment before responding, perhaps that is possible. Noticing Xunyi's expression of gradual disappointment, he quickly amended, is certainly possible. Young people require encouragement, If he fails to develop in the future, he can endure a reprimand then. There is no need to undermine Xunyi's confidence at this moment. Chapter 67. The irritable little snake and his protective keeper Sun inquired of Bai Ci whether he desired a kiss. And that evening he profoundly experienced the essence of regret. Bai Ci offered Sun no chance to evade, ensnaring him between himself and the bed, indulging in a fervent kiss that left Sun breathless. As the kiss lingered, Sun, unaccustomed to such fervor, found himself overwhelmed, pushing against Bai Ci's shoulders, questioning, "Wasn't this too much?" Bai Ci nuzzled Xunyi's nose, stating without pause, "I adore you, I relish holding you, I cherish kissing you. If you weren't so young, I would yearn for even more intimate encounters. So may I continue?" With breath unsteady, Sun exhaled softly, conceding, "You may kiss me, but not so fiercely." "Is this fierce?" Sun glared, his expression far more formidable than Bai Ci's. "Let me go." Bai Ci retorted, "Will you not soothe me?" Contemplating the next 3 years. Sun wavered again. Bai Ci placed a gentle peck upon Xunyi's lips, softening his demeanor. "May I continue?" Sun, his eyes flushed, replied, "Be gentle. It's not as if I'm forbidding you." Though he spoke of permissiveness, the force of his hands belied his words. Bai Ci grasped Xunyi's hands, saying, "Your actions suggest I'm bullying you." Xunyi muttered, "Do not speak as if you aren't," with plans to depart the following morning for rigorous training. Xunyi's imminent absence weighed heavily on Bai Ci. He could not bear the thought of Sun appearing at training with dark circles under his eyes. He embraced Sun, kissing him repeatedly, assuring, "All right, I will not trouble you. Please rest well, otherwise, it may affect your training tomorrow." Bai Ci doubted that Sun would return on his first day. He simply wished not to become a burden to him. As he attempted to rise from Xunyi's embrace, he found the sight of Sun's reddened eyes irresistible, compelling him to continue. Sun, holding Bai Ci's hand, ventured, "If you're still unsatisfied, I could grant you another minute." With a hint of blush adorning his neck, Sun dared not meet Bai Ci's gaze, focusing instead on his Adam's apple. "To soothe you while holding you requires concentration. However, kissing you requires no effort to provide comfort," he added, casting a furtive glance at Bai Ci. "Moreover, such comfort is mutual. When you kiss me, I may struggle to breathe, yet afterward, I feel quite at ease." Bai Ci, understanding his unspoken words, felt emboldened. He was not one to suppress his desires, and Xunyi's admission only fueled his ardor. He tilted Xunyi's chin, refusing to accept denial, and kissed him once more. "Training is a matter for tomorrow. We shall address it then. I believe in your ability to adjust your state of mind." Having previously restrained himself, Bai Ci now offered Sun no opportunity for regret. Overwhelmed by the kiss, Sun found himself unable to push Bai Ci away or articulate his refusal. Ultimately, in a moment of surrender, he transformed into his true form and burrowed beneath the covers. As Bai Ci was tenderly embracing, he suddenly realized that in the midst of this affection, his beloved had vanished. For a fleeting moment, he was utterly bewildered. Then, with a sense of helplessness, he lifted the quilt and extracted Sun from its depths. With a serious demeanor, he admonished, "It is you I wish to embrace. It is you who fled after the kiss. Where did you learn to flirt without regard for the consequences?" Sun squirmed and struggled, even turning to nip at Bai Ci, resolutely refusing any further affection. Bai Ci let out a deep sigh, conceding, "Very well, my dear ancestor, you are indeed my cherished ancestor." He placed Sun back under the quilt, giving it a gentle pat. "If you refuse my affection, then rest quickly, lest I deny you sleep." Once released, Sun swiftly burrowed back beneath the covers, eliciting a bemused smile from Bai Ci. "Just wait until you grow up." The following day, Bai Ci rose earlier than even on days filled with tasks. After preparing breakfast for Sun and placing it in the pot, he realized that there was little else to occupy his time. The combat uniforms would be distributed in the training area, and personal belongings were strictly prohibited. Thus, there was no need for a suitcase. Bai Ci packed a small backpack for Sun and then found himself at a loss for further activity. He wandered to the balcony, gazing at the scenery for an extended period. The dawn was just breaking, the sun not yet fully risen. As this luxurious community was exclusive to the military, many were already awake, some were jogging, others stretching, and they exchanged nods and greetings upon meeting. Xunyi's forthcoming life would likely mirror this, perhaps even more arduous. At that moment, Bai Ci felt a flicker of regret. He was certainly capable of providing for Xunyi. All he wished was to protect him and ensure he lived a peaceful life, without subjecting him to unnecessary hardships. "Why are you awake so early?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Bai Ci turned, not answering Xunyi's inquiry, but instead questioning, "What brings you up at this hour? Once today passes, there will be no further opportunities for slumber. You ought to cherish it." Xunyi shook his head. "I've been frequenting the military lately. I've grown accustomed to it." Bai Ci stepped closer. "You've never risen this early even when visiting the military." "It's still quite early." Likely he had awakened, opened his eyes to find himself elsewhere, and recalled his reporting duty today, which prevented him from returning to sleep. "I prepared some steamed dumplings for you, but I didn't expect you to rise so early. They may not be ready yet." He gently nudged Xunyi back toward the bedroom and went to freshen up, stating, "I'll check on them." With that, he turned toward the kitchen. "Bai Ci." Bai Ci halted in his tracks. It was rare for Xunyi to address him so formally, with such earnestness, compelling him to meet Xunyi's gaze with equal seriousness. Xunyi continued, "I had a dream last night, one in which I was absent, and you encountered significant troubles." He pressed his lips together, as if steeling himself. "I don't necessarily need to join an elite team. I've simply spent so much time in the Seventh City that I have developed a longing for the military. As you know, the less one possesses, the more one desires." Bai Ci interrupted him. Just moments ago, he had pondered why he should allow Xunyi to venture to such a place. Yet now he stood here, calmly advising him, "Pursue whatever you wish. I have vowed not to let you suffer. You shall not endure hardship while under my care." He did not come over, but stood at the bedroom door, gazing intently at Xunyi, stating in a measured tone, "Setting aside the dreams you've had, if my capabilities were to match those within your dreams, then it is only a matter of time before your dream becomes reality. Therefore, pursue your aspirations. I can protect you, and I can also safeguard myself, so rest assured." Xunyi observed Bai Ci as the sky outside gradually brightened. The curtains in the bedroom remained drawn, yet a luminous glow enveloped the space behind Bai Ci. "Bai Ci," Xunyi said, locking eyes with him. "At this moment, you resemble a deity. Not merely in this instant, but from the very moment he entered Xunyi's life. He had assumed the role of a god." Chapter 68. The impetuous little snake and his protective keeper. The number of individuals reporting for special training was markedly fewer than on the day of the preliminary assessment. Bai Ci escorted Xunyi to the entrance, grappling with the urge to speak but at a loss for words. Advising him to stay safe and avoid injury seemed utterly futile. Xunyi was there for special training, not a summer camp. Injuries were, without a doubt, a common occurrence. Ultimately, all he could muster was a simple, "Good luck." Xunyi appeared well cared for, his complexion rosy and radiant. Bai Ci stood before him, the entrance to the training area looming behind. He ruffled Xunyi's hair, noting its newfound softness. "I'm about to go in. Is this all you wish to say to me?" Xunyi stepped closer, questioning, "Have you nothing else to convey? If you don't, I shall truly take my leave. I have things to say, but I am uncertain how to articulate them." Bai Ci, clad in military attire, felt out of place among the families. "I want to tell you to take care of yourself. Heed the training officer's advice. Avoid injuries and illness. If you find it too challenging, you may return. I will not mock you, nor will I criticize you." "Then why not say it?" Bai Ci replied, "Because it would be in vain. You will care for yourself. Heed the officer's guidance, and injuries or illnesses are beyond your control. Even if you struggle, you will persist, and you certainly will not return. You see, I know you quite well." Xunyi nodded in agreement. "You understand me, but there is still a slight gap." "What gap?" Bai Ci inquired. "If you were to ask me to return, I would indeed come back." Bai Ci's breath caught in his throat. Xunyi seemed oblivious to the weight of his words. "In 3 years, I will be of age. When I return, if you have no intention of dissolving our bond, might we not consider marriage?" Each direct statement pierced Bai Ci's heart with a sweet ache. Do you still wish to depart? He stepped forward and embraced Xunyi. From the moment you arose this morning, your words suggest you truly want me to prevent your departure. Xunyi tilted his head in Bai Ci's embrace. What have I said? You have said little. It is my own composure that falters. Bai Ci released Xunyi. All right, go inside. Should Xunyi utter anything further, Bai Ci feared he would be unable to restrain himself from keeping him there. His resolve was not as steadfast as he wished. Train diligently. When you emerge, we shall go to headquarters to obtain our certificate. You know what I wish to convey, so take care of yourself. Moreover, Bai Ci paused, leaning closer to whisper, if possible, do not develop feelings for anyone else. Remember, I am waiting for you. In the eyes of others, the commander possessed remarkable abilities, yet before Xunyi, he secretly urged him not to take a liking to anyone else. Xunyi's ears flushed crimson, and he attempted to maintain a fierce facade. Do you have anything of substance to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. Bai Ci wished to assert that what he had mentioned was indeed serious. Yet he feared it would only make Xunyi more embarrassed. Nothing more, go ahead, he replied, prompting Xunyi to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back, declaring, I truly am leaving. Bai Ci nodded, then go. For Bai Ci, watching Xunyi's silhouette fade away was a commonplace occurrence, as he had often accompanied Xunyi to work in the past. Initially, he found the thought of a 3-year separation somewhat unbearable, yet now, as he awaited Xunyi's entry, it felt as if 3 years were but a trivial matter. Once Xunyi had entered, Bai Ci turned ahead to the military headquarters. His application had been submitted some time ago, and the response he received requested his presence at headquarters that morning. Glancing at the time, he realized it was too late to reach headquarters, but he could still return to the military. Moreover, he had taken the entirety of the morning off, and ordinarily, there was nothing pressing that required his attention today. Upon returning to the military, he had barely settled when he was abruptly whisked away by Deng Yu. Let us talk, no pulling and tugging, he said. Deng Yu exclaimed, boss, someone from headquarters has arrived. Bai Ci dismissed it with indifference. Visitors from headquarters were a frequent occurrence. Why the excitement? He inquired. It's not me who's excited. He's here to see you, Deng Yu replied, practically bubbling with enthusiasm. The visitor was Zhao, who claimed he had come to present a significant gift to their military department. Bai Ci halted in his tracks. Once again, Zhao sought him out, this time with an offering for the military. What could this mean? As expected, Deng Yu continued. He said he would support your candidacy for the next alliance commander, provided our military refrains from targeting the government in the future. The matter of whether the military had indeed targeted the government was secondary. I refuse. I won't do it, Bai Ci stated firmly, turning back. What was Zhao issue? Sending tasks to Xunyi outside, and now upon entering this miniature world, he expected Bai Ci to take on responsibilities as well? Did he think they were all mere corporate drones? His swift turn was decisive, and Deng Yu cannot stop him. He hastily caught up with Bai Ci, pleading earnestly, boss, this is not the time for emotional outbursts. Whatever grievances you may hold against Zhao, let's set them aside for now. This is the position of alliance commander. If not for the military's sake, then at least for your own. Bai Ci replied resolutely, it is precisely for my own sake that I refuse. There are other candidates for commander. Stop fixating on me and seek someone else. Declining the offer was not an impulsive decision. The responsibilities of a commander were far more burdensome. He was still young. How long would it be before he could retire? Ultimately, let someone else take on the mantle. Boss, please don't leave just yet, Deng Yu implored, urgently blocking Bai Ci's path. Don't you wish to see Xunyi? Would you truly forfeit such a splendid opportunity? Bai Ci paused to regard Deng Yu. After much effort, Bai Ci was persuaded not to leave, and Deng Yu let out a sigh of relief. Aren't you planning to apply for the inspector position to observe Xunyi? Who is Zhao? He is a senior government approval officer. With him involved, your application is bound to be approved in no time. Even if you have no other intentions, there's no harm in taking a look. This sentiment held merit. The headquarters had yet to provide him with concrete information, and directly inquiring with Zhao was indeed the swiftest course of action. Let's go have a look, Bai Ci decided, but he emphasized that it would merely be a visit, nothing more. Little did he know, Upon arriving and seeing the people inside, he felt a pang of regret. All the esteemed figures of the military were present. What could he possibly say? Bai Ci has arrived. Come, take a seat. Général Kubikoned. Bai Ci shot a glare at Deng Yu before finding a seat. Zhao Duo glanced at Bai Ci and addressed General Chu. You already understand my stance. As long as you can remove Feng Deqiu, I will lead our team to support Bai Ci. However, this is contingent upon the military's unwavering commitment to maintaining the current peace within the alliance, ensuring our citizens are not threatened by the Empire, nor will we instigate any disputes. General Chu reassured him, you needn't worry about that. Even without your request, our military would act accordingly. Now that Bai Ci is here, you may discuss this matter with him. If it's about supporting my application for the next alliance commander, then you may need to seek someone more suitable. Bai Ci interjected before Zhao Duo could respond. Regardless of the military or the alliance, I will exert every effort for the populace. If there is someone better suited for that position, it's best to leave it to them. Bai Ci made a statement and stood up again. I came merely to inquire about my previous application to become an inspector for the elite team Devil training due to the new assessment. I wonder when the headquarters will approve my request. Chapter 69. The fiery little serpent and his protective keeper Bai Ci believed his words were unproblematic. He had no desire to undertake a role he was unwilling to embrace. For merely occupying such a position wouldn't guarantee he would perform any better than others. If you don't wish to, you certainly don't have to, Zhao Duo replied, indicating he was not there to make things difficult. I have reviewed your application, and the military side has already approved it. We have no grounds to obstruct it either. If you have time today, you may visit the headquarters to input the information for the training area. Once you conclude your matters here, you are free to go. Bai Ci was somewhat familiar with the rules of the training area. Zhao Duo was there to discuss cooperation. He would utilize Bai Ci if needed, but would not impose. After listening to their discussions surrounding his interests and offering a few suggestions, Bai Ci found an excuse to depart. Once he left, General Chu smiled at Zhao Duo. I told you he wouldn't agree. Do you believe me now? Zhao Duo shook his head. I thought he was being serious. Perhaps I underestimated my understanding of him. Unbeknownst to Bai Ci, they continued to discuss him after his departure. He was assured that General Chu would not place him in a difficult position, nor would he compel him to act against his will. Bai Ci could serve General Chu with peace of mind while pursuing his own ambitions under his guidance. The headquarters merely requires the re-entry of information for Bai Ci, after which I shall proceed to sign a document, thus augmenting my identity with an additional credential. This matter is not burdensome. Zhao Duo has already granted his approval, allowing him to devote his attention solely to the assessment at hand. Bai Ci initially intended to venture into the training zone in 2 days, but unexpectedly found everything prepared, with He Yu and his elder brother returning. Had it been just He Yu, he might have been able to delay, but with He Wei's return, he insisted on treating him to a meal, claiming that the brothers far away had heard about it. Were it not for Bai Ci, the peace treaty would not have been signed so swiftly, leaving their comrades stationed elsewhere uncertain of when they might return. He Wei grasped Bai Ci's arm, suggesting that he seek out Zhao Duo at the government office. This matter was initiated by Zhao Duo's willingness to assist, as he was responsible for the operations and merely needed to articulate a few words. Why solicit him? Maintaining excessive contact with that side would not be beneficial for him. Merely asking for your assistance suffices. He Yu, trailing behind, remarked that given the magnitude of the accomplishment, many would support him in becoming the next chief commander, and he ought to contemplate this seriously. Neither He Yu nor his companions were aware of Zhao Duo's prior visit, making it impossible for him to disclose their conversations. With so many eyes and ears around, it was prudent to wait for General Chu to speak when he deemed appropriate. Forget about the chief commander position. I have applied to be an inspector in the training zone and shall depart shortly. You applied to the training zone? He Wei exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Bai Ci replied. He had entered the military with these 2 brothers and had not concealed the assessment matters from them. They must have heard about it. He had taken on this task, realizing that merely relying on imagination would not suffice to devise the new evaluation, and several others were accompanying him to ensure that talent was not squandered, with the higher-ups making considerable efforts this time. He Yu, having spent little time in the 4th city, was more informed than his brother, advising Bai Ci not to let the higher-ups take the blame for him, and inquiring whether he had ventured to the training zone due to his family's little snake. He bore an expression that suggested he had already grasped the situation, passionately updating his brother on the news regarding Bai Ci and Xunyi. Bai Ci found it impossible to interrupt Hiyu's fervor. After a while, he simply joined in, curious about what new revelations Hiyu might share. After an extensive discussion, as he finished ordering his meal, Hiyu showed no sign of ceasing. Bai Ci intervened. All right, enough about Xunyi. How did the conversation shift to Mengchangle? This is merely an expansion of knowledge, Hiyu replied with a knowing look, continuing to enlighten his brother. Bai Ci, unable to sway him, turned to Hiwei. You've returned after such a long time, only to be subjected to this endless chatter? Hiwei, likely able to stay for a longer duration this time, would probably have to return within a week. Acknowledging the strong bond between the brothers, it was clear that their conversations should not solely revolve around news. Hiwei chuckled nonchalantly. Let him speak. I have not heard such light-hearted discussions in ages. No one over there pulls me aside to share these tales. Bai Ci had not originally thought much of it, but Hiwei's remark left him at a loss for words. He sat there, listening to Hiyu recount his experiences. As the conversation unfolded, he found himself questioning the accuracy of the news, prompting him to seek clarification from the very individual involved. A simple meal stretched over 3 hours for the three of them, the dishes growing cold as their dialogue continued unabated. Ultimately, it was Hiwei who introduced a new topic. By the way, didn't you mention you were heading to the training zone? You ought to keep an eye out for any new developments over there. He was uncertain about the validity of his information, yet exercising caution was always prudent. It seemed that Feng and his associates were nurturing a group of individuals and appeared to be developing a serum capable of forcibly transforming people into their original forms, potentially driving them to madness. Rumor had it that this was specifically designed to counter elite teams. If this were indeed the case, vigilance was essential, and one should remain cautious, especially regarding your family member involved in this. The elite squad, being the most influential combat unit within the military, would see a significant decline in the overall authority of the military if any mishaps occurred. Where did you hear this information? Hiwei shook his head, admitting he was unsure of the source. However, since he had heard it, he felt it prudent to share it with him. It's best if there's no issue. If there is, you can at least be prepared. Thus far, no events had substantiated Hiwei's assertions, but Bai Ci suddenly recalled that not long ago, Zhao Duo had come to the military headquarters, demanding they remove Feng from his position. At the time, he had not given it much thought, merely believing that Feng actions had become intolerable to Zhao Duo and his group. Reflecting on it now, it seemed plausible that Zhao Duo had sensed something amiss, prompting him to approach the military at such a critical juncture, claiming he would support their campaign. If that were the case, it would indeed provide an explanation for Zhao Duo's conduct. Will you be affected by this? Bai Ci inquired of Hiwei. We're doing just fine, especially after the peace treaty was signed. Our patrols have diminished considerably. Bai Ci acknowledged this with a nod. That's good to hear. I will heed your advice. And please inform me of any new developments you come across. Hiwei's words piqued Bai Ci's concern. 0001 suggested that Hiwei's statements held a significant likelihood of being true, compelling Bai Ci to refrain from dismissing this hearsay as mere rumor devoid of evidence. As he was about to head to the training zone, realizing he might be unable to keep abreast of external affairs, he decided to relay Hiwei's words verbatim to General Chu. His absence was inconsequential, for General Chu would always be present. With their presence, at least the military side would remain secure. Chapter 70. The fiery little serpent and his overprotective keeper having addressed lingering issues, he arrived at the training zone, a month having elapsed since his departure. Eager to see Xunyi, he promptly went to observe their training session. Xunyi and his team were engaged in individual drills, with the Black Jaguar Bai Ci had noted earlier currently leading in task completion. The training officer, Pang Xingheng, aware of Bai Ci's mission, provided him with an overview of several team member statuses during his observation. At the forefront lies the individual known as Simple, aptly named, as the tasks currently assigned to him present no significant challenge, It would not be an exaggeration to say he navigates them with ease. Following closely behind is Xunyi, a young man whose capabilities can be deemed almost flawless, though he lacks a degree of agility. As for the others, I initially underestimated Li, yet I was pleasantly surprised to discover his formidable prowess. His strength does not lie in problem-solving, but rather in evading issues, a quality that may not be immediately apparent. However, during tomorrow's team operations, his contributions will undoubtedly become abundantly clear. Then there is Xunyi. Pang Xingheng is aware of the relationship between Bai Ci and Xunyi. Although Xunyi's individual abilities are not particularly outstanding, and his team skills do not match Li's, he possesses an undeniable strength. While he may not exhibit any singularly remarkable capability, his skills across various domains are consistently high, resulting in an overall commendable ranking. Bai Ci strives to keep his attention towards Xunyi subtle, yet upon hearing Pang Xingheng's high praise, he cannot help but feel a tinge of pride. To put it plainly, while Xunyi may not be at the pinnacle in every assessment, if placed in a practical evaluation, or more bluntly, directly engaged in executing tasks, his performance would be unparalleled. Bai Ci acknowledges this, recognizing Xunyi's proficiency in various fields. A smile plays at the corners of Bai Ci's eyes. However, pride aside, he remains acutely aware of his own responsibilities. He expresses a desire to review the current training content and its corresponding difficulty, and if possible, he requests a recording of their training sessions. Of course, Pang Xingheng replies, should you require it, we also have their performance records, which may be beneficial to analyze alongside the training footage. That would be ideal. Bai Ci responds gratefully, appreciating the assistance. As the special training officer, Pang Xingheng knows his team members best, and he often feels a sense of regret when witnessing unexpectedly eliminated talented individuals. Aware that Bai Ci has come for this purpose, he is more than willing to assist. There is no need for such formality, Commander Bai. Although you are here as a military inspector, we all understand the underlying reason. With so much footage to review, it is you who is working hard. Our cooperation is only natural. Upon receiving a substantial collection of recordings, Bai Ci does not rush to view them immediately. Instead, he intends to participate in the training alongside Pang Xingheng and the others to avoid accumulating further footage. During the midday break, Bai Ci visits the dining area where Xunyi is eating, accompanied by Li and the bear, Mao Yuliang. The trio occupies a window-side table, engaged in lively conversation over their meal. Xunyi orders sparingly. Ever since his worries about food and drink have dissipated, he no longer displays the same enthusiasm for dining as he once did. Bai Ci stands outside the cafeteria, gazing through the window at Xunyi. His intent is not to intrude, but rather stems from a longing for him, an urge he could not resist. Just as he resolves not to disrupt Xunyi, unexpectedly, Xunyi turns and meets Bai Ci's gaze. Despite the distance, Bai Ci perceives a flicker of surprise in Xunyi's eyes. In the cafeteria, after a moment of surprise, Xunyi picked up his tray and placed it at the recycling station, then dashed towards Bai Ci. Furrowing his brow, Bai Ci advanced a few steps to intercept Xunyi, and once the latter arrived before him, he admonished with a hint of seriousness. Have you forgotten that one should not run right after eating? Xunyi stood in front of him, forgoing the question of why he was there, and instead remarked, I dreamt of you last night, and here you are today. Bai Ci's attempt to lecture abruptly faltered. The cafeteria was bustling with onlookers, and their interaction had certainly drawn attention. With Xunyi having training in the afternoon, Bai Ci decided to escort him away. Holding Xunyi se hand, Xunyi immuted. Where are we going? Bai Ci replied, I'm taking you to eat. You barely touched your meal. How can you train this afternoon? Xunyi, unfazed, responded, it's fine. I'm a snake. One meal can sustain me for quite a while. Don't you want to grow taller? Bai Ci countered sharply, if you skip more meals, even that golden hamster, Li, will surpass your height. Xunyi fell silent. Bai Ci led Xunyi to his room, which contained only new daily necessities. Nothing else was present. Xunyi glanced around and asked, You want to be living here permanently, will you? Yes, Bai Ci affirmed. Since it was Bai Ci's first visit and his belongings were still in disarray, Pang Shunheng had arranged for a meal to be delivered to his room, allowing him time to organize his things. "I'll tidy up. You sit and eat," he instructed, pressing Xunyi into a chair. "After you finish, I'll take you back. Make sure to rest." Obediently, Xunyi complied, beginning to unwrap his food as he asked, "Can I rest here?" Bai Ci paused his organizing. Turning to look at him, "You seem quite carefree. Aren't you worried about others gossiping about you?" Xunyi shook his head with chopsticks in hand. "Here, strength speaks. They cannot overpower me. So what would they have to gossip about?" Bai Ci raised an eyebrow. During their earlier conversation, Pang Xingheng had mentioned that when Xunyi first arrived, there were murmurs that he had only gained entry through Bai Ci. That notion was swiftly quelled after Xunyi had dealt with those who dare to challenge him. This place does not prohibit fighting, since they would eventually become teammates. It was deemed fitting to settle differences through combat. The idea that one must fight to truly know another holds its own merit. Xunyi, having learned somewhere, fought with a ferocity that was rare. While others would strike wherever they could, he targeted only the most lethal spots. After few encounters, regardless of whether those individuals genuinely submitted, within half a month, those who dared to provoke him had vanished. The initial detractor of Xunyi, a particularly strong northeastern tiger who had scorned him for supposedly relying on others to gain entry, had found mutual respect after several bouts, almost to the extent of forming a brotherly bond with Xunyi. Bai Ci recognized that someone with Xunyi's disposition would undoubtedly thrive in this environment, though he had not anticipated just how well he would flourish. Xunyi ate his meal slowly while reflecting on himself in conversation with Bai Ci. It was only after arriving here that he realized the abundance of talent surrounding him. In terms of sensitivity, he was no match for Jiandan, and in strength, he could not compare to Mao Yuliang. Even Xunyi was quite formidable. He enumerated his shortcomings, and, after chewing a piece of beef and swallowing it, he continued, stating that there were numerous areas in which he needed training and that he believed his potential remained untapped. Chapter 71. The irritable little snake and his protective keeper Bai Ci began to pack his belongings again. He wanted to say that Xunyi should not be so modest given his level. Being praised by Pang Shunheng as a versatile candidate indicated significant proficiency. However, he hesitated, fearing that his words might affect Xunyi's training. Xunyi had only brought a change of clothes with him, and Bai Ci, concerned that he might damage more during combat, prepared some additional clothing for him. "I have prepared extra clothes for you. If you find yourself in need, remember to come to me," Bai Ci said. While there were items available for sale in the training area, Bai Ci had unconsciously included Xunyi's as well, only realizing after packing that Xunyi was not such a delicate person. Nevertheless, having already packed, he chose not to unpack it. Xunyi did not expect Bai Ci to bring him such items. He glanced at Bai Ci's box before quickly averting his gaze, thinking to himself that he should not require such luxuries. Bai Ci retrieved his belongings, closed the box, and placed it in the cabinet, assuring him that he could collect it later if needed. Having finally met Bai Ci, Xunyi was reluctant to waste time discussing trivial matters. Since their initial encounter, he had yet to inquire why Bai Ci was residing there. "Has the military no further need for you? Did you simply come here? General Chu won't admonish you?" "Please don't make it sound as if I escaped," Bai Ci replied, sitting at the edge of the bed and watching Xunyi finish his meal. "I applied for the position of inspector due to the assessment, and I will focus on that here from now on. With so many people at the military, they generally won't call me back unless absolutely necessary." "That sounds quite good," Xunyi responded. Bai Ci wasn't hungry. He simply watched as Xunyi polished off his lunch. He thought about Xunyi, realizing that he could not keep him here indefinitely. "Once you finish, I will escort you back. You needn't see me off." Xunyi stood up, expressing, "With you here, to be honest, I feel quite nervous, as if under the scrutiny of a parent while studying. I can return on my own. One must possess a sense of responsibility when in the training area." Here, Bai Ci was unsure how to extend privileges to Xunyi. Merely providing a little extra care was already commendable. Xunyi was managing well. Without the added worry, he felt no need to insist. "In that case, return on your own. I may not attend all of your training sessions, so don't feel too pressured." Bai Ci also stood, extending his arm towards Xunyi. There are too many of your teammates outside, so I want to embrace you. Since you're leaving now, I have a hug? The request seemed peculiar to Xunyi. He perceived Bai Ci as his partner and thought that if Bai Ci wanted a hug, he could simply ask him to come over and embrace him directly. Bai Ci watched as Xunyi took 2 steps towards him, anxiously reaching out to pull him closer. Did he truly need to ponder for so long over such a mere distance? Xunyi glared at him, remarking that had he acted sooner, there would have been no need for him to deliberate. Xunyi's combat uniform was far from pristine, yet Bai Ci paid it no mind as he embraced him. I was genuinely worried about you getting hurt during today's training. I feel my presence here is solely to strengthen my heart, he confessed. Xunyi retorted, then you should return early and send someone else. Your presence here makes me uncomfortable. I cannot return. I am here on a mission. If I were to leave now, how would I explain myself to the high-ranking officials at the military headquarters? Bai Ci pressed a kiss to Xunyi's somewhat soiled face, suggesting, you ought to wash up. It won't take long and won't interfere with your rest. Xunyi playfully kicked the side of Bai Ci's military boots. Enough of that. I wash my face and hands before heading to the mess hall, even if I'm not spotless. I certainly don't have mud all over my face. He wriggled free from Bai Ci's embrace, declaring, I'm off now, before dashing out like a gust of wind, leaving Bai Ci alone in a state of bittersweet confusion. Surprisingly, this training proved effective. Xunyi's speed was evidently superior to before. Bai Ci's presence at each training session was not obligatory, yet he always found himself attending, claiming he did not wish to witness Xunyi getting hurt. Nonetheless, he was punctual in observing every single one of Xunyi's training sessions. Xunyi's progress was indeed remarkable. His capacity to learn in perilous environments surpassed that of his peers. It was not only Bai Ci who marveled at Xunyi's rapid development. Even the other training officers in the special training area acknowledged his accomplishments with nods of approval, asserting he was undoubtedly a promising talent. When others praised Xunyi, Bai Ci maintained a stoic facade, though internally he was elated. This joy manifested in his every stolen moment with Xunyi, where he would pin him against walls and shower him with kisses and embraces, relishing the satisfaction of their closeness before reluctantly letting him go. This led to Xunyi's habitual response of scowling and giving himself a kick upon seeing Bai Ci, only to subsequently comply and allow himself to be pinned against walls, trees, or even bathroom stalls. One day, while Bai Ci was engrossed in watching training videos in his room, he was abruptly informed that Xunyi had gotten into a fight. Having been at the special training area for nearly 2 months, Xunyi had engaged in his fair share of brawls, some for practice and others instigated by those who simply disliked him. Bai Ci had even stood as a spectator on a couple of occasions. Yet, he found himself unfazed by the news, until he learned that this time, the confrontation involved a weapon. Bai Ci sprang to his feet. While fighting was permissible in the special training area, the use of weapons was strictly forbidden, otherwise, it would be deemed intentional harm. Striding purposefully, he inquired about the location of the altercation. In the open training area outside the mess hall, he was told. By the time Bai Ci arrived, a throng of onlookers had formed layers around the scene. In the center stood Pang Xingheng, flanked by Xunyi and another trainee. Pang Xingheng's fury was palpable. Using a knife? In my specialized training area? What do you take my team for? Do you believe the rules we have followed for so many years are mere suggestions? The lad with the knife remains unyielding, questioning the regulations. He, Xunyi, managed to bypass the protocols and frequently meets with the commander. If he hadn't been privy to certain training content, could he have advanced so swiftly? Is that in accordance with the rules? Pang Xingheng retorts, are you so dim-witted that you can only see with your eyes and not think with your brain? Not only are the daily training activities orchestrated by me, but Commander Bai is entirely unaware of them. Even if he were, he has only shared those training details with you. Tell me, what could you possibly prepare in advance? You flaunt your prowess and dare to question others' abilities. Yet have you considered that your fixation on others' performance and your lack of self-improvement is the reason for your stagnation? The knife-wielding youth, clearly undeterred, defiantly holds his ground. Bai Ci steps forward, dropping any pretense in front of Xunyi. He acknowledges that he is not a conventional good person, especially with Xunyi present. If his heart is not steadfast, then it is as good as dead. You accuse me of giving Xunyi preferential treatment, which incites your discontent, prompting you to confront him. Upon seeing Bai Ci, the youth momentarily falters, then grows more brazen, asserting, "Yes, that is precisely what I think. Who knows if you've secretly shared any information during your occasional meetings?" Bai Ci nods. "You're correct. There's indeed that possibility. However, fighting will not involve my assistance, will it?" "Indeed." Bai Ci nods again, retrieving a knife from his thigh and tossing it to Xunyi. "Very well. For the sake of fairness, you may fight. Should anyone be injured or incapacitated, I will take full responsibility for it, absolving you both of any guilt." A sardonic smile graces his lips, devoid of mirth. "Now, you may commence." Chapter 72. The impetuous little snake and his protective keeper Bai Ci permits them to engage, and Xunyi immediately assumes a combat-ready stance. Upon witnessing Xunyi's posture, the opposing youth suddenly hesitates. It is well known that Xunyi fights fiercely. With Bai Ci having granted them amnesty, it implies that regardless of the outcome, Xunyi will face no repercussions, while the other is unlikely to prevail against him. "Miao Sugo." Pang Xingheng barks sternly. It is the first time in history that someone has broken the rules and dared to retaliate. It is impossible not to feel angered. As a training officer for so many years, witnessing a team member attribute their stagnation to another's rapid advancement is indeed eye-opening. With so many trainees observing, I shall grant you a privilege. Heed Commander Bai's instructions. You may fight at will, and all injuries will be considered part of the specialized training. Initially, Miao Su believed he was justified, hence his readiness to wield a knife. He sought to excuse himself while avoiding a mere beating. But as Xunyi also brandished a knife, the atmosphere suddenly spiraled out of control. "You are clearly favoring Xunyi," he continued to lament. "Xunyi is already formidable, and Commander Bai has armed him. This is blatant bullying. What else would you expect?" Bai Ci replied, regarding him with disdain. "What do you think I am here for? Should you wish to engage in a contest, I am merely an observer. If you wield your weapon with intent to harm, I shall take on the role of protector. Do you have any objections? Very well. Let us speak after the battle is won. Those who enter the training zone are not to be underestimated. Should you dare to fight, do so with the same resolute spirit as Xunyi did last time. If you lack the courage, retreat and bide your time. Brandishing a weapon to intimidate others. Have you not learned anything in this training zone? Have you merely mastered the art of thuggery?" His gaze swept over Xunyi's arm, which was marred by the tattered combat uniform, a long crimson streak staining the surrounding fabric. "If you will not fight, then you shall." As Bai Ci locked eyes with Xunyi, he urged, "Return the injury he inflicted upon you in kind. Have you not learned the proper techniques with a blade? The moment for practical application has arrived." From the onset, Xunyi had remained silent. Normally, when Bai Ci sought him out, it was for affection, never to discuss matters of the training ground. He had never partaken in such affairs, and thus felt no need to justify himself to others. Now, with Bai Ci evidently standing beside him for support, even if he had no initial intention to strike his teammate, he would not simply stand idly by at this moment. "If we are to fight, then let us do so." Xunyi advanced without hesitation. Though he had previously claimed a lack of sensitivity, such modesty was unwarranted. As a serpent in essence, his agility could not be diminished to any significant degree. He deftly evaded numerous attacks, landing decisive blows with precision. Bai Ci observed intently, his focus unwavering on Xunyi. He harbored no fear for Xunyi's safety, for in a training zone such as this, every participant bore scars. An injury was a commonplace occurrence. What he truly feared was Xunyi being bullied. Xunyi received a cut on his own arm, but retaliated by targeting his opponent's limbs. Initially, his adversary attempted to counterattack, but soon resorted solely to defense. The outcome of this contest was never in doubt. At its conclusion, Bai Ci called out to him, noticing that Xunyi had not struck with excessive force and had targeted with remarkable accuracy. Thus, he did not hasten to intervene. Pang Xingheng would certainly not call for a halt either. Such doubts, once raised, tend to resurface, even if it is not Xunyi. Next time it could be someone like Huo Li or Li Meng, who may appear less formidable, suffering the same fate of being bullied. He intended to set an example, and Xunyi's abilities were perfectly suited for this task. In Bai Ci's eyes, only Xunyi mattered. To put it plainly, had Xunyi not been present, he would not have applied for the position of inspector here, finding the duties in the military headquarters to be more taxing and the processes excessively tedious. Impatiently, he approached Miao Su, stating, "Now do you understand what favoritism means?" His tone was serious, having entirely shed the earlier bravado that urged Xunyi to fight. "Let me make this clear. Our military's weaponry shall never be directed at the innocent, nor at those who stand shoulder to shoulder with us in battle. Regardless of your attitude, your actions have already cost you your eligibility to enter the military. Moreover, you are unworthy of joining the elite abilities team. Within that team, all members must trust one another with their lives. If you were to be my teammate, I would not place my faith in you." After delivering this admonition, Bai Ci grasped Xunyi's arm, disregarding the presence of others, and began to instruct him with a furrowed brow. "Are you not the one who wields poison? Even as he threatens you with his blade, you still show him leniency? Go ahead and bite him. The training area has plenty of serum," Xunyi remarked, habitually kicking Bai Ci's military boot. Immediately realizing they were in the presence of others, he restrained himself, offering a quiet rebuttal. "Officer Pang stated on the first day that we are teammates." "Teammates, indeed," Bai Ci retorted, his words piercingly accurate. After addressing Xunyi, he turned his gaze to Pang Shengheng, who observed the current situation with calm detachment. Xunyi had made no mistakes today, and there was no excuse to keep anyone behind. "You may return now. Take care to bandage yourselves properly, so as not to disrupt the upcoming training. As for Miao Su, according to the rules of the training area, your actions today are sufficient for expulsion. However, since Commander Bai has instructed you to finish this match, I will make a note of it. Such harm to teammates shall not be tolerated again." He cast a cursory glance at Miao Su's injury. "Now leave." Bai Ci did not pursue the matter, nor did Xunyi. Even Pang Shengheng chose not to dwell on it. Yet, all were acutely aware that Miao Su's actions would soon lead to his departure, irrespective of any punishment. Lacking exceptional abilities, defying rules, and injuring teammates rendered him an undesirable candidate for future collaboration, especially during the final assessments. Aspiring to join the elite special abilities team was a formidable challenge. Even with goodwill, who would gamble their future? No one wished to be betrayed by a teammate at a critical juncture. Bai Ci's disregard for Miao Su's fate was evident. From a moment Miao Su opted not to adhere to the rules, he had effectively excluded himself from their ranks. He took Xunyi to the medical room, procuring disinfectant and bandages to tend to his wounds. With no one else around, Xunyi surveyed the area and cautioned Bai Ci, "Be more careful in the future." Bai Ci glanced at him, then resumed cleaning the wound on his arm. "Am I not being cautious enough?" Xunyi replied, "With so many people present, you openly declared your intent to protect me. Aren't you afraid they'll accuse you of favoritism?" Bai Ci was unconcerned. After all, he was indeed acting out of self-interest. So what did it matter what others thought? "Have I neglected my duties?" he inquired. Xunyi pondered briefly and affirmed, "You have not." "Basi président? Then what benefits have you derived from my actions?" He did not bring up matters from the training ground. Instead, he appreciated how Xunyi occasionally shared detailed insights about each teammate, recognizing Xunyi's inherent integrity. After some contemplation, Xunyi pursed his lips and furrowed his brow. "You keep kissing me. Given my mental stability, can that be considered a benefit?" Bai Ci was taken aback by this response. Chapter 73. The Fiery Little Snake and His Protective Keeper. That certainly counts as a benefit, a substantial one at that. Bai Ci, always seeking opportunities to kiss Xunyi, found it impossible to dismiss the significance of such gestures. Xunyi countered, "However, everyone here has managed their mental states before entering. The treatment provided is of the highest caliber. To date, not a single individual has chosen to withdraw due to discomfort with their mental fortitude. Thus, this should not count." He posed the question to himself, then swiftly redirected the conversation. Bai Ci, having finished cleaning the wound, began to wrap the bandages. "Indeed, you are right in everything you say. Your perspective is valid. Disregarding the truth of the matter for the moment, it is prudent to offer praise first. One must avoid the dire consequences of future estrangement. As Bai Ci released a breath he had been holding, he heard Xunyi continue. Your demeanor just now was quite unlike your usual self. Bai Ci inquired, in what way? Xunyi replied, previously, you exuded an air of calm and composure. Yet just now, there was a certain reckless boldness that accompanied your restraint. Bai Ci attempted to refute this notion, dismissing it as mere illusion. However, Xunyi, though not entirely certain of his conclusion, merely mentioned it in passing. You remained composed, yet when you tossed the knife to me, your demeanor was more brazen than that of Miao Su. He added with conviction, indeed, a calm, yet brazen demeanor. Bai Ci remarked, this topic is rather difficult to discuss. Opting to change the subject, did Miao Su's comments today echo those of others in the past? I believe most individuals capable of entering this place possess intellect. Regarding the training content, even if one were aware, it would be of little consequence. Take today's weighted training as an example. Knowing in advance that it would occur would not alleviate my burden during the exercise. Those willing to believe can discern the truth, while those unwilling, like Miao Su today, despite clear explanations, remain unconvinced. There's little one can do about that. I am not particularly concerned with their opinions. As Huoli said, genius often walks a solitary path. Bai Ci, having completed the treatment of Xunyi's wounds, sat in the chair opposite him. Listening to your words, do you and your companions often feel isolated? Not all. Xunyi immediately shook his head. I have quite a few friends here. Speaking of friends, Xunyi recalled another matter. By the way, do you know that during our preliminary assessments, Huoli initially wished to team up with Simple, the Black Jaguar? Bai Ci acknowledged with a sound. His attention had been solely on Xunyi, while the observant Deng, you've been buzzing in his ear with explanations. Xunyi continued. Today, Simple sought out Huoli, expressing a desire to partner with him for the free-form training in 2 days. Did Huoli agree? Bai Ci, though not particularly invested in others' affairs, listened attentively to Xunyi, offering suggestions when he had inquiries. Yes, it took Huoli quite some time to consent, Xunyi stated. It seems Simple only wishes to team up with Huoli for this round, aiming to combine speed with heightened perception. I believe they might set a record for the fastest completion. You must attend. It will undoubtedly benefit your upcoming assessments. Bai Ci initially thought Xunyi was merely indulging in gossip, unaware that it served a greater purpose for his work. He realized he had underestimated Xunyi's intentions. Very well, I shall attend. You must also perform admirably that day. After tending to his wounds in the medical room, Xunyi departed. The daily training regimen was rigorous, and unless one was severely injured, time would not be squandered elsewhere. With Xunyi so full of vigor, Bai Ci made no effort to impede him and sought out Pang Xingheng once he had left. He frequently visits Xunyi, and it is likely that Pang Xingheng is aware of this. The opinions of others are of little consequence. As Xunyi's training officer, Pang Xingheng must provide an explanation. However, before he could utter a word upon arriving at Pang Xingheng's office, the latter preemptively offered his apologies. Regardless of the circumstances, such incidents occurring in the specialized training area render him culpable as the training officer. Coincidentally, Bai Ci was also present, prompting him to be the first to express regret. Xunyi's injury is partly my responsibility. I will ensure strict oversight on such matters in the future. He had always prioritized the capabilities of his team members while neglecting their psychological well-being, believing that those who could not withstand pressure were unworthy of being elite team members. Yet today, he realized that a troubled mind could render one unfit for the elite team, potentially endangering its members. This matter, however, could not be attributed to Pang Xingheng. Even Bai Ci, who favored Xunyi, could not place blame on him. This has nothing to do with you. Bai Ci deliberately furrowed his brow, his expression grave. On my way here, I pondered whether my presence was appropriate, considering the nature of my relationship with Xunyi. I would want to disrupt the training of others. Pang Xingheng quickly waved his hand. Last year, old Lu's son also passed the entrance exam, and 2 years prior, my own nephew made it in on his own merits. Should I then avoid suspicion simply because my nephew is here? Besides, even if you sought Xunyi for other reasons, that would be entirely normal. Look at us. If a team member underperforms during training, we need to discuss the situation with them that very evening. When Miao Su first joined, he managed to keep up. But now he cannot. He has created excuses for himself. Such individuals, left unchecked, will ultimately falter on their own without needing to be expelled by others. Bai Ci's intent was clear. He had been dispatched by the military and would have to submit an application even if he wished to leave, let alone concerning someone else's affairs. Furthermore, he had other confidential tasks in this location. The previous conversation regarding Feng Duchio's clandestine formation of a team had piqued General Chu's interest as well. If nothing were amiss, that would be well and good. However, should an incident occur, mere declarations of peaceful coexistence would not suffice. Bai Ci had observed for some time and had not detected anything amiss. You have trained so many individuals. Your experience is undoubtedly vast. In this respect, your word is law, and I must heed it. Pang Xingheng has long engaged with members of the specialized training area. The flattery and convolutions from outside are mere words, all for the sake of the alliance. I, too, have made mistakes in the past. You emerged from the elite team, and if we were to draw comparisons, you could be considered my senior. Thus, you are free to act as you see fit here. Your military standing is irrelevant in this context. I heard from the FA that when he sought you out, you were busy reviewing footage. It must have been taxing. Therefore, you should attend to your duties, while I will inspect the next training facility in advance. We cannot allow one Miao Su to impede the training of everyone else. With this statement, Bai Ci understood that, from the perspective of the training officer, today's incident had been resolved without further complication for Xunyi. I shall return to continue watching the recordings. It does not impede your endeavors. Chapter 74. The fiery little serpent and his protective keeper. With such an incident, Bai Ci's attention towards Xunyi became increasingly apparent. Previously, he had refrained from drawing too much attention, even escorting Xunyi back to their quarters for a meal. However, after the commotion, he no longer felt the need to feign indifference. If he found something unsatisfactory, he could simply challenge Xunyi directly, for it was well known that Xunyi was quite capable in combat. Each day, promptly at mealtime, he would wait at the dining hall entrance to accompany Xunyi for a delectable meal. Initially, others would greet him with polite nods, merely acknowledging him as Commander Bai. But as time passed, their apprehension diminished, and greetings became more frequent. Commander Bai, are you waiting for Xunyi again? Some perceptive individuals would provide real-time updates on Xunyi's whereabouts, informing him that Xunyi was currently teamed up with others and might take a little longer to emerge, encouraging him to be patient. Observing their training daily, Bai Ci gradually became acquainted with them. Zhang Heng performed commendably today, and he should enhance his agility upon returning. Jia Xiao also showed promise, yet his mistakes were glaring. He ought to consult the training officer to review the footage of his errors and remain vigilant in the future to avoid repetition. As for Guo Kai, he jested at Jia Xiao's expense, yet he had made even more blunders himself. He ought to accompany Jia Xiao to seek the training officer's guidance. In his interactions with others, Bai Ci's tone remained consistent, lacking the gentleness he reserved for Xunyi. However, although his authority was still evident, his demeanor was relatively amiable. Furthermore, given the prior media coverage regarding Bai Ci's rapport with the military academy students, their fear of him naturally subsided. Thank you, Commander Bai. We shall proceed to consult the training officer shortly. Please continue to wait for Xunyi. We will head in first. By the time Xunyi arrived, Bai Ci had already provided guidance to several groups of trainees. Finally, you are here. He exhaled a sigh of relief. If you had delayed any longer, I would have perished from thirst. Xunyi waved at his teammates and entered the dining hall with Bai Ci. Today, he had a new set of partners. They spent some time acclimating, which initially led to a bit of wasted time. Turning to Bai Ci, he inquired, "Did you not come to observe our training today?" Bai Ci had indeed not attended. He did not feel compelled to be present for every training session. There was an urgent task at the military headquarters today, so I had to return briefly. I will review the footage of your training later to catch up. After providing a succinct explanation, he asked Xunyi, "What would you like to eat today?" Standing inside the dining hall, without having decided on a meal, Xunyi, feeling fatigued from training, stated he could eat anything, craving roasted meat. Unfortunately, we do not have that. You will have to endure and choose something else. Then anything will do. I feel as though I could consume an entire cow. That would be rather impolite, interjected a teammate of Xunyi, who was of the rhinoceros species. You should change your species and claim you could eat an entire pig. A nearby giant wild boar, overhearing the conversation, expressed his disagreement. What do you mean by that? Please clarify. They were merely passing by, having overheard Xunyi's words and exchanged a few playful remarks before returning to their meals. Xunyi sighed, "See, it's all your fault for asking me what I wanted to eat." Bai Ci humbly accepted the criticism. "All right, I shall directly decide what we will have for dinner tomorrow, so as not to put you in a difficult position. With no barbecue available." Xunyi was agreeable to anything. Upon hearing this, Bai Ci nodded. During training, one must engage their mind. Once in the cafeteria, perhaps it is best to refrain from overthinking. As Bai Ci's rapport with everyone improved, Xunyi's social interactions also flourished. In their leisure time, there were even inquiries about his daily life with Bai Ci. However, the details of their daily lives were not something he could easily articulate, as the nature of their routine was too intimate to share. As the days of training passed, Xunyi's abilities grew stronger. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ci had accompanied Xunyi in the specialized training zone for a full 3 years. Bai Ci's additional assessments were submitted prior to the final evaluation of the 3rd year. After thorough examination by the training officers in the specialized zone, it was confirmed that the new training regimen posed no issues. The only concern was its application. According to their previous discussions, the new assessment was to be conducted following the original evaluation. Those who failed the final assessment could opt to retake the new evaluation and choose teammates who had already passed the final assessment, provided those individuals were willing. This had been their consistent plan. However, given the challenge of the final assessment, it was evident that those emerging from it would struggle to immediately participate in another evaluation. The physical demands were simply too taxing, and any injury sustained would require time to heal. After much deliberation, headquarters ultimately provided a timeline. Participants could choose to engage in the new assessment either before or after the final evaluation. Each individual had only one opportunity to partake in the new assessment, aside from the final evaluation, and it was hoped that each team member would select a time frame that best suited their circumstances. Bai Ci was indifferent to how others chose. His sole concern was Xunyi. Before Bai Ci could seek him out, Xunyi approached him first. Given Xunyi's capabilities, it was assumed he would excel in the final evaluation. However, the crux of the matter was Xunyi's desire for Hua Li to succeed as well. Yet, considering Hua Li's abilities, enduring the entirety of the final evaluation would indeed be a formidable challenge. Have you decided how you will approach the evaluation? Bai Ci earnestly analyzed the situation for Xunyi. If your stamina permits, you could certainly participate in the supplementary assessment once more. However, from the perspective of sustaining your energy, I would advise you to prioritize the final evaluation first. Both assessments present significant challenges. Unlike Hua Li, your overall abilities are more robust, making you better suited for the final evaluation. If it were Hua Li, I would recommend he team up for the supplementary assessment before the final evaluation, as it would be more manageable for both of them. And what if we fail? Xunyi inquired. While success would grant immediate entry into the elite team, any unforeseen circumstances could complicate matters. If we were to sustain injuries during the supplementary assessment, it would adversely affect our performance in the final evaluation, thereby increasing the difficulty. Bai Ci's perspective on this matter had remained unchanged. The newly implemented assessment is designed for individuals like Hua Li and Li Meng, who possess enviable abilities yet lack the requisite strength to succeed in the final evaluation. Simply put, this individual exhibits maximum agility and exceptional execution capability. When these two collaborate, the likelihood of failure plummets to over 90%, particularly as they have frequently trained together as partners. Considering their synergy, participating in the final assessment after their initial attempt should pose no problem. Should an unforeseen failure occur, it would merely indicate a lack of caution on their part, rendering them unfit for team entry. However, this remains a suggestion. You inquired, and I provided my analysis. The ultimate decision rests with the individual. You may wish to discuss with them that the new assessment commences in less than half a month. and if they intend to participate, registration is required soon. Xunyi acknowledged this with a nod, understanding that he would relay the message upon his return. The following evening, immediately after training, Xunyi approached Bai Ci, stating, "If you are not too busy, please accompany me." His words were courteous, yet he offered no room for Bai Ci to decline. Following Xunyi to their usual training ground, Bai Ci observed the familiar team members seated on the ground. Xunyi scratched his nose and remarked, "Last night, I shared your thoughts with Huoli. They expressed interest in hearing your insights. Would you care to elaborate?" Bai Ci replied, Chapter 75, The Impetuous Little Snake and His Protective Keeper. Discussing this topic is not overly challenging, and since Xunyi has initiated the conversation, I shall not allow him to lose face in front of everyone. He gestured for Xunyi to sit down among the group. "Since you wish to listen, I will provide a brief overview for your consideration. Ultimately, the decisions must be made by you." He refrained from divulging the specifics of the assessment, but focused on offering a superficial analysis based on the team members' capabilities, suggesting which assessments they might be suited for and how they could enhance their chances of success. "I will begin by using the top performers as examples," Bai Ci announced, accessing their previous assessment results on his holographic device. "I cannot elaborate extensively, and even if I did, it might prove futile. The first place, Xunyi, is undoubtedly qualified. Second place, Xunyi, requires no further discussion. Now concerning the third place, Jia Xiao, let us delve into that." Laughter erupted among the group. Jia Xiao interjected, "Commander Bai, your words are rather disheartening." "Do not be disheartened just yet. There may be more sobering remarks to come," Bai Ci responded, eliciting another wave of laughter. He proceeded to analyze Jia Xiao, focusing on teammates sharing similar concerns, engaging in an extensive discussion that lasted several minutes. After analyzing Jia Xiao, he turned his attention to the fourth place, providing a succinct overview. The analysis proved so engrossing that even during break time, no one left. Pang Xungheng ventured to the dormitory in search of others, only to discover the entire rest area was deserted. After inquiring with others, he learned that Bai Ci was engaged in analysis with the team, and even those who typically clamored for rest were present, listening intently without complaining of fatigue. As Bai Ci continued his discourse, Pang Xungheng arrived with several training officers, stating, "We heard you were here, so we've come lend a hand." In the past, there was merely a final assessment, leaving little to analyze. The necessary training had already been conducted, and the extent of their performance depended solely on their individual efforts. Once they were placed into the situation, their 3-year mission was considered complete, with the addition of Pang Xungheng and his fellow trainers. The issues each individual faced became more pronounced. Initially, Bai Ci merely spoke in broad strokes, but as the discussion progressed, more questions arose. One inquiry led to another, transitioning from personal difficulties to how to select assessment venues, and even to suggestions regarding team formations. The conversation continued until midnight, only pausing when Bai Ci noticed someone yawning in the crowd. Considering not everyone possessed unwavering confidence in their ability to pass the assessment, he decided to conclude his remarks. He assured those with lingering questions that they could approach him in the coming days, noting that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would have no other tasks until their final assessment concluded. This statement reignited excitement among the crowd. Once everyone who needed to leave had departed, Pang Xungheng remarked on the palpable enthusiasm present before the assessment, stating that, with Bai Ci's presence, the morale of the participants seemed significantly elevated compared to previous years. Bai Ci walked at the rear with Xunyi and Pang Xungheng, aware that their chances of success were considerably improved, which contributed to their buoyant spirits. A sentiment not directly related to him. "You are too modest," Pang Xungheng laughed heartily. After exchanging a few more words, he was called away by other team members. As the chief trainer for Xunyi and his companions, he had a far deeper understanding of each individual's capabilities than Bai Ci. At this juncture, many were seeking his guidance daily. With everyone preoccupied, idle chatter ceased. Observing Pang Xungheng engage with the other team members, Bai Ci took Xunyi's hand and commented on the apparent tension among many, asking, "How do you feel?" Xunyi, instead of exhibiting nervousness, appeared somewhat impatient. "I feel fine. Nothing particularly concerning. Bai Ci refrained from probing further. True to his character, such occasions typically called for merely going through the motions, devoid of any real anxiety. Perhaps this was what others referred to as a top student. In the special training area, a sudden assembly call could rouse everyone, regardless of the hour, ensuring that the lights remained ablaze even at night. Bai Ci and Xunyi strolled back slowly, reaching the entrance of Xunyi's dormitory before Bai Ci released his hand, saying, "You should head back and rest." In a bid to ensure that everyone was mentally prepared for the assessment, Pang Xingheng had recently refrained from organizing overly rigorous training sessions. After evening practice, he allowed them to manage their own time, whether to collaborate with teammates on team strategies or consult with trainers. Approaching Bai Ci today was certainly an option. "Are you really sending me back now?" Bai Ci had been increasingly self-restrained lately, leading Xunyi to wonder if he had someone else in his heart. He bit his lip, brow furrowed, and reminded, "We agreed before entering the special training area that if nothing went awry over these 3 years, we would change our contract into a marriage certificate upon returning. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Of course not. I would never forget." Bai Ci had not forgotten. In fact, he had long been prepared. As soon as Xunyi emerged from the final assessment, regardless of whether he had succeeded or failed, Bai Ci intended to take him to the headquarters for an identity change. If Xunyi was too exhausted to walk, he would carry him. However, such thoughts would remain unspoken before Xunyi's assessment. When Xunyi suddenly inquired, Bai Ci felt an unusual pang of unease. Why was he asking about this just before the assessment? Xunyi opened his mouth, wanting to question why Bai Ci had not been affectionate lately, and how, having grown 3 years older, he found it difficult to voice what once came easily. He opted for a different approach, asking, "Do you think, recently anyone has been more obedient?" Bai Ci was at a loss. "Who? How would I know?" Xunyi paused, dismissing the thought, "Forget it, as if I never asked." He felt a wave of embarrassment. In the past, during their time in the Seventh City, he would have fiercely retaliated at even a slight insult. Although Bai Ci had tempered his temperament after bringing him home, he had not expected Xunyi to become so indecisive. "Do as you please. It's not a big deal. If it comes to it, I can always find someone else." Bai Ci remained oblivious to the precipice upon which he stood, yet instinctively knew he must not allow Xunyi's thoughts to progress further, lest the wife he had nearly secured slip away. Xunyi cared about his dignity and could not vocalize his concerns. He could easily let go. "Have you taken a liking to someone else?" Xunyi furrowed his brow, suspicious of Bai Ci's intentions. Bai Ci, bewildered, thought, how did this become an accusation? Just moments before, they had been fine, and now a simple suggestion for Xunyi to rest had turned him into the villain. Bai Ci adjusted Xunyi's posture, insisting, "Look at me. I want tea." "You must." He firmly restrained Xunyi, who was not genuinely sulking. Bai Ci, with greater strength, easily pulled him into an embrace. "First and foremost, regardless of your wild imaginings, let me clarify, I am not the villain. Of course, if you are referring to our previous moments of intimacy, then perhaps I might have some culpability." Before he could finish his thought, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. "Do you think I don't wish to kiss you? That I no longer care for you?" Xunyi maintained a cold demeanor, feeling embarrassed at being exposed, but unwilling to show it, only growing more aloof. "Who thinks that?" Bai Ci, well acquainted with Xunyi's nature, recognized that if Xunyi had reacted with shock, he might have believed him. However, Xunyi's calmness confirmed Bai Ci's suspicions. "Not that. You can accuse me of many things, but accusing me of not liking you is unacceptable." Bai Ci explained. "You know that once I kiss you, I lose control. Every time, it leaves you weak, and with your assessment approaching, how could I dare?" If he refrained from explaining, Xunyi would be upset, yet once he clarified, Xunyi's expression grew even more sour. Bai Ci reassured him, "No more explanations. Let me soothe you first." All right. I admit my wrongdoing. I am indeed the villain, the worst of villains." With that, he began to shower Xunyi with kisses on his forehead, eyes, nose, and ears. Xunyi's expression softened slightly, still pushing him away. "Didn't you say you wouldn't kiss me for my own good?" Bai Ci responded. "How could I not kiss you?" As usual, Bai Ci patted Xunyi's back to comfort him, saying, This is merely the beginning. Once your assessment results are out, I shall make up for every time I did not indulge you. There is no need to rush. Who is anxious? Xunyi retorted, yet his urgency was palpable. Upon glancing up to meet Bai Ci's smiling eyes, he swallowed the words he had yet to utter. Bai Ci replied, I did not say you were anxious. I was referring to myself. Xunyi had never bested Bai Ci in verbal sparring. In a fit of annoyance, he playfully bit Bai Ci's neck with his small, sharp teeth. Bai Ci, who was trying to soothe him, suddenly felt a tingle at his neck. I am indeed immune to snake venom, he sighed. But just as the bite marks on my hand have faded, you choose to leave another on my neck. How smoothly this transition occurs. A few days prior, Pang Xingheng had noticed the marks on Bai Ci's hand and had teased him for days. Now, with a fresh bite on his neck, the evidence was even more pronounced. Xunyi released his grip, stating, if you won't let me bite, then I could simply find someone else. Bai Ci, taken aback by this proclamation, felt a tumult of emotions. Even if he were to succumb to poison, Xunyi could only cling to him affectionately. Go on, bite. Bai Ci tilted his head, offering the other side of his neck. I relish the tingling sensation the venom brings, akin to a massage. Make it look good, preferably symmetrical. Bai Ci's tone was earnest, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. The warm glow of the yellow light enveloped him, manifesting the warmth he rarely displayed before Xunyi. As he awaited Xunyi's bite, he found himself suddenly embraced, with Xunyi's muffled voice declaring, I will definitely pass the final assessment. He even rubbed his collarbone affectionately. Bai Ci was perplexed by Xunyi's sudden emotional vulnerability, but recognizing his need for a sincere embrace, he reassured, you will certainly succeed. He gently caressed the tips of Xunyi's hair, adding, however, if you happen to falter, it is of no consequence. We can always seek a position in the military. What if I don't get in there either? Xunyi inwitted. Then it would signify that fate has other plans for you, Bai Ci replied. Turning his face to the side in Bai Ci's embrace, Xunyi asked, what plans? Bai Ci pondered seriously for a moment before responding. Perhaps you could open a barbecue restaurant, or even a farm where you can catch whatever you wish to eat. I have the means to support such ventures. Perhaps due to Bai Ci's earnestness, Xunyi momentarily failed to grasp that the issue was not about financial capability. He stood there, lost in thought, picturing that scenario. Furrowing his brow, are you serious? Bai Ci replied, what do you think? Doesn't it sound appealing? Xunyi was left bemused. It seemed that an age gap had emerged between him and Bai Ci. To avoid disappointing Bai Ci, he attempted to comfort him instead. Well, as long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. When you retire, you can open one, and I will always support you. Bai Ci, unexpectedly buoyed by this support, simply responded, all right. Sensing the changes in Xunyi, Bai Ci made it a point to spend time with him every evening, regardless of how hectic his schedule was. Sometimes he would assist Xunyi and his teammates in analyzing the reasons behind their training mistakes, while at other times, he would leisurely stroll with Xunyi beneath the trees. 3 years ago, over 200 individuals entered the special training area, and now fewer than 100 remain. Among these, more than 90% are elite. And for the training officers who have witnessed their growth, it is regrettable to see those who did not pass the assessments. Yet, those who remain lack sufficient strength. Bai Ci wished to prevent Xunyi from feeling pressured as he approached the assessment arena. In the past, those with adequate strength were allowed to wait an additional 2 years before retaking the special training. However, this time, aside from increasing the assessments, I have suggested to the higher-ups that those who fail may choose not to wait and instead be reassigned to other training officers for the military. Once they enter the military, the opportunity to join the elite team becomes considerably more attainable, depending on the choices made by those who have failed, although opting out is also an option. To ensure fairness, all those who have previously participated in the final assessment may choose to do so again. I share this with you to convey that, given your abilities, you will undoubtedly gain entry into the military, meaning the breeding ground can only be established after we have truly retired. In a few days, it will be the first assessment for Huo Li and the others, and he and Jiandan have a good chance of passing as a team. Xunyi's final assessment team is already formed, and barring any unforeseen issues, the situation should remain stable, as long as he does not panic in emergencies and proceed step by step as per their training. Joining the elite team will not pose a problem. Xunyi has faith in his own capabilities. He has trained diligently for this moment. It is not arrogance, but rather an acknowledgement that if he cannot pass the final assessment with his current abilities, it would signify that he is indeed not suited to be an elite. He feels no anxiety, even perceiving it as inconsequential. Should he falter, he would merely feel disappointment, and that disappointment would be for Bai Ci's sake. When was this regulation passed? Xunyi inquired. Bai Ci walked alongside him, stating that it had been quite some time, although some specific details still needed refinement, which is why it had not been communicated to them yet. However, he suspected that it would be soon, as the training officers would likely inform them before they entered the assessment grounds to bolster their morale. Assessment, Xunyi echoed, pondering it. He was unsure why he felt a peculiar intuition in recent days, as if something significant were about to occur. Bai Ci noticed that Xunyi had been speaking less over the past couple of days. He used to discuss assessment matters with him, but now he did not inquire. "What's wrong?" he asked, grasping Xunyi's arm, his expression no longer as carefree as before. "Has something happened recently?" Xunyi shook his head, insisting he was fine. Lacking Huoli's abilities, he had always dismissed his intuition as mere pre-assessment anxiety. However, there was nothing he could not share with Bai Ci, so he followed up with another question. "What about you? Has there been any issue in the military lately?" Bai Ci's mental fortitude was palpable to him. There were no problems, indicating that his intuition might indeed pertain to events rather than individuals. Chapter 77. The Irritable Little Snake and His Protective Keeper. There have been no reported issues from the military, and the relationship with Fengdeqiu and Zui Yuan has remained within a relatively peaceful sphere. As of now, I have not heard any news. Have you sensed something? Xunyi shook his head, intending to express that it was merely a hunch, when suddenly, Huoli came sprinting from a narrow path. "Commander Bai, Xunyi, I knew I would find you here." Bai Ci glanced at Xunyi, composed his expression, and inquired of Huoli, "Take a breath and speak slowly." What transpired? Huoli inhaled deeply. "It's not a significant matter. I was just discussing the assessment with Jiandan when I suddenly sensed a looming danger. I initially thought it was due to the upcoming evaluation, but the feeling has persisted for over half an hour. I grew concerned and informed Jiandan, who mentioned that you were in the vicinity. So I came to alert you." Huoli himself felt uncertain about what he had conveyed. This was a special training area where a single individual could outmatch 10. Thus, it should inherently be safe. Although his ability to perceive danger was exceptional, not every threat would materialize. It could simply be my heightened anxiety regarding the imminent assessment. Over the past 3 years, Xunyi had grown considerably, yet Huoli, the petite golden mouse, remained unchanged in his diminutive stature. You have acted wisely. Your acute sensitivity to danger is a unique talent. Since you have perceived something, it is imperative to communicate it. Failing to do so renders your ability almost futile. Xunyi's intuition was not to be dismissed lightly, especially now with Huoli's perceptive capabilities affirming his unease. "Xunyi, you and Huoli should return. I will seek out Instructor Pang. Do you require our assistance?" "Wun you idiot. The specific issue remains unclear. I will first inquire further." He patted Xunyi on the shoulder. "Do not fret. If a genuine crisis arises, you would not be able to escape it either. Just return with Huoli." After saying this, he turned to Huoli. "You may need to be diligent in the coming days. Stay alert during your rest periods and report any other dangers to me." Xunyi was reluctant to leave, but understood he must. His concerns were genuine. Yet such apprehensions bore no weight in the present moment. "I will head back first," he began, but was halted by Bai Ci grasping his wrist. "Never mind, Huoli. You should return on your own. I will accompany Xunyi to find Instructor Pang." Xunyi appeared truly worried, and allowing him to leave seemed unwise. It was likely that restful sleep would elude him that night. After 3 years together, Huoli had witnessed countless instances of Bai Ci indulging Xunyi. Thus, the sudden decision to take Xunyi along was not unexpected. He nodded in understanding. "I will return first. Should anything arise, I will seek you out." With the assessment approaching, any incident in the special training area would render 2 years of preparation and 3 years of specialized training a mere farce. Bai Ci dared not take any chances and led Xunyi directly to Pang Xingheng, who was most knowledgeable about the current state of the training zone. He believed it to be quite secure, yet he was also aware of Huo Li's capabilities. In the face of uncertainty, he felt powerless to act. It would be unreasonable to jeopardize the hard work of others due to a potential threat that had yet to manifest. Commander Bai, I hold unwavering faith in Huo Li's abilities, as well as in Xunyi's sudden intuition. Should the training area indeed harbor danger, I would never disregard their safety. However, with the assessment imminent, I cannot merely stand by and watch their 3 years of effort go to waste. Bai Ci, merely an inspector here, could not bear to witness any misfortune befall this group of trainees, let alone the training officer who has endured their trials alongside them. I comprehend your sentiments. Bai Ci, their futures hinge upon this assessment. I understand your feelings, yet I advise that if Huo Li's intuition persists, perhaps even intensifying, we might need to reconsider the timing of the assessment, and it must remain confidential. Pang Xingheng wrestled with his thoughts. He wished more than Bai Ci for the safety of the team he guided. Then let us resolve it thus, he agreed. I shall investigate further to uncover any pertinent information. With Xunyi present, Pang Xingheng added, you should also speak with them, ensuring they are prepared. If necessary, he paused. If it comes to that, they could collectively participate in the final assessment, with any supplementary evaluations postponed until it is deemed safe. The presence of military personnel outside would afford them considerable security. Bai Ci had contemplated this on his way here, and now that Pang Xingheng had broached the subject, he continued to elaborate. The strategy is viable, but we must prepare the participants for this sudden change. While it may not significantly impact us, it could have substantial ramifications for them. Pang Xingheng's brow fluctuated between relaxation and tension, but he ultimately resolved. What task assigned to the elite team is not both urgent and perilous. After such extensive training, if they cannot accept this slight alteration in timing, how can they ever claim to be members of the elite team? Despite this reasoning, complete assurance remained elusive. Commander Bai, I may require your assistance with forthcoming matters. Should Huo Li still sense danger tomorrow evening, we may need the military's backing. Bai Ci replied, I understand. Do not hesitate to voice any needs. Observing Pang Xingheng's ever-tightening brow, he offered solace. Let us adopt a dual approach. I will report to General Chu shortly, and we shall prepare as thoroughly as possible for the assessment. It proved that both Xunyi and Huo Li's intuitions were indeed accurate. As the assessment drew nearer, Huo Li's sense of danger intensified. Without the need for Xunyi to speak, Bai Ci made the decision. All would proceed with the final assessment, and other matters would be addressed afterward. Is Huo Li's sense of danger related to the assessment? Yes. What is the accuracy of the decision to conduct the final assessment collectively? After calculation, the correctness of advancing the final assessment and having all participate together stands at 95%. Bai Ci would not question the system's computational prowess. After a night of deliberation with Pang Xingheng, he resolved to send all team members to the assessment site the following day. With the decision made, his greatest concern remained Xunyi. He trusted in Xunyi's capabilities, yet feared for his safety. However, he did not reveal anything in front of Xunyi. Just before entering the final assessment arena, Pang Xingheng stood before all the team members. This marks my last moment as your training officer. From the instant you step into the assessment grounds, you will officially graduate, regardless of whether you emerge from the arena, having persevered for 3 years. You are all qualified elite trainees within the Alliance. Are you all prepared? The 97 members responded in unison, ready. Xunyi and Xunyi were the first to step forward, and Pang Xingheng handed them a printed map as they entered the assessment venue. Chapter 78. The fiery little snake and his protective keeper, 97 individuals entered, and Bai Ci watched them one by one. Although he had grown accustomed to such scenes, the presence of Xunyi stirred a sense of emotion within him. Xunyi and Xunyi formed a team, being the first to enter with a map. Bai Ci had expressed his thoughts the previous night, and in this setting, he found no opportunity to converse with Xunyi privately. As he watched Xunyi enter the assessment grounds, a surge of paternal pride welled up in his heart. 0001, what do you say? 0001 remarked after a brief silence. Host, do you wish to consider what you're saying? a perfectly formidable Borneo pit viper before engaging in battle, offers an apology and presents an antidote before striking. While he may be deemed ruthless, he always adheres to the principle of courtesy before aggression. If someone provokes him, they will certainly face his full wrath. It's impossible for him to become weak. His fierceness is not of a conventional kind, but rather, he is simply not to be trifled with. Bai Ci did not necessarily seek a response from 0001. He simply wished to express something about Xunyi's entry, yet found the occasion unsuitable. He understood that unexpected events would inevitably arise during this assessment. The system indicated that even in the absence of Xunyi, unforeseen circumstances would occur, leaving him with no choice but to remain vigilant outside, ensuring that no threats could reach those inside. The 97 trainees had largely formed their teams in advance. Upon entering, they cautiously proceeded forward, exploring according to their abilities, which bore a striking resemblance to their training routines. While those inside were diligently completing their tasks, the training officers outside were not idle. Due to the inherent dangers, they had scarcely slept, and by the end, none had enjoyed a restful night. While the external guard was stringent, the proceedings within were relatively smooth. After 4 days, aside from those naturally eliminated from the assessment, the majority continued to persevere. Xunyi and Sun Ye's team was the swiftest in their actions. Barring any unforeseen events, they were expected to emerge within 2 hours, closely followed by Huo, Li, and Jindan. Huo Li's abilities are more suited for individual assessments, and the final evaluation proved to be somewhat challenging for him. Fortunately, during the initial phase, the team led by Xunyi consistently accompanied and cared for them, guiding them through to the very last moment. Although they emerged, Huo Li sustained injuries that appeared quite severe, necessitating careful support as he navigated the final perilous stretch. There was an underlying apprehension that something might go awry. Yet as they reached the end, it seemed that all was well, prompting a collective sigh of relief. However, this relief was short-lived as their hearts sank once again. 3 hours had elapsed, and Xunyi and Xunyi, who were expected to have emerged by now, were nowhere to be found. The assessment venue bore no trace of Xunyi and his companion. Such large figures had seemingly vanished right before their eyes. Gradually, as concerns mounted, it became evident that not only had Xunyi and his team disappeared, but Huo Li's serious injuries warranted immediate medical attention, and he too was unaccounted for. The number of those who should have emerged, but had instead vanished, continued to grow, casting a pall over the crowd. Someone in the throng suddenly voiced a troubling thought. Could it be that the exit for the final assessment had been altered? Bai Ci considered this possibility, yet he was reluctant to accept it. If the exit had indeed been changed, where could it possibly lead? The individuals responsible for such a modification would surely have sinister intentions towards the elite team, and the new exit would likely not be in a secure location. With a grim expression, Bai Ci addressed Commander Pang. Please investigate the matter of the exit. I may need to visit headquarters. Leave this to me. If the exit is truly problematic, I will endeavor to rectify it promptly so that the remaining team members can be retrieved. For Bai Ci, the urgency of resolving the exit issue had diminished, as he was already consumed with worry over Xunyi's whereabouts. Without further ado, he contacted General Chu and, accompanied by a small team, made his way directly to headquarters. Upon arrival at headquarters, it was bustling with personnel, fully aware that today was the day of the assessment. Despite the earlier scheduled change, as Bai Ci entered the conference room, he found a gathering of key figures from the main combat faction. The leader, Feng Diqiu, glanced over, seemingly surprised, yet visibly displeased. Commander Bai, is it appropriate for you to be here, away from the training area, with so many people, while our meeting remains in session? Bai Ci interrupted, addressing Feng Diqiu directly. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire where you have redirected the exit for the final assessment. Feng Diqiu's expression darkened considerably. Bai Ci, do you realize where you are? Accusing high-ranking officials of the Alliance in the headquarters, who granted you the audacity to behave so recklessly. Bai Ci, uninterested in further dialogue, raised his hand, and his team moved in unison, drawing their firearms and aiming them at those present in the conference room. This sudden action prompted everyone to rise. The military personnel were known for their adherence to protocol, and such an intrusion into headquarters was unprecedented. In the annals of the Alliance's history, only Bai Ci had dared to act in such a manner. Bai Ci slowly raised the gun that had been hanging in his hand. I once stated that I would engage with you regardless of the means. Yet you gravely miscalculated by involving Xunyi and the entire team in the training zone. Did you truly believe I would refrain from taking action against you? One must speak with evidence. Zui stepped forward behind Di, questioning, what proof do you possess that we orchestrated this? With a deafening bang, a bullet grazed past Di, striking Zui directly behind him. Bai Ci stepped forward, once again aiming the firearm at Di. As if his patience had reached its limit, he enunciated each word. You still have a chance. Think carefully before you speak. Whereas the exit of the final assessment been altered, Di was utterly unprepared for Bai Ci to genuinely pull the trigger. Not only he, but everyone in the conference room had not anticipated this turn of events. Those who had previously clamored about Bai Ci's disregard for rules now fell into a profound silence. Naturally, Di would not admit to having orchestrated this. Bai Ci's intrusion indicated he lacked evidence to substantiate their involvement. Bai Ci, do you realize that by firing your weapon, you have already violated the regulations of the Alliance? I can immediately summon assistance too. Another gunshot rang out as Bai Ci struck Di in the thigh. Where's the exit? Di lay on the ground, clutching his leg, completely stripped of his usual composure. Bai Ci, you are defying the Alliance regulations. I will. Another shot fired, this time hitting Di in the shoulder. The next one will be aimed at your head. I keep my promises. Consider your words carefully. With so many of your people present, you may remain silent. But someone will eventually speak. Even if you possess the audacity to die without revealing the truth, that is of no concern. Once you are gone, the subsequent issues will appear rather easily resolvable. He crouched down, directing the gun's muzzle at Di's head. I shall ask you one last time. Where are they? Chapter 79. The volatile serpent and his protective keeper, He was engaged in the reconstruction of the fourth city when he received a video call from Bai Ci after completing his patrol. Oh, isn't today the day the first batch of personnel from the final assessment is supposed to emerge? Has your Xunyi returned? Bai Ci's voice was steady. I require your assistance. The seriousness of Bai Ci's tone immediately alerted that something was amiss. What is it? Speak. Bai Ci succinctly stated. Di and his associates have altered the exit of the assessment area. It now lies in the 8th city. They had previously investigated the 8th city and found no significant issues, yet therein lay the problem. What is the specific location? None. Only that it is in the 8th city. He inquired, what do you need me to do? Bai Ci replied, participants in the assessment will gradually arrive at the 8th city. I am concerned that Di and his group may have tampered with the exit. You need to ensure their safe return. Most of Xunyi's group will emerge in a wounded state. Without someone to meet them, should trouble truly arise, they may find it impossible to escape safely from the exit. You are closest to the 8th city, and it will be quickest for you to reach them. I must rely on you. He was not afraid of Xunyi harming others. He feared that a wounded Xunyi would be unable to fend off other threats. In the event something happens to Xunyi, rest assured, I will have personnel stationed at the 8th city. I will dispatch a team to locate their position and ensure their safe return. Thank you for your assistance. After Bai Ci concluded his remarks, he cautioned, Huoli has sustained significant injuries. When you send someone to search, ensure they are accompanied by a healer. He recognized that he had ascended to the position of Major General through merit, and thus entrusted him with this minor task, confident that no complications would arise. However, the matter concerning Xunyi weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him unable to feel entirely at ease. He longed to seek out Xunyi, yet due to his recent actions against Di and Zui, having discharged 3 shots, the headquarters had temporarily detained him. It was fortunate that he had not been arrested outright. There was no way they would allow him to leave the capital so easily. Seated in the headquarters lounge, Bai Ci could only await the disciplinary action that would be imposed upon him. Shortly after he had called personnel from headquarters arrived to assign him to this location, confiscating all his weapons and his light brain, leaving him unable to contact or ascertain Xunyi's condition. General Chu visited, familiarizing himself with the situation. He first reprimanded Bai Ci for his recklessness, then reassured him not to worry. Feng Deqiu and his associates now insist they only knew the exit had been relocated to the 8th city, denying any involvement in the matter. Consequently, your charges are considerably more severe than theirs. If the investigation ultimately yields no findings, your position as commander may be at risk. Bai Ci was indifferent to the title of commander. His sole concern was for Xunyi's well-being. Chu Hong seemed to sense his thoughts and assured him, "Rest assured, I have dispatched a considerable number of personnel to the 8th city. I will inform you at the first opportunity should any news arise." "Thank you, General Xia." Chu Hong had initially intended to admonish Bai Ci, but upon witnessing his current state, found himself at a loss for words. After all, his reckless actions were driven by a desire to protect the military. Without such an incident, if anything were to happen to the newly graduated recruits from the assessment grounds, the blame would ultimately fall upon their command. Do not worry. Tampering with the final assessment is currently their most advantageous strategy. If it is indeed discovered that they are responsible, they will lose their chance to contend for command. I will investigate promptly, stay put here, and I will keep an eye on Xunyi. Once he is free, I will send word to you. Please refrain from causing any further disturbances, understood? Understood, Général que. Bai Ci responded. Though had Chu Hong not arrived in time, he had indeed contemplated making a break for it. After Chu Hong departed, Bai Ci lingered in the room for a considerable time. Although the guards stationed at the entrance had been assigned to monitor him, they understood that Commander Bai's actions were a reluctant necessity for the military and thus held him in high regard. "Commander Bai," one of the guards quietly inquired, "I have a light brain on me. If you wish to know anything, feel free to ask, and I can inquire with our brothers in the 8th city." Having been deprived of outside communication for so long, Bai Ci had numerous questions. "Has anyone found Sun or Major General He?" The guard turned his face slightly, remaining vigilant for any onlookers. "Major General, he has just arrived in the 8th city and is conducting a thorough search. It won't be long before he locates the assessment exit. Do not fret." Fearing that Commander Bai would not believe him, he took the time to clarify that the internal discord within the alliance ought not to be widely publicized. However, General Chu was exceedingly irate this time, insisting that a Supreme Council meeting be convened. He declared that if the headquarters failed to provide a reasonable explanation, all serving officials in the military would collectively resign starting tomorrow. The implications of such a mass resignation were understood by all. The guard, with an expression that suggested he saw through the situation, continued, "Commander Bai, rest assured, General Chu has always considered the greater good. In times of heightened tension with the Empire, he endured grievances for the safety of the alliance as citizens. Unlike now, when peace prevails on both sides, should anyone within the alliance attempt to stir trouble, General Chu will undoubtedly show no mercy." Bai Ci found it amusing. It was he who had initiated hostilities today with a small team. Yet, first, General Chu urged him not to worry, and now the guard reassured him. In truth, he had already prepared himself for unemployment and returning home to attend to Xunyi. Putting aside thoughts of unemployment, he reflected on how, after 3 years of diligent service, he never anticipated ending up with such unexpected leisure. However, it was precisely this newfound idleness that reminded him of the potion mentioned by He Wei 3 years prior, one that could induce a frenzy in one's true form. He Wei had claimed to have heard it from an unknown source, and despite extensive investigation, Bai Ci had found nothing. They had gradually forgotten about it, especially since no further issues had arisen in recent years. Yet, in light of the current situation, perhaps the root of the problem lay here after all. Unable to leave, he could only communicate with the guard outside. "Excuse me, could you kindly relay a message to General Chu? Just tell him to heed what He Wei said 3 years ago." Realizing that General Chu must be exceedingly busy, he amended his request. "Anyone from the military department will suffice, as long as it gets conveyed. We all investigated this matter together back then, and as long as the message reaches them, someone will surely ponder it. Those who have ascended to such positions are no ordinary individuals. I have faith in each member of the military department." In the midst of his concerns, Bai Ci found himself whimsically envisioning how Xunyi, this peculiar base snake, might react in a frenzy. Strangely, He found that image somewhat endearing. Chapter 80. The fiery little snake and his protective keeper, the military department acted swiftly. Bai Ci was unaware of how they managed the situation, but before long, someone came to inform him that he was free to go. There was no punishment whatsoever. The officer who came to retrieve Bai Ci, upon witnessing his momentary astonishment, explained, "Do not assume this matter has simply been overlooked. After all, you were involved in an incident at headquarters. There will inevitably be consequences. However, I suspect it will amount to merely a 2-month suspension, nothing severe. Of course, had it not been for your actions, we would not have identified the exit points so swiftly. Your intervention saved many individuals emerging from the assessment area. Your contribution is invaluable. General Chu intends to petition the headquarters on your behalf for commendation." Bai Ci responded, "Is military merit truly so easily obtained? However, do not harbor excessive hopes. Our intention is merely to amplify the situation. The military honor is likely unattainable, yet commendations from the entire alliance should not be lacking." Bai Ci nodded in understanding. A 2-month suspension is akin to a vacation. Whether or not he receives praise is inconsequential, as long as Xunyi is unharmed. "Have you found an exit?" Bai Ci inquired. "Yes, we have located it and confirmed that the individual is inside, but it appears there are some complications, and we are currently unable to extract him." Bai Ci paused, a shiver coursing through him. "What is the matter?" The person sent to retrieve him wore a troubled expression. "Did you forget to relay the message? There is a substance capable of driving individuals to madness." Bai Ci merely urged them to be cautious, as he had not anticipated the rumors to be true. "What about the team members undergoing assessment? Are they in danger now?" "It is difficult to ascertain at this moment. There exists a small forest in the 8th city that has remained unkempt due to prior unrest. Consequently, it has become infested with refuse and corpses, fostering a proliferation of snakes, insects, and rodents. Recently, a hallucinogenic agent was introduced, causing the creatures within to become agitated. A previous group that ventured and sustained numerous bites." "Bites?" Bai Ci thought of Xunyi. "Do not panic. Our military is not to be trifled with. They possess prohibitive substances, and the military's historical methods of pacification are not mere facades. I will escort you there. We can arrive tonight, and you shall witness the situation for yourself." The officer sent to retrieve him understood Bai Ci's concern for Xunyi. "Your emergence is due to an application made by the military to headquarters, granting you special permission as an inspector for this 3-year intensive training. You are to assist in the rescue and refrain from causing further disturbances. Do you understand?" "I understand." Bai Ci nodded. He had not seen Xunyi for a while, and he had readily agreed to everything. Any other matters could be addressed later. Upon their arrival at the 8th city, the small forest was already encircled by military personnel, and military aircraft patrolled the skies overhead, ensuring that no agitated creatures could breach the city and endanger its inhabitants. Observing the formidable array, Bai Ci surveyed the surroundings. Nearly 9 hours had elapsed since Xunyi was due to emerge, and the conditions within the forest could be relayed at any moment. As soon as Xunyi and the others emerged, they would be under the influence of the hallucinogenic substance. Fortunately, during their training, they had been conditioned to resist instinctual transformations, and even the most severely injured, Li, had managed to endure without succumbing to a metamorphosis into a diminutive golden rodent. "General Chu," Bai Ci approached the foremost General Chu. "Are the individuals inside still well?" "It has been 9 hours. Given the size of the forest, they should have crawled out by now. The situation within the forest resembles that of a small-scale operational site. Under normal circumstances, extraction should not be arduous, but currently, the area is fraught with peril. Given their physical condition, it is remarkable that they have managed to hold on until we located them. Général que replied. You and his team have found them, but they have been suppressing themselves for so long that their mental stability is now compromised, which is why they have yet to emerge. However, there is no need for excessive concern. They have been located, and we will ensure their safe retrieval. Just a little longer." Fearing that Bai Ci might lose his temper, General Chu proposed, "How about this? If they haven't emerged in half an hour, I'll let you in. What do you think?" It was preferable to grant permission for the lad to enter rather than allow him to burst in uninvited. If he dared to breach the heavily guarded headquarters, what chance did a mere forest stand against him? Bai Ci opened his mouth, ultimately consenting. All right, don't worry. This is a trial your wife must endure on her path of growth. It's nothing serious. 0001 suddenly interjected. Bai Ci replied, I know. 0001 crackled. How do you know? The fact that you didn't come out to announce an issue indicates that Xunyi is not in grave danger. I've discerned a pattern, Bai Ci responded. The system fell silent for less than 10 minutes when a group of individuals was seen emerging from the woods, supported by one another. The good news was that Bai Ci spotted Xunyi among them. The bad news was that Xunyi's eyes were red, and his condition was evidently abnormal. Xunyi! Bai Ci rushed forward, taking Xunyi from the grasp of other military personnel. Are you all right? Xunyi still recognized him and smiled as he replied. I think I now understand why Feng Duqiu and his group have been targeting our military. Even in such a state, he had the presence of mind to consider these matters. Bai Ci supported him, asking, can you walk? If not, you can transform. I'm here. You needn't worry about anything else. Xunyi shook his head. No, it's better not to. The effects of the medication are still active. And if I revert to my true form, I fear I won't be able to control myself. The little golden mouse, Huoli, completely broke down upon seeing military personnel and now lay in a treatment box. Xunyi cast a glance towards it, recalling that Huoli's true form had bitten someone. If I transform, I might end up harming others. Bai Ci would not allow Xunyi the chance to bite anyone. Noticing Xunyi's eyes, which appeared as if they might bleed, he swiftly swept him up in his arms, assuring him, it's all right, I'm here. The suppressive medication was effective, but since it was not specifically designed for that purpose, its potency was limited. After stating this, Bai Ci expected Xunyi to revert naturally. But Xunyi merely glanced at him before declining. No, as long as I'm not injured as severely as Huoli, I don't require any special treatment. He smiled. I must learn to protect not only myself, but also others. As long as I can stand, I will not allow myself to lie down. System notification, targets soul stability, 100%. Bai Ci embraced Xunyi, and upon hearing the unexpected system prompt, he managed to calm the anxiety that had lingered throughout the day. After a long pause, he finally said, you are remarkable. Xunyi bore his share of injuries, compounded by the frenzied medication he had come into contact with, leaving him in a poor state. Everyone expected the compassionate commander, Bai, to take Xunyi for treatment. But to their astonishment, the two boarded the return flight directly to the headquarters to obtain their marriage certificate. When Yu and the rest of the large contingent emerged, not seeing Bai Ci, they inquired and learned that the two had returned. Stunned for a moment, they were at a loss as to whether to chastise Bai Ci for being a beast or to scold Xunyi for being love-struck. The events that transpired in the 8th City Forest, to be precise, occurred after the assessment. Thus, anyone emerging from therein is deemed to have successfully passed. When Bai Ci received word of Xunyi's successful completion of the assessment, he was in the midst of forcing the now transformed Xunyi to take his medicine. Xunyi, feeling completely recovered after 2 days of treatment, was adamant in his refusal. Bai Ci insisted, regardless of your transformation into a serpent, you must drink it. I've said you need to take it for 3 days and not a day less. Hiss. Even in serpent form, he must comply. After all, this was a newly developed potion, and its side effects remained uncertain. Just bear with it for this final day. You've endured 3 years of rigorous training. What is there to fear now? Hiss. If you drink it obediently, tomorrow I shall take you to see your unreliable parents. Xunyi tilted his serpent head in confusion. Hiss. Bai Ci continued. They were apprehended 3 years ago, and I refrained from informing you to avoid hindering your training. Unable to contain himself, Xunyi reverted to his human form, hastily wrapping himself in a blanket. What were the charges? Fraud, abuse, intentional injury, resisting arrest? Bai Ci paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity while Xunyi was still in shock, he forcefully administered the potion, then continued, among other charges. Xunyi's transformation back was merely out of curiosity. He had no intention of visiting them. He recalled the near-fatal incident from his childhood when his parents had neglected him, leading to their arrest. Why would he want to see them now? Frowning, he grimaced at the bitter taste of the medicine. Soon after, news of Bai Ci as punishment came through, a 2-month suspension. What was even more gratifying was that the headquarters apprehended 8 individuals, led by Bai Ci, on charges of official misconduct. Ambition is not inherently flawed, yet there exists a distinction between ambition and selfish desire. Following his suspension, Bai Ci found himself with ample free time, coinciding perfectly with Xunyi's recovery phase post-assessment, prompting them to seize the opportunity to indulge in a honeymoon of sorts. Xunyi held an ice cream cone, perplexed as to why Bai Ci insisted on purchasing it for him. They had believed their actions could remain unnoticed. However, reality proved otherwise, for the net of justice is vast, and they were merely reaping the consequences of their own deeds. He took a lick of the ice cream, and, to his surprise, it was quite delectable. "Host, will you remain in this world until the end?" 0001 prompted. Although the flow of time in this world does not affect the outside, time still progresses beyond it. Leaving sooner would mitigate the physical repercussions on the task target. Bai Ci paused momentarily. What will happen to this body after I depart? The soul has been successfully salvaged, and the fragments collected. Your exit will not produce any repercussions. Should you be concerned, the system can arrange for the destruction of this small world. However, if you prefer not to pursue that course, upon your departure, this body will inherit all your current traits, ensuring the target is cared for until his physical characteristics fade from this small world. Bai Ci remained silent for a considerable time, and once he and Xunyi were en route back to the hotel, he finally replied, "Understood." 2 months later, Xunyi's injuries had healed sufficiently, and it was time to report back to the special forces. As Bai Ci sent Xunyi off to the training area, reminiscent of the day 3 years prior, he stood at the entrance, gazing at Xunyi with a sense of admiration. The previous night had been exhausting, leaving Xunyi still simmering with frustration, and he could only glare back, retorting, "What is so good about it?" Bai Ci affectionately ruffled Xunyi's hair, replying, "Everything is wonderful as long as I see you." Xunyi remarked, "This isn't a closed training session. I'll return once the vacation arrives." He rubbed his nose and added, "I'll head in now, you can go home. I'll message you after every training session." Bai Ci nodded, "All right, go on in." Only after Xunyi turned to leave did Bai Ci call out, 0001. "May Xunyi have a bright future. Let this world continue as it is, as we venture to the next." Chapter 81. The little zombie in his powerhouse brother the room appeared as though it had just been vacated by a battle-hardened veteran. "What's the situation?" Bai Ci inquired as he surveyed his surroundings. "Welcome to the apocalyptic microcosm. You may observe the specifics by opening the door," the system responded. Still disoriented from his recent arrival, Bai Ci took the system's advice and opened the door. The moment the door creaked open, a decaying zombie lunged toward him. Before his mind could fully comprehend the threat, his foot instinctively propelled forward, kicking the zombie aside. He promptly shut the door, finally regaining his senses. "Not just now." He swallowed his words. 0001, ever considerate, reassured him, "Rest assured, that was not the mission target. Your wife is currently napping in the room." Bai Ci sighed in relief. The residence he occupied was a quaint 2-story villa, and with the doors downstairs ajar, it was likely Xunyi was upstairs. Ascending the stairs, he opened what appeared to be the cleanest room. After standing at the threshold for a moment, he closed it and reopened it. "Do you have any questions, host?" 0001 asked. Bai Ci inhaled deeply. "Is that zombie Xunyi?" "Indeed, it is," replied 0001. Bai Ci continued, "What did you say he was doing?" "I mentioned he was napping." Bai Ci pondered. Have the languages in this microcosm become so convoluted? Allow me to clarify the situation in this world. It reflects precisely what you observed upon opening the door: a mutated father, a mutated mother, a transformed world, and an altered Xunyi, the system elucidated. Bai Ci queried, "Is there any hope for a cure?" "It's difficult to say," came the reply. "What role does G-Duo play in this world?" Given past experiences, he anticipated G-Duo to be a doctor or something akin. To his surprise, the system fell into an unusual silence following his inquiry. Bai Ci prompted, "Well, here's the thing," 0001 explained. The body you currently inhabit is the identity of our former boss, which has now been bestowed upon you. Bai Ci grasped the situation. In this world, his wife had transformed, the little assistant was absent, and only a computer remained. Choosing not to inquire further, he felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Not long after concluding his dialogue with 0001, Xunyi, who had been napping on the bed, stirred and woke up. Bai Ci, now in the form of an ordinary human, sought to avert the misfortune of becoming a zombie himself. He meticulously tore the bed sheets into strips and bound them together, preparing to restrain Xunyi should he exhibit any hostile intent. As Xunyi awkwardly sat up from the bed, his pale eyes fixated on Bai Ci, he stammered, "You." "Who?" Bai Ci, taken aback, realized that while the individual before him remained physically present, his mind seemed to have wandered far away. His wife had transformed into a zombie, one that could nap and converse. "I came here to seek refuge, and, upon opening the door, I found you asleep." Bai Ci pointed at his own eyes. "You've mutated, do you understand?" Xunyi, with sluggish movements, touched his own eyes and nodded obediently, arm. "Bitten." He appeared as though he wished to say more, yet the effort to articulate his thoughts proved too taxing, prompting him to lower his gaze to the bed. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "Leave, mine." Bai Ci found amusement in Xunyi clutching his blanket as if to expel him. "Rest assured, I have no intention of claiming your bed. In due time, it will belong to them anyway. There is no rush." He chuckled and inquired, "When were you bitten? What have you been consuming since then?" Clearly, Xunyi's mind, now dulled by the transformation, struggled with the complexity of the questions. He extended a hand, moving it back and forth, trying to convey something with his 5 fingers, yet he could not articulate his thoughts clearly. Observing this, Bai Ci deduced that it had been some time since Xunyi had been bitten. Answering 2 questions at once was indeed a considerable challenge for him in his current state. Cooking was an impossibility. "What have you been eating lately?" Bai Ci repeated. "Noodles." Xunyi replied, his demeanor starkly contrasting the aggressive zombies encountered outside. "Noodles?" Bai Ci pondered. "Instant noodles? Noodles, bidead, Xunyi clarified." Bai Ci contemplated the situation. Regardless of the nature of the virus, the more pressing issue lay in their communication. Though Xunyi spoke slowly, Bai Ci exhibited patience, and through their dialogue, he gleaned a general understanding of Xunyi's experiences. The apocalypse had persisted for quite some time. Xunyi's parents had been bitten before they could return home from work. The outbreak coincided with summer vacation, and, as a university student, Xunyi had been at home, eagerly waiting for his classmates to arrive for a gaming session, only to be met by a horde of zombies. He had sheltered in his home for several days until the last remnants of food were exhausted, compelling him to don protective gear and venture into the supermarket. He had prepared thoroughly, and just as he was about to return, he spotted his parents at the doorstep. Their workplace was not nearby, requiring a 40-minute drive. Zombies, when not attacking, moved at a painfully slow pace, leaving him bewildered as to how they had managed to return home or why they had chosen to do so. Unable to suppress his curiosity, yet reluctant to dwell on the grim thoughts, he found himself momentarily lost in contemplation, only to be bitten by an approaching zombie. "So, you returned home to sleep after being bitten?" Bai Ci inquired, noting that Xunyi harbored no intent to bite others. He casually took a seat beside him, eager to understand more. Xunyi gazed intently at Bai Ci's arm for an extended period, swallowing hard before averting his eyes and nodding slightly. Bai Ci, with a hint of teasing, inquired, "Are you coveting me?" As he drew closer, Bai Ci observed that Xunyi's pale eyes had not completely turned white. Rather, his pupils appeared to be veiled by a delicate mist, rendering him less fearsome and, instead, rather pitiable. Xunyi turned and asked, "Is it permissible to bite?" Bai Ci firmly declared that it was certainly not. The moment he uttered those words, even though Xunyi's expression was devoid of emotion, Bai Ci felt as though Xunyi had shot him an incredulous glance. "You, a zombie, wish to bite others? Do you have any idea how they deal with biting little zombies out there?" Xunyi's already rigid body became even more stiffened. "Oh, so you were aware?" Bai Ci teased. "Then how about we establish a few ground rules?" He posed the question with no expectation of a response from Xunyi, promptly outlining the stipulations himself. First, you must not bite anyone. As for food, feel free to express your desires, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Second, you must heed my instructions. No matter the situation, you are to comply. I will permit you to voice your opinions, but outbursts of anger are unacceptable. Once again, you're not to bite me. Third, he pondered for a moment, realizing he had yet to formulate a third rule. He decided to leave it open-ended for now, assuring Xunyi that he would communicate it once it materialized. So what do you say? Do we have agreement? Not if you consent. Xunyi was reluctant to agree, but dissent was not an option, especially since he had not eaten in 2 days. Anticipating Xunyi's eventual compliance, Bai Ci smiled and stood up. Speak, what do you wish to eat? I shall venture out to procure it. Cake, Xunyi responded. Cake? Are we talking about chicken eggs or duck eggs? Bai Ci inquired. Would packaged eggs from the supermarket suffice? Xunyi shook his head and reiterated cake. Bai Ci hesitated momentarily before affirming. Very well, I shall do my best to find it for you. Chapter 82. The Little Zombie and His Overpowered Brother 2. As for the apocalypse, Bai Ci had never encountered one, yet he did not regard it with undue concern. Where there is an apocalypse, there will invariably be saviors. Humanity possesses an innate ability to discover hope for survival amidst even the direst circumstances, such as the resilience of life. The villa area was not as bustling as the central district. With a viral outbreak, zombies were naturally less prevalent here. Bai Ci stood on the second floor, observing through the window, and noted that areas bathed in sunlight generally lacked zombies, while the shaded spots beneath trees seemed to be where they congregated. Car garage, Xunyi tilted his head. Bai Ci turned back to him. Xunyi descended from the bed and began to shuffle outside step by step. Bai Ci called out, "Where are you going?" Without turning his head, possibly finding it too cumbersome to look back, Xunyi stumbled forward, responding haltingly, looking for keys. Bai Ci contemplated suggesting that Xunyi merely inform him of what he was searching for, negating the need for Xunyi's effort, but then realized that if he wished to aid Xunyi's recovery, he ultimately needed him to leave this place. It was beneficial for Xunyi to move about as much as possible. Any increase in his agility was advantageous. Following closely behind Xunyi, Bai Ci inspected the wall hooks in the foyer, the coffee table in the living room, the island in the kitchen, and then returned upstairs to the study, ultimately circling back to the bedroom. Under Xunyi's guidance, he unearthed a set of keys from beneath the bed. Go ahead. Xunyi fixated on the keys in Bai Ci's hand, insisting, I want cake. Bai Ci replied, the car is a good one, and the supermarket in the villa area is also commendable, but finding cake is indeed quite a challenge. The virus outbreak has persisted for an extended duration, resulting in the supermarket being thoroughly ransacked several times. The shelf life of a cake is inherently short, and after such a lengthy period, it is not just the cakes that have spoiled, but even the eggs. After searching extensively, I could not find any cakes. I ventured to a more distant location. Yet my concern for Xunyi at home lingered heavily in my mind. Ultimately, I had to settle for some small cakes meant for children. With a backpack filled with provisions, and having also procured some commonly used medications from a nearby pharmacy, I passed by an optical store, recalling Xunyi's eyesight, and decided to grab a couple of pairs of sunglasses. The errand was relatively straightforward, though the round trip took nearly an hour. Upon returning home, I was struck by the sight of the door ajar, causing my heart to skip a beat. Armed with no other weapons, the only useful item I possessed was a baseball bat that Xunyi had provided just before I left. The living room was eerily quiet. The heavy footsteps of a zombie would be unmistakable, while the presence of a human would be indicated by the door I had just secured. If other survivors had entered, why was the door left wide open, inviting zombies in? I set my backpack down against the wall and cautiously made my way inside. When I departed, Xunyi had been seated by the window watching me leave, but now the space was vacant. Could it be that Xunyi, feeling I had returned too late, had ventured out? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a soft whimper emanated from the storage room on the first floor. I recognized Xunyi's voice all too well. Even in its muffled state, I knew it belonged to him. The entity responsible for binding Xunyi did not require further identification, yet I was perplexed. It was evident that Xunyi had succumbed to the infection, yet those who had entered showed no fear of him, instead restraining him. "Come out. Were you looking for me?" Before long, two men emerged from the storage room, dragging the bound Xunyi with them. Xunyi, already lacking agility, was rendered nearly immobile by the bindings. "P.S. mine." I gestured towards Xunyi, regarding them with a steely gaze. "As for you two, speak plainly." The men exchanged glances, evidently surprised by my forthrightness. One of them pointed at Xunyi. "If I'm not mistaken, he has been infected, given your proximity to him for so long. Are you not afraid of becoming like the others outside?" "That is my concern," I replied, flexing my wrist. "You entered my home uninvited and laid hands on my companion. It seems you are the ones who should fear becoming like the hordes outside." As soon as I finished speaking, I noticed Xunyi blink slowly and then, with great effort, stomp his foot. Perhaps it was an unspoken connection. With that small gesture, I comprehended his meaning. I disregarded the confusion of the two men and resolutely rephrased. "You truly have no fear for your lives by entering my home and assaulting my companion." The two men remained perplexed by my sudden change in tone. Yet this did not deter them from their objective for being there. "My dear brother, I trust you have heard that the Central District is currently investigating a serum for the zombie virus. We have been observing for several days now, and the young man you're attending to, despite being bitten, still retains his consciousness. If we were to deliver him to the Central District, the bounty alone would suffice for us to live lavishly for a time." Indeed, another individual, perceiving Bai Ci's silence as agreement, began to chime in. "We are not unreasonable men. He was discovered by you, and we do not seek to claim the primary credit. We can protect both of you on the journey to the Central District, and upon receiving the bounty, how about a division of 70-30 in your favor?" Bai Ci, at this moment, felt an overwhelming urge to expel these interlopers. The two men, mistaking Bai Ci's silence for a lack of enticing conditions, exchanged glances, as if having made a resolute decision. In this world, where circumstances have transformed so drastically, our encounter is indeed fate. Let's not be so divided. How about an 80-20 split instead? You would receive 80 while we take 20. Surely, this arrangement is agreeable? Bai Ci could not help but chuckle at their audacity. They intended to bargain for a share while attempting to sell out Xunyi. Very well, Bai Ci beckoned the two men to sit and converse. Although they seemed ineffectual, their knowledge might prove beneficial in uncovering a remedy for Xunyi. Upon hearing Bai Ci's invitation, the two men grinned broadly. One began to introduce himself. "Since we are to become brothers, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xunyi, and my brother here is Zhao Tianxiang. We were once the patrolling security of this community, but after the outbreak of the virus, we dared not return home. The zombie presence in this affluent district is comparatively less." Bai Ci was not inclined to listen to their life stories and urged them instead to share any pertinent information that would facilitate their travels. "Well," Xunyi replied with a cunning smile, "it is not that we distrust you, but what do you wish to know? We can elaborate on the journey. But if we divulge too much now, and you change your mind later, what then?" Zhao Tianxiang added, "Indeed, you show no fear of zombies. Yet we cannot be entirely certain of our ability to contend with you. You must provide us with some assurance." Bai Ci cast a glance at Xunyi, still in their possession. Whether he could reassure them was uncertain, but he knew he could instill a sense of calm. "First, remove the cloth from his mouth." Bai Ci instructed. Xunyi hesitated, inspecting Xunyi. "But he is infected with the virus. Isn't that rather perilous?" Bai Ci, maintaining a stoic demeanor, retorted. "He is my person, and treating my people in such a manner is rather unseemly. Wouldn't you agree?" Perhaps his tone was too laced with sarcasm, for Zhao Tianxiang chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, "We are all on the same side here. Let us communicate openly. How about we remove the cloth from his mouth, but refrain from untying him? Would that be acceptable?" Bai Ci remained silent. Zhao Tianxiang cast a glance at Xunyi, and with that, the decision was made. Before he could finish a sentence, having just removed the cloth stuffed in Xunyi's mouth, Xunyi, with his mouth agape, was about to bite down. Instinctively, Zhao Tianxiang dodged, only to realize that Xunyi was still bound. It was as if his tail had been stepped on. He immediately leaped up, intending to kick Xunyi. "Damn you, I haven't even finished speaking." Before he could lift his foot, he was knocked down by a kick from Bai Ci behind him. Turning around, he saw Bai Ci looking at him nonchalantly, as if they were discussing trivial matters. After kicking the two, Bai Ci seized the opportunity while they were still dazed to pull Xunyi over and swiftly untie him. You two be a bit fiercer. They've tied you up, and you aren't even resisting. They had indeed tied Xunyi tightly. After being infected with the virus, his skin, already pale, bore indelible marks on his wrists from the ropes, marks that were devoid of color, purely the result of being tightly bound. Seeing this, Bai Ci's expression grew even colder. Recalling Xunyi's obedient demeanor when facing him, he gently rubbed the young man's wrist, all the while imparting a somewhat stern lesson, ignoring the two others still present. Next time someone bullies you, retaliate. If trouble arises, I will be here. Xunyi felt powerless. He was not capable of much. At this moment, Shiyong finally comprehended what Bai Ci had done and became furious. We genuinely wanted to consider you as a brother. What do you mean by this? Bai Ci took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xunyi. What qualifies you to be my brother? He is mine. We possess the capability to enter the central district. Having you two around is merely an added burden. Brothers? Just you two? On what grounds? Bai Ci had already loosened his wrists, now unwilling to waste further words. To have injured Xunyi and still dare to flaunt themselves before him was absurd, coming from two brainless individuals. Out of anger for Xunyi's injuries, Bai Ci swiftly dealt with the two men, throwing them out of the room. He was unafraid of any unexpected retaliation from them. After all, he had been observing for quite some time and was well aware of Xunyi's situation. Once tranquility returned to the room, Bai Ci sat down, recalling the medicine he had found at the pharmacy. He pulled out 2 bottles of safflower oil. Yet when it came to gripping Xunyi's arm, he hesitated, applying a blood-activating oil to Xunyi. Xunyi, unaware of Bai Ci's anger, pointed to his wrist, complaining. Afternoon nap, he bound. Bai Ci placed the safflower oil on the coffee table. Did you not just wake from a nap? Xunyi replied, hungry, sleep, not hungry. Bai Ci recalled that before leaving, Xunyi had mentioned wanting cake, yet he had failed to bring any back. The cakes at the supermarket were already past their expiry date, so he had taken some other delicious treats instead. Once we find a place that can make a cake, I will buy one for you. How's that sound? Upon hearing that there was no cake, Xunyi lifted his head in bewilderment, staring at Bai Ci for a few seconds, hungry. Though there was no cake, there were other options. Bai Ci retrieved his backpack, emptied its contents onto the sofa, and said, take a look and see what you would like to eat. Although Xunyi's movements were somewhat clumsy, he persevered in rummaging through the sofa. After a considerable amount of time, he managed to unearth a packet of instant noodles and a sausage, reminding Bai Ci to prepare them properly. Resigned, Bai Ci accepted the sausage, questioning whether it should be placed whole or broken into pieces. In pieces, Xunyi asserted. All right, you stay put. I shall go boil some water. Bai Ci replied. The visit had not been in vain for Shiyong and his companion, as Bai Ci contemplated the possibility of taking Xunyi to the central district while the water was still heating. However, Xunyi's current condition might raise suspicions among others. Regardless of his temperament, it was an undeniable fact that Xunyi was infected with the virus. Yet, if they did not venture out, Xunyi's existence could remain stagnant. And if the virus gained control, erasing human consciousness entirely, Bai Ci would find it impossible to protect Xunyi. In fact, he might even be at risk of being bitten by Xunyi without realizing it. Nevertheless, he could not make this decision unilaterally. Xunyi was merely slow to react now, but he was still capable of thought. Xunyi, if I express a desire to take you to the central district, would you be willing to accompany me? Bai Ci inquired as Xunyi struggled with the packaging of a small bun, refusing assistance. Frustrated with his battle, Xunyi tossed the bun into Bai Ci's arms and opened it, producing a sound. Bai Ci glanced at the mangled bun before retrieving another package, opening it and presenting it to Xunyi. You can have this one, but you must also open the one you crushed. Chewing on the bun, Xunyi looked up at Bai Ci in confusion. From this moment forth, you must not remain lying down all the time. You need to walk and move more. The more agile you are, the better. Fearing Xunyi might resist, Bai Ci cited the zombies outside as an example. Look at those creatures. They can run swiftly for food. If you continue to nap daily while they find sustenance, you will be left without. Bai Ci placed the backpack he had retrieved aside, and Xunyi's gaze fell upon it. Though his reactions were slower and perhaps slightly duller than before, his mind still functioned when it needed to. The fact that this person did not care about his transformed state and even provided him with food indicated something significant. It implied that he was indeed an important little zombie. Even without moving, he would still have food to consume. Xunyi shifted his gaze to the window, observing the outside world, which appeared sluggish. Bai Ci, aware of Xunyi's thoughts, promptly interrupted, "Regardless, I am faster." Noticing Xunyi's furrowed brow, Bai Ci raised 2 fingers, stating a second rule: "You must listen to me." Chapter 84. The little zombie and his overwhelmingly powerful brother Bai Ci was not hungry. After Xunyi's noodles were ready, he sat nearby watching Xunyi eat. "Your chopstick technique seems quite standard. Earlier, you were asking for a fork. It is fine to eat outside. Just practice slowly," he encouraged. "You are merely a bit stiff in your movements. It is not that you cannot perform them. With practice, you will improve." Xunyi, frustrated, tossed the chopsticks into the noodles, his pale face reflecting his displeasure. "You are noisy." Bai Ci was concerned that Xunyi might feel disheartened due to his sluggish movements. Upon reflection, it seemed that his own incessant chatter was the true cause of Xunyi's unease. "Very well, I shall remain silent. Take your time with your meal." Bai Ci had initially intended to monitor how long it would take Xunyi to finish the modest bowl of instant noodles. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and as Bai Ci observed the noodles congealing, he felt reluctant to allow Xunyi to continue eating. "All right, that's enough for now." Bai Ci snatched the bowl from Xunyi's hands, concerned that the virus he was currently battling might be contagious. He could not bring himself to consume the remaining bites of noodles either. Xunyi, feeling agitated at having his meal abruptly taken away, lunged forward with outstretched arms, demanding, "Give it back. It's no longer suitable for consumption." Bai Ci countered, blocking Xunyi with one hand. The noodles had not only clumped together, but had also cooled. Consuming them could lead to an upset stomach, which would be quite troublesome. Xunyi glared at the noodles in Bai Ci's hand, lamenting the waste. Undeterred, Bai Ci continued, "You must practice diligently. Strive to eat more swiftly next time. You should be able to consume 2 bowls in one sitting, but they must be warm. Understood?" Xunyi was unwilling to comprehend, knowing he could not overpower Bai Ci, who effortlessly restrained him. Noticing Xunyi's reluctant compliance, Bai Ci recognized that he had no choice in the matter. "We will be staying here for a while longer, during which we need to stockpile ample food, weapons to fend off zombies, and you must lead me to the nearest gas station. We need sufficient fuel." "I cannot." Xunyi stepped back. "You can," Bai Ci reassured him. "As long as you stay close to me, I will protect you. However, you must also keep moving daily. The more agile you become, the greater the chance of recovery. Do you understand?" Having resolved to aid Xunyi's recovery, Bai Ci was determined from the outset. Xunyi need not conform entirely to the standards of a typical person, but at the very least by the time they departed from this place, he should not be vulnerable to harm due to his limited mobility. Bai Ci was committed to taking Xunyi outside, and he would ensure that it happened. Xunyi clung desperately to the doorframe, protesting, "No, I won't go. You must. Without my guidance, you won't find the gas station. What does it matter to you?" In a moment of agitation, Xunyi uttered a rare 3-word phrase before Bai Ci. "Oh." Bai Ci was genuinely astonished. Typically, Xunyi spoke only a word when he could have expressed 2, yet in this moment of urgency, 3 words emerged. Indeed, it seemed that he required a stimulus to communicate. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Bai Ci was even less inclined to leave Xunyi alone at home. "Come with me. If you see something appetizing, I will allow you to take it. But if you refuse to go, I shall only select what I like." Xunyi continued to cling to the doorframe. Unwilling to relent, Bai Ci stated, "I must make it clear that once we leave, we shall not return. Even if we encounter a supermarket along the way, it may have already been thoroughly searched by others. Should we run out of food, do not lament your decision." While Xunyi was not particularly greedy, he could not bear the thought of lacking food. Bai Ci understood that he was Xunyi's last beacon of hope. Thus, regardless of what measures he had to take, Xunyi would ultimately follow him. As anticipated, Xunyi eventually released his grip, stumbling backward, whispering, "I fear being bitten. Fearful as it may be, we must venture forth. We cannot remain here for eternity." Bai Ci gently advised Xunyi, recognizing that Xunyi's mind was currently sluggish. He articulated clearly that while this place appeared relatively safe, the future was shrouded in uncertainty. Departing from here might expose them to greater dangers, yet remaining could hardly guarantee absolute safety. Adaptation was essential, not just for Xunyi, but for himself as well. This was a new world, and he bore the weighty responsibility of protecting someone as extraordinary as Xunyi. Let's make an attempt, shall we? Today, you'll guide me to a gas station. There's no need for you to exit the vehicle. Simply accompany me, Bai Ci proposed. With such insistence, Xunyi found himself unable to decline. Even in the absence of Bai Ci, he would eventually have to leave this room. Thus, he acquiesced. The determination mingled with vulnerability in Xunyi's expression did not escape Bai Ci's notice. He patted Xunyi's back and produced a pair of sunglasses from seemingly thin air. "Put these on. We shall step outside and see if you can acclimate." The provisions they had from their last excursion were sufficient to sustain them for a while longer. The day's purpose was merely to locate a gas station, while also allowing Xunyi to observe their surroundings, thereby preparing them for future journeys. Bai Ci had not traversed this area before. Their previous trip to the supermarket had been guided by 0001. This time, to stimulate Xunyi's cognitive faculties, he refrained from consulting 0001 and instead posed a question directly to Xunyi. "Do you recall where the gas station is?" Xunyi's mind was far too clouded to respond to such a challenging inquiry. Even if he had a vague understanding, articulating it was a different matter entirely, especially with the constant threat of zombies colliding against their vehicle. He was terrified. Bai Ci abruptly swerved to avoid several zombies lunging at them from the front. Casting a sidelong glance at Xunyi, who clutched his seatbelt tightly, with a blend of jest and reassurance, he remarked, "Logically, they should not attack you now. So why the fear? The vehicle will not strike you unless you choose to stand in its path, right?" Bai Ci chuckled, noting that Xunyi was quite talkative in moments of fear. Just then, another zombie slammed against Xunyi's window, causing him to jolt and inch closer toward Bai Ci. Too frightened to retrieve the fallen sunglasses. "Drive safely," he urged, his voice trembling. Bai Ci had not anticipated Xunyi's level of fear, yet he recognized the necessity of acclimatization. As you can see, upon leaving that house, this is the world outside now. Other places may be even more terrifying than what you currently perceive. However, if you wish to recover, we must step outside. Must we truly recover? Xunyi inquired, his tone barely above a whisper. Had Bai Ci not been focused entirely on him, he might not have caught the faint sound. Why do you not wish to recover? Bai Ci countered. Xunyi simply shook his head slowly. It is not that I do not wish to. It is that I am afraid and cannot persevere. Cannot persevere through what? Bai Ci halted the vehicle. As soon as he did, zombies surged toward them, fervently pounding on the windows. Xunyi, already terrified, was now even more so. He attempted to crawl toward Bai Ci, but the seatbelt restrained him, leaving him clumsy and unable to unbuckle it. "You!" Bai Ci grasped his hand, preventing him from unfastening the seatbelt, and inquired once more, "Are you afraid that you won't be able to endure until what? Until you are healed, or until we reach the central district?" Xunyi stared blankly at Bai Ci, then slowly lowered his eyelashes, murmuring, "It's all the same." He had already grasped the absence of a future on the day he was bitten. A stranger inexplicably entered his life, began to care for him without reason, and now, once again without justification, sought to instill hope within him. What if he truly believed? When that hope inevitably crumbled, he would be plunged into despair once more. This person is truly vexing.